Hello everyone, and welcome to another project video where we are going to be building and deploying this Signup clone. Now the page we are currently on is the page unauthenticated users will be allowed to visit, and for the authentication provider we are going to be making use of Clerk authentication. So let's click on sign in and authenticate ourselves. We're going to be making use of the Google provider in this case to authenticate ourselves inside the application. And once we're here, we are going to make sure that we continue and give the correct privileges. And now we are going to be redirected to our /chats page, which is this page that we have over here. Let's take a look at the profile page. So right here in the profile section, you would see that we have the ability to add more customization to the project. Clerk gives us a way to handle the user profile. We can manage our account and also update our preferences according to our needs. Let's come back to the profile section. You see over here, we have the ability to send friend requests. We can also view the friend request, and we can also update our status in real time. We also have a theme switcher over here where we can switch between the light and dark mode or the system settings. To test out the friend request, we're going to need another browser. I have gone on to place the two browsers side by side, and over here, we are going to type the email of the other browser so that we can test out the friend request. But before I go on to hit on submit, let's open up the profile of this other browser, and we're going to see the badge appear in real time. So I'll click on submit, and you see the friend request sent, and here we see the badge to show that, hey, you have one friend request. Now let me try to send another friend request to this other user. So I'm also going to type out the email of the other user. Once we type out the email and we click on submit, we get the error that this request already exists. Now over here, let's accept the friend request, and we see it updates in real time, and now we have the conversation between the two users. So now you see here that we are seeing the user from this side, and over here we are also seeing the user from this section. We also have this responsive sidebar, so you can adjust according to your needs, and you see how responsive our application is both on desktop and on mobile view. So we're going to be having multi-layouts in our application. Let's create a group conversation. So over here, we can also create a group conversation. I'm going to give this group a name of code with lari. And to create a group, you need to select a member. So I'm going to select this other member, so this member from here, and click on create. Now we see the group created in real time, and both users can now have conversations in the group. So let's click on the code with lari. And while we are here, we can click on the avatar and the name here. And this is going to open up the side panel showing that we have two members. Also displays the name of the group as well as the avatar. We can also initiate video call and also audio calls in this group. Now let's scroll further down. You will see we have a shared media section, and we can also delete the group as well as leave the group. Let's try to delete the group. So we're going to click here and say delete, and you see that both users get deleted from the group immediately. Now we can recreate the group. We're going to give this group back the name of code with lari, and we're going to select the member, which is the other user, and click on create group. Now the group has been created. Let's take a look at the one-on-one conversation page. So we can click here and also click on the username, and once we click on the username, we are also going to see the side drawer. We see the user status, and we can obviously update the status from the other browser. And once this user updates the status, this other user is going to see the updated status immediately. Now we also have other options here. We can see the shared media, and we see that we have one group in common, which is the code with lari group that we just created together right now. Let's try out our one-on-one conversation. So let's try to say hello to the other user, and you also have an emoji to spice up our conversation. And once we send the message, you see that we have the delivery time that we sent the message, and this user sees the last message over here, and he also sees the count. So let's try to increase the count by sending more messages. And once we forward this, you see right here the last message updates and also the count updates to 2. Once this user opens up the message, you see that this user gets the red receipt that this message has been seen by the other user. And this user can also try to send a message, and this other user sees the typing notification over here. And once we send this message, you see that the message automatically is seen because we are currently on the message page. And you can try out the typing notification and you see how the user gets the notification in real time that this other user is typing, and it just stays up for some couple of seconds, and then we can forward the message to the other user. We can also send audio messages. So we're going to click on the audio section, and you see here that we get this hint that we are recording an audio message for the other user. We can pause the audio message and the recording is going to be paused. We can continue recording and we can send the audio message to the other user, and the user is going to get the audio file. And the user can, of course, play the audio message and has more controls to increase the volume of the message or to also increase the message timeline. The user can also download the message and store it on their computer. We can also send out image or PDF files. So here I'm going to choose the browse to choose an image, and I'm going to choose this AI image over here, and we see we have a nice preview. And then we can go on to send the image, and this other user here is also going to receive the image. And of course, we can also type out more messages. So here, I'm just going to type more messages. We see our beautiful typing notification. And once we send the message, this user can obviously see the image. And if you click on the image, you get a beautiful preview that opens up on a new tab. Up next, let's try out our video and also our audio call. To test out our video call, we're going to click on the video icon over here, which is going to take us to the video room. And for this other browser, to join the conversation, we can also click on the video icon over here, which is going to start the conversation between the both users. Now you can see me here, and here we have different controls for microphone, turning off the camera, screen share, chat, and obviously to leave the message. So let's come back to the home page of our application, which is the chats page. So I'm going to click here, and for this other browser, I'm also going to click here to come over to the chats page. Before we continue, I just want to show us the last message over here. Currently, it displays as last messages, but what if we send an image file or a PDF file? What does it update to? So let's click on this other user here, and I'm going to click on the file picker to pick a file, and I'm going to pick also the AI image. Click on open, we see the preview, and once we send it, we see over here for this user, the user sees that he has an image which he hasn't opened up yet to view. And obviously, once we click on it, we can now see the image, and this user gets the read receipt that this user has seen the image. Now, let's come over to the course page where we have a full featured Google Meet clone. So over here, you see that we can generate a meeting link, and on this other browser, this is how it looks on the mobile view. Let's start by testing it out. Let's click on generate link, and here it's going to copy the link to our clipboard, and we can also share this link to the other user. Now for this other user to get the link, I'm going to come over to the chat page, and here I'm just going to share the link to this other user by pasting it in the chat and sending it here. And this user gets the invite code. So this other user over here is going to come here and copy the code. So now let's head back to the call section. I'm going to click on this and paste in the link to start the meeting, and this user starts the meeting. Now here I'm just quickly going to turn off my camera, and this other user can come back to the call page, and right here in the call page, this user can input the meeting token and start the meeting as well, and you can see the conversation between the two users. I'm going to turn off the camera here, and you can obviously have more customization, and if you adjust the resolution of the other screen, the other browser, you're going to see the other user on the other screen. And I'm going to quickly turn off the camera for this other user as well. So here is it, and here is the build. If you like the build, please don't forget to subscribe and give this a thumbs up. All the code you need is being provided in the GitHub, which is in the description, so please don't forget to check it out. And if you're there, please don't forget to give the GitHub repo a star. I deeply appreciate, and it helps the channel a whole lot. Now before we get started with the build, I would like to introduce us to ZEGOCLOUD. ZEGOCLOUD is your one-stop shop for adding voice calls, video calls, AI effects, and chat features to your application. ZEGOCLOUD offers an easy-to-use SDK that you can integrate these features in minutes, not weeks. Beyond its ease of use, ZEGOCLOUD also offers unbreakable connections, effortless integration, built for every application, and is trusted by the best in business. Now, ZEGOCLOUD doesn't just provide the building blocks for building real-time communication features, they also give you the tools to assemble them faster than ever. Introducing ZEGOCLOUD UI Kits. ZEGOCLOUD offers UI kits to build video call apps, voice call apps, live streaming apps, and chat apps. And what makes this more interesting is that you do this by writing low code. ZEGOCLOUD handles of the abstraction so you can focus on shipping than development. ZEGOCLOUD offers a generous 10,000 free minutes to get started. Come over to console.zegocloud.com/account/signup. And you need to fill in your credentials. A 6-digit verification code is going to be sent over to your email, so head over to your email and copy the 6-digit verification code. Now back to ZEGOCLOUD account opening and put in the verification code. For the password, we can generate a strong password, check all the checkboxes, and then you want to click on Start your free trial. Automatically, you're going to be redirected to your console dashboard. Before you continue, you need to provide more information for ZEGOCLOUD for personal customization, and here you see you claim your 10,000 free minutes and also advanced support plan. And now at your dashboard, you can explore more. Get started by creating your first project, and you see you can choose from a variety of options being provided to you. You also have your call quality monitoring where you can monitor the quality, and of course, in the resource section, you have helpful links to documentation and API reference. You also have a dedicated customer support in case you need additional help, and don't forget to join the community on Discord as well as GitHub. So in building out our application, we are going to start by first coming over to Shadcn UI documentation, where we come over to the docs section, and here in the docs section, we want to look for the installation and choose the framework of Next.js. So we're going to start by creating a new Next.js project, and this is the command. So let's copy this command and make use of npm and come over to our project. So here I'm going to cd into a place where I would like to create this new project. So in your case, you want to run to this command in a folder that you have created beforehand where you would like to create this new project. So here, this is the folder I have, and I'm going to paste in the command. But I'm going to change something. Rather than give it the name of my app, I'm going to give it the name of signal-clone and execute. So this is going to go on and create the new Next.js project. I'm going to say Y to proceed, and yes, yes, no, and you can just agree those to the default. The default is going to work just fine. So while the CLI is bootstrapping our project, the next thing we need to do is to wait for it to finish, and once it is done, we are going to open up the project in Visual Studio Code, and then we can continue with the Shadcn UI integration in our project. Okay, so we have our project done, and then I just went on to open it up with the code.command and placed it side by side with the browser. So the next thing I want to do now is to run the init command. But before I run the init command, here in the source folder, I would like us to create a new folder, and this folder, we are going to give it the name of styles. And right here, we're going to move this globals.css inside this styles folder that we just created. Now, to avoid any potential errors, right here in the layout.css, you'll see here that we are looking for the globals.css in the same directory as the app. So what we're going to do now is to import it. So we're going to be importing the globals.css coming from @/styles, and then we have our globals.css, and now we can get rid of these other imports that we have here. So this is it, and then we are going to copy this using npm, or you can use any package manager of your choice. All right, so the next thing before we run this command, I'm just going to come right into the globals.css, and right here inside the globals.css, I'm going to clean up everything that we have got in here. So just do the cleanup and save this. So your globals.css should only have the base, the components, and the utilities imports, which are going to be made use of from by Tailwind CSS. Okay, so now let's run this command. I'm going to copy this using npm and open up the terminal, and right here we can now paste in the command. Okay, so the npx Shadcn UI at latest init command, and then we are going to be asked a few questions. I would go with the defaults and go with slate. And would you like to use CSS variables? Yes, we would like to use CSS variables, and this is initializing our project, writing the components.json, and installing the necessary dependencies that we are going to need for our project. And now it has been successful. All right, so what's going to happen is, if you come back to your globals.css, you would see now that it is correctly populated once more with some default stylings that is going to be used by our styling library, our components library, which is Shadcn UI. Okay, so after that, the fonts is totally okay, and every other thing here is fine, and we are good to go. So what's going to happen is, let's have a first preview. I'm going to npm run dev to restart our development server on localhost 3000. So here it is, and you can just hold Control and click, or Command, and it's going to open it up on the right over here. Cool. So now while it opens up, the next thing I would like us to do is to have our go on and have our theming. Okay, so come right here back to Shadcn UI, and I'm just going to expand this here, and we want to come over to the theming section, or sorry, to the dark mode section. And right here in the dark mode section, you will see that we can add dark mode to our website. We're going to choose Next.js, and the first thing we want to do is to npm install next themes. So copy this command and come back to your project, and we're going to run the installation. Okay, so I'm just going to split this, and here you can also rename this. You can rename this to be dev, and we are going to leave this like this. Okay, so right here I'm just going to adjust these, and what we want to do now is to npm install next themes. Okay, so actually we can adjust this a little and paste this in here. And the next thing we're going to do is to create a component and a theme provider.tsx component. So let's do that. Actually, it's going to be in a providers folder that we are going to create. So come over here, create a new providers folder, and here we want to create a theme provider. So we're going to have a new file which we're going to call theme provider.tsx like this, and we just need to copy this and paste the content right in here. So this is the full content, okay, for the theme provider. And the next thing I want to do is to wrap your root layout with the theme provider. So that is coming over to the layout.tsx, and right here in the layout.tsx, we are going to cut these children. So I'll cut it and come over to a new line, and here we want to bring in that theme provider. The theme provider should come from @providers/theme provider. So this is the import path. And here in the theme provider, we need to provide the props, as you see over here. So we can just copy these props and reuse here rather than type it all ourselves. So I'm just going to paste it in here and get rid of the theme provider, and everything should be fine. Now, we don't have a way to test this up, but we're going to have the functionality set up soon. Okay, so this is it. And before we proceed, I would like us to set the main color that we are going to be using right in our project, and this color looks very much like the one we have from Signup. So come over to your tailwind config.ts file, and here your tailwind config, here where you have the extend, where is it? Here where we have the extend colors, and here we have primary. We want to add our own color that we are going to be making use of. So this is the main color, and this main color, we are going to be giving it this hash code of hashtag 3A76F0. Okay, so this is it. And for us to test it, if we come back to our application, you can see the content isn't looking great, so we can clear all. And for now, we can just come over to the app, and right here in the page.tsx, which is our home page, and this is the file based routing of Next.js. We have the app, we have the source folder, and here we have the app folder, and our home page is this page.tsx. And you've seen us make use of layouts, and this layout is the layout for our entire application. It affects everything that goes on. This is our root layout, okay, and so it affects this home page as well. And if you see, we should actually wrap this in a main. So I'm going to have a main tag here and paste this in. So this means our entire application is going to be wrapped inside of this main tag. So let's come over to the app, and right in here, I'm just going to get rid of everything all the content that we have here, and I'm just going to have this h2 that says home page, and right here I'm going to give this a class name just to test out that our text primary main. So this is the main color that we just added, and we already see the preview, and you see the color over here. Now this is Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. If you come over to the installation section and you search for Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, you will see it right here in the extensions marketplace, and you can enable this so that you can get this preview that I get over here. Okay, so with that out of the way, we are going to continue with our project. And before we go over to the database side of things, let's try to build out our UI and then proceed from there. In building out our UI, let's come over to Shadcn UI, and we want to search for a component, and that component is the tooltip provider. So let's look for the tooltip, and it's actually sorted in alphabetical order. So here we have the tooltip, and here we should have the installation command. So this is the command that we need to install the tooltip. Make sure you copy the command and come back to the project here, and I'm going to paste it right in here in this terminal that we use for installation. So npx Shadcn UI at latest add tooltip, and yep, we also need the sonar library to show some toast notifications. So right while we are here, if you look for this sonar section, you're going to see it, and if you click on show toast, it's just going to give us this toast that we can use in building out our application. So let's come over here and copy this via npm and come over to our project, and we're just going to run the installation for this sonar, and this is the command to run. So npx Shadcn UI at latest add sonar. So the reason we are doing this is so that we can come right into our components section, sorry, not in the components, and whereas if you come over to the components, you see we have the UI and we have the two components that we just added, which is inside components and UI. All right, so we want to come into the app, which is where we handle routing the application, the app router. And if you come into the layout, yes, right in here, we want to add that tooltip provider. So I'm going to cut this, and this we need to add our tooltip provider, which will come from add components UI tooltip, and we are going to paste in this. And the reason why we are doing this is so we don't go everywhere in our page wrapping it with a tooltip provider. So we wrap it in the layout, and every other aspect of our code just needs the trigger and the content. Okay, and now after this, we also need our toaster. So let's come right here and see how the toaster works. So the first thing we need to do is to add the toaster component. We are going to come to our root layout. So I'm going to copy these imports right here and just add the toaster library here. So the toaster UI should be imported here, and after that we can just render the toaster right here at the bottom. So after we have our tooltip right here, we can just have the toaster like this, and this toaster we can add a prop to it to have some colors, and the prop is the rich colors prop. So now we can go on to save. Okay, so after this, the next place we are going to be going to in our application is the home page. Okay, so and the home page, the way routing works in Next.js, we have our app, we have our page. If we want to target the chat page, okay, so if we want to target the chat page, what we're going to do is to come right here in the app and create a folder, and this folder we can call it chats. Okay, and right inside this folder we need to create a path, and the path is more like the root route. Okay, in this case we are going to have nested routing, but in this case we just have the page.tsx, and this means any request coming to /chats is going to be coming into this file. And now we can just have the chats page or chats page any name. Okay, and then we can get rid of the react.js imports and save. So we're not going to see any content yet because we are still in our localhost 3000, but for us to navigate and see the content, we need to come into the home page. Now this home page is actually going to not render JSX, so we can change the name to page.ts because we're not going to be rendering JSX here. And you see this already gives us some errors, okay, because we are returning JSX. So what's going to happen is this return is not needed, so I'm going to get rid of it. And what we want to do here is a redirect, and we want to redirect the user to this chat page. So we're going to bring in redirect from next navigation, and we want to redirect user to /chat. So what we are saying is whenever the user comes to our home page, so our domain / we should redirect the user to the chat page, which is this page over here. So right now, if I save this, you would see it's going to load, and we are going to come over to the chat page, which is this page here. So this is the page that we are going to be working on for now, and this page is going to need a layout. Okay, so let's start with the layout, and building out the layout, we can come right inside this chat page, and here we're going to have a layout.tsx file. I remember what I said earlier. This is our home page, and we had this layout, which is our root layout, and that's why we use this for some basic initialization. So we used it to set up our fonts, we used it to set up metadata about our entire application, we used it to set up our theme provider, 2T provider. So everything that is going to affect our application globally is going to be in the root layout. Now this chat layout, so chat layout, this layout inside this chat is just going to be affecting this page, or if we have any nested route, it's going to be affecting it. Okay, so what we're going to be doing right here is to first give this this layout, so we want to be inside of this layout. So const layout is going to be equal to this function like this. Now this layout is taking these children props, and we have this error. So to get rid of the error, we're going to say this is a functional component, and we're going to use this generic type to specify the type of props that is going to be here. Now this type, we can outsource it and call layout props like this, and right here at the top we are going to define a type. So type layout props is going to be equal to an object. Now this object is going to have children, and children is going to be of type react.react node. So I'm going to get rid of this react so that we would have to explicitly import react node ourselves. So react node should come from react, and now in here we no longer have the error, but we have an error here because we say this is a functional component, so we need to go on and return JSX. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to have return, and the way the return is going to work, for now we're going to return empty fragment. Now if we save this, we should no longer have errors in our application, and we do and that's because in our layouts we are not exporting default, so we need to export the default layout. And now if we save this, we no longer have the error, or do we don't have the error. And the reason why we're not seeing anything is because, hey, this children is going to be our page content, and in this case our chat page, so we are not rendering these children. And if we just come here and we render children in here, we are going to be saying, hey, we see the chat page, cool. So but now we don't need to render the children like this. We are going to have a div. So here let's have a div, because we're going to have custom layout for our mobile and also custom layout for our desktop. Okay, so we're going to have two divs like this, and this first div is going to have some class names, and this is going to have the class name of hidden. And then on medium devices, we're going to give it a display of flex. On medium devices, we're going to give it a margin left of 24 and give it a padding x of 2, and we are going to give it medium devices padding x of 0. Okay, and give it a height of, not hover, we're going to give it a height of dvh like this. Okay, so right in here we are going to have a layout. Okay, we're going to have a chat layout, and let's define it. So here chat layout, which is going to give us an error. So chat layout like this, and this chat's layout is going to be returning this fragment, and here we are going to have the children prop rendered. Okay, so if we save this, we are definitely going to have an error because we don't have this layout defined yet. Okay, so this is going to be hidden, and on medium devices then it's going to be visible. Okay, so right in here, this other div, let's give it a class name, and this one is going to be for our mobile. We're going to give it this class name of on medium devices, then we want it to be hidden, so we're going to have the hidden like this and give it a margin y of 20, and on medium devices we want to give it a px of 2. So please take note of this margin y of 20. This is going to be for the header and the footer we're going to have, so the header and the footer navigation. And in here we want to render children, so let's bring in children. We're going to save this, and we're going to have error because chat layout is not defined. So that's what we're going to be defining now, and for us to do that, let's come over to our components folder. And right here in our components folder, not inside the UI, so right here in the components, we want to create a new folder. And this folder, we're going to call charts layout. So I think we should just go and create a new file. So right inside the components, we are going to create this charts-layout.tsx like this. And you can see it is not inside the UI folder. So this is our charts layout. Okay, so this charts layout is going to be exporting const, and then we can call it charts layout, and it is going to be equal to this function like this. Okay, so this charts layout is going to be taking in children prop. So again, we're going to mark you as FC for function component, and then we are going to come right here and define the type. So we're going to say type the charts layout props is going to be equal to this function. We are going to accept children, and children is going to be of type React node, and then we bring in React node from React. Now we're going to take this charts layers props and we're going to assign it to the generic FC type right here. Now this gives us access to destructuring the children. So we're going to destructure children, and here we're going to have our function body. Okay, so this is what we have. And talking about our function body, JSX, we are going to return, and we're going to return another layout. Now this layout is useful because we're going to have it on desktop, and we're also going to have it on mobile. Okay, so for now we're just going to return this fragment, and inside this fragment we are going to have the children prop like this. Okay, it doesn't make sense now because hey, we are outsourcing this layout, and again we just need to come here and have our use client directive, because this already shows one benefit, because now this other layout is going to be used on the client side, but we still have the benefit of server side rendering because of this layout. Okay, so let's come into this layout and bring in this chart layout, and I'm going to reorder the imports here and save, and now we should not have errors. But you see we have the gap here, and this is because we are currently looking at it on mobile, and that's why we are having this on mobile. But if we adjust, you see our application is beginning to take shape. We have this space in here, and we no longer have the gap right here on the top and also on the footer right there. All right, so now we are going to move into creating the shared layout, and let's do that. Let's come right here into the components folder, and here in the components folder we want to create a shared -layout.tsx. okay, and let's bootstrap the component. We're going to have it shared layouts, and here we need to get rid of the react.js import. Now it's obvious that this is going to be also accepting children, so let's bring in fc from react, and here we are going to accept the type. So we're going to say type shared layout props is equal to this object, and we're going to pass it right in here. And before we can destructure children, let's have the TypeScript annotation of children to be of type React node. And then we can bring in React node from React, and here we can now go one level and destructure children. And with the children prop, that's not all we need. We also need the sidebar component. Now we're going to see how this works in a second, because we are asking for a component to be passed, and we're going to say this is of type fc, and we're going to say fc that is going to take in any props. Okay, and after that we are going to now take the props that we would need to pass to these components. We're going to say this props, and this props is optional, and it's going to be of type any. Okay, so now we can save this, and after this what we want to do is to create some constants that we are going to be making use of. Okay, so for that we are going to come right in here and create a constant which we're going to call is rendered. So const, we're going to say is rendered, and then set is rendered is going to be equal to use state, and by default is going to be false. So here let's have our use state. Use state should be imported from React, and we shouldn't forget to have our use client directive right here at the top. All right, so we have this, and we also need more constants. We also need a path name. So const, we're going to say path name, and path name is going to be equal to use path name. Now use path name should come from next/navigation, and you execute it because it is a custom hook that was given to us. Okay, so after this, what else do we need? Now we need to have our use effect. So just right in here, let's bring in our use effect from React, and then we have have our effects and have our dependency array. So inside this effect, we want to set is rendered to true, and this is going to give us the opportunity to say if you are not rendered, hey, do go on and return null. Now this is where the fun part starts. Okay, before we have all the fun, we need to return children so that we can preview our application. Okay, so for that, I'm going to cut this and have this rendered, and after this I'm just going to come, I'm not going to bring in all of these, so I'm just going to have this div, and next is going to give this a class name of on medium devices we want it to be hidden. So here we're going to have md hidden, and right inside this div we can now go on to display children. So you see md hidden, and this is for the mobile, and now it's beginning to make sense because on mobile we don't want to see this, and if we save this we're still going to see it because we are taking a look at the mobile view. Now what is going to happen is we need to make use of some components from Shadcn UI, and this shared layout, I don't think we're making use of it yet, so let's make use of it. Let's come over to the layout, and this layout is the charts layout. Okay, so many layouts, hopefully you're not getting things tangled. So we have these charts, and here we have this layout. This is the layout we are working on, and we created a shared layout that we are going to be using right here in the charts layout. Okay, so let's come over to the charts layout. I'm going to clear this, and yeah, so this charts layout here where we just have children, we need to bring in the shared layout that we just created, and I'm going to adjust the import path to come from @components/shared layout, and this shared layout is going to need a prop. Okay, so here the sidebar component is going to be equal to what? Now we need to pass a component right in here, and how is it going to work? For now we're just going to have this function, okay, that is going to return an empty fragment. So this is going to be our JSX, and I'm going to quickly reorder this like this so it is very much visible. Okay, so for now we're going to have this. And what else do? We can just come here and save it, and if I save it, went back, and now we can come over to the shared layout, and if we come over here on mobile, on desktop, you see we don't display anything. That's because we are not returning anything yet. So right here in this shared layout, we need to bring in some components from Shadcn UI. So come over to Shadcn UI, and this is going to be the resizable component. So right here we want to look for where is it? Resizable. So this component over here, and you see the functionality it gives us. So we want to have this effect in our application, and this is the installation guide. Let's copy this with npm and come back to application and have it installed. Okay, so now we have it installed. What is going to happen is we can come right here, and we want to bring in the resizable group. So let's bring it in, resizable panel group. It should come in from @components. So I'm going to separate this and bring this from @/components, and then /UI and resizable. Now we have this resizable group. We are going to need to give it a direction, and the direction we're going to give this is either horizontal or vertical, but we're going to go with the horizontal direction over here. Now I'm going to zoom out quite a bit, so at some point we would have to see. So now this is our desktop because we are not seeing any content. Okay, and after this, the next thing we need is our resizable panel. Okay, and these children we have here doesn't need to be right in here because this shouldn't be visible on medium devices. So I'm going to bring this down and wrap this with an empty fragment, and now we have our resizable group, and we still have this outer div. Okay, and the next thing we want to do is to have our resizable panel. So resizable panel, not group, so resizable panel like this should come from our components UI. Now this resizable panel is going to take in some props, and one prop we can pass to this is the default size. You see we can pass a default size. I would just say 30%. So this default size is a percentage value, and then we can pass the maximum size, that is resizable panel. We can say 40, and then we can also pass the minimum size for the min size, and we can say 20. Remember, these are percentages values. And right here, we're going to now display the sidebar component, which is the component that we're going to see here. So that's the way it's going to work. We're going to have our sidebar component. Did we bring it in? Let me quickly check. So sidebar component, we only brought in children prop. So let's bring in the sidebar component prop and also bring in the sidebar props. So these two props that we take from here. Okay. And now we have brought them in. So here we're going to place our sidebar component and also spread the sidebar props. Okay, so this is the full layout we have here. We have the sidebar component, and here we have all of these. So now we also need to have the handle resize, and after this resizable panel and this, let's bring in the handle resize. So we're going to bring in the handle, so the resizable handle, sorry about that, resizable handle, which will come from our components. So these components, and here you see it's Copilot suggesting that it needs this width handle, and we're going to be making use of the width handle, and then we should give this some class names. So I'm going to give this a class name of border right, and also give it a border right gray of 400. And I'm also going to give this dark mode. We want it to have a border right gray of 800 like this. So this is the prop for the styling that we give to this. Now we can go on to save, and we are still not going to see anything because we are not rendering this children prop. Where is it? This children prop is just for this mobile, and that's why we see it, but on desktop we are not going to see anything just yet. So after this, we are going to have a resizable panel. Okay, so what is going to happen is after this resizable handle, we are going to have our resizable panel. Okay, so here let's bring in the resizable panel, not handle, resizable panel. And this resizable panel is going to now contain our children, but let's have a div, and now we're going to have the children right in here. Now this was going on. We have the resizable panel, which shows the sidebar component, and you see the sidebar component we're saying is going to take 30% as the default, and it's going to take all of these. And now we're saying, hey, these children, that means automatically is going to take 70%, and then this is our main content. So hopefully it's beginning to make sense. Okay, and now let's style this. We're going to give this a class name, and we're going to give it so you're going to use this exclamation, please, which is this important. So we're going to say overflow y auto. It's very much important. Please don't make sure you miss the important we are using here. And after this, we are going to also give it a margin y of 20. So now we can save this, and once we save this, let's also style this children, giving it a height of full, and also give it a display of hidden, and on medium devices we want it to display block because you see this is hidden empty. So now if we save this, and if we come over here, you see we have this resizable section, which is super cool. So you see the application is beginning to take shape. Now we want to make sure that this is dynamic. Okay, so we want to make sure it's dynamic, and one way we are going to do that and is by making use of a hook. So we're going to create a custom hook, which is going to be the set sidebar width hook. So let's go on and create this new hook, which is going to be our use sidebar width hook. So come right here, and here we don't have a hook folder. So here let's create a hooks folder, and here we're going to have this use sidebar.ts, and you're going to see the importance of this hook. And for that, we need to install Zustand in our project. So right here, we're going to say npm install Zustand. Okay, and once as is installed, we just import create, and create needs to come from Zustand. Okay, and I'll close the terminal, and now we can define the type. So we're going to call this sidebar width state, and this is going to take the sidebar width, which is going to be of type number, and then it's going to take the set sidebar width, which is going to take the width and return void. So right here we can export a const, and this const is going to be use sidebar width. Okay, export const, and we have a typo here, so this should be export const use sidebar width, and this use sidebar width is going to call this create method from Zustand, and it's a generic type. Okay, so here we're going to pass the sidebar width state, And right in here, we're going to take set, and we want to come here and return. So this is returning an object. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. We have errors because of the TypeScript that we have here, but this is saying, hey, return this object, which is going to be our state. So now we have our sidebar width, and the sidebar width is going to start with 30. Remember, 30 is our default, and after that we're going to have set sidebar width, which is going to be called with the which is this type. So it's a function which automatically gets called with the width. So this is a function, but we just use the shorthand, and then it's calling set, and it sets sidebar width to the width that it receives over here. So this is it, and now we can come back to our shared layout, and right in here in our shared layout, just after this, we can come here and destructure the two types from our props. So this is going to be equal to use sidebar width, and use sidebar width should be coming in from our hooks. So where is it? So right here. And now we want to destructure the two values, which is set sidebar width, and we also want to bring in sidebar width. And now right here, this resizable panel also has a prop that we are yet to pass, and that is the onResize prop. So here we're going to pass or bring in the onResize prop, and this prop is going to call this is automatically, if you hover on it, you see we don't see it, but automatically it gets called with the width. So here we're going to receive the width, and what are we going to do with it? So we're going to call it width. We are going to set the sidebar width, so we're going to call set sidebar width to the width that we receive right here. Okay, so I'm going to format this. So now when we resize this, we are going to get the width, and we set the sidebar width. Now that means the default size is going to be the sidebar width. Okay, and these two can remain the same. So we're going to save this, and once we have this saved, if we just adjust this, you see that everything still works fine. And for now we don't see the gain, but we're going to see the gain very soon, the gain of this change. So now we have this shared layout. Okay, so what we're going to happen now is, let's come back to our chat layout, and I'm just going to clear close orders and just leave it chat layout. So here you see we are returning empty fragment, and this is meant to be our sidebar component. Now this sidebar component is the component that we mean to render here. Okay, so what's going to happen is, let's create a component. We're going to come right here, and in the components folder, we're going to create a chat sidebar.tsx file, and here let's have the React component and bring in chat sidebar and get rid of this react.js import. Okay, so now we have this chat sidebar. We can come here, and rather than have this, just going to get rid of this, and now bring in the chat sidebar, which will come from our components. So I'm just going to quickly update this to come from @/components and chat sidebar. So now if we extend this and we save this, we see chat sidebar written over here. Now we also have the navigation menu, which is going to be rendered here, and that is going to come right about now. So let's create the navigation menu, and then we can continue building up the chat sidebar. So let's build out our navigation bar. For now, I'm going to suspend the chat sidebar, and right here in the components, we need to create a new file, and this is going to be navigation-bar.tsx. Okay, and this is a client component, so we are going to have the use client directive. And talking about being a client component, I think we forgot to make this hook a client. So right here, we just need to have this use client. Not really necessary because we're going to be using it in a client component. I don't think it's necessary, so I'm just going to take it off. Sorry about that. So now we have this use client, and here in this use client, for the navigation bar, let's define the props that it's gonna need. So here we can say type and navigation bar props is going to be equal to this object, and we need a trigger, not children. Okay, we need a trigger, and this trigger is going to be of type react node. React node should come in from React. And here let's export our const navigation bar, which is going to be equal to this, like this. And this navigation bar, we can bring in FC from React. So let's bring in FC from React, and now we're going to have our navigation bar props here, and that means we can destructure the trigger from here, and here we're going to have our function body. And the first thing we need to do is to have is the path name. So let's bring in path name, and path name is going to be coming in from use path name hook, which will come in from next navigation. Okay, and now we have a path name. We also want to have our menu items. So here const menu items is going to be equal to use memo. We need to bring in use memo from React, and use memo is going to take this callback where we go or you can call it the factory. We're going to be returning this array here, and for the dependencies we just have an empty array. So we're not really gaining much on performance, but just best practice. So this is going to take an icon, and also this object we have inside this array is going to take an icon and a label. Now we can bring in message circle. Message circle should come from Lucid React, and then we are going to have a label, and the label, is going to be a string, and the value is going to be chat. And lastly, we need a path, and the path of this is going to be /chats like this, so s, because that's the name of our path. And then we can bring this one more time, and this time around we can give it a different icon, and the icon we're going to be using here is the phone icon. Phone icon should come from Lucid React, and the label is going to be call, and the path is going to be /call, okay, or maybe calls. So now let's save this. And the next thing we want to do is to have our JSX. So what's going to happen is just outside this menu items, right in here, we want to have a div. And this div, we're going to give it a class name of on medium devices. We want to give it a W of 24. We also want to give this a width full. We also want to give this on medium devices a height of screen. We want to give this a height of 20. Okay, and a BG of white. Not MD, BG of white. So we're saying on medium devices and above, take the full height, but on smaller devices, we just needed to take this section. Okay, and that's why we give it a height of 20 like this. And if you remember, we've been given margin Y of 20 in our layouts, okay? And here on dark mode, we are going to give this a BG slate, and it's going to have a BG slate of 950. And after this, we are going to give this a border right, and it's going to be on, yeah, so let's give this a border right. And now on medium devices, we also want to give this a, on medium devices, we want to give this a border right, a border right of gray, and then it's going to have a color of 400. And on medium devices on the dark theme, we want to give this a border right gray of 800. So not border right orange, border right gray of 800. And after this, we want to give this a PY of 5. We also want to give this a display of fixed. We want to give it a Z index of 10. We want to give it a display of flex. We also want to give it on medium devices, we want it to be flex call, and we know the default is flex roll, which is going to stack them like this on desktop and horizontally on mobile. And then we have items center, and after which we have justify between, and we have bottom of 0. We have on medium devices, we're going to give it a top of 0, and lastly we have a left of 0. So many class names. Please always check the GitHub in case you're lost. Okay, so you can just copy and paste, or you can just follow and just follow along with the course. So after this, we're going to have another div, and this div is going to have this class name. On medium devices, we want to give it a padding to the top of 10. Okay, so we need some navigation menu, and for that, let's come over to Shadcn UI. And here we have this navigation menu component, which is going to give us a navigation menu. So for installation, we're going to copy this and come back to our application, and right here open up our terminal and paste in the command to install the navigation menu. So while that's installing, let's start using it already. So let's bring in our navigation menu, and you give me a second so that I can just quickly update this import. So this should come from @/component, and I already see an error because this navigation menu, we are not returning JSX, okay, which we should. So let's cut this and make sure that we have our return keyword here, and then we can return this, and this should now be happy. So we have our navigation menu, and we need to give it an orientation. We're going to give it an orientation of vertical, and after this we are going to have our navigation menu list. So let's bring in our navigation menu list, and this should come from our components, and this list is going to take some class names which we are going to provide right about now. So here Let's give it this class name, and the class name is going to be, we need this important, okay, W, so as VW, and then on medium devices we can give it also with this important, give it a width fit. Okay, give it a px of 5, and on medium devices we want to give it a px of 0, and give it a display of flex items center, so sorry, just items center, and justify between, and on medium devices give it a flex call. Okay, and then on medium devices give it a space y of 4. All right, so this is it. The class names for the navigation menu list. Now inside this menu list, we need to finally map through these menu items. So we're going to say our menu items dot map. Then we're going to have each, what do we call it? Or we can just go onto the structure. So you know that map takes in the callback function. So this is the callback function, and now we can destructure the properties. We can destructure the icon, we can destructure label, and we can also destructure path. So right in here inside our map function, we want to know the active route, and for that we're going to have this constant is active to know the active route, and to know the active route is going to make use of this is route. We're going to define this, okay, it's a utility function, is route active path. And this function is going to take the path name, and it's also going to take the path. All right, so we have two errors. The first error is because we don't have this, and the other error is because we are not returning anything from inside the map function. So let's start by creating this isRouteActivePath. And for us to create this, we just need to come right into our utils. Now you might be wondering, hey, we didn't create this libs utils. Now when we installed Shadcn UI, it installed some dependencies, and it created this utility, this cn utility function that it uses to merge Tailwind CSS class names. All right, so now we're going to create a function, export function, and we're going to call it isRouteActivePath, like that's the name we called it, gave it already, right? And this is going to take two props. First, it's going to take the current path, and this current path is going to be a string, and then it's going to take the target path, and this target path is also going to be a string. And this function, this is the function body. Okay, so it takes in this current path and it takes in the target path, and right inside this body we want to check if the target path, so if the target path is equal to /, which is the home route, then we want to return current path. So we're going to say current path if it's equal to /, or we're going to return current, where is it, current path dot includes. I want to check if it includes chats, like this. So that's if the target path is the home path. Otherwise we're just going to come here and return the current path is equal to the target path, double pipe, you say, or the current path dot includes the target path. Okay, so if you hover on this, you see it returns this boolean. Okay, it should return the boolean, and this is the logic. All right, so now that we have this, we need to come back to our navigation bar, and now we just need to import this. Should come from our lib utils. So let me quickly reorder this importation here. So we have this coming in from lib utils. Now we need to make use of the active route. So we're going to return, and finally we should still have an error. We're going to bring in tooltip until we have a key, so else we're still going to have an error. So remember, we installed the tooltip provider, and this is the gain. We don't need the provider, we just need to go on and make use of tooltip. Tooltip should be imported. And here, let's quickly update this to come from @/components UI. Now, because we use the provider in our entire application, and this is the beauty of Next.js, we have here our app and we have our overall app, which is making use of this tooltip provider. Okay, and even if you check the documentation, the Shadcn UI documentation for the tooltip, you would see right here that you can check this. You see it wraps the provider. So automatically our entire application is wrapped with this tooltip provider, and we don't need to do it everywhere where we need to make use of the tooltip. So here we have brought it in. We are going to give it the key so that we no longer have error, and the key is going to be the path. Okay, the path should be the unique one. And now we need a tooltip trigger. So tooltip trigger, and the tooltip trigger should come from our components. Make sure you don't import from Radix UI, else you'll get some errors. And this tooltip trigger is going to be a link. Okay, so let's bring in link. Link should come from next link. So did I miss it? Next link. And we're going to open this up. So this is the link, should come from next link. So we have this link, we have errors because we need a href. Now this href is going to be equal to the path. Okay, so this path, remember we are mapping through these menu items, is this path. Okay, and after this we are going to have our navigation menu item. So here let's have our navigation menu item. Okay, should come from our components, and this is going to have some dynamic class names based on if we are the active route. But before we get to that, let's make sure we render the icon, and this icon should be this icon. So because we want to render it as JSX, let's quickly rename it to icon. And now we can render the icon like this, and we're going to pass this some props. We're going to first give it a size, and the size we're going to give here is 18, and we'll also style it if it's active. So this is pretty straightforward. We can just say if this is the active route, then we are going to give it this color. Otherwise we are going to give it this other color, none. Okay, yeah, we're going to fill none. Okay, and if it's active, we are going to give it this black color, so just like this, and it should be okay. So 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, and that's for it. And after the icon, so after the icon, we can now go on to give the class name that we need. We also need the tooltip content, but we're going to get to that in a second. So let's give the class name we need to this navigation menu item so we don't miss it. So we're going to have this class name, and the class name is going to be cn. Cn should come from our libs utils, and then this is going to take in the dynamic class name. So we're going to start with the class name that is always there, and that is the px of 5, also the py of 2. Give it a cursor pointer, and we're also going to give this rounded extra large, so rounded XL. And that should be it. Now for the dynamic class names, we're going to have a comma here, and then we're going to make use of this object. Okay, so what are we going to say? We're going to say dark like this. It actually has to be a string. So here we're going to say dark. On dark mode, we want to give this a BG gray of 700. Okay, and then we're going to give this a BG gray of 300. And then we're going to give it these class names when it is active. So we're going to say here is active like this. Okay, so here we're going to add again, and we can just duplicate this. And this time around, this is when we are not on the active route, so we just need this negation here. And if we are not active, we are going to give this just hover effect. So here we are going to give it on hover for the dark mode, BG gray of 600. Just to differentiate it slightly with the active one. And then on hover, we're also going to give it a BG gray of 200, also just to slightly differentiate it. Okay, and now we're going to have our tooltip content. So this is the tooltip trigger, and after the tooltip trigger, just here, we are going to have our content. So right here, let's have our tooltip content. And the tooltip content needs to come from our components. We're going to give it some class names, but here we just want to render a p tag, and we just want to have the label. So here, let's go and have the label. Okay, and now for the content, what we're going to do is to give it this styling. So here we're going to give it a class name, BG gray 500. We're also going to give it on dark mode. It should have a BG gray of 700, so BG gray of 700. And then we're going to give it a rounded extra large. Okay, and that should be it, but we also want to specify the side. So here, let's give it a side, and the side, it is our options. We're just going to give it the side of right. Okay, so we still have an error because we are not making use of the path name, and that's because do we have an error? So path name, yeah, so we have an error. This should be path name like this. And now we can save this. Okay, so we have defined this navigation component. We need to make use of it. And for us to see it, we should come right here into the chats, and right here in the page.tsx, we are going to have this. Okay, so here let's have empty fragment for now, and this chat page, I'll bring it down, and here we can have our navigation bar. Should come in from our components. Okay, and we have an error because this needs a trigger. And the trigger, if we check this, you will see that the trigger is of type React node. So this trigger we're going to provide here is just going to be this empty fragment again for now. So let's save this, and now I'm also going to close this. You can see that we have this. So this is the styling for the mobile, but if we come here, you would see now that we have this styling here, and we have this. Now the styling, to be honest, is a bit off, so let's quickly fix it. Okay, let's come to the navigation bar and see what we're currently missing. So we need to inspect the tooltip content, and here this should actually be a BG gray of 500. And now if we save this, yep, so our content should give it, let's just reload. Yeah, so this is for the tooltip content, but the route that is not active. Let's see our navigation menu item. Actually, everything was totally fine. And sometimes when you face the issue, I'm just going to quit this. Okay, you can just clear your terminal and rerun npm run dev. Okay, so you just make sure that you always clear your terminal, restart your application, and then you're going to see the changes. Okay, so after the reload, you see now this is our the way our application looks on the white mode, and then we don't have the way to toggle between the white and the dark theme currently. So this is what we have on desktop, okay, on our desktop device, and then this is what we currently have on mobile, okay, which currently looks cool. All right, so let's continue building out our application, and the next thing we are going to be working on now is to make sure that we come back to the sidebar and lay out the sidebar component. Let's continue building out our navigation bar, and the next thing we want to build out in our navigation bar after this div that we have over here. So after this div, so we need to collapse everything here. I'm just going to give ourselves more room to work with. We're going to collapse everything here, and we need to render fragments. So let's render fragment and update this. So after this div, we are going to have another div. So right here, let's have another div, and this div, we are going to give it the following class name. So we're going to give it md hidden. We are also going to give this a class name of fixed. We're going to give it a display flex, give it justify between, give it as width as vw, and give this a top of 0. Give it a top of 0, give it a left of 0, and give this a height of 20. Okay, and we're going to give this a z of 10, give this a px of 5, and give this a bg white. And on dark state, we want to give this a bg slate of 950. All right, so that's the class name for this, and here we want to have again our navigation menu. So let's have our navigation menu, and this is going to take an orientation of horizontal, and here we close up the navigation menu, and the navigation menu is going to take a navigation menu list. So let's have our navigation menu list, and this navigation menu list is going to take the navigation menu item, navigation menu item like this. And now we need our dialog component, okay, because we want to display a dialog. And now we can come back to the Shadcn UI documentation, and here we want to look for dialog. So right here we want to take this dialog component and install it inside of our project. So I'm just going to copy the installation command via npm, come back to our project here, open up a menu. I'm going to quit this and paste this in to install. Now while that's installing, we can already try to import the dialog, and the dialog, not this. should come from UI Dialog. Okay, so I'm gonna update the imports. Give me a second. Let me update this to come from @/components. All right, and now we come inside of this dialog, and this dialog is going to take a navigation menu item, and this navigation menu item is going to take the orientation. Sorry, not the navigation menu item, a navigation menu, which is going to take a horizontal, a vertical, not dialog, which is going to take a vertical orientation. And here we are going to close up the navigation menu. So here, so after the navigation menu, let's have our dialog trigger, and the dialog trigger should come from our components, and this dialog trigger is going to be the avatar. Okay, so we also need the avatar component. Let's quickly get it from Shadcn UI. Come over here and bring in the avatar component, and let's install it. So I'm going to copy this and put this right inside of our project, and then I'm going to copy this avatar component. Okay, we are going to replace the content in a while, but for now we can just bring in the avatar component and bring in the imports. Okay, now the installation is done. I'm quickly going to restart the application and give it a reload. Okay, so let me quickly update this to come from @/components and then UI avatar. Okay, and after that we need to bring in the avatar image, and the avatar image should come from our components, as well as the avatar fallback. Avatar fallback should also come from our components. Now we can update this already to be user, whereas for now we don't have this source. Okay, and this is the dialog trigger, and after the dialog trigger we need the dialog content. So here let's have our dialog content, and the dialog content is going to come from our components, and this content is going to be the profile dialog content. So here let's have our profile dialog content, and this profile dialog content is going to cause us errors because currently we don't have this profile dialog content. So let's save this, and just for now we're going to come back to it, come to the components, and here have the profile -dialog -content.tsx. So profile dialog content. Okay, and then we can get rid of the react.js import, and straight up we are going to now import this. Should come from /components @/components profile dialog content. Okay, so now let's save this, and if we come over to the desktop, now we see this, and for now we don't see the avatar, and the reason why we don't see the avatar is simply because this is hidden on medium devices but visible on smaller devices. Okay, so here on smaller devices we see the user avatar, okay, but we don't see it when we come over to this layout. Okay, and if we click on this, we see the dialog, the profile dialog content. Super cool. All right, so after this, now we want the dialog that is going to be visible on the desktop, okay, because this one is hidden, and for that we can collapse this and also collapse this initially. So now this other div is meant to be in the middle. Okay, so here we're going to have this div, and we're going to give this div a class name of md block, and that's because we want it to be hidden. Okay, and in here we're going to have our dialog, and dialog is already imported, and then we're going to have our navigation menu. So navigation menu, and after which we are going to give this a horizontal or vertical, and right here we are going to close the navigation menu. Okay, and then we're going to have the dialog trigger. So here let's have our dialog trigger, and the dialog trigger is already imported, and this trigger is going to be the same avatar. So let's quickly copy this avatar from here and make use of it right here. Okay, and after that, this is the dialog trigger. We need the dialog content. So here let's have the same, our dialog content, which is going to be the profile dialog content. So now if we come over to the desktop, we see the user profile here. Okay, so if we are seeing this here, Actually this shouldn't be positioned here, so let's inspect our JSX, and the reason is because I'm just going to collapse this. This is the first div we have here, and now this other div, sorry about that, just go on and cut this div with the MD block, and this other div should be positioned right in here like this. Okay, so make sure this is positioned here, and you see now it is right here where it should be. Now if we go and click on this, you see the profile dialog, and if you come over to the mobile, you see it right here, and over here you see it right here. So this is the complete JSX. Again, if you missed it at any point, please make sure you copy the code base from the GitHub and just paste it in here, and you'll get the same look as I have over here. Okay, so let's proceed, and after this you will see now that the sidebar is still missing a whole lot of content, and the reason why we aren't working on this sidebar yet is because the content that we need to work with is majorly dynamic, so we don't want to start working with some seed data. Okay, so what's going to happen is we're going to start working on the profile dialog content, and after this profile dialog content, then we're going to start working on authentication. All right, so before we start working on the continue working on the profile dialog content, let's make sure that we are making use of this trigger that we imported right here. So where is it? This trigger that we are importing right here. So copy this trigger, and this trigger needs to be rendered just you see this has a display of flex, so just after this navigation menu right here, we should go on and render that trigger. Okay, so for now we don't see it because we're passing empty fragments, but we're going to see where this comes into play. So what is going to happen is come over to the profile dialog content. Now let's get started with our profile dialog content, which is this content we have over here. And for this, we want to have a list of status that we are going to display. So this is going to be an array, and an array where we're going to have these. So I'm just going to paste this in here. So these are the status that we are going to give to the user. So speak freely encrypted. It could be any text of your choice. Okay, so because each user is going to have the chance to update their status. Okay, so let's continue, and the next thing we want to get is the theme. So we're going to be destructuring this from the use theme. Use theme should be imported from Nextjs, and from here you want to go on and bring in the set theme function. So let's bring it in because we're going to have the option to toggle or to set our theme. Okay, so what next? We're going to also come right here, and let's start building out the JSX, and we need a card. So let's come over here to Shadcn UI. Just gonna zoom out a bit and come over to card, and right here we want to install. So I'm going to copy this, and we can run the installation. So I'll quit the server and paste this in. Okay, so that's all we need for now, and we're gonna see if we need more. So right here, let's bring in the card. The card should come in from our components UI. So as always, I'm going to quickly update this and bring this down here. All right, this card we are going to, okay, we're going to first have a div. So let's have a div, and inside this div, then we're going to have the card, and this card is going to have the class name of border 0 like this. And here we're going to have the card content. So the card content is first going to be the card title. So the card title also needs to be imported, and it's going to have the text of profile. And after the card title, we are going to have another div, and this div is going to display an avatar component. So I think we've used avatar component somewhere here. So we want to copy the avatar component, which is this. So I'm just going to copy this avatar, which is going to come from the navigation bar. Okay, because for now we don't have the dynamic content to use in this case. And I'm also going to bring in the avatar imports from at component. So right here we can bring in the avatar component. Okay, so this is it, and if we save this, we should see the profile text, and that is if we have our application up and running. So let's restart our application and reload over here. So after this, we want to have another div. So just right after this card, we want to have another div, and this div, we should give it a class name. This div is going to have a class name of flex flex scroll, and it's also going to have a gap y of 6. And inside this div, we are going to come right here and have another div, and this div is going to have the class name of flex items center and space x of 2. Space x2 like this. So let's have a preview. You can just click here and you see the profile, and you also see the avatar right here. So let's save this and continue building out our project. What next we're going to have right in here is user round. User round should be brought in from Lucid React, and we can save this. Okay, and after this user round, we are going to have an input. I don't think we have installed the input component yet, so let's bring it in. I'm just going to zoom out and come here so we can bring in the input component, and from here, where is it? Yeah, the input component, copy the installation via npm, and we can now paste it in here. So let the installation run, and now we can try to bring in the input. I don't think we have it yet. We can already bring it in from here, so I'm just going to duplicate one of these, and this is going to be UI input like this, and from here we are going to bring input. Okay, so now we have the input, and if we save this, we see the input right here. Okay, so what's going to happen is this avatar that we have here, we need to style it, let it pop a little. So we're going to give it a height of 20 and also a width of 20 like this, so that it pops up a little. And this is going to have a class name of flex, and give it a flex call, and then we want to give it a space y of 4. Cool, now we have some spacing. And here where we have the input, we can also add a margin top of 2 right here, and let's say 4. Cool. All right, so let's continue building out the input. And actually, for this, before we continue, I want to give it an mx of ortho so that we can have it right in the center. Cool. Okay, so now we can focus on the input component, and this input is going to be disabled. Okay, and it's going to have a placeholder, and the placeholder is going to be the, we can say, name. Okay, and then the value of this is going to be dynamic, which we don't have yet. So for now, we can just say username. Okay, so username is the placeholder we are going to have here. Okay, and after that, let's give this some class names. We are going to give this a class name of border none, outline none. Okay, and give it a ring of 0. Okay, so these class names, and we can save. And after this input, we have this user round, we have this input, and so right after this div that we have here, we are going to have a separator. So we don't have the separator component installed. That means we can come over here to separator, and we can copy in the installation command and also bring this right in here. Okay, so we're going to wait, allow that to install, and here we can bring in the separator component, which should come in from our components UI separator. And quickly, I'm just going to components like this and take the Lucid React right over to the top. Okay, so let's continue. We have the separator here, and after this separator, then we can save this. Okay, and here's the separator. So after this separator, we want to display another div. Okay, so here we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have a class name of flex items center justify center space x of 5 like this. And inside this div, we are going to have a paragraph text, which is just going to say manage your account. Okay, and we can save this. Now this manage your account text makes sense, but then we need a button which is going to be dynamic. Okay, now this button is going to be coming in from our authentication. It's going to come in from our authentication, which is Clerk, so our authentication library. But for now, we're just going to have this user button here. Okay, so after this div, we are going to have another separator. So after this div right here, we are going to have another separator, and we can save this. Okay, so after this, we can now have a dialog. I don't think we have the Shadcn dialog. Let's see. Okay, we do. So let's bring in the dialog component, and here I'm going to update this to come from @/components. UI dialog. Okay, and here in the dialog we are going to bring in the dialog trigger. So here let's bring in the dialog trigger, and this dialog trigger needs to come in from our components. And what is going to trigger this dialog? We want to send a friend request. So here we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have a class name of flex items center space x of 2, and inside this div we want to have the user round search should come in from Lucid React. And then we are going to have a paragraph text which is going to say send friend request. And now if we save this, we should see the content here. So send friend request. Now clicking on it, we don't have the dialog content, so let's have the dialog content here. We are going to have the dialog content should come in from our component, and the content of this dialog is going to be a form where we can go on to send the actual request. So we haven't built out our form yet. Let's do that right here. We are going to first of all install the form component coming from Shadcn UI. So here let's look for form, and we want to come down and copy the installation and come back to our application. So open a new terminal and paste this in, or you can just quit this terminal. I'm actually going to quit it so that once this is done, we can reload to make sure that all the packages that have been installed works fine. So we're going to give this a second for it to install, and now it is done. We can npm run dev to restart our application, and I'm going to give it a reload while it restarts. So the first thing we want to do is to have a schema. So const add friend form schema, and this is going to be a Zod object. So we're going to be using Zod for validation, and we should have automatically been installed whilst we installed the Shadcn input. If you're not getting the auto import, you can just come here and import Z from Zod. Okay, so that's the library, the Zod library. And now we can make use of this. So we're going to say this is going to be a Zod object. So Z.object. And this object is going to define the schema on how our form is going to look like. In this case, it's just going to have an email. And then we can have some validation by saying this email is going to be of type string, and is going to have a minimum. We're going to use .email, but for now we want to have a minimum, and the minimum is going to be 1. And now we can have another object, and this object can contain a message property, and this message is going to be displayed when the validation is not met. So in this case, we can just say email is required. And after this, we want to also go on and chain .email to the end. So here we're going to chain .email, and I'm going to give us more room so that we can see the complete text. So email z.string.mean, and now we have .email at the end. So this is all for our form schema, and now we need to build out our form based on this schema. And doing that, we can come here and say const form, and form is going to be equal to use form. Now use form should be imported from React hook form, and this was also installed when we installed the Shadcn form component library. Okay, so this use form is going to take in the type of form we want to build here, and that means we want to give it a schema, and the schema is, we're going to say z.infer, and it's going to infer from our type of, and the type of what? So we're going to have a type of add friend form schema, and inside this object we can now define what the schema looks like. First, we're going to have a resolver, and this resolver is going to be the Zod resolver. So Zod resolver needs to be imported. So Zod resolver. And if we don't get the import, we are going to bring it in manually, and we're going to say add friend form schema. And lastly, we can also bring in the default values, and default values is an object. We have just email, and email we're going to say is an empty string. So let's bring in Zod resolver. We're going to copy it, and right here we want to bring in Zod resolver, which will be coming in from at hook form resolvers /Zod. Okay, so that's the where it should be coming in. And now we have our form. We can now make use of our form and build out this dialog content over here. Actually, before we build out this content, let's just have the onSubmit as well, so that we know that we just have it. So we're going to call this async function. This async function, we can give it a name of onSubmit, and it's going to take in params. So the params we're going to take is going to be of type z.infer, and this is going to infer from our type of add friend form schema. Now we know that this is going to be an object, hence we can just destructure email from here. And what we can do when this form gets submitted is, just for now, we are going to log the email to the console. All right, so now we can build out the form content, the dialog content, and this dialog content is going to be our form, and this form should not come from React hook form. This should come from our own UI form. So where is it? Here. Let's update this to come from @/component. And the reason why I always try to update is because it's easier to just copy and paste, and we don't have to always manually get the path. Okay, so this is our form, and this form is going to take in, we need to spread the form that we just mapped out, and right in here we are going to have our form, which is going to be the normal HTML form. And this form is going to take a class name, and the class name is going to be space y8. And inside this form we are going to also have the onSubmit. Okay, so here we're going to have the onSubmit, and the onSubmit is going to call form.handleSubmit, and is going to call our own onSubmit, and automatically the email is going to be passed to our own onSubmit that we wrote right up. So inside this form we need a form field, so let's also bring in form field, and form field should come from our components UI form, and this form field is going to be a self-closing. This form field is going to take a form control, which is going to be form.control, and also it is going to take in the name, and the name is going to be, you see we already have auto completion for email, and we have a render function. Now this render function needs to render JSX, and we are going to render a form item, and form item needs to be brought in from our components UI form, and you see the form item isn't self-closing, so it's going to take in children. So this render function automatically takes some properties, the field state, and the form state, but in this case we need the field. And right in here in the form item we are going to have our form label, and this form label should come from our components UI form, and we can just give it a label of email. So to be sure everything works fine up until this point, let's save this and try to come here and take a look at the dialog content, and if you click on this we see email. Cool. So after this email we want to go on and have our form control. So right here let's have our form control. Form control needs to be brought in from our components UI form, and this form control is going to take in this input, and this input is going to be self-closing. We want to disable it based on some action, and we want to also give it a placeholder. This placeholder is going to be friend@email.com, and for now we are just going to say disabled true, and again this is going to be dynamic. So for now we're just going to hard code true. It's going to be disabled when we are submitting the form, and the reason why I'm setting it to true is so that we remember to the states there, and this is going to spread out the field. Okay, and lastly, on two more components we can use here is the form description. So we're going to come here and bring in the form description, which will also come in from our components UI form, and this form description is going to have the text of add a friends, or you can say enter your friend, and then we can just use this like this. So enter your friend's email to send a friend request, and we had one too many like over here. Okay, so this is our form description, and after this form description we are going to have after the form description we can have the form message, and if there's an error, automatically the error is going to come right inside this form message. And lastly we need a button. So right outside this form field we can now render a button, and this button I think was added for us when we added the form. So it's going to be of type submit, and it's going to have the text send friend request, or we can just say submit like this. And also this button is going to be disabled based on some states that we don't have. So for now we are going to hard code it to true, and this should be submit over here. So this is our form, but the button and the form is disabled currently, but we are going to be fixing that. And after this dialog content that we have, we are going to have a separator. So right after this dialog we want to have a separator, and if we save we are going to see the separator right here, and this separator is to now enable the user to view the friend request that they have. So now we are also going to have a dialog. Let's also make use of the dialog, and this is going to have the dialog trigger, and the dialog trigger is going to be this div, and this div is going to have a class name of flex items center and space x of 2, and we are going to have a handshake component. So here let's have a handshake which will come in from Lucid React, and now we're going to have this paragraph which is going to say view friend request. So it's going to give the user the opportunity to view the friend request. Okay, so now if we save this, we see this view friend request. For now, we don't have any dialog content. So as you know, the dialog content is obviously going to be dynamic. So, but for now, we can just have this dialog content, which is going to show this paragraph and say no friend request yet. Okay, and we can style this paragraph. Come over here, give this paragraph a class name, and the class name is going to be text extra large. We're also going to give it a class name of text center. We're also going to give it a font of bold like this, and when we save this, we see no friend request yet. Okay, so this is the default that we have when there's no friend request, and obviously this is going to be dynamic when we have friend requests to show. All right, so after this dialog, next we're going to have another separator. The next thing we're going to work on is a dialog, which is going to give the user the opportunity to update the status. So remember, we have this status array that we defined up here. So what is going to happen is, let's come right here. So down below, after the separator, we are going to have a dialog component. So we're going to have a dialog, and this dialog is going to be closing itself here. Now this dialog is going to be taking in some state props where we're going to use to manage the dialog visibility status. And the reason we are doing like this is because we're going to be submitting a form, and when we submit the form for updating status, we want to close the dialog. And in that regard, let's come right here at the top, and we need to import useState from React. So here, let's bring in useState, and useState is going to be coming in from React. And as always, I will copy this and move it right up here. So here, let's define the variables. This is going to be update status dialog, update status dialog, and we're going to have the set update status dialog. Okay, and now what's going to happen is we come down to the dialog, and now we're going to have the open state. The open state is going to be equal to the what did we call it, update status dialog, and then we're going to have the on open change, and the on open change is going to be equal to set. So it's going to be equal to this function. We have to call it, and we can call set update dialog status dialog, and give it a value which is going to be the inverse of the update status dialog. So this is what we have. And why do we have an error here? Type true is not assignable to set state. So give me a second. So yeah, so this is going to have a default state of false, and with that we should no longer have any errors. So let's define the dialog content. We're going to start with the dialog trigger. So here we're going to have the dialog trigger, and this dialog trigger is going to be this div, and this div is going to have an icon which is going to be pencil. Pencil needs to be imported from Lucid React, and here we want to have the current status. So here we're going to say display current status. This is also going to be dynamic. So we're going to display current status right here, and I'm just going to wrap it like this. Okay, and because we have this pencil, if we save it, we should see it right here. So you see it's not properly aligned, and for us to align it, we're going to give this display of flex, and we're going to give it items center, and we're going to give it a space x of 2, not px. We're going to give it a space x of 2. All right, and now it should be properly aligned. And after the dialog trigger, up next we're going to have our dialog content. So here, let's define our dialog content, and our dialog content is going to be a text area. And this text area is going to be coming in from Lucid React. So let's quickly adjust this, and here we are going to see the text area, and this is what we get. Okay, so this text area. Okay, so we're going to copy the installation via npm and come back to our project, and we can quit our terminal and install it. So we can already bring it in. I'm just going to come here, or let's see if we get the auto import. I'm going to come here and define the text area, and it comes in, but it comes in from components UI text area. So right here, I'm going to adjust this for both the button and now for the text. It should come from @components UI text area and the button UI button. Okay, so now we have the text area. We need to give it a placeholder. The placeholder is definitely going to be the current status, but because we don't have it yet, we're going to just use this as a placeholder. And after that, we are going to give it some class names, and the class name we are going to give this is a resize none, and we are also going to give it a height of 48. And after that, we are also going to give this a value, and the value is going to be the current status. Now we don't have the value yet, so we can just use this status like this as a value, and it should be fine. Okay, so this is also going to be dynamic. And after that, we need the onChange, and onChange we are going to have status and set status state. So what's going to happen is we can come right here and just right at the top here where we manage the state for the model, we can also have the state for the status. So call here status, and here set status is going to be equal to useState, and by default let's just give it a default of an empty string. And now we can come right below here, and for the onChange we are going to call this function which is going to set the status. And here we're going to get the event, and that means we can set this to event.target.value, not validity.value, like this. Okay, and this now can have the status as the default value, which is going to be an empty string. All right, so this is for our text area, and after this text area we are going to have a div. So here let's have a div, and let's restart our application so that we can have a preview. And I'm just going to reload it. So here we're going to have this div, and this div is going to map through our different status. So we're going to say statuses.map, and we're going to get each status, and we are going to return. So for return we can use parentheses, and inside the parentheses we want to return this paragraph tag. And because we're in a map, we know that we need to provide a key. Now this key is going to be equal to the status, so the status text, and we can give this some class names. And the class name we are going to give this is px of 2, we're going to give it a py of 3, and on hover we want to give this a bg gray of 100. We are going to give this on a dark variant. We want it to have on hover bg gray of 700, so bg gray of 700. And we're going to give this rounded md and cursor pointer like this. So this is for the status. And next we need to have an onClick event here. So onClick we are going to call this function which is going to set the status to the status, and in here we just want to go on and render the status. So now if we save this, everything should be fine. We can just give this a reload, and here we see this. And now if we click on this, we see the text area, and once we click on this, it updates the status here. Super cool. And we also need a button, because if we click on this we need a button which is going to save this. Okay, so what is going to happen is just right after this div where we map through the status, we are going to have our button, and this button is going to have some dynamic functionality. First off, it's going to be disabled until we have the ability to change this disabled state. Okay, and the type is going to be equal to button like this. It also needs an onClick which is going to call a function to update the status. We don't have that yet. And it is also going to, for now, just need a class name, and the class name is going to be margin left of auto, and it's going to have a width fit. And lastly, we can give it a bg primary main. Remember the main that we had in our Tailwind config. So this is our button, and the reason why it's far to the right is because of this margin left auto that we provided here. So that's why it's ml auto. Okay, so that's it for the button. And after this we are now going to have our theming functionality. So right after this dialog, let's bring in our separator, and now we can cover this up, and we're going to say our separator. So now after the separator we need a toggle, and for the toggle let's come over back to Shadcn UI, and here we can look for toggle, or I think the toggle group. Yeah, so the toggle group. And to install this, let's come over here, copy this via npm, and we're going to run the CLI. So right here we're going to quit this, and we can paste this in here for the installation. And I will just okay, I will leave the zoom. Okay, so let's bring in the toggle group, and this toggle group should come from components UI toggle, and let's restart our application, and I will just come right to the top, and as always just update this import that we have over here. So now we have the toggle group. We have an error because it needs a type prop, and the type of this is going to be single, and this can also take the variant, and the variant is going to be outline. Okay, so now we have our toggle group. Let's have our toggle group item. So here we're going to have our toggle group item, and this toggle group item should come from our components, and this is going to take the items. So the first thing we're going to have here is the class name. Let's give this a class name, and the class name is going to be flex, and give it a space x of 3. And the reason we're giving it flex is because right here we're going to we have this error because it needs a value. So this value we are going to provide here value, and the value is going to be equal to light. So here we're going to have light like this, and it's totally fine. And right in here, let's have our two elements. We are going to have a p tag, a p that is going to have the value of light because it's going to be the toggle for the light mode, and for that we are going to have this sun, which should come in from Lucid React, and we can close this up. Now if we save this, we should see the toggle right here at the bottom. If we have our application up and running, we should see it right here. So let's quickly reload that, and while it reloads, we can bring this toggle group item 2 more times. So I'm going to bring it down 2 more times, and this is going to be for the dark, and the value of this is not going to be light, the value is going to be dark. And the icon we are going to make use of here is the sun moon, and sun moon should come from Lucid React. And lastly, this is going to be for the system settings. So here we're going to have system, and the value isn't going to be light, the value is going to be system, and this is not going to be sun. We're going to use laptop minimal. So laptop minimal should come from Lucid React. Now if we save this, and let's see the value system, so everything is okay. If we click here and we it doesn't click, I don't know why. So let me quickly reload and try to click here, and now we see the light, the dark, and also the system. Now clicking on them obviously does nothing yet, rather make it highlighted. So for us to add the functionality, remember that we brought in this set theme from useTheme, and useTheme came from the Nextjs library. So where is it? This useTheme from Nextjs. So what is going to happen is right here, let's start with the light. What is going to happen is we can have an onClick, and on click we need to call this the set theme function. So set theme, and this set theme function is going to take the value, and the value we are going to pass, you see it doesn't give us an idea, but we are going to pass the value of light in here. Now we can copy this function and use it for the dark, and also use it for the system. And once we come here and give this a value of dark, and we can also come here and give this a value of system, we can save this. And now if we click on light, we are on the light mode. If we click on dark, you see our dark mode, our dark theme gets activated, and everything works fine on both the mobile and the desktop. We can use the system preferences, which in my case is light, so everything works as fine. Now we have that setup done. We are now going to continue or go over to the authentication aspect of our application. And once we have our, so this is where our application is currently. And once we have our authentication, we can now display the username, display the user profile, display the user button, handle friend request, view friend request, and display the current status, and obviously the ability to display to update the status. So let's continue with the authentication aspect. So in setting up our database, we are going to come over to a new browser, and the reason why I'm coming over to a new browser is because you would need to authenticate yourself via GitHub. So Google Convex.js, and the website is convex.dev, so the convex.dev, and you want to authenticate. So I'm going to click on login here, and you give this a second for it to log you into the application, and I am automatically redirected into the dashboard. Now if you don't have an account, you will be prompted to authenticate yourself via GitHub. So do go on and authenticate. And next we want to, we see here I have a project that I use for testing, and we can create a project here. But what's going to happen is we want to look for the tutorial on this support, and once you click, this pop-up comes and you can see the Convex documentation. So docs.convex.dev, and right here you want to come over to the quick stats. Click on the quick stats and you want to look for Next.js. So click on Next.js. And once you click on Next.js, you would see that the first thing we need to do is to create a Next app. So we already have a Next.js application. The next thing we need to do is to install Convex into the application. So copy this npm Convex, install Convex, come back to your application, quit your terminal, and run the installation. So I'm going to come here, bring this up and paste this in npm install Convex. And as the installation goes on, the next thing we would like to do is to set up a Convex development environment, and that's by running this npx convex dev. So let's copy this, and running this command does some things. It goes on to prompt you to log in with GitHub and then create a project and save your production and deployment URLs. And then it will also create a Convex folder for you where we are going to be writing our backend APIs function in the dev command. The dev command will help you to continue running the application and sync. So this dev command we are running, we should keep it running as much as we have our application. So it's going to, help us to keep as we make changes to sync it with our database. So now let's run the npx convex dev command and wait for the prompts that we were promised we are going to get. So I'm going to give this a second. And now we'd like to configure by using a new project. So enter new project. And what is the project name? I'm going to give it the name of Signal clone. The prompt was, the suggestion was very much okay. So choose the name of your project and hit enter. Now this is going to create the project. And now you see we have the Convex folder. So if you come here to the folder, if you come here, you will see here that we have this new Convex folder. And also if we check our env.local right here, you see that it gave us this Convex deployment, which is this because I authenticated via GitHub. And we also see this next public Convex URL that is right here. All right, so now we have this. We can come back to the dashboard. We need to create a sample data, but no worries, we are going to be doing all of these, explores the database query. So this just gives us some helpful guide. But let's come back to our dashboard, and now we see our Signal clone project. So you should see your Signal clone project here, and once you click on it, this is going to take you to the actual project. Okay, and here in the project you're going to see tables, and tables are collections or representation of your data model. You're going to see them here. You also have functions, you also have files and schedules, and also importantly we are going to see logs. We're going to be making use of these logs as we continue with our application. So open up your terminal. Now we need to run our project, and we also need to keep this Convex up and running. Okay, so what's going to happen, you can click plus, and this is going to be your Convex, and this is going to be your dev. So you can come here, which is for your Convex. You can rename this to be Convex. You can also right click and change the color and choose any color that is suitable for you to know that this is, and now this is for our dev script. So we can also change the name to be dev like this, and also change the color, give it any color that you can recognize with. All right, so now we have this. We know that anything Convex related, we are going to be switching the tabs like this. So now let's continue and set up the authentication library we are going to be making use of, which is Clerk authentication. In setting up our Clerk, I'm going to open a new tab, and here you can just Google search for Clerk. And right here, I'm just going to click on this, and it doesn't open up. For some reason, the Clerk doesn't really open up for me. So I'm just going to click on this Clerk dashboard, and navigating the dashboard, I'm prompted to sign in. So I'm going to authenticate myself via Google and give this a second. You should now be in the dashboard. And right here, you want to do some things. The first thing you want to do is to create an application. So this is the application I have for testing. I'm just going to zoom out so that I'm more like on the desktop screen, and then I'm going to click on create application. Now we need to give this application a name, and for this I'm going to give this a name of Signal-clone, and it just gives you a helpful preview. And for the authentication providers, you see that we have a host of authentication providers. Now to keep this simple, we are just going to be making use of the Google authentication right in our project, and now we can click on create application. Now we give this a second for it to load up. We are brought right in the dashboard, and automatically we have these different guides that we can use over here. But in our case, we are making use of npm. So of Next.js. So for Next.js, we need to install this in our terminal. So let's copy this and come back to our next project. And right here in our project, we just want to add a new terminal, and we can rename this to installation. Okay, so we can just rename this, and also I just changed the color to to this color I use. Then I'm going to paste this in here, and this is going to install Clerk. So next we need to do is to set up our environment variables, and that is coming into our env.local and pasting in all these keys. So right here we need to come over to your .env.local, and you need to paste in these keys, which is your next public Clerk publishable key, and also your next secret, your Clerk secret key. So go on and save this, and next thing we need to do is to also update our middleware.ts file. So copy this and come right here, and you might be wondering, where does your middleware, does it come in here? You see here it also gives you a hint that your middleware should come in your project source directory. So in your root project or your source directory if you're using the source folder. So we are using the source directory, and our middleware should come here. So here we should have our middleware.ts file, and after that we can now paste this in. We don't need to make any change here, everything is totally okay. This is going to go and protect our pages, and now we are going to give it a save. Now the next thing we need to do is to add a Clerk provider to our application. Now this Clerk provider is also going to be we're going to be making use of the Convex provider, so we're going to see how it works. So for now we are going to skip that, and now that's all, and you can continue to the next dev guide. So now in order for us to integrate Convex into our application and sync it with Clerk, we can come back to the Convex Next.js quick start, and right here if you scroll further down, you will see we have this authentication section, and here we have different authentication providers. We can click on Clerk, so Convex and Clerk, and now it tells us that we need to go up and sign up for Clerk, which we have done, and we need to create an application in Clerk, which we have done. Now one thing we haven't done is to create a JWT secret. Now in the JWT template section of the Clerk dashboard, we need to go on and create a new JWT secret, and you see here we do not rename the JWT token. It must be called Convex. Okay, so with that in mind, let's come back here to our Clerk, and right here we want to go over to JWT templates. So here where we have JWT templates, click on it, and now we need to create a new template. And now it's telling us the template to get started. We want to look for Convex, so go on and choose Convex, and once you choose Convex, the name, as I said, must be Convex. So right here we don't need to do any other thing. We just copy this issuer that we have here, and every other thing can remain the same, and then we just click on save. Okay, so now let's click on save. I think we have everything saved, which is this Convex, and what is going to happen is I'm going to just put this here so that we can come back to the documentation. Now right here in the documentation, after we get the create a JWT secret, we need to create auth.config.ts. okay, and to do that, you see it needs your issuer URL, which is the URL that we just copied from our Clerk. So what's going to happen is come over to your Convex, and in your Convex you need to create the auth.config.ts file. So right here we can just open this up. Now inside this Convex we need to create an auth.config.ts file, and right here we are going to paste in this our issuer URL. Okay, and then we can come back here and copy this here. So let's just copy this and paste it right in here, and then we can copy this URL and replace this URL that we have over here. So we're going to paste it in here like this. If we come back here after this, we need to deploy our changes. So npx convex dev, this is our Convex, the Convex should be up and running, and it's now up and running. So I'm just going to quit this and restart this, so to make sure that it starts running with the latest changes. Okay, so let's give this a second to spin up, and if we've done everything correctly up until this point, you should not have any errors here. So we're going to give this a second to deploy, and Convex functions ready, so we no longer have any issues. But that's not all that we need to do. So I'm going to save this, and if this is still here, maybe if we refresh it would go. But the next thing we want to do is to come back to the documentation, and right here in the documentation we need to install Clerk. I think we have npm install Clerk React. So in case we haven't, let's copy this and come back right here, come over to our installation section and paste this into install Clerk and also Clerk React. So now we have that installed. We have our API keys, which is our Clerk publishable key. We already have that right in here. If we check your env, you have your Clerk secret key and your next public Clerk publishable key. So that's done. We need to skip all the way and come to the next, which is configure Clerk provider with Clerk. Okay, so we need to create this Clerk provider, and does it give us? Nope, it doesn't really give us, but this is this Clerk provider. Let's create it. So what's going to happen is we are going to come, I'm going to close all. Okay, I'm going to close all, and right here, and where we have our source, we have our providers, we are going to be creating a new convex -client and -provider.tsx. Okay, and here we need to mark this as a client component, making use of the use client directive, and we need to have our const, and we're going to call this convex client provider. And this is going to take in children, and this is going to be returning some JSX. So taking children, and here it's going to return JSX. So this should also be const, and we can come right here and export default, and we're going to export default the convex client provider. Now we're going to say this is of type FC. FC should come in from React, and here we're going to say this functional component is going to take in children, and this children is going to be of type React node, and React node should be imported from React, and that means right here we can destructure the children props here. Okay, so right here let's return our Clerk provider. So here we need to bring in Clerk provider, and if we don't have the autocomplete, let's bring it in ourselves. So here we need to import all of this, which will be coming in from @clerk/clerk react. Now this is the Clerk provider, so we need to bring it in. We also need to bring in the use auth, and we also need to bring in the sign in button, so sign in button here. And we also need to bring in something from convex react Clerk. So here we need to import this, and this will be coming in from convex -react Clerk. Okay, so convex /react -Clerk, and this is going to be our convex provider, with Clerk. Okay, and we need to bring in 3 more, so let's bring it in. We are going to come here, and we're going to be importing all of these. That will be coming in from convex /react. Now where is this? This is authenticated, not auth loading, authenticated. We also need to bring in the convex react client. So here let's have convex react client, and we need to bring in on authenticated like this. And that's about all. So here we're going to have our clock provider, and this clock provider, we have this error because it needs the publishable key, and this publishable key we need to bring it from our environment variable, and let's not forget to have our return here. So right here let's bring in the convex URL, convex _URL, and the convex URL is going to be coming in from our process.env, and we are going to have our next public convex URL. So let's not make any errors. Let's come over to our env.local, and this is the next public convex URL. We're going to paste it in here and add the exclamation at the end, convex URL. Okay, so after this we are going to have another variable, which is our Clerk publishable key. So here we're going to have our const Clerk _publishable key. Yeah, our publishable key is going to be this publishable key here. So next public Clerk publishable key, and that's the value that we use here. And now we need to initialize convex. So here we're going to say const convex, and convex is going to be equal to a new convex convex react client. So this is going to take in the convex URL, which is this URL that we have over here. All right, so now this publishable key is going to be our Clerk CLERK. So this is going to be our Clerk publishable key, like this. And in here we need to come and return the convex provider with client. So let's bring it in, cover convex provider with Clerk. And here we need to give it two props. The first prop we need to provide is a client, and the client is going to be equal to convex, so this convex that we initialized right here. And the next is going to be the use auth, and this use auth is going to be equal to use auth. Now this use auth, we imported it from Clerk React. Okay, and now we need to wrap our children props in here, and that is authenticated. So here we're going to have authenticated, and if we are authenticated, then we want to go on and return children. Okay, so how about when we are not authenticated? If we are not authenticated, we want to render the sign in button. So for unauthenticated states, we are going to have our sign in button. Now once we save this, nothing is going to work because we need to wrap our entire application with this convex client provider that we just created. And the best place for that to happen is our layout, because we want to protect our entire application. Now for that, we need to come right here in the source folder where we have the app, and right here where we have the app, we want to come over to the layout. And here in the layout, which is our overall layout, we have our tooltip provider, we have our theme provider. So we're just going to cut our theme provider, and after that we are going to have our convex client provider, and our convex client provider is what we just created, and that is going to be coming in from our providers library here. So with this change, if we just save this, come back to your application and just save this, you will see that automatically we should no longer be in /chat, we should be redirected. That's if we have our application up and running. No, we don't have our application up and running, so we're going to have restart our dev server and reload this. Once this reloads, you would see that automatically status should fail. It's trying to compile /chats, and let's see what happens. We should not be allowed to be in the chats because for now we are not authenticated. So you see it compiled successfully actually. We don't see anything yet, so let's give this another reload and give this a second. And now you see we are in sign in. So even though it's compiled this /chats, but you see here that we are authenticated, we are not authenticated, we don't see the content, and it kicks us to sign in route instead. And if we try to authenticate, let's give it a second, we are redirected to the authentication page, and now we can authenticate ourselves via Google. You click sign up, it's more or less the same page. But before we go on to authenticate ourselves, let's just come back to localhost, and in localhost 3000 actually, before we authenticate, we should see the sign in button. Now the reason why I didn't authenticate is because I want us to enable webhooks right here in Clerk. So what's going to happen is come over to your Clerk, and right here in your Clerk, I'm just going to click on the webhooks section. So click on webhooks, and for me to get rid of this annoying unchanged changes here, I'm just going to reload it, and now it leaves. Okay, so right here we need to enable webhooks, and to enable webhooks, come over to this webhooks section, and now we need to add an endpoint. So click on this add endpoint, and you need the endpoint URL. You can also give it some description, but for us to get the URL, let's come back to our convex, and right here in our convex app, not the documentation, you want to come over to your settings, and here in settings you want to come over to your, let's see, to URL and deploy key. Now you're going to click on this drop down to show your deployment credentials, and this is going to show you your deployment URL. Okay, so what you want to happen is, and then this URL here is for your HTTP actions URL. Now we want to work with HTTP actions, so we're going to copy this HTTP actions URL, to go on and copy this, and this URL for HTTP actions is what we are going to be providing to Clerk. Now this is going to need a path that we are going to create. So this is the domain, and we need a path. So the path we are going to give this is any name. So Clerk auth users webhook. Okay, now this Clerk Auth users, we should remember the name, and we can just save it somewhere in our application because the route has to match whatever you name this Clerk Auth users webhook. So it has to match, and you can give it some description if you like. And now we need to create events that we are going to subscribe to. We don't want to subscribe to all events. We just want to subscribe to user authentication events. So for the event, you have a list of events, but in this case, we can just use the filter, or you can scroll over here to where you have users. So for user created at, user delete, and user updated. So these are the 4 events, or you can just filter here for user and make sure you have all 4 created. Now you have the 4 events selected. We want to go on and click on create, and this is going to create the webhook for us that we are going to be practicing with. Okay, and now this also gives us our sign-in secret. We can copy this sign-in secret that we have over here, so make sure you have it copied, and we are going to store it in our env. So come over to env, and I'm going to quit this because whenever we make changes to our environment variable, we also want to restart our application. So this is going to be our Clerk webhook underscore secret, and the value is going to be equal to this value that we copied in here. Then you can come over here and save this. Okay, so with this added, that's not all. We need to sync this to our Convex application. So right here, you can come over to back to Convex, come over to environment variables, and we need to add a new environment variable. Now the name is going to be this name, the Clerk webhook secret. We are going to use it here, and the value is going to be equal to this value. So we can copy this value and use it over here, and then we can go on to save. Okay, so with this added, okay, so that's the setup that we need, and with all this setup, we can now proceed. And to do, we need to install some dependency, and that is Vix. So npm install Vix like this, svix, and this is going to help us to read the content that we are going to be getting in from our webhook. It's just a pretty much easy way for us to interact with that. So once you have that installed, now we are going to focus now on setting up our database, our new schema, because when we create a new user, we want to sync it with our Convex, and for that we need to create some endpoints that is going to help us to handle that sync. So, and for this, we are going to now just come back to our application, open up our terminal to be sure that it is up and running. So npm run dev, and you also want to make sure that your Convex is still up and running. So that's npx convex dev. Okay, so make sure that your Convex endpoint is still up and running. So now we can come right here in Convex, and here in Convex we want to define a schema. So here we're going to have a schema.ts file, and inside the schema.ts file we are going to define a schema for our users table. We're also going to have our friend request, our contacts, our conversations, and stuff like that. But for now, we are going to start with our schema, and the way it works, we're going to export default, and we need this define schema. So define schema, and define schema needs to be imported from Convex server. So let's bring it in. Right here we are going to be importing define schema, and define schema needs to come from Convex and Convex /server like this. So let's bring it in, and we also need to bring in the define table because we're going to need it to define a table. And lastly, we need to bring in v, and v is going to be coming in from Convex values. So we need to bring in v, and v is going to be coming in from Convex /values like this. All right, so here we have our define schema, and it's an object that defines our schema. So we want to define our users schema, and now we're going to do that making use of the define table, and we call it like this. And in here we're going to write the different fields our user is expected to have. Okay, so here, why do we have this error? Because this should be schema. Okay, so our user is going to have a username, and here we're going to have the username field, and the username is going to be v.string. Our user is also going to have a status, and this status is also going to be v.string, and make sure you call the string like this. It needs to be called. And after this, our user is also going to have an email, which is v.string. Our user is also going to have an image URL, and the image URL is going to be v.string. And lastly, we are going to have our Clerk ID, and the Clerk ID is also going to be of type v.string. And for indexing the schema right in here, we are going to have this .index, and we're going to index by email and also by clerk ID. So here we're going to have by and then underscore email. Okay, and this is going to be an array email like this, and after that we are going to chain, and we're going to chain on the index where we're going to be indexed by clerk ID, and here we're going to have the value of clerk ID. All right, so once you have all of these done, we need to create our user function, which is a function that is going to be called internally to create a mutation and also to get the current user. Okay, so for that, let's come right here and we need to create our user.ts file. Okay, so this user.ts file, if you want to come into this file, it's going to be .api.user like this. Okay, it's going to come, and now we're going to create methods that can be called only inside of Convex. So let's start by exporting const, and this get is going to be equal to internal query, and internal query needs to be imported from our generated server. So let's bring it in. We're going to bring all of these, and this is going to come from one level up. Generated, and here we're going to have server, which is this generated folder here and the server here. Okay, so here what do we need? We need an internal mutation. So let's bring in not action, internal mutation, and we also want to bring in the internal query like this. So this internal query, we call it, and in here is going to take some arguments, and the argument is going to be an object where we're going to bring in pass the clerk ID, and this clerk ID is going to be of type v.string. Now, as you have known, v needs to be imported from convex values, so let's bring in that as well. Okay, so we are having an error because a query also needs a handler that is going to handle the query, and for that we are going to have this async handler, and this async handler is going to take the context and also going to take the args. So here we're going to have context, we can call it ctx, and we are going to also take the args, and this args is going to be this clerk ID. Okay, and this needs to return, so you always have to return something, and this is not this dot returns, we can just say return. Here we're going to return ctx.db, and here we can call query, and the query is going to be on users. Okay, so you see we just have users, which is the only schema that we have set up right here. So we're trying to query the users table, and now we're going to query it with index. Sorry, give me a second. So here we're going to query it with index, and the index we specified here, you see, by clerk ID. So we're going to query by clerk ID, and here we have the function which is going to take the query and is going to check if the query dot equal like this, if it equals the clerk ID, and the value we are matching this with is from our args, so args.clerk ID. Okay, and we can only also call .unique. I don't know why I don't get formatting. Okay, and if we're not getting formatting, that's because we missed a comma here, so we need to add a comma, and this is everything. So we're querying the users with index by clerk ID, and this should be by clerk ID. Give me a second, let me check this. So this should be by clerk ID like this. Okay, so that here we're going to use by clerk ID like this, and this takes the query and we're checking query ID equals to clerk ID and unique. Okay, so this is for getting a user. We also need one for creating a user. Now this is going to be called, these are functions that we are creating that we're going to use when the webhook gets called. Okay, so here we're going to export const create, and this is going to be equal to an internal mutation, and we're going to close it up here. Now this internal mutation, as we've seen now, takes in the args, and the args is going to be the args that is going to match all we have defined in our schema. So we're going to copy this, and these are the values that we need. Okay, so the args is going to be equal to this object where username is going to be v.string. We also need the clerk ID and all these values. Okay, and after this we can now specify the handler function. So this handler is going to be an async function, so we have async, which is going to take the context and args, and here we are going to have the function body like this. Okay, so here we are going to need to return, so we just need to insert. This time around we're going to insert ctx.db.insert, and this is going to insert to which table? The users table. And what is the value? The value is going to be args. So this is the way Convex works, and we see how easy it is to work with Convex. We have the create and we also have the get. Now that isn't enough. we need to create a special route, which is the http.ts. Now this http.ts is going to give us a way, it's going to get called automatically for us, and we are going to call it based on the path. So what's going to happen is right here, we are going to have our http.ts file. Okay, so in here, we need to import some things. So we're going to import HTTP router, and HTTP router needs to come from Convex server. And we also need to import HTTP action. So here we're going to bring in HTTP action, and this should be a lowercase h. So here we also need HTTP action, and HTTP action needs to come from the generated server like this. And after this, we also need to import webhook, and this webhook is going to come from Swix, the application, the library that we just installed. So svix, okay, and this is going to be equal to the webhook here. So here, let's have webhook. And after this, we also need to bring in internal. So here, let's have internal, and internal is going to be coming in from like this. Is going to be coming in from, we go a level up to generated, not server, generated API like this. All right, so this is all we need, the imports we need to get started. And right in here, we need to go on and not import, we need to initialize HTTP. So HTTP is going to be equal to the HTTP router. Now this is going to create a HTTP route based on a certain path. So here we're going to say http.route, and this route is going to take in some properties. And next, first it needs the path, and the path, remember, when we are creating our webhook, we created the path. Okay, I can't find it here. Let me see if I can get it here when we added the endpoint. So let's take a look at this. So you see, this is the path /clerk /auth /users /webhook. So it needs to match this path. Okay, and that's why I had to copy and paste it right here in the layout. So I hope if you didn't do the same, I've shown you how you can retrieve it. So I'm just going to cut this right here from the layout, and we can continue with the setup. So the path is a string that needs to point, and don't forget to add your // so it needs the // and after this we also need the method, and the method we are going to have here, you can see different HTTP method is the post, and lastly it needs a handler that is going to handle the request when the request comes into this route. Now this handler you see here, we can go on to define, we can just call it handler like this. Okay, so this handler we don't have, let's define it here. So we're going to say const handler is going to be equal to this HTTP action, and this HTTP action, remember we brought it in from generated server, and this HTTP action is going to be this async function, which is going to take the CTX, and it's also going to take the incoming request, and based on this we are going to have the operation. So what are we going to do here? We are first of all going to get the event, and the event is going to be a function that we're going to use to validate the payload. So here we're going to have this validate payload, and this validate payload is going to take in the request, not request.body, it's just going to take in the request. Now we have the validate payload function, which is a function that's going to help us to validate the payload. So let's quickly create it, and I'm going to quickly move this HTTP right here so that it's closer to the route. And up here we can now define this validate payload function, and this validate payload function, let's see, is going to be an async function. Is going to take the request, and the request is going to be of type request. Now we're going to say this function is going to be returning a promise, and this promise is going to be a generic type where we say, hey, you're going to return a promise with a value of any. So the first thing we want to do is to get the headers. So we can have these fixed headers, and this fixed headers is going to be equal to an object. Okay, and this is going to help us with the fixed ID, and this is going to be equal to request.headers.get. So here request.headers.get fixed ID. Now this is coming in from the headers, and it's very much likely that we don't have it, right? So we're going to say, hey, you're always going to be there. And after this we also need the signature, which is going to be request.headers.get fixed signature. And lastly we also need a timestamp, which is going to be request.headers.get fixed timestamps. Alright, so I hope you're up to speed and following. The next thing we need to do is to create a webhook, and to do that we need the const webhook, and this webhook is going to be equal to a new webhook, and this new webhook is going to take in the secret. Now this secret, remember that when we created this Clerk webhook secret, we need to make use of it right now, and this is going to come in from our process.env, and it's not going to be secret, it's going to be Clerk webhook secret like this. Now once you have this webhook, we can have a try catch, and inside this try catch, in case of any errors, let's log the error to the console. We're not just going to log the error like this, we are going to give it a descriptive name. Yeah, error validating webhook payload, and we're going to log the error. Now, in case we are not going to throw, we are just going to go on and return. So we are just going to go on and return and make sure that we close it up here. All right, so yeah. All right, so what happens once we have a webhook? Once we have a webhook, inside the try block, we want to have our event, okay, which is going to now be verified. So current event, and event is going to be equal to webhook. So webhook dot verify, and we need two things. First, you see we need the payload, which should be a string, and after that we need the headers. So for the payload, let's quickly get the payload. We're going to say const payload, and the payload is going to be coming in from the request. So payload is going to be await request.text. Like this is going to give us the payload. Now we're going to verify the payload, and we're going to need the headers to verify the payload. So quickly, sorry. Here we're going to have a payload, and after that we are going to have the headers. So once we have our event, we can now come here and return event, or explicitly we can just have our return right here. So this is going to return here. So that's all we do with this validate payload. It helps us to validate the payload, verify, and it returns the payload back to us. Okay, and payload event. So here we're going to have the event, and once we have the event, we want to have some check. Hey, what if we don't have the event? Okay, so we say if there is no event, that's in the case where we return, then we're going to return a new response, which is going to be an invalid webhook response. So we're going to say invalid webhook payload and give it a status text or a secret status of 400. Okay, so now we're going to switch between different event types so that we can know what action to perform. So we're going to have a switch here. And this switch is going to take the event.type. So not really event.event type. We're just going to say event.type like this. So please, it's important that you follow every step here so that you don't go on to miss it. Okay. And the reason why we are having here is because you see the type response undefined is not a simple type response. So we are going to return a response. Okay. So after validating the event, we are checking the event type, and if the event type is the case, we're going to have the case of user.created, and that's because right here where we created the webhook, we selected users and we had different event types. So quickly, let's verify if we can see that where we created the webhook, right here in the webhook. Here event type we don't see. Yeah, so user.deleted, user.created, user.updated, and we have more here. So we are now switching, basically checking which event occurred. So that's why we're saying event.type, because these are the events that we have subscribed to. So in the case where we are looking at the user created, we want to get the user that was created. So we're going to get the user, and how do we get it? We're going to say await ctx, and from the ctx we can run a query. Now that query is going to be an internal query, so it's going to be internal dot what dot user, which is this, and there we have the object, because in here we created the create and get object. So here we want to make use of the get object. And this get needs an args, which is the second argument that we are passing here, and you can see is the Clerk ID. So I'm going to open this up, and the args we are going to pass here is the Clerk ID. And how do we get the Clerk ID? It's going to be event.data.id. So after this, we can check, hey, do we have a user? If we have a user, then we want to just log to the console. We're not going to return this response, so we're just going to check if we have a user. Then let's go on and say console.log, and console.log we update. So we're just going to say updating user. So we're just going to console.log updating user with new data. Okay, and this isn't going to be user.id. This is going to be the event.data.id. Okay, and now we are going to go over to the next case. Remember, I don't have any return, I don't have any block, so please don't add that. If not, you're going to run into some errors, because once the user is created, we just want to go straight to the next case, and the next case we are going to handle is the user.updated, which is this case over here. Okay, and that is going to be we can just console.log, and what do we log here? updating user with new data or something like that. Okay, and you can also log the event.data. And once you log event.data, you're going to see the payload that is being sent here. Okay, so now we are going to await the CTX, and then we're going to call run mutation, and this run mutation is going to take the internal.user.create, that is the mutation. Remember, as we saw for the get, and this is going to have the username and all these values. So the username is going to be the event.data.username. We're going to be updating this. You can see the status. No, we're not going to have a status here. The status is going to be hard coded. We're going to give a default status. So we'll just say just came on board. You can give this any status of your choice. So just came on board like this, and you can just have an emoji right here. So I'm just quickly going to make use of this emoji. Okay, and for the email is going to be event.data.email underscore addresses, which is an array. We take the first one, .email address. So please make sure you log event.data to the console so that you're going to see all these values. And for the image URL, event.data.image URL. For the clock ID, event.data.id. And I think now we just need to update the username. And for that, we're going to form the username based on the user first name and last name. So here we're going to have backtick, and we're going to have this, which is going to be event.data.firstname and then event.data.lastname like this, which is going to be the username. So the first name and the last name. So now after this case, we need to have a break. Okay, remember initially we didn't have a break, but now we are going to have a break like this. And now we're going to just have a default, and the default is going to be just log to the console on handled webhook event, and we're going to console.log the event.type so that we can use it for easy debugging. And once we have all of these, we can now come right here after this, and we need to return. So we're going to return a new response that say webhook processed, and give this a status of 200. So this is it. This is everything that we need to do. And once we have this, we can now come here and save this. So with this done, we can try it out, and the way it works in the summary is this HTTP is going to be called for us, this path, and this path is this path that is our webhook path that we have in this URL. So this Clerk Auth users web, and which is also the path that we set here. So when we get our project URL and deploy key, this is the URL. Okay, this for HTTP actions. So it's going to get called, and we can just keep an eye on this log here, because if we check the data, we already have a user. So you see, we already have a user table, but this user table doesn't have any field yet. Now we are going to try out the authentication. So let's come back to application, make sure that we have an error, and that's because we are not exporting the HTTP. So what's going to happen is we need to export it as the default. Sorry about that. So we're going to export default, and we're going to export default HTTP. Once you save this, your Convex application should be up and running. Yep, it's checking and everything should be fine. And now we're going to come right here into dev. Okay, now our development, I'm just going to quit it and restart it to make sure that we are starting with our latest changes. Our Convex app is up and running, and also our dev. All right, so now is the time for us to try it, and you can keep your eye here on the logs. You're going to see the logs printed out, and let's come right here to our HTTP. And yep, here in the HTTP, I just want to show you what the event looks like. So here we're just going to console.log, and you're going to console.log event.data. So once this webhook gets called, in case you want to add some additional properties, in case you want to tweak it to your needs, you're going to see the data that is being emitted. So let's try to authenticate. I'm going to click on this auth and sign in button, which is going to take us to this page, and I'm going to click on continue with Google. And once we continue with Google, I will choose my account here, and once I select my account and click on continue, give this a second for it to load up. Give it a second, and we should be redirected now back to our application, and we should see our page. Super beautiful. All right, so let's come over here to Convex, keep an eye on the logs, and you would see the event that I don't know what we called it, but somewhere if you check this event, you know, it was called this was also called, you can click on it, and perhaps this was this with the log. So you can see all the data that was given to you by Clerk. So super beautiful. This is the events.data. Okay, so this is the event.data. You can see the verification, the strategy that was used, or Google. In case you want to implement GitHub or email, you can use this to make sure that your schema is up to date based on the provider. Okay, so now we have this. Let's reassure we get 200. So now if we come to our data, you would see that we have our user that was created with this ID, the Clerk ID. We see my email address, the image URL, the status, which we gave a default or just came on board, the username, and the creation time. So now we have this. We are going to create new functions, come back to our application so that we can now continue with our profile and have our user button here, have our username, and make sure that everything here works smoothly. So right now we are going to come back to our project. I'm just going to close everything we have here, and we want to come right into Convex. So let's remain in Convex, and we want to create a new file, and this file is going to be for status. So this is going to be status.ts because we want to fetch the status, and we also want to give the user the ability to display the status. So I'm going to close this up, and now we're going to export const. We're going to call this get, and this is going to be equal to query, and query should come from generated/server. Now, as we have seen, this query is going to take an args property, and this args is going to be the object. It's not often that we pass the args, so we're going to see cases where we don't need the args, but we're not going to say you're going to be of type string. We're going to say v, and v needs to come from convex values. And we're going to say this is going to be of type v.string like this. And now we can have our async handler. So here we're going to have our async handler, which is going to take the ctx, and we can already destructure the clock ID from the params or from the args. So here we had one too many. I'm just going to get rid of it. Okay, so here we're going to get the args, and we are just destructuring the clock ID from the args. And what's going to happen now is we can get our user, so const user, and user is going to be equal to await the ctx.db, and now we want to get .query, and we want to run a query on the users table, and on that users table we want to go on and have the index by clerk ID. So we're going to have this by clerk ID, and after that we are going to have a comma here where we're going to take the query. We're going to have a comma here where we're going to take the query. We call it q, and we want to check where the query is equal to the clerk ID. So here the clerk ID, and the clerk ID is going to be equal to this clerk ID. Remember, we are destructuring this right here from the top. Okay, so this is what we have, and we also want to get .unique here. All right, and now we are going to get the user or not if there is no user. So we are quickly going to have a check. If there is no user, what do we want to do? We want to throw an error, and that error we are going to throw is a new convex error, and convex error should become from convex values, and we're just going to say user not found, and we don't need the status here. So we're just going to say user not found. And in case where we have the user, then we want to go on and return the user. Okay, and this is for the status, and after that we want to also update. So const export const, and this is going to be update, and this is going to be equal to a mutation. Now you might be seeing me use query, and you might see me use mutation, and it just does what it named says. Query is for running queries, so in this case we want to get a resource, and mutation is for running mutations. Let's say you want to run a mutation by, let's say you just want to update a resource. So here we're going to have args, and this args is going to be args, going to be an object where we're going to have the clerk ID. This clerk ID is going to be of type v.string, and it's also going to take the status, and the status is going to be v.string. Now we're going to have this async handler, which is going to take the ctx and is destructuring the clerk ID and the status from the URL. So first, let's get our user. So const user is going to be equal to await ctx.db, and here we want to call the query and query on users, and then we are going to have our with index. So here we're going to have with index, and this is going to be by clerk ID, and after this we are going to have a comma. We are going to have q, and we are going to return the q.equal. So q.equal, and we want to get our clerk ID, and after that we want to get the clerk ID, which we are destructuring from the args right here. And we shouldn't forget to call .unique on this. So .unique like this. So again, we're quickly going to check if we have a user or not. If there is no user, we want to go on and throw a new convex error that says the user is not found. If we get the user, we want to go on and update the user status. Okay, so what we're going to do is going to say we're going to await the ctx.db. So ctx.db, and there we have .patch. So we're going to call the patch method, which allows us to patch, and patch needs the ID, and the ID is going to be the ID of the user that we just found, and then we want to update the status. And what we're going to just pass here is the status, and that's because from up here we are already destructuring status, and then it goes on to update the status. Now once we are done with the update, what we're going to do is to just come right here and return. And we're not going to return user, we can just return this object that says status true. It's true like this, and now we can save. So with these two functions, we have what we need to get started and populate this form and also update this form. We obviously don't have the friend request working yet, but we are going to be fixing that soon. Alright, so let's come back to our profile dialog content, because the profile dialog content and the components profile dialog content is the content that is being rendered over here. So in here, we're going to make use of the two functions that we just created. So right at the top, just after here, right in here, we want to get the user details. So we're going to say const user details, and user details is going to be equal to a useQuery hook. So we need to bring in useQuery, and useQuery is going to be coming in from Convex React. Now this useQuery needs the query function, and it also needs the args. Okay, now this query function is going to be of type query, and we need to bring in API. Okay, so API needs to be imported from, let's see where it comes from, just right here, from Convex generated API. Okay, so right here where we have the API, now this is going to help us to build the API path. And the API path is the status, and there we have .get. And that's because we came here and gave this a name of status, and inside here we gave the function a name of get. So that's the way it works. And now we know that this function needs an argument, and the argument that it needs is the Clerk ID. And the Clerk ID we don't have yet. So for us to get the Clerk ID, we need to get the user that is correctly authenticated. And Clerk gives us a very simple way for getting the Clerk ID. So here we can bring in the use user, and use user needs to come from Clerk React. And from here we can destructure user. So now from this user, we are going to get the user ID. So here we are going to get user._ID. Sorry, user.id like this. Okay, and we are going to add the exclamation mark to say, hey, we already have a user, because we know the user wouldn't come here if they are not authenticated. So with this user, we can now fetch the user details. So let's see if everything has gone fine. We can just console.log user details, and once we log into the console and come right here to our application, we should see the user details being rendered here. Now this is for the profile dialog, so we would need to bring up the dialog, and we see the user details. Cool, so these are the user details, which is coming right up from our Convex. Okay, so now we are sure we are getting the user details. We can do a whole lot with it and stop rendering some dummy values that we had over here. And getting started, we can start by replacing the user avatar image that we have here. And for that, we are going to scroll down, and I'm going to get rid of this log. We are sure now that we are getting the details, and this source is no longer going to be pointing to this URL. Rather, it's going to be pointing into user details, and from there we have image URL like this. And for the fallback, we are not going to use user. We are going to use user details. So like this, we're going to say user details, and from user details we have .username, and we're just going to take the first letter to use as the fallback. Now once you save this, you see automatically it changes to my Google profile source here. And the same is going to happen for the username. So right here, we are going to scroll down where we have the username hard coded for this input. This is going to be changing to user details.username. So right here, we're going to have user details.username like this. And the placeholder for name is going to remain the same. So now once we save this, we should see here updates with the appropriate username. So it wasn't saved, I'm going to save. And now we see the username right here updates. Next is for this user button that we have here. So for that, we are going to come right here. So this user button placeholder, we are going to be getting rid of it. And now we're going to make use of the user button that comes from Clerk React. and this user button is going to be self-closing. Now it takes in some props as the appearance, which is totally needed because now we are in a modal, else we would not be able to click on the button. Now this appearance is an object where it has this element, and this element is also going to be an object where we're going to pass this user button pop over. It's not going to be pop over card. So this user button pop over card. Now the value is also going to be an object where we can pass pointer events, and the pointer events is going to have a value of initial like this. So everything here is fine, and let's see the imports. So this is coming from Clerk React. I'm just going to move all these imports that are coming from our third-party libraries right here to the top so that it's easy to find. And once we save this, we should see this button here. Now this is a very beautiful button that we get from Clerk, because once we click on this, we can sign out, we can manage our accounts. You can see here, you can update your profile, you can change your this is the connected accounts. If we had GitHub, you would have the option to update, and we see all of these here, which is super beautiful. You also have more options here which display your active devices. You can also delete your account, and all these are super beautiful. Okay, and it also works for mobile as well as for desktop, where we have the profile here is the same. So we still have our send friend request, which is for now still disabled because we haven't done that yet. But now we can work on this display current status, because we have the function to update the current status and to also delete the current, not to delete, but to fetch and to update the current status. So now we know that the status is currently in the user details. So let's just look for the button, and the button just right after this dialog. If we come further down, we have the view, and if we come further down, we have the display current status. And for that, we are just going to get rid of everything we have here, and this is going to be equal to user details and user details.status like this. So once we save this, we are going to see just got onboarded, which is our default status. Super beautiful. Now that's not all, because once you come further down, you would see, sorry, give me a second here, text area. Now this text area also needs to display the current status. Okay, so we are also going to use our user details dot status over here. So once we save this, and if we click on the text area, so once we have that saved and you click on this to edit, you will see just came on board. Okay, which is the placeholder, and the value is the status. And once we change this, we can update the status here either by typing or by clicking on one of these. Super cool. All right, so we have this. Now we are going to call the function which is going to help us to update the status, and this should no longer be disabled. So for us to focus on this update status, we have created the mutation in our Convex. So right now we need to create a hook that is going to help us to handle multiple mutation in our application. So for that, we are going to come into this hooks section, and we are going to create a use mutation handler.tsx. Now this use mutation handler is going to be returning the state of the mutation, and is also going to return the mutate function. All right, so how are we going to do this? Let's export a const, and this const is going to be use mutation handler, which is going to be equal to this function. Yep, it's going to be equal to this function like this. Okay, so this function is going to be having this type, so we can call it not like this. So here we can have T, and here we can have P, and here we're going to have the mutation, and this mutation is going to be of type any. And now in here we can get the state, so const state, and this state is going, sorry, not status, state, and then set state is going to be equal to useState. Now useState should be imported from React, and here we're going to pass the mutation state. We're not going to use the default that we get from Copilot, so we can get rid of this. Now from up here we can define the mutation state. So we're going to say type mutation state, and mutation state is going to be equal to these different types. So it's either it's idle, it's loading, we have a success, or we have an error. Now we're going to pass this mutation state right in here, and you see the default value now throws an error because by default a mutation is going to be idle. We have not called it. And now we can create a mutation function. So here we can have our mutation fn, and this is going to be equal to the use mutation. Now use mutation should come from Convex React, so let's go on and import it. And this use mutation is going to take the mutation, and we're going to remove these types from it. So now we have this, we can go on to have a function which we are going to call mutate. So here let's have a const, and Copilot gives me this helpful which I'm just going to bring in. Okay, and here let's return state and return mutate. So now this function mutate is not going to work like this because we want to have some performance optimization. So I'm just going to get rid of everything that Copilot gave to me, and instead we're going to use this use callback, and this use callback is going to take in the callback function, and then it's also going to the callback function like this. And once we have the callback function, we are going to have an array of dependency. Okay, so this function we are going to mark it as async. So here let's have async, and inside here we are going to be taking a payload, and this payload is going to be of type P. Okay, and we're saying this is going to return a promise that once it resolves is going to resolve to this value here, and the value is going to be of type T or is going to be null. Okay, so this is what we have here, and we have an error because we are not returning anything yet. So let's go on and return something. The first thing we want to do is to set our state. Let it have a value of loading. So here we're going to give it a value of loading, and once we set our state, we can now have a try catch block. And this try catch block, in case of error, we want to set our state so it has a value of error. And not just that, we also want to log this console to this error to the console. So we're going to say console.log, and we're going to console.log the error, but we need some description. We can just say mutation error and log the error, and then we want to throw the error, not null. So we want to come here and throw the error. Okay, and finally, we know we haven't done the try block. We're going to come to it. Finally, we just want to set the state back to idle. So what happens in a try block in the case of success? Right here we want to get the result, and the result is going to be the mutation function, and is going to take the payload. And once we have the success, we want to set our state to success, and then we want to go on and return the result. Now we no longer have an error here, and this function should be fine. And we have a dependency array, which is a mutation function that needs to be here. So this is our use mutation handler, and we are going to make use of this use mutation handler. Sorry, I need to save right here in the profile dialog content. So let's come right here, right at the top. So here where we are making use of this use query, let's also bring in the use mutation. So we're going to have const, and we're going to the structure, and this is going to be our equal to our use mutation handler, which should come in from our hooks. Now this is going to need a path, so the path is going to be equal to the api.status.update. So remember when we created this path in our Convex, just for reminder purposes, this is the status, and this is the update function that we created in Convex, and this is the function we are calling to go on and update the user status. So it's going to take in args, which is the clerk ID and the status that we want to update. So with that in mind, we are going to be calling this programmatically. So for now, that's why we're making use of this use mutation handler. It's going to take in this, which is the if we come right here, it takes in the mutation, and that's the mutation we are passing here. Okay, so from here we know we are returning two values. We are returning mutate, and we're going to update this to update status. And lastly, we are also going to go on and get the state, and we can rename this to update status state as well. So update status state. So with this, we can save this, and now we need a function that we are going to call to update the status. So what's going to happen is right here after this on submit, let's create that function. So here we're going to have an async function, and this function we are going to call it the update status handler, like this. And inside this function we are going to have our try catch. So right here, let's have our try catch, and this catch is going to, in case of error, let's bring in toast, and toast should come in from from Sona, so please make sure it doesn't come in from UI. It doesn't actually have to come in from UI. So you need to bring in toast from Sona, and I'm just going to quickly move this right here to the top like this. Okay, so with that brought in, we can now focus on the error case. We're going to toast.error, and the error, we need to run a check. And that check is going to be error. We want to check if this error is an instance of convex error, because we want to toast the actual convex error, and convex error needs to be imported. And quickly, I'm sorry about that, let me move this right to the top here. So I'm going to move this right to the top. And now, if it's an instance of convex error, if that is true, we want to console.log the error.data. Now, otherwise, we are going to have our own custom error, which is going to say an error occurred for now. Now, this is data.data. It should be error.data, and it's totally fine. So after toasting the error, let's also log it to the console so that we can have it for debugging purposes. Now we're going to console.log, and we're going to say error updating status and log the error. So in the try block, in the case where everything is going to go fine, we now can call our await update status, which is our mutate that we renamed to update status. And now we're going to pass the args. The args it needs is the clerk ID, and it also needs the status. So we pass the clerk ID and we pass the status, and now this is fine. So once the status has been updated, let's give a toast to the user to say status updated successfully. We want to go on and set our status back to an empty string. And lastly, we want to set our update status dialog to false. So here, let's set our update status dialog and give it a value of false. We have this function that we can call. Now let's call it when the user clicks on this and clicks on update status. Okay. So for that, let's come further down, and here where we have the update status dialog. So after the view request, we have this for update status, and this is the placeholder. So let's disable this placeholder if we are setting. So we're going to say this disabled, and that is if the update status state is equal to loading. We want to disable this. And now disabling the button can as well be dynamic. We're not just going to have disabled, but it's going to be disabled if the state is equal to loading. And now we can save this. We can see that the button is enabled. All right, so what's going to happen now is to call the function, and the calling of the function still lies on the button. So here we can call the onClick, and the onClick is going to be pointing to this update status handler function that we just mapped out up top. So now let's save this, and we can give this a trial. What's going to happen is I'm going to choose from one of these options, speak freely or free to chat. And once we click on update status, we see it closes, but we don't get our toast notification, and here we see free to chat. So it worked, but for some reason we didn't get our toast notification. So let's be sure we are calling it. So this is our toast.success, and let's just give this a reload because we saw that it worked fine. And let's be sure that toast is coming in from the right place. Yeah, toast is coming in from the Sona library. So let's give it another shot. So I'm going to come here and update this again to, we can just say a custom status, and click on update. Give this a second. Now we see status updated successfully. We see it here, and we can just say coding because we are currently coding, and it works fine both on the light mode and also on the dark mode. Okay, so what else do we need to do now? We need to focus on creating all other schema that we are going to need in our application so that we can finally leave the world of hard-coded dummy data, and we can focus more on building out our chat application. All right, so in order for us to continue, let's come over to our Convex section, our backend, and here where we defined our schema. So initially we defined this schema for our users. Now we need to define more schema. And let's get started with our friend request. So here we are going to have our friend underscore request. Is plural, so we're going to add this s, and this is going to be the defined table. And this defined table we have here is going to be taken in the sender. So here we can call this sender, and sender is going to be type of v.id, and this id is going to be id of users like this. Okay, so that's the way it works. And apart from the sender, we also need the receiver, so we can duplicate this and here we are going to have the receiver like this. Now we need some index, so here we're going to have an index, and the index we are going to have here is going to be by receiver. Let's start with by underscore receiver, and this is going to have receiver over here. Okay, and next is by, we just come here and have another dot, and we change this index, and this index is going to be by receiver sender. So here we're going to have by receiver underscore sender like this, and this is going to take in the array where we're going to have the receiver as well as the sender. Okay, so after this table for our friend request, next we're going to have a table for the contacts that we're going to have. So this is going to have our contacts, and this is also going to be the defined table. And next right here, we are going to have the user1, and this user1 is going to be type of v.id users. And after that, we are also going to have user2, and user2 is also going to be v.id users. And then we need to get rid of all of these index suggestions that were given to us by Copilot. Okay, so this is the contacts, but that's not all. We also need the conversation ID, and then we can have the index. So here we're going to have a conversation ID, and this conversation ID is going to be of type v.id, and it's going to be ID conversations like this. All right, so to wrap this up, let's have the different index. We're going to have first .index, and this is going to be by underscore user1, and here we're going to have the array for user1, and we can change the same by user2, have the array for user2, and lastly, we're going to have by conversation ID and have the conversation ID here. So this is the contacts, and after contacts, next we have is going to be for conversations. So here we're going to define a table for our conversations, and inside these conversations, we are going to define the properties that a conversation is meant to have. Now a conversation is going to have a name, and this name is going to be v.optional string. So here, this is how we define an optional field in Convex. So here we have v.optional and say whenever it's provided, it should also be of type string. Now a conversation can be one-on-one conversation, or a conversation can be within group members. We also want to keep track of case where the conversation is happening within a group. And to do that, we are going to have this is group, and this is group is going to be this boolean. Occasionally, when you send a message to a user, the user might not open the message beforehand. And because of that, we want to keep also track of the last message so that we can display the last message right up on the UI. And in that case, we are going to make this to be an optional field, but this is not going to be a string, it's going to be an ID that is going to belong to messages table, which we haven't discussed yet. And after conversation, we want to have the conversation members. Now, before we go over to the messages section, let's lay out the conversation members. And this is going to be taking in the member ID, the conversation ID, as well as the last message. So here we are going to have a conversation underscore members, and we are going to define the table. All right, so let's get started first. And we're going to start by having the member ID, and the member ID is going to be of type v.id users. Then we're going to have the conversation ID, which is also going to be pointing to the conversations. And lastly, we also want to display the last seen message. So here we're going to have the last seen message, and this is going to be optional v.id message, pointing to the message table that we are going to be defining right now. But before we define the message table, let's wrap this up by defining some index. So we're going to have first by member ID, which is going to be pointing to the member ID. And after which we are also going to have by conversation ID, which is going to be referencing the conversation ID. And lastly, we also want to query by member, and also we also want to query by member conversation. So right here, we are going to have by member ID, conversation ID, which is going to be the member ID and the conversation ID right here. So the last schema we have to define is for messages. So just come after this, and we want to have our messages table here. Okay, so what are the values here? This is going to have the sender ID, which is the sender that goes on to send this message. And then this is going to be v.id users, We're also going to have the conversation ID. Conversation ID is going to be v.id conversations. And we also want to know the type of message, because we are going to be supporting different types of messages. It could be a PDF, it could be an image, it could be a text. So for that, we are going to have the type. And this type is going to be v.string. And after this, we are also going to have the content. And now this content is going to be an array of string. So we're going to say this is going to be v.array. And in here, we're going to say v.string so that we can define an array of string. Now I want to also index this, and we're going to index this by conversation ID, which is going to be pointing to the conversation ID. With all this saved, let's save this, and we need to take a look at our Convex. If you open your terminal, your Convex should still be up and running. And make sure you don't have any errors. And once this deploys, you're going to see your changes live. You're going to see the tables live. So come over to your Convex, and right here in your Convex, you see that we now have the new tables that we have defined right here. You can also refresh if you don't see, and you're going to see the tables right here. Okay, so now we have these defined. Let's get started by coming over to our UI and creating our friend request section, where we can send a friend request to a user, and the user will have the ability to accept the friend request. Getting started with our friend request, we need to come right here, and right here in Convex, we need to create a new file. Now that file is going to be our friend_request.ts like this. So in here, we need to create a mutation, and then we need to also create a helper function where we can get the user data by ID. So let's create that. Right here in the Convex, we are going to be creating a new _utils.ts file. And in here, we want to create a function where we can get the user data by ID. So this is going to be a pretty straightforward function. We are going to export const get user data by ID, and this is going to be equal to this async function where we're going to take in not the user ID. So we're going to take in this object, and this object is going to contain ctx, and then it's going to contain the Clerk ID of the user, which we want to get the details. We have errors, so we can go on to define the types of this and saying this is going to be of type ctx. Now ctx is going to be of type query ctx, and query ctx needs to be imported. So here we're going to have query ctx, and if it's not imported for you, let's quickly import it manually. So right here, we are going to be importing query ctx, and this is going to be coming in from, we go one level up to _generated/server. So that's for the query ctx, and we also need the same for the mutation ctx. So here, let's bring in the mutation ctx, mutation. So now with these two brought in, we can say this ctx is going to be of type query ctx, or it's also going to be of type mutation ctx. And then we're going to have the Clerk ID, which is going to be of type string. So here we need to return. Two ways we can do is by coming here to write the return, and then we can write the function body. And another way is to just come right here and explicitly return. So I'm going to say the ctx.db.users, okay, like this. And here, sorry, not .users, we want to run the query. So here we're going to say .query, and from here we can query the users table. Okay, so now we're going to query the users table with index, and the index is going to be by Clerk ID. So here we're going to have by _Clerk ID. And right here, we're not going to have any filters, so just get rid of this. Okay, and after the Clerk ID, we are going to have a comma here. And after the comma, we are going to have the index range. Now you see here, this is going to take the index range builder, which takes this queue, and we can use it to form an index builder. So we're going to use this queue and say return any queue that is going to be equal to the Clerk ID field that belongs to the user. So here we need to pass the Clerk ID, and now we're going to be referencing the Clerk ID that we are getting from here. Now Copilot is suggesting we use find one, but we want to make use of unique here. So with these changes, we can save this, and now we can continue with our friend request. And another thing you should notice, if you hover on here, you would see that this is a promise. So somewhere around here, you would see that this is a promise, but the fact we are not, or we are explicitly returning, we don't have the promise. So if you had done something like this, where you store it somewhere, you would have to say maybe const something is equal to await. Okay, but in this case we are explicitly returning, so we just don't need the await keyword. So come over to your friend request, and here we want to export two functions, or for now we want to export a function create, which is going to help us to create this friend request. Now this is a mutation, so we need to bring in mutation, and mutation should come from our generated server. So here, let's come here and import mutation, and mutation is going to be coming in from the generated server, and to get it we just need to go one level up and here into the generated and then into the server. Now we are here, let's also bring in two other helpers we are going to need. We need to bring in v, and v is going to come from convex values. Now that's not all, because we also need to bring in convex error, and convex error should come from convex values as well. Now lastly, we need to bring in the utility function that we just created. Now this get user data by ID is going to come from one level up and come into the utils folder or file. Okay, so now we have everything we need to build out this mutation. So we have this object here, and we're going to specify the args property, and this args is going to be of type email. So here we're going to specify the email, and this email is going to be of type v.string. We have this error because you need to specify a handler, and this handler is going to be equal to this async function where we're going to be taking context and we need to run some operation. So here we know we're going to be receiving ctx, and we are also going to be receiving args from here. So we're going to get the user identity. Let's go on and get it. So we're going to get const identity, and this is going to be equal to we need to run await, and we're going to await the ctx.auth .get user identity like this. So do go on and call it. Now there's a very much likelihood that this user might not be authenticated, or we might not get its identity. You see, is of type user identity or null. So let's quickly have a check and say, hey, if we don't have this identity, we want to go on and not continue. So if identity is false, we can mark it like this. Then we want to just go on and throw. I want to throw a new convex error that is going to say you're not authenticated, or you can say unauthorized to continue this operation. Okay, so now we have this. We want to check if the user that is calling this function is the current authenticated user. So how can we find that? Maybe a user is trying to be sneaky and send the request to themselves, maybe to break our application. Now one way we can handle that is by getting the args, and this args.email is the email address or whoever is calling this function. Now identity is going to give us the currently logged in user, but it's not going to give it to us. Now identity.email is going to give us the email of the currently logged in user. So if we bring in this suggestion from Copilot where it says the args.email equal to identity email, if that is true, then we're going to send back this error that says cannot send friend request to yourself, and that is the case we want to handle here. Okay, so let's go on and get the current user. So we're going to get the current user by saying const current user, and current user is going to be equal to await get user data by ID. Now we just created this get user data by ID, and let's quickly have a look. You see here it needs the context and it also needs the clerk ID. So let's get the clerk ID and the context. So here we're going to pass the ctx, and the clerk ID is going to be here. We're going to have the key of clerk ID, and the value is not going to be identity.clerk ID. The clerk ID is going to be identity.subject like this, and we no longer have the error. So you can hover here and you see this is the identifier for the end user from the identifier provider, not necessarily unique across different providers. So now we have the current user, or if you hover on this, it could as well be null. And you see this current user matches the type that we have in our convex. So let's have the case where the current user might be null. So we're going to check if there is no current user. We want to throw this error and say, hey, the user is not found. Okay, so with all these checks, we are now one level to completing our friend request. But before we do that, we want to also get the receiver, that is the user to whom we want to send a friend request to. So come here, we are going to have a const receiver. So we're going to have this const receiver, and receiver is going to be equal to await, and we want to await ctx.db, and we want to .query. Now we're going to be querying the users table. So here we're going to have users, and after that we can have the, so I'm just going to come down here, get rid of this, and we're going to have the .with index, and we're going to index this by underscore email. And now we're going to have our query builder, and we're just going to check the queue we have here, where the queue.email is going to be equal to args.email, and at the end we want to have .unique right here. So if you hover on this you see is also a user type, but it could be null. So let's handle the case where it is null. If we don't have a receiver, then we're going to throw this error that says receiver not found. So now we have the receiver. Let's handle one more case. Now the case that this user has already sent a friend request to this user. Okay, so how do we do that? Let's have a const here. We can call this request already received, or request already exists, and this is going to be equal to context.db, and we can call .query, and we want to query our friend request table. Now let's have our index. So here we're going to have the index, and we are going to say dot with index, and this with index is going to be by receiver sender. And now we're going to have our query. So we're going to return where q dot equal is equal to receiver, and here we have our receiver ID. And I'm just going to bring in this help from Copilot, or maybe I don't bring them in since we are having errors. So I'm going to say q dot equal, and here we're going to have receiver, and the value for this is going to be the receiver that we just got right here, and that is going to be receiver dot underscore ID, dot creation time underscore ID. So we want to chain another dot equal. Now chaining this needs to be right here. So I'm just going to bring this down, or I'm going to bring this down and bring this down here so that it's formatted nicely for us. So right here, we're going to chain another dot equal where the sender ID is going to be equal to the current user dot ID, which is the current user that sends this request. And after everything, we want to have our dot unique. So right here, let's have our dot unique here. So this is all we have. I'm quickly going to format this. So let the IDE format, and this is the way it formats it. So now we can hover on this, and this can give us a friend request, or it could give us no. So let's handle the case that the friend request already exists. Because if this gives us a friend request, that means there is no need for the user to continue sending the first friend request. So if request already exists, we are going to throw this error that says request already exists. So the next case we're going to handle, after handling the case where the user has received the request, we want to also handle the case where, so the first case we handled here is when the request already exists. So let's handle the case where the request has already been received. So right here, we're going to have another const and say request already received. So request already received, and this is going to be equal to ctx.db, and here we're going to have our query. It's just going to be more like the inverse of this. So we're going to query our friend request with index by receiver sender. We are going to take the query builder, and we're going to say q.equal receiver current user.id. So we're just swapping the order here, and the sender is the receiver.id, and we call .unique. So what happens if the request has already been received? So if the request has already been received, we're going to throw this error that says request already exists, or request already. So let's have our contacts 1 and contacts 2. So const, we're going to have our contacts 1, and this is going to be equal to await ctx.db. And now I want to run a query on the contacts table. And let's also have our dot with index, and this dot with index is going to take the user 1. So we can say by by underscore user 1, and after this we are going to have our queue, and we are going to say the q dot equal, and this is going to be equal to user 1 current user dot id. Okay, and we want to have dot collect, and if you hover on dot collect, you see that it returns an array. So I promise there is also an array. Okay, so that's for contacts 1, and we can do the same for contacts 2, and this is just going to be the reverse being the case. So we're going to query with contacts, query contacts, and then we have this with index by user 2. Here we just have user 2, but this is still current user.id, and we call .collect. So this is going to be helpful because now we can check if these two users are already friends. So how can we do that? So we're going to have this if check here, and here we're going to have our contacts1.sum. So I'm just going to bring this in and get rid of this here, and get rid of this. So what are we saying here? We're saying if contacts1.sum, we're going to have the contact. Where we have contact.user2 is going to be the receiver ID, or where we have contacts2.sum contacts, and then we're going to have contact.user1 equals to receiver._id. Now, if that is the case, then we want to tell the user that, hey, you're already friends, you're already connected. So we're going to throw this error. And to spice up our application, we can also say you're connected with, and then we want to change the receiver.id, not really .id, we want to change the receiver.email here. And why do we have this error? Because expected 1 argument but got 2. Now, the reason why it is getting 2 arguments is because right here, I'm just going to concatenate this and make use of backtick. I'm going to use a backtick here and also use a backtick here, and everything now is fine. And we no longer need the plus. So after this, we want to now have our request so that we can return the request. we're going to say const request, and request is going to be equal to ctx.db. Now we need to run the insert. I want to insert inside what table? The friend request table. So this friend request is going to take this object. So if you do control and spacebar, you're going to see it needs the sender, and somewhere here you would see the receiver. So let's send the sender, and the sender is going to be current user.id, and the receiver is going to be the receiver.id. And once we've done everything, we should just go on and return the request, and then we should save this. Okay, so for us to test this out, we need to come back here, and for now our form is disabled. But before we come over to the UI to test it, we still need 2 more functions. Now this is the function for just creating the request. We also need 2 more functions for accepting or maybe declining the request. Now let's start with the declining functionality. We're going to export const decline, and this decline is going to be equal to this mutation over here. And this mutation, as we have seen so far, is going to take in the args and all of the properties. So what's going to happen is I'm just going to duplicate this so we don't have to retype everything from scratch. So just go on and duplicate the first function, and we want to change this from create to decline. Now we're going to delete a whole lot, but we just want to delete from this section where we have the receiver. Just after this current user check, we can just let go of every other thing that we have got here. So the only thing we have here is bringing in the identity and checking the current user and throwing this error if we don't find the user. So since we want to decline a friend request, we need to have access to the friend request, right? And for that, let's quickly have a peek of the args that is coming here. Now this args needs to change because for now we are taking the email, but with the email is not going to be helpful to us. We need the ID of that particular friend request that want to be declined. Now for that, we're going to have ID here, and we're going to say this is going to be of type v.id. Now this ID is going to be pointing over to the friends. Sorry, here we're going to have the friends underscore request like this. And now we have this identity if there's no identity, and now we have this. So we're no longer going to have this email check. We can get rid of this, but the current user check over here still stays. So now we have brought in the ID from the args. We can confidently run a check to get the current friend request that wants to be declined. So const, let's have the current friend request, and this current friend request is going to be equal to ctx.db, and then we want to get, okay, and then we want to get the args.id. So here we're going to pass the args.id like this. So if we hover on this, you see that this is going to return this friend request, or it could return null. Okay, so now we have all of this set up. We can come right here and say, hey, if we don't have a friend request, now we're going to say friend request not found, because it's an invalid request. So for that, I think a proper text to send is invalid friend request. But we're not just going to be checking the current friend request in this case. We also want to check the current friend request receiver if it's not equal to the current user.id. So let's have that here. Or we have the current friend request, which is this current friend request dot receiver. If that is not equal to the current user dot underscore ID, and we have a typo here because this should be current user. So if that's not the case, then we know that we are sending an invalid request. So after this, we're going to do the delete operation. So we're going to await ctx.db.delete, and we're going to delete the args.id, which is pointing to the ID of the friend request. So we have done this, and lastly, we can now work on the accept functionality. So let's export const, and this is going to be equal to accept, and here we can close this up here. Now for our mutation, let's provide the args, and this args we're going to take here is going to be almost identical. So again, to save ourselves some typing, I'm just going to duplicate this delete that we have over here. So just go on and duplicate, please. And rather than delete, we can change this to have accept. And the args is going to be the ID because we need the ID of the friend request that we want to accept, right? And after that, we can just delete this check. So after the current user check. So now we need to get the current friend request again. So let's bring in the current friend request, which is going to be equal to await ctx.db.getArgs.id. And we also need to check. So I'm going to come here, and we also need something like this after getting the current friend request. So let's bring it in here, and we are still checking if there's no current friend request, or the current friend request.receiver is not equal to the current user.id. Okay, so with this done, we are sure now that we have a valid friend request. And now we can proceed. So we want to create some resources. We want to create the contacts because we have new contacts between user 1 and user 2. We want to also create a conversation between user 1 and user 2. And we also want to create conversation members. And then we are going to go on and delete the friend request because now they are friends. So that's the steps we are going to take. Let's start first by having the conversation ID, creating a new conversation. So here we're going to have the conversation ID, which is going to be equal to await ctx.db, and we want to run the insert query, and this is going to insert into conversation like this. Now we have this object because we can provide some properties, but we want to just say is group is false because this is not a group conversation. This is a one-on-one conversation. And then we want to create contact. So we're going to await db ctx.db.insert. We want to insert into contacts, and contacts is going to take the user 1, which is the current user _id. It is also going to take the user 2, which is the current user current friend request sender, and lastly it needs the conversation ID and not the conversation here. So like this, we also need to insert again into conversation members. So you can just come here and duplicate this. So after inserting into contact, sorry about that, we also want to insert into conversation members here. Now this is going to take the member ID. So here we're going to pass the member ID, and the member ID is a current user.id, and it doesn't need the user 2. And again, we are going to duplicate this to insert into conversation members, and we have the member ID, which is now going to be the current friend request.id. So here we are going to use the current friend request.id and also have the conversation ID. And if we have an error here, that's because over here we need to pass the sender and not the ID. So finally, let's go on and delete the friend request. So we're going to await ctx.db.delete, and this is going to delete the current friend request. So here we are going to delete the current friend request ._id. So my friends, that's a lot of code. You can copy and paste if your application doesn't work as mine, but obviously we haven't tested this out, but you can copy the finished code straight up from the GitHub. So now all our attention is going to be on this profile content to make sure that it works. So come over to the profile dialog content, and here where we have this box for the email, so that is right here for sending friend request, and here we have this dialog content which is containing the form for the email, and currently it is disabled. So we are going to get started by coming over to the top. Let's bring in some functions that we are going to need. And this on submit, let's see, this is for our friend request. So I think we can update the name. Rather than on submit, we can call this handle friend request or friend request handler. So friend request handler. So we don't just have an on submit, and we don't know which function or what actually triggers it. So friend request handler, we know that is a function that handles the friend request. So come right here at the top, we need to make use of our use mutation hook. And for that, we can come here and bring in the mutate and the state, which is going to be coming in from our use mutation handler. Use mutation handler should come in and is going to be pointing to the .api, but not status this time around because we want to handle the friend request. So remember, we created this friend request file, and here we have .create. So in case you're wondering where it's coming from, it is coming from, we already have an error. This is friend_request, and here where is it? From our convex, and here we have this friend_request.ts file, and we are calling this create. So back here we have this error because it's friend_request, and here we are calling create. Now the error should be gone and everything should be fine. If it's still there's a false alarm, and now it is gone. So here we know that we're going to have this mutate, and this mutate we can call it create friend request, and then we're going to have the state and then create friend. All right, so this is one thing that we need, and not all, but we can go on to now query the friend request that the user has as well before we can go on to create. Now for us to get the friend request, just after here, let's have this function or constant that we call friend request, and friend request is going to be making use of the use query hook, and this use query needs to point to our api.friendrequest.get. And I'm going to bring it in, but we don't need this args. And to confirm that we don't need any args, we can come right here, and here we have friend request. We have this create, we have this decline, and we have this accept. So there's no fetch literally. So once we come over here, we're going to see, once we come back here, this is throwing an error. Now, this is definitely going to throw an error because we forgot one other file that we need to get the friend request. So this file is going to call friend request, and there we're going to have .get method, which we can use to retrieve the friend request. So before we save this file, you'll see that we're going to have an error, and we can quickly work on fixing that error. So let's quickly come right back to our Convex, and here where we have friend request, we can come here and create a friend underscore requests.ts file. So this is request with an S. Okay, so quickly we're going to export const get, and get is going to be equal to query, and query is going to be this object. Now let's come back to the beginning here, and we need to import some things. Let's get started by importing convex error. I have an error here, so let's quickly import, and we're going to bring convex error, and convex error is going to be coming in from convex/values. And we also now need to bring in query. So let's come here and import query, and we can also bring in get user data by ID. We also need it, and this is going to be coming from underscore utils like this. And now we can go on to bring our query. So right here we are going to be importing query, and query is going to be coming in from, and then we need to go one level up to underscore generated, and there we need to go into /server like this. All right, so we have our query, and we can specify args. For args, this is not going to take in anything, so we're going to have an empty object. And now we're going to have the query handler, and this is going to be equal to this async function. And first we can go on to do what we've done so many times now, get the user identity, which is going to be equal to await context.auth.get user identity. We can have the check if there's no identity, we say not authenticated. And now we want to get the current user. So here we're going to have this const, and this const is going to be current user, and current user is going to be equal to await get user data by ID like this. Now this is going to need CTX, and it is also going to need the clerk ID. So let's pass in the clerk ID, which is going to be identity.subject. And here we can just check if we don't have any current user. Let's say user not found. And now we want to get the friend request. We just need to come right here and say const friend request, and friend request is going to be equal to await ctx.db and not .find. We want to run .query like this. Now this is going to need what table to query, and from our tables we want to query the friend request table. And finally we're going to have our .with index, and .with index is going to say by receiver. So here we're going to query by receiver like this. And now we're going to have our query builder, where we're going to have q, and we're going to return q.equal, and it needs to equal the receiver, and this, which is going to be equal to the current user.id. And once we have this, we can call .collect here. So this is our friend request. We need to now make use of this friend request so that we can get the map to the friend request and return the friend request as well as the sender in one object. So how do we do this? We are going to come here and say const request with sender, and this is going to be equal to await promise.all. Promise.all is going to run all the requests here concurrently. So here we're going to have our friend request, and we can call .map, and this is going to take in this async where we're going to have each friend request or each request, anyone. So friend requests, and here we want to just quickly go on and first get the sender. So here let's have our const sender, and const sender is going to be equal to await, and we want to await ctx.db, and there we want to go on and I want to get the friend request.sender. So let's check. If we don't have any sender, then we need to throw an error, not return null. So here we're going to throw an error that says sender not found. Now in the case where we have the sender, let's go on and return, and we want to return spreading all the friend requests. So we're going to spread all the properties that we have in friend request and also attach the sender here. Now we have this friend request with sender. The last thing we need to do is to come over here and return the friend request with sender. And now we can save this up. So we should no longer be having an error in this dialog content. If we are, it's because, let's see, we need to come to API, and now we want to come to API. We should have our friend request, and now we should have our newly get request that we just created. And once you save this, your application should be back up and running. So what we're going to do is to, first of all, console.log first friend request, and you would see that this should not return anything as for now. So open up your terminal, and once it loads up, for you to see the actual friend request, remember you need to call this. And once we see some errors here, and this is a warning from a third party, so it's very much okay. You see that we get an empty array. Okay, so let's change that by making sure our friend request functionality is working, but at least we now get the friend request right here, and we can at least for now display some placeholder if there are no friend requests. So what it's going to do is we're just going to come down here to where we have this friend request. So right here, send friend request, and right after this, where do we have the handshake user round? And here we have the email. Enter your email to send a friend request. So we want to look for down here where we say view friend request. So this is what we're actually looking for. So after this, we want to also display the count. So for us to display the count, we're going to map through our friend request. So we're going to say our friend request, if it is available, if it's not undefined. So here we're going to quickly have this check. Then we're going to go on and say our friend request, and then we can call .length again, and we can say if the length is greater than 0, that means we have a friend request. And in that case, we want to display a badge component. Now we don't have this badge component yet, so it's going to give us an error, at least for now. So here inside this badge, we want to render the friend request.length. And also this badge, which we don't have yet, is going to have an outline. So here we are going to give it a variant, and the variant we are going to pass here is going to be equal to outline. Okay, so we save this, we surely get an error. Let's come back to Shadcn UI, and over here we want to look for the badge. So the badge is somewhere here, and we want to copy. So I'm going to go back to the dark mode. We want to copy the installation here via npm, and I'm going to come over to the installation. Make sure that I paste this in here to install. And before we continue, I just want to quit this development server and restart it because we have made some changes lately. So we have the installation complete. We can now focus on our development server. I'm just going to reload this, and let's bring in the badge component. So this badge is going to be coming in from our UI. If we don't get the autocomplete, we can come right here and duplicate this. So here we want to replace this with badge, and this badge is going to come from @component UI and not CAD. So it's going to come from @component UI badge like this. So let's have it here, and we should no longer have any errors here. So we can go on to save this, and if we hover on this, cannot find, yeah, the error is gone. Okay, so if we open this up, we should see 0 here. View friend request should show 0. Now if we don't see it, we come over to the light theme, we still don't see it, and that's because the friend request is true and the friend request.length is not greater than 0. So since the friend request.length is not greater than 0, we don't see the friend request length. We only see it when we have a friend request that is greater than 0. But if we just negate this and save, you see that we have 0 here. But that's not the case. That's not what we want to do. So I'm just going to bring it back in and go over to the dark mode. Okay, so we have a dialog content which is hard-coded for now, saying no friend request. We can also update that. So here we're going to have our friend request, and we're going to check again for friend request dot length is equal to 0. If that is true, then we want to tell the user there's no friend request. Now, if we do have a friend request, we want to display the friend request, and for that, we're going to make use of our scroll area. So here, let's bring in scroll area, and this scroll area is going to have some class names here. And we have an error because we most definitely missed this somewhere. So friend request, if it's true, we want to have our friend requests. We also want to check the friend request.length. And if the length is equal to 0, if that is true, we want to show this, otherwise show this. And here we close it up. So I think we're having the error because we haven't brought in our scroll area. So from here, let's bring it in. We're going to come right here to the top and bring in scroll area. And this is going to come from components UI scroll area. I don't know what we call it or what it's called. So here, let's see, it is scroll area, and we don't actually have the scroll area yet. So let's quickly install. Come back to Shadcn UI, and right here we want to come right over here where we have the scroll area, and then we can copy this via npm and install this in our project. Come back to the installation and paste this in. And now we can come back to our project. Okay, so let's visit our file tree, and here you should see we now have this scroll hyphen area, and that's where we want to bring this in. So scroll hyphen area, and the error should be gone. So now we come here. If we're still having an error, that's because let's see why we're having an error. Expected this. Okay, so for now, I'm just going to cut this to be sure where the error comes from. And we're saying friend request. If it's true, then we're checking the friend request.length. If it's equal to 0, okay, then we want to show this. Otherwise, yeah, we want to show the scroll area. And then we're going to say otherwise, we just want to show something. And for now, we can use the loader2. Now, loader2 is going to be coming in from Lucid React, and everything should be fine now with our application. So what we're saying here, if there are no friend requests, then we want to show this loader that we are currently loading. And after this is true, that we have friend requests, we are going on to check the length. And if the length is equal to 0, then we want to display this. Otherwise, we want to go on and display the friend request. So quickly, for our scroll area, let's give it this class name. And the class name is going to be equal to h hyphen and now 400 pixels. And after that, we want to have rounded MD. Now, this is our friend request scroll area. We want to map through the friend requests that we have. So here we're going to have friend requests .map, where we're going to have a friend request or request. Now here, we want to go on and return a component which we don't have yet. And that component is our friend request card, something like this, which is going to be self-closing. Now this friend request card component is actually quite a lot. So what we're going to do now is to come right here to the components folder, and we are going to collapse this. And in here, we want to go on and create the new friend hyphen request hyphen card.tsx. Okay, so here I'm going to bring in the JSX. And if we don't have this, because I disabled the extension, it was kind of blocking me while recording. So here we're going to have our friend request card. So just rely on ChatGPT to help with the auto completion. And let's see if it does a good job. Okay, so we are exporting this, and now we have these props which we need to define here. Oops, sorry about that. So I'm going to come here and have the type friend request cast props, which is going to be initially this object, and we also need to bring in FC from React. So right here at the top, let's come here and we need to import FC, and FC is going to be coming in from React. So immediately we have an error because we are not returning JSX. So for now, quickly, I'm just going to return this empty fragment here, and we can save this. So before we come here, so I'm going to bring it close to these. Before we come here and return bring in the component, I want us to quickly define the props so that we can quickly pass the props in here. So first, this is going to be need the ID, and this ID is going to be of type ID. Now this ID should come from Convex. So right here at the top, let's come here and return bring in ID, and ID is going to come from to level up into the Convex folder. And right here in Convex, we want to go over to the underscore generated, and here we want to go over to data model. And this ID is a generic type where we define the field. So this is going to be an ID of friend request. And we're also going to need the image URL. The image URL is a string. We're going to need the username, and the username is a string. And lastly, we're going to need the not status. We're going to need the email, and the email is a string. Okay, so now let's save this and quickly come back to our profile dialog content, bring in the friend request card, and we need to bring it in ourselves. So from here, I'm going to bring in the friend request card, which is going to come from @components /friend request /card. Okay, so we have an error because we need to provide a key. Now the key for this is going to be equal to our friend request.sender.id or ._id. So that's the key right here. And why are we having this error? Okay, so we're having the error now because this we call the request and not friend request. So let's have the email, and the email is going to be equal to the request.sender.email, like this. So what other prop do we need to pass? We need to pass the ID, which is going to be equal to the request.id. We need the image URL, same request.sender.image URL, and the same for username. And now this error should be a false alarm, and it's gone. So now once we save this, we can try to view the friend request. Going to come back here to make sure that our development server is still up and running. If we click on friend request, we see no friend request because there are no friend requests. So seeing this, working on this friend request card is not going to make much sense for now. And because of that, we're not going to continue working on the friend request card because we don't have any friend request to at least display. Okay, so what's going to happen now is we can focus on the profile dialog content, and we can focus on this form over here to at least send a friend request. So let's locate the form, and this seems to be the form over here, and your friend's email. So this form, we need to focus on this form here. So what's going to happen is we already have the friend request handler that has been connected to this. So now the input is currently disabled, but we don't want it to be disabled. We want it to be disabled if the friend request status was what we called it. Let me quickly verify right here where we had our, so we called it create friend request status state. So here it's going to be disabled if the create friend request state is equal to, and what is equal to loading. Then we want to have it disabled, and we can save this. And how about the button that we have over here, which is currently disabled? Is the same logic. So we just need to copy this logic and make use of this logic here, and the button should now be enabled. Okay, so now all the work we are going to be doing is going to be on this friend request handler here to make sure that we can send out the friend request. So inside of this friend request, rather than log the email to the console, let's have our try catch block. So here we're going to have our try and also our catch block. Now for the try, we want to await, and we want to go on and await create friend request. And create friend request is going to take the AG, and we know the AG is going to take the payload is the email. So here we are going to have email, which is this email that we destructure from the form, the email that the user is going to type here. So we're going to send it to that mutation we created. And after that, we want to go on and reset our form and send the toast success. So here let's have our form.reset, which is going to help us to reset our form. And how about the error case? So we want to toast.error, and we also want to log it to the console. So we check if the error is an instance of convex error. If that is true, hey, then we'll go on and display the error.data. Otherwise, you can just say an error occurred, and then we're going to log the error on the console for easy debugging. So this is a wonderful time for us to now go on and test the sending or the creation of the friend request. Now for that, I'm going to come here and type in my other email. And once we send this friend request, we should get the error that the receiver is not found. Now we need to change that. And one way we can change it is by coming over here, and we need to come over to localhost 3000. And this is the browser where I have that current email. Now we should be redirected to authenticate. As you'll see here, we are authenticated to the sign in page, and once we click on sign in, we need to sign into the application. So we're going to continue with Google, and we need to click on the email address, and we also need to click on continue, authorize the application to Google. And once we are authorized, we should be redirected back to /chats, and we are. So we're going to come here, and if you come quickly to your dev, to your clerk, you see that you now have two users, one user, the current previous user, and now the new user. So this user can now try again to send a friend request to this user that's currently signed up. So let's click on this friend request, and the email is still populated because in case of error, we are not clearing out the form. Saves the user some time. So let's go and click on submit, and now you see the friend request has been sent successfully, but the form doesn't close. So we need to also go on and close the form once the user sends the friend request. And for us to do that, let's quickly check this form where we have the email. So this is the form, and the form is not rendered or handled dynamically. So we need to make sure it's handled dynamically. And for that, we can have the open, and this open is going to be equal to a state we don't have here yet, and we're also going to have on open change, which is also going to be equal to a function. So what do we call this? We're going to call this friend request modal, and now on open change we are going to call the function which is going to set friend request modal to the inverse of what it is. Obviously we have an error because we don't have these variables defined, so let's do that. Right here in the top where we manage states, we can have this new state. So we're going to have a state for the friend request modal, and the state to set the friend request modal, which is going to be equal to this value. Now it's important we did that so that right here, if the form submission is successful, we can set the friend request modal and give it a value of false. Alright, so we don't have a way to test it out, but we can just quickly test it out for the error state. And right here, we know that one error we should see is that the friend request already exists because we have sent a friend request to that user previously. So let's try out that logic again, and we're going to send a friend request to this user because we have already sent one friend request to the user. And once we click on submit, we get the error, and you see the form closes. The request already exists. So we're going to get rid of this modal closing here. We are sure that it works in the success case because it worked in the error case. Now let this user would come here, and now you see that this user has this badge that shows, hey, you have one friend request, which makes sense. Now if this user comes here to send a friend request and tries to send a friend request to himself, let's see what happens. You see that this user gets the error, cannot send the friend request to yourself. And if this user tries to send the friend request to the other user, you're going to see that we are going to see the friend request already has been received, which is this request over here. Okay, now this is the card that we are going to be working on now. And for us to work on this, we don't see the preview here. So what's going to happen is I'm going to now put these two browsers side by side so that we can have a preview without actually switching tabs. So now we have these two browsers side by side, and I'm just going to zoom out on this tiny bit and expand this more to the right, and so that here now we can work on this friend request card component to accept the friend request and to also delete the friend request. So for us to do that, let's come over to the friend request card, which is somewhere here. And here, rather than return empty fragment, we want to come right here and bring in the props. So the props it takes is the email. We want to bring in the ID. We want to also bring in the image URL. We want to also bring in the username. And the first thing we're going to do here is to make sure that we call our function, our mutate function. So here we're going to call our use mutation handler, and this use mutation handler is not going to be auto imported for us, so we need to do it manually ourselves. And for that, let's come right here and to the top, and we need to import the use mutation handler, which is going to come from our hooks use mutation handler. Okay, the use mutation handler throws an error because it needs if we hover on this, it needs one argument, which is going to be the words. Let's see, which is going to be the mutate. Nope, this is what it returns. Yeah, so it doesn't show, but I can tell you that this is going to take in the route link. So it's going to be api.friendRequest.accept. And now API also needs to be imported from Convex generated API. So let's bring it in. Yeah, so API needs to come in from Convex generated API like this. Now this is for accept, and we can duplicate this, and the other is going to be .decline. Okay, so here we're going to have our mutate, And this mutate is going to be for what accept. So here we can call it accept request, and we can also bring in the state, and the state is going to be for accept request state. So here we have accept request state like this. So for this, we are also going to bring mutate, and this mutate, let's rename it to decline. That's one. And we're also going to have the state, and the state, call it decline request. Okay, so now we have these two. We can now have the helper function that is going to help us to deny the request. So const, we can call handle deny request, and this handle deny request is going to be equal to async, and we're going to have the ID, which is going to be of type string. And here we are going to have this function body where we're going to have our try catch block, and this try catch block is for the case of error. We want to go on and check the, not this, we want to console.log the error. Okay, error declining friend request, and we want to also show a toast notification. So we want to bring in toast, and toast should come in from Sona library. So right here at the top, let's come here and import toast, and toast will come in from Sona. So we want to toast.error, and we want to check first before we throw the error. We want to check if the error.instance of convex error. If that's the case, we want to go on and show the error.data. Otherwise, we want to show this, and we have one too many, so we can get rid of this. Surely we have an error because we don't have convex error. So let's bring in convex error, which will come from convex /values. And now the error is gone. We can now focus on the try block. Now in the try block, we want to await handle decline, pass the ID, and we want to go on and show a success notification that friend request was successfully declined. Now, how about the handle request function? Let's also do the same. So const, we are going to have this handle request, handle accept request, which is going to be equal to this function. It is an asynchronous function, so don't forget the async keyword. And this is going to take the ID, which we're going to need. So in here, let's also have our try catch block. We are going to have our try catch, and in the case of error, we are just going to do what we've done previously. And I think we have one too many, do we? We don't close this up here, and everything is fine. Or we had one too many, not quite sure. Yeah, we didn't close this up here. So everything now is fine. And that's for the case of error. Now let's try this. We're just going to do the simple operation by calling await accept request and showing the toast notification. So now with all the hard work done, we can now focus on building out our JSX without any interruptions. So first, let's have our div, and this div is going to have a class name, and this is going to have the class name that is going to be equal to flex. We are also going to have items center. We are also going to have justify between. We are also going to have a space x of 4. We are also going to give this rounded MD, so rounded MD, and we are going to give this border, and we're going to give this a padding of 4. So let's save this, and now we see something right here. So after that, we are going to have another div. So let's bring it in, and this div is going to have a class name of flex. So class name is going to be equal to flex. We're going to give it items center and give it a space x of 3. Now here we are going to display this handshake, and handshake should come from Lucid React like this. It's not going to have any classes. And we also want to save this, and we should see the preview here. Now we want to display the avatar, so let's bring in avatar, and avatar will come from our components UI avatar, and all of a sudden I am beginning to get auto completion. So I'm going to update this. Rather than come from here, I'm going to update it to come from @components and the UI avatar, and it seems the auto completion is gone. Okay, so inside this avatar, we want to have two things. We want to have the avatar image, and we also want to have the avatar fallback. So let's bring in avatar image. It doesn't come in. The auto completion is gone. Cool. So we're going to bring in avatar image, and now we are here. Let's also bring in avatar fallback, and everything should be fine. So for the source is going to be the image URL, and for the username, we want to take the first two usernames. So right here, we're going to say usernames.slides. I want to take 0 and 1 to take the first two, which is the start and the end. We just want to take the first two. Now, if we save this, we should see the avatar right here, which is super cool. So the next we're going to have after this avatar here, we're going to have another div. Now this div is going to help us display the username and email. So let's give it a class name. And the class name we're going to pass to this div is the class name of flex justify between. So here let's quickly have flex justify between, and we're going to give this items center. And inside here we are going to be having another div. So let's quickly have the other div here and get rid of this. So this other div is going to have this class name, which is going to be equal to flex-1, and we're going to give it a space y of 1 as well. So in here, let's have this paragraph, which is going to display the username. So here we're going to have this paragraph and give it these class names. So we're going to give it this class name, which is equal to text sm, text-sm. It's also going to have a font medium, not like this, font medium. It's also going to have leading none like this. And now inside this paragraph, what do we want to display? We just want to go on and display the username. I'm going to bring this down, and rather than font medium, it's not going to have any of these. It's just going to have this text muted foreground like this. And here we just want to display the email. So let's save this, and once we save this, we see the user name as well as the user email. Now we need two things. First, we need a switch, which we can use to accept the friend request. And okay, we also need a button to decline the friend request. So for that, we're going to come right here, which is the browser we were working with previously. And we're going to go back to 100% for now. I want to come over to this switch. And this component is a switch like this. So let's copy the installation guide with npm, come back to our application, the installation section, and I'm going to paste this in for installation. Now we can quickly help use this to import. Let's just copy this, which is going to help us import the switch component, and come right over to the top. And somewhere here, I'm just going to move this up, the import from Lucid React, and paste this here, the switch import. Now importing it is useful, but we need to also make use of it. So here, let's have this div, and this div is going to have this class name, and this class name is going to be equal to flex, also flex like this, items center, and give it a gap x of 5. Now in here, let's have our switch component, and this switch is going to be self-closing. We're going to disable this switch. So disabled, and disabled is going to be if we are declining a friend request or if we are accepting a friend request. And Copilot does a good job. Now it doesn't really give me what I need, but it just gave me a head start. So the friend request state is equal to, and then we can say equal to loading like this, or if this is equal to loading as well. So if the friend request state is equal to loading, or the accept request state is equal to loading, then to go on and disable this switch. And now on change, we need to call the handle friend request, because this switch is going to help us to handle the friend request. So let's have it on checked. We're going to have on checked change, which is going to be equal to this function where automatically we are going to be taking the checked value. And after taking the checked value, we want to call the handle accept request and pass the ID. Now in this case, we're not really making use of the checked value, but if we were, that would have been the second argument to be passed here as we mapped out to the handle friend request. Now in this case, we are not using the checked. Rather than have it grayed out, we can just make use of an underscore to show that we are not making use of the value that is being used here. Now after this switch, we have a button. So here, let's quickly have our button component, and our button needs to be imported from our components UI button. So let's bring it in. Quickly, I'm just going to update this to @/components like this. And our button component is going to need a value. Now the value is just going to be a simple X icon that is going to come from Lucid React, and also, yeah, it's right here. Okay, so this button is okay, but let's have the props. The first we're going to give it is a size, and the size is going to be equal to icon. We are also going to give it a variant, and the variant is going to be destructive, which is a reddish color. And again, we're going to have a disabled, which is going to determine if we want to disable this button or not. So again, this is going to be equal to accept state is equal to loading. So here we're going to bring it in and get rid of this extra on click that Copilot was giving to us. So I'm going to disable this if the accept friend request is loading, or if the decline friend request is loading. This is just going to stop us from trying to decline a friend request when we are also trying to accept a friend request. So lastly, we need an onClick. So we're going to call this onClick, which is going to call this handle deny friend request, which we defined right up, and take the ID. And we don't really take an argument here, so we can just pass a function like this. Totally okay. Or like this, whichever you like. But this is not a valid function. So let's save this, and we made lots of changes, and it's just good practice to reload the application. We already see our 2 buttons there, and I saw them not properly styled. So let's quickly recheck. We come here to view the friend request, and we see our buttons. I think it's okay. I wouldn't want to spend so much time inspecting, but if I'm to quickly inspect, here we have this div. Okay, and here we have the handshake, and here we have this other div. Quickly, I'm just trying to inspect where I must have gotten it wrong, and here we have this div. And from what I'm seeing here, so this second div should just come right below here. Okay, so this is the first div, the flex item center just right between, and now this is the second div. So if we save this, yeah, looks way better now. Okay, so let's try it out. Let's try to first decline the friend request. We're just going to click here and decline, and you see the friend request has been declined. Now for us to test this in real time, I'm just going to quit this, not really quit, bring the 2 browsers together. And here I'm just going to minimize this as well. So now we have the 2 browsers together. I'm quickly going to reload this, and now we can try them out. So this other user, I'm going to come right here and send a friend request from this user to this user. So let's quickly do it. And we click on submit, and you see automatically this updated to 1. We didn't have to refresh our application. So now we can click here and view the friend request, which is coming from this user. And we have seen that declining the friend request already works. And now we can send another friend request and send. So now we see the friend request pop up in real time. So what's going to happen is we are going to accept this friend request, and we see the friend request has been accepted, and we no longer have the friend request here. This is super cool. And if you come over to your Convex, you would see now how everything adjusts. If you come over to data and click here quickly, you would see now we don't see. I'm just going to quickly zoom this out. Come over to data, and here we're in contacts. If we come over to conversations, you would see now that we have a conversation that was created right now between the users, and you see that is not a group conversation. Okay, so this is super cool. We can list conversations, but we don't have the functionality yet. I'm going to go back and rearrange the screen setup. Okay, so we have done pretty much so far setting up the friend request, and now we can see the UI for updating status, which we have done. We can also send friend request. We can switch between the light, system, or dark mode. We also display the user information. We have our Clerk setup, our Clerk authentication. And now we can move over to displaying the sidebar component, which is going to display the conversations that we have and give us the ability to also create a group conversation. We're going to get started by creating the chat sidebar component, and for that we need to let's just have an overview of what we have currently. So we have this app, and then we have the chats, which is the chat page, and then we have the layout, which is the overall layout that you see over here. Now this chat layout, if we come into it, you see that it is taking this shared layout. Now the reason why we have this shared layout is because of this section over here. And if we want to implement this in any other page we have, you see it has this resizable, and it has all of these, and it then takes in the children. Okay, and now for this component, it's going to be passed to it here, sidebar component as props, and it's the sidebar component that is being rendered here. And now that's why you see, if we have another page where we make use of the same layout, it can take in any component. It doesn't have to be hard-coded to be the sidebar component. And that's why we have that in a shared layout. And for the props, we also take in the props as props. Where is it? you see the sidebar props coming in right here. So before we continue, let's get rid of this use path name. We don't use it here. And I have already gotten rid of the path name. So if you still have the path name declaration here, please, you can just go on and take it off. So I'm just going to save this, and we are going to proceed now to this chat sidebar, which is shared to this shared layout, or passed as a prop to this shared layout. So right here in the chat sidebar, which renders what we have currently, we are also going to be having a sidebar container, because this sidebar, we want to give this sidebar a title, and we want to also have an action right here on this sidebar. Okay, so that's the way it's going to work. And for that, I'm just going to come right here. So right here, we are going to create a new component, and this is going to be our sidebar container.tsx component. So let's say const sidebar container, and this is going to be equal to the component like this, and we should also export the const right here. So now let's take the sidebar component, and right here we are going to be passing it here. So let's render the sidebar container here and bring in the import, and right here we are also going to update this to come from @/component and then /sidebar container. Now the sidebar container is not going to be rendered like this because we are going to be passing in children. So here we are going to close up the sidebar container, and we can already get rid of this. Okay, so if we have an error here, this should be container and not spelled like this. Sorry about that. Let me quickly update this to be container, and we should also update the import here to be container. Cool. So we have an error because right here we are not returning JSX. So let's go into that component and make sure we are returning JSX. So what we're going to do, because this is going to accept the title prop and also the trigger prop, which is more like the action. So here let's import, and we need to import FC. FC is going to be coming in from React, and here we are going to map out the type of props that this component is going to take. So we can have our sidebar container props. So sidebar container props, and the props is going to be equal to this object, and let's have our type here. So this is going to take in children, as we have mapped out over in the chat sidebar component. So let's bring in children from React node. This is also going to take in title, and title is going to be a string, and this is also going to take in trigger. Now trigger is also going to be a React node. It could be any component, and you're going to see how this works. So here we are going to pass the sidebar container props, and from here we need to destructure all the things that we have mapped out. So all of these needs to be brought in. So now we have them here. Let's have a scroll area. So we are going to be returning a scroll area, and this scroll area should come from our UI scroll area. And here let me quickly update the import to come from @/component UI scroll area and separate from the React import. This scroll area is going to have a height, and the height for this is going to be equal to h full to take 100%. And then we are going to have this div. So here let's have the div, and this div is going to also take a class name, and the class name for this div is going to be px4. So after that we are going to have another div, and this div is going to contain the trigger. So why do we have an issue with this height? Because it shouldn't be height, it should be class name. So sorry about that. So the class name is going to be height 100%. And after giving this a px of 4, we are going to give this some other class names. The class name for this is going to be flex items center. We're also going to give it a margin top of 10, and we're also going to give it justify between right here. And in here we are going to have a h1, or let's go with the h2. Yeah, I think we should go with, yeah, let's go with h2. And for the h2 we are going to give it a class name, and the class name is going to be text2xl. We are also going to give it a font bold, and this is going to contain the title. So here let's have the title, and after that we are going to have this other div, and this div is going to be displaying the trigger. So here we are going to render the trigger like this. Okay, so let's save this and have a first preview. We're not going to see anything yet because we are not passing in the title, and we are also not passing in the trigger. So let's come over here, and here we also need to pass in children. For now, we don't have children. Children is going to be a chat list. So for now, we can just have this chat sidebar as a default to be rendered here. Okay, so we still don't see anything, which is weird. At least we should. But let's start with the title. The title prop is going to be chats. And after that, it's also going to need the trigger. And we know that this trigger is the React node. So for now, we are just going to pass in an empty fragment here. So now if we save this, we see chats, but we don't see the trigger over here. And we still don't see this chat sidebar. And that's because we are not rendering children yet. So let's go over there and fix it. So what's going to happen is just right outside this div that contains the title and also the trigger, we are going to have another div. So here, let's have the div, and this div is going to take in some class names. We're going to give this a class name of margin y of 4 and give it a height of 8. Then we're going to give this a bg gray of 200. And on dark mode, we want to give this a bg gray of 800. We're also going to give this a display of flex items center and give this a padding of 2. And lastly, give this a rounded XL. So in here, we want to display search, and search is going to be coming in from Lucid React. So let's bring in search from Lucid React, and this is going to take in some class names. I'm just going to move this right to the top here. And the class names we are going to pass to this search is just 2 class names. So the first one is going to be a text gray of 500, and the other one is going to have a margin right of 2. Okay, so this is the class name, and let me quickly make sure that this ends here. Okay, and after that, we are going to have an input. So here, let's have this input, and this input is going to have the type text, and let's bring in all of these. And the placeholder is going to be search, and the class name is not going to be any of these here. So I'm just going to get rid of everything here. So we're going to give this a width of full, give it a height of 8, give it a padding of 2, rounded LG, give this an outline of none, and give this a bg gray of 200. And lastly, on dark mode, we're going to give this a bg gray of 800. So now, if we save this, we are going to see the search and the input. But before we have the preview, I just want to make sure that right here, we render children. Okay, so now once we give this a save, we should see so we see the chat here, and now we also see the children prop right here. So we are not seeing this trigger, and we are not also seeing the content, which is what we are going to be working on next. We can get started with fixing the content, and once we fix the content, we would also fix the trigger. The trigger over here is going to give us the ability for us to go on and create a group. So what is going to happen is, let's come right here. I'm just going to collapse this, and right here in the components, we want to display the list of chats over here. And for that, we are going to be creating a new component, a component we would call chatlist.tsx. So here, let's quickly export const and call it chat list, and this chat list is going to be of type FC. FC would come in from React, and we have the function body here. Now this component is actually not going to take in any prop, so we can just get rid of this. And right here, we need to bring in FC from React. So we are going to come here, and we are going to be importing FC from React. So right now, we need to go on and work on our chat list component. But not quite, because we need to, the idea here is for us to display our one-on-one conversation and also our group message. And this one-on-one conversation is also going to have the message count, is going to have the last message, and perhaps some details about who sent the message. Is also going to have the time that the last message was sent, whether the last message has been read or unread, so read received. So quite a lot. Let's work on that right now. So right here in the Convex, we are going to be creating a new file, which is going to be conversations.ts. Okay, and we need a couple of imports. First, let's import the convex error. And convex error is going to be coming in from convex/values. And we also need to bring in a couple of things that will be coming in from the generated server file. So let's go on level up to the generated /server file. And what do we need to bring in? We need to bring in the mutation context. We also need to bring in query. And lastly, we need to bring in the query context. So let's bring them all in. And we need two more imports. Next is the get user by ID method that we created from one level up the utils folder, not user underscore utils folder. So let's bring it in, not this, sorry. Let's bring in the get user data by ID. And now, lastly, we need to go on and bring in ID. And ID is going to be coming in from underscore generated and the data model. Okay, so let's get started. We're going to need two helpful functions in this file. And the first helpful function we're going to need is to get the last message details. And then we're going to need the get message content. So let's start with the last. Let's have this const get message content. And this is going to take in the type, which is going to be a type string. And it's also going to take in the content. And the content here is also going to be of type string. So this is just going to be switching through different kinds of messages that we're going to get. And based on the kind of message, we're going to display the content. So we're going to display what is going to show right here. Okay, you're going to see how it works. And that means here, we're going to have different types of messages. So we're going to have a case. I'm just going to bring in the default here. You can pause and copy them in. So the case where the message is of type text, we want to go on and return the content. And for cases where it's an image, we want to return this. So this is totally okay. And for cases where it's a video, we can return this, but we don't support video. So we're just going to get rid of that. And for cases where it's an audio, you can just say audio like this. And we also need one case for PDF because we're going to have PDF files. In that case, we are going to return this attachment. So I'm just going to bring this up and get rid of this. And lastly, for the default, yeah, we can just say unsupported message type. Okay, so now we have this get message content. It makes not much sense now, but we're going to see where we can work with that. The next helpful function we're going to work with now is to get the last message details function. And this is going to be equal to an async function like this. And this async function is going to take in this object. And this object is going to be of type this object we're going to define. So here we're going to say this is going to be taking context, which is of type the query context or the mutation context. So let's make it of the mutation context here. And that's not all. We are also going to take in the conversation ID. So here, let's have the conversation ID, which is going to be of type ID and ID of what? Messages. Don't worry, I will auto format after typing, or it could be undefined like this. So this is it. This is all we have going on here. And that means from here, we can destructure CTX and we can also destructure the conversation ID. So now we have brought these things. Let's first of all check if there is no conversation ID. So here we're just quickly going to check if there's no conversation ID. We're going to return null. If there's a conversation ID, then we can go on and query the database to get the by conversation ID. So we're going to say const message, and the message is going to be equal to await the ctx.db.get, and we want to get the conversation ID like this. And after this, we're just going to check in for cases where we don't have any message. If there's no message, we're not going to try an error. We're just going to go on and return null. And we're not going to throw, we're going to return null. And what if we have a message? If we have a message, then we want to get the details of the sender. So we're going to say const sender, and the sender is going to be equal to await the ctx.db.get. And then we're going to get the message.sender ID, not like this, sender ID. Okay. And if you're wondering where we're getting sender ID from, it's from this message. And you can see here, this message has all these, the ID, creation time, and all these properties. Okay, so now we have the sender. We can also check, because if you hover on this, you can see here it could be null. So let's handle the case where the sender is not there. So we're going to say if there is no sender, let's return null. So now is the time we can go on and get the content. So const content, and content is going to be equal to get our message content from our helper function, and it needs a type. So we're going to give it the message.type, and for the content, we're also going to give it the message.content. So why do we have this error here? Because type string array is not assignable to type string. Okay, to make sure we don't have any errors, we can just say this is it's an any type over here. So as we say it's an any type, everything is fine and okay. So now we have the content. Let's make sure we return the content. So we're going to return. And now this content we are returning is the last message. As you can see here, we go to get last message details. So it's the last message details that we're going to be displaying here. No worries, you're going to see it as we work on this chat sidebar. So right here, we are going to be returning the last message sender in this object, which is going to be the sender.name, the username, and then we're going to return the last message content. And the content is what we're getting from our helper function, which is the content. And lastly, we need the last message time stamp. And this last message timestamp is going to be equal to the message dot underscore creation time. So that's all we've got here. And now we're going to make use of this last message details by having the get function that we're going to call on this sidebar. So let's export const get is equal to the query. So this query is going to take the args, and this args is an empty object. We don't need any argument for this. And then we need a handler, and the handler is this async function, which is going to take in ctx, and it's also going to take in args, and then it's going to return this object. And we're going to do what we've done previously. So I think we can just copy from one of these. We're just going to copy this identity, and also if there is no identity here. So I'll just quickly copy this, and we can make use of it right here. So what we're doing is we're getting the current user, and if we don't have it, we then throw this error. So now we can also get the current user, get user by ID, we pass the context, and we also pass the clock ID. And now we can have current user, and we can also check for cases where we don't have any current user. We're going to say user not found. Okay, and now we're going to get the conversation memberships. So const conversation memberships is going to be equal to await ctx.db.query, and we're going to query the conversation memberships. So here we're going to have conversation members. So there's actually a typo here, and sorry about that. Let's quickly fix it. Fixing it comes from our schema, and here I'm just going to search because that is our conversation members. So here I'm just quickly, do we have it? No, it's just here. So I'm just going to update this. So maybe you didn't make this mistake, you don't have to do any change. Okay, so I'm just going to update it and also make a fuzzy search here all throughout my application to see where I was also making the mistake. So here automatically we have two errors here. So this should be conversation members, and the error is gone. Sorry about that. And let me see, we also have the same error here. This should be conversation members like this, and it was actually the file that we were currently working on. So I'll give us more space here. So now we're going to query the conversation members, and let's have our index. So here we can say with index, and the index is going to be by member ID. Okay, and then let's have our query builder where we're taking q, and we're going to return q dot equal the member ID, which is equal to current user dot ID. And lastly, we are going to come over here and call dot collect like this. So this is going to give us the conversation members. Now from these conversation members, we can get the conversations of each member that we have here. Okay, making use of the conversation member ID and the conversation ID. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to say const conversations, and conversations is going to be equal to await promise.all, and we're going to map to the conversation memberships, and I'll just add an S here and an S here. And the reason why okay, so this is always going to be available. So we're going to say conversation memberships dot map, and here we're going to have an async function where we'll get each conversation membership, and then we want to go on and have the function body here. So what do we want to do? First, let's get the conversation. So const conversation, and we're going to get it by querying by the conversation ID. So we're going to with our ctx.db.get, and we're going to get conversation memberships dot conversation ID. So we're going to get the conversation, and if you hover here, it could be null. So we're just going to have a quick check. If it's like this, if there's no conversation, then we want to throw an error. So we're going to throw a new convex error, which is going to say conversation not found. And if we got the conversation down here, we're just going to come over here and return the conversation. Now this conversation. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. And now we have the conversations. We can now go on to also get the conversation with details. Okay, and this is the way it's going to work. We're going to come over here and say conversation with details, and conversation with details is going to be equal to await promise.all, where we're now going to map through the different conversations here. So we're going to say conversations.map, and here we'll have an async function. I will get each conversation, and we're also going to get the index. So here let's have the index, and this is our map function body. So why do we have an error? First, because this isn't spelled correctly. This should be conversations, and the error is gone. Okay, and what do we do here? We're going to have all conversation memberships, which is going to be equal to await our ctx.db, and here we want to have dot query, where we're going to query each the conversation memberships, and here we're going to have the with index, which is going to be by conversation ID. Then we'll have the query, and we're going to check the query that equals conversation ID equals conversation.id, and once we find it, we're going to have dot collect like this. So that's it for all conversation memberships. And then the next thing we need is we need the last message. So const last message, and the last message is going to now be equal to get last message details, our helper function, and this needs the context, and it also needs the conversation ID. So here we're going to pass the ctx, and the conversation ID is going to be the conversation.last message. So this is going to give us the last message, and we can also get the last seen message. So const last seen message, and this is going to be equal to conversation memberships, and at the current index dot last seen message. So let's just have the check. If it's there, then we want to go and await the ctx.db.get, where we're going to get the conversation memberships with the index dot last message. Otherwise, we are going to return null. Okay, now this is our last message. We also want to get the time, so we're going to say const last seen message time is going to be equal to our last seen message. If it's available, then we want to get the creation time. Otherwise, we are going to not use null -1 like this. So this is going to give us our last seen message, and we also need our unseen messages. So let's bring that in. Our unread messages is going to be await ctx.db, and then we're going to run the query, and we're going to query our messages, and with index, and the index is going to be by conversation ID. And here we have our query builder, where we say q.equal conversation ID, and we don't need these extra here. Okay, and after this, we also want to have some filter. So let's have dot filter here, and we want to filter by greater than, and also want to filter by not equal to. So we're going to say q, and here we're going to say have q.gt, okay, not get, the gt like this, where we have q.field, and we want to go with underscore creation time, and then against the last seen message time. So this is one filter, and we need another filter. So here we're going to filter again, and we're going to filter by q, which is not equal, not like this. So here it's going to be and a queue where we have here the sender ID. Nope. So I'm just going to get rid of all these and add one more here. So not equal, and now we're going to have our queue.field, and this queue.field is for the sender ID, and again the current user.id. And lastly, we shouldn't forget to add .collect like this, and we are good to go for the unread message. Okay, and now we want to have we want to know if the conversation we are looking at is a group conversation. Now we're going to return so that we can return the same message format. So we're going to say if the conversation dot is group, then we are going to return an object. Otherwise, we are going to return another object. So what I'm going to return if it's a group conversation, we're just going to go and return the conversation. We're going to return the unseen count, and the unseen count is going to be the unread message length, and then we're going to return the last message. We can just spread out all the fields. And for the else block, we want to get the other member, okay, because then we have other details to display. So we're going to say other member, and other member is going to be equal to all conversation memberships not find. We want to filter, then we're going to get each membership, and then we're going to return where the membership.member ID is not equal to the current user.id, and filter returns an array. So we're just going to take the first matching order, and now we're going to have other member data, and other member data is going to be equal to await ctx.db.get the other member dot the member ID. And now we have the other member details. We can go on and return this object with the conversation. We can also return the other member, and the other member is going to be the other member data. We can return the unseen count, which is the unread messages length, and lastly we can return the last message, and the last message is going to be the last message that we have up here. So where is it? This last message. And we have an error here because this should be const conversation with details, and right here we are now going to return conversation with details. So just right after here we are going to return the conversation with details. Okay, so if we have written everything correctly and we don't have any errors, then we can come here and continue. Okay, so if you got lost at any point, please just copy the code from GitHub and use over here, and we don't need the args over here, so you can just use an underscore or you can just take it off. Okay, and now let's focus on the chat list item and make sure that we display we build out the components over here and have some details to show. So let's continue with that. So over here in the chat list component, we're going to need some props, some variables. First, we're going to start with the path name, which is going to be the use path name hook. The use path name hooks needs to come in from next navigation. We also need the chat ID, and the chat ID is going to be coming in from the path name split by / and then pop. Now we can have the conversations. So here we're going to have the conversations, and this is going to be equal to use query hook. Now this use query hook should come from Convex / react. So should come in from Convex / react. And now the query needs the API, and the API also needs to come in from Convex generated API. So it's going to be API.conversations, the conversations file that we just built out. And I'm going to close this and just leave this open in case we need it. .what, and remember that we have the get method, which doesn't take in any arguments. And now we have the conversations. We can also have the group messages. So const group messages, and this is just going to be by making a filter. So we're going to have our conversations.filter, and over here we're going to get each message, and this should be conversations. So we're going to have each message, and we're just going to go on and return any message.conversation. So not like this. So we're going to return any message.conversation.isGroup. And we have an error because message is possibly null. Okay, so let's come back to our conversations file, and let's start from after this our check current user. Here we have conversation memberships, and here I'm just going to add this over here. So for conversation memberships, just add this extra check here, And then we also want to come over to conversation with details. And right here in conversation with details, we are also going to just add this check over here. Okay, and most importantly, this the get last message details. You can see here that this is return a promise, and we're not using our await keyword. So let's not forget to use await here. So make sure you add this your await keyword. And the error is still here. Now the error is gone. So we forgot our await keyword over here. And lastly, you can also add this over here, just to make sure that you have this auto check here. So now let's save this. And let's see if we continue and we get more errors, then we're going to fix the errors, okay? So right now we have the group messages. Up next, we are also going to make sure we have the direct messages. So here we're going to have const direct messages, and direct messages is going to be equal to conversations and dot filter. It's just going to be the opposite of what we did here. So this is just what we're just going to return any message that is not a group message. Then it's going to be a direct message. And lastly, we're just going to have this to know if it has any conversations. So const has conversations, and this is going to be equal to two checks that we are going to have here. And the first one is going to be if there's a group messages, and we then want to check the length. So group messages dot length, if that's true, or we have direct conversations, and then we're going to check the direct messages dot length, and we can just check here if it's greater than 0. And here as well, just going to quickly check if it's greater than 0. So now we have this, we can go on to build our UI, so which is this section over here. And we're going to start by returning JSX. So here we're going to return this div, and we should no longer have an error, and we don't. So this is going to have some class name, and the class name is going to be having a display of flex call, and we're also going to give the space y of 2. And in here we're going to check if there is no conversation, so it has conversations. If that is true, we're going to return this div with some message. Otherwise, we are then going to return this fragment. So this div, where style it, is going to have a class name, and the class name is going to be text center. It's going to have a text gray of 500. All right, and now here we're just going to have the text of no conversations yet, like this. And if there's a conversation, then we're going to be returning a component that we don't have yet. So what we're going to do first is to have the direct conversations, and direct conversations, if it is true, then we're going to have the length. So direct conversations dot length, if it's greater than 0, we're going to map through the conversations if it's greater than 0. If that is true, we're going to map, just have this placeholder. Otherwise, we are going to be returning this. Okay, so now why do we have this error? Cannot find name direct conversations. Did you mean conversations? What did we call it? Yeah, direct message. Anyone is going to work. So here we're going to have direct message, and here direct message dot length and length. Okay, so this is for the direct message, and rather than return empty fragments here, we're going to be returning null, and we can do the same thing for the group message. So what's going to happen is right here where we have the empty fragment, I'm just going to collapse this so that I can duplicate this, and rather than for direct message, this is going to be for our group messages. If we have a group messages and it has a length, we want to show here. So let's save this, and you see we see no conversations found. And the reason why we see no conversations found is because we don't have a conversation. Now, I think that's a false alarm, because we definitely should have a conversation, right? Let's log the conversation, because we have one user we added as a friend, and we saw it in our convex not quite long. So let's console.log the conversations and see what we get. I'm going to open this up, and quickly I will just reload. and we see an empty array. Alright, so let's confirm in our Convex database. Maybe we have some errors in our conversations API file. So over here in Convex, if we check the conversations table, you see that we have a conversation that is not a group conversation. So that means we definitely have an error. We have an error in our conversation. So let me quickly double check. So over here in Convex, it's not necessarily an error from our side, because remember previously, the reason why we don't see any conversation, even though we have a conversation here, is because right here the conversation members, you see when we rename this, and this was the one we queried earlier, and now we have the conversation members after we updated it. So what's going to happen is I'm just going to delete the document here, and the contacts, let's see here, we have one with the conversation ID. I'm also going to delete this, okay, so that we can resend the friend request. We don't have any friend request. We have the two users here, and for messages we don't have any message, no friend request, no conversations. We can also get rid of this, okay, and then the conversation members can stay and there are no contacts. Cool. So what's going to happen is let's send the friend request again. So I'm going to come over here and send a friend request to the other user. I need to authenticate here. Just give me a second to authenticate via Google, and oops, and now we are authenticated. What's going to happen is I would come over here and quickly send the friend request and send to the other user, and receiver not found. Did I have a typo here? So I sent, and the friend request has come over here. So what's going to happen is I'm going to come here and accept the friend request, and now we should not have an empty conversation. And you see here we don't have an empty conversation, and even though we check the console, we see that we now have a conversation. Super cool. So now I'm just going to fold this and come out of here, and we can get rid of this. And what's going to happen next is we need a component where we're going to be displaying all this data. Okay, so let's work on that. That is our chat list component. I'm going to come over here, and right here I'm going to be creating a new in the components. I'm going to be creating a new file, and that is the chat list item. So here we're going to have chat list -item.tsx. Okay, so const chat list item is going to be equal to this function where we are definitely going to be receiving props. So here let's bring in fc. Fc should come in from React. So right here I'm going to come to the top and import fc from React and save this, and also define the props, even though for now it's going to be empty. So I'm going to define the type, and the type is going to be chat list item props. For now it's just going to be an empty object, and we are going to pass the props here. And then if we come back to our chat list item, rather than have this here, we are going to get rid of this and have our chat list item, not the props. Instead of having the fragment there, we can have our chat list item, and the chat list item needs to be imported from our components. So right here, let's come here and import the chat list item. That would come from @/components and /chat list item. If we don't have this, that is because we are not exporting. So let's do well to export const here, and we no longer have an error. And here we do have an error because we are not closing this, and there are no more errors. All right, so yeah, so let's work on this item, and then I think we should work on the map. So what's going to happen here is if the direct conversations, the direct messages that length is greater than 0, then we're going to come here and have our direct messages and map through it, where we'll get each conversation, and then we are going to return this new chat list item component, and that is the same we are going to do here. So over here as well, for the group messages, we are going to say our group messages.map, where we are going to get each conversation, and then we're going to return a chat list item. We just have error for the key prop. We're going to be working on that right after our chat list item component. So what's going to happen is coming over to our chat list item, let's have the props. This is going to need the name, and the name is going to be of type string. It's going to need the last message content, and the last message content is also going to be a string, or it could be undefined. And then we are going to need the last message sender, and the last message sender is going to be of type string or undefined. We are going to need the timestamp. The timestamp is going to be of type string or undefined. We are also going to need the avatar URL, and the avatar URL is going to be of type string, and not like this, of type string. And then we're going to need is active, and this is going to be a boolean. We're going to need a chat ID of type string and on scene message count, which is going to be of type number or undefined. Okay, so here we are going to now bring in all the props. Let's go on to quickly bring them in. So we're just going to destructure it. Okay, and the name, timestamp, and lastly the on-scene message count. Okay, so now we brought them in. We're going to need the link component, which will be coming in from next link. So let's import link. Link will come in from next link, and here we are going to render the link, and the link will have the href, and the href is going to be equal to /chats, and then we have the chat ID. Okay, and then in here we're going to have the JSX, but before we do that, let's not forget to first off return. We need to return here. Okay, and then in here we're going to also have some class names. So this is going to have a dynamic class name, and for that we need to bring in cn. Cn is going to be coming in from, and cn is going to come in from our @libs /utils file. Okay, and now we have cn. We can now have a dynamic class name here. Give it a padding of 3, give it rounded to XL, flex, justify between, cursor pointer. I don't think we need the cursor pointer since it's a link, so it's very much okay. And then we're going to have our condition, and then we're going to have a comma here and an object. So we'll specify the classes we want to add based on this condition if this is an active link. Now the classes we want to have is give it a BG gray of 200, and on the dark mode we want to give it a BG gray of 800, and that's it. And inside this link we are going to display or have a div, and this div is going to have this class name, and the class name is going to be flex space x3, and in here we're going to have the avatar, which will coming from our UI avatar, and it's not going to be self-closing. We're going to give this a class name. The class name for this is going to be h12 and also width 12. And inside this avatar we are going to quickly update this to come from @/components, and inside this avatar we are going to have the avatar image, and the avatar image is going to come from a component. The source is going to be the avatar URL, and then we're going to have the avatar fallback. So here let's have the avatar fallback, and the fallback is going to be I think this is okay. We're just going to make use of the name and take the first character of the name. Okay, so this is it, and if we save this we won't see anything for now because we haven't rendered it out. You see we have an error already because we're not passing in the required props. Okay, so let's do that to make sure we don't have an error. Let's come back to the chat list and pass the props that we need, and let's start with the direct conversation. First we're going to give this a key, and the key here is going to be the conversation dot underscore ID. To allow us not to do this conversation, we can just come here and destructure conversation. So now we just say conversation.id. Okay, and after that we also need the name. The name is going to be conversation we can just say conversation dot we can also bring in the order member, we can also bring in the unseen count, and we can also bring in the last message. Okay, so the name is going to be the order member. Okay, and if it's not available, to make sure we don't have any errors, we can just return an empty string. And the last message content is going to be equal to the last message dot content. Otherwise, also we'll use an empty string, and we still have an error. Property content, so last message dot last message content. And after that, we need the avatar URL. The avatar URL is going to be the other member dot avatar URL. Okay, not avatar URL, so other member dot the image URL. Otherwise, use an empty string. And next is the chat ID. So the chat ID is going to be equal to the conversation dot underscore ID. We're also going to need the isActive, and the isActive is if the chat ID that we brought in from the use params is equal to the conversation ID. And next is the last message sender, and the last message sender is going to be equal to the last message the last message sender. Okay, and what else do we need to pass? A timestamp. Now the timestamp is going to be the last message, and then we are going to say last message dot the timestamp. There's actually a typo here, so you can correct it, but I'll just live with it so I don't have to go back. And the unseen message count is going to be equal to the unseen message count. Now for the timestamp, why do we have this error? Let me see. Number undefined is not assignable. So what's going to happen is right here, we're going to say this timestamp could be, number undefined is not assignable to type what. So the timestamp is actually meant to be a number. So if we come over to conversation, so let's say the timestamp, and we can also correct it here. Okay, now it's of type number, and we check here, it's of type number. So I don't know why it sees it as a string. If we check here, last message timestamp, and if we hover here, it's of type number or undefined. And what is it saying here? That's what? Okay, string or undefined. So that means right here, not in the conversations, that means right here we are looking for a string, so it should be a number or undefined. Save here and come back here, and that's all for here. So let's copy the same prop and pass the same prop over here. Now what's going to happen here is we are also going to destructure as we did. So here we're going to destructure the conversation, and this should be conversation. And what else? The unseen count, the last message, and the other member. And the key remains the same. The name also remains the same, conversation. Now the name is going to be not other member because this is a group message. Okay, and there's no other member here. So we're going to use conversation.name, or we're going to use an empty string. And the last message content is going to be the last message dot last message content. Very much okay. The avatar URL is just going to be an empty string because it's a group conversation. Okay, and the chat ID is going to be the conversation.id, and the isActive is going to remain the same. Let me see, isActive. Now isActive is equal to the, it's okay. And the last message sender is going to be equal to last message sender. The timestamp is going to be the same. The unseen count is going to be the same. So now let's save this, and we should at least see something now. We shouldn't see an error. We should see the avatar URL, and we do see the avatar URL. Now I have the avatar URL. Let's quickly round up this component. Just outside this avatar here, let's have another div, and this div is going to display the name, and it's going to display it in a h2 component. And after this, we are going to have a paragraph, and this is going to display the last message content. So last message content, in this case we don't have any, so if we save this, we are going to see the name. The last message content for now isn't available. So what's going to happen is we can style this h2. Just going to give it a class name, and the class name is going to be equal to the font bold, and the paragraph is going to have the class name, and the class name is going to be text sm, and we're going to give it text gray 700. And on dark mode, we're going to give it a text gray of 400. And if we save this, it should look more bold, okay, because we give it a font bold. And after this div, we are going to have another div. So here, let's have a second div. And this div is going to have the class name. The class name is going to be equal to flex. Give it a flex call, give it items end, and give it justify between. And in here, we are going to have a paragraph. So in here, we're going to have a paragraph, and this paragraph is going to have a class name, and the class name is going to be text sm. And in here, we're going to check if we have a timestamp. We're going to work on this yet, so but for now, I'm just going to leave it at this because we need to create a helper function for that. And here we're going to have our unseen message count. If it's true, we want to also check if the unseen message count is greater than 0. So here we're going to check if the count is greater than 0. In that case, we want to make use of the badge component, which will come from our UI badge and render. Otherwise, we are going to not show any unseen message, right? So this badge is going to have the unseen message count, and we can style it, give it some class name, and the class name we're going to give here is text gray 500. Now we are through with this, and one more, let's give it a variant, and the variant is going to be secondary. So now we are through with this. We need to create a helper function that is going to help us in formatting the timestamp. And also, I'm just quickly going to import this from @/components UI badge. Okay, so now we have all of these. Let's create the helper function. And for creating the helper function, we need to come into our utils. So right here in the source folder in our lib. So in here, let's npm install date/fns library. So do go on and install. And right here, we need to bring in a couple of imports from the new library. So all these will be coming in from date-fns. And that is the format. We also need the date to date, not date. We need the difference in hours. We need the difference in days. We need the difference in weeks, and that's about it. So here we're going to be creating a new function. So we're going to export const get formatted timestamp, and this is going to be equal to this function that's going to take in the timestamp, which is of type number. And we need two variables. We need now, and now is going to be equal to new date, and then from there we can get the date, and the date is going to be equal to the new date timestamp. So we're going to check if this is a difference in hours. So we're going to pass now and date. If it's less than 24, then we're going to return format date, and the format is not going to be. We want to make use of this format like this, and we're going to have an else if, and the else if is if the difference in days. So we're going to bring this in. Then we're going to format and make use of this format here. And next we're going to check is weeks. So we're going to check if the difference in weeks, and difference in weeks, take note that this is less than 4. In that case, we want to return format date, and we're not going to make use of this format. We are going to make use of the format of having this. I'm going to get rid of everything here. So we're going to use double quotes, and in here we're going to use single quotes, so that here we can have week, and outside we can have W like this. And lastly, we are just going to have an else block that is going to return format date and give it this not format, because this last one is the format in year. So we're going to return in month like this. So let's save this, and we won't see anything yet because we obviously are not making use of the get formatted timestamp. I don't know why I keep making mistake. Okay, so I'm going to copy it and come right here, and now rather than have this new date, we're just going to get rid of everything we have here. Okay, and get rid of all of these, and just add this check over here and get the get formatted timestamp, and here we're going to pass the timestamp. Now I'm just going to auto import this and save this. Not much will change, at least for now. So this is the component. We are not making use of the last message sender. So what's going to happen is we're going to see if we need it, and if we do need it, then we'll make use of it. But for now, we can just stay without using it. So this is the chat item. There's a chat list component, and now after working on the chat list component, we have the ability to, if we click on this, we're going to go to the chat ID page, which we don't have yet. So what we're going to do now is to make sure that over here, I'm just going to reload this, we can work on this trigger. Okay, so for now, if you come over to the chat sidebar, you'll see that the trigger we pass here is currently an empty fragment. And now with this trigger, we are going to have the functionality to create a new group. So we save it. This is what we want to work on. So let's work on that next. Let's work on the trigger, and the trigger is going to give us the ability to create a group. And for that, right here in the components folder, we are going to create a new group.tsx. And here we can have our const new group is going to be equal to this function where we are going to be returning a JSX. For now, we're going to return this empty fragment. Now we can take this new group and pass it right here as the trigger. So I'm just going to remove this placeholder, and we're going to have this new group. Now this new group needs to be imported, so let's make sure we are exporting it from here. And now we can bring in the new group and update the import to come from @components/new group. And now we should not see anything here. If you still do, you just give it a reload and everything should be fine. Now it reloads and we don't see anything. Okay, so how do we start? We can start from the back end to create the function in our Convex that we're going to call to get the contacts. And once we get the contacts, we are also going to have the mutation to go on and create a group. So what's going to happen is right here in our Convex folder, we are going to be creating a new file, and this file we are going to call it contacts.ts like this. Now this contacts, let's start from the create group. So const export const create group, and this create group is going to be equal to this function. Now it's not actually going to be this function, it's going to be equal to a mutation. Now mutation should come from generated server like this, and this mutation is going to take args, but this args is going to be this object where we're going to have the name, and the name is going to be of type v, and v should be imported from convex values. So we're going to say it's of type string, the name of the group that we want to create. Now this group is also going to meet members, and members is going to be an array. So the members that are going to belong to this group. And the ID, so it's going to be an array of ID. So here we're going to have v.id, and we're going to pass which of the ID for the users. And after this, we are going to have the handler. And I'm just going to bring this in like this. So as we've seen, this handler is going to take in not the name, it's going to take in context and args. So I'm just going to get rid of all this. So it's going to take CTS, and the args is automatically going to be passed in here. So what do we do in this handler? The first thing we want to do is to make sure we get the identity of the currently authenticated user. We have done that, and we can come over to the conversations, and right here in the conversations, we can just come right to the top and copy everything we have here up until this function here. Check here for no current user. So we can paste it in, and then we need to import convex error, and we also need to import our get user by ID. Okay, and that's it. After this check, we are now going to go and insert a new group conversation into the database. So let's do that. We're going to get the conversation ID. This is going to be equal to await ctx.db, and here we have .insert, and we want to insert into what table? The conversations table, and the values is going to be equal to this object. And remember, if you quickly come into the schema, you will see the schema for conversations. It needs the name, which is optional, and that's for group messages, but it needs this boolean to be set, which is this is group, and now this last message is also optional. So we're going to provide the name of the group, and also this is group property. And now let's do that. We're going to say the name, and the name is going to be coming in from the args, and lastly we're going to say, hey, you're a group, and it's going to be true. Okay, so after this, we want to go on and insert each member of the group into the conversation members table. We want to go on and insert each member of the group inside this conversation members. So with the member ID, the conversation ID, so these two, and you can see the last message is optional. So let's do that. And in order for us to do that, we need to await promise.all, and this function. Now over here, we're going to spread out the args.members. Okay, and we want to also do current user dot underscore ID. Now we're going to map. So we're going to map, and this is going to give us each member ID. So this is an async function. We're going to have each member ID, and now we're going to be returning the results of inserting the conversation members. So what we're going to do now, we're directly going to return, and we're not going to use the await keyword because we are returning here. Else, if you did something like this, you'll have to use return. So we're not going to be doing that. We're just going to say ctx.db.insert. I want to insert into conversation members. And here we're going to provide the values we want to insert in an object like this. And the value we want to insert is the conversation ID, which is the ID of the conversation. And lastly, we want to also insert the member ID. So this goes on to insert each member of the group into the conversation members. So now we can save this, and the create group has been done. Now we have the function to create the group. We also need another query, which we're going to use to get. So what we're going to do, we're going to export const get, and this is going to be equal to query. Now query needs to be imported from the generated server, and this query isn't going to take any args. So for args, which is optional, we're just going to pass an empty object, and then we're going to have the handler function, which is going to be taking in ctx and args. Now we're not going to be using ctx, so there's no need for us to have something like this. We're just going to have it like this. Okay, so here, let's first of all get the identity, and for that we can just copy everything we have here all the way from here to this check for the current user. So let's take everything and use it right here. So after the current user check, we want to query the database for contacts where the user is a user 1. Okay, so we want to get the contact where the current user is the first user. So let's get it in contacts 1, which is going to be equal to await ctx.db, and then we're going to query our contacts. And then we want to have our w with index, and the index is going to be by user 1. Okay, now for our query builder, we want to return where q dot equal, where it's equal to user 1, and the value which we are trying to match is the current user dot underscore ID. Okay, and let's not forget to come right here and add the .all.collect here. So this is contact 1, and now we're going to do the same thing, and we're going to just duplicate this so that we can query the database for contacts where the current user is user 2. So this is going to be contacts 2, and this is still contacts, but now we're just going to say this is by user 2, and here we're just going to update this to user 2. So that's the what we do here. So after this, we're going to concatenate the two sets of contacts that we have. So we can do it like this. It's what's on up to this point that Copilot is suggesting. But here we can say related contacts, and related contacts is going to be equal to contacts 1, and then you have dot contact and concat, and you want to concat 2. Now what we're going to do is for each related contact, we want to get the full information of that contact. So it's pretty straightforward. We're going to say const contacts is going to be equal to await promise.all, where we're going to get the related contacts. Yep, so we want to map through the related contacts. We're going to have this function. We're going to have the contact like this, and in here this is our function body. So what are we going to start first? Let's get the contacts. So we have here async, and this is going to be related contacts. Okay, because we're mapping through the related contacts, and that now allows us to make use of the contact variable name here. So we're going to say const contact The contact is going to be equal to await ctx.db.get, and here we're going to get the related contact.user1, which is going to be equal to current user.user.id. If that is true, then let's get our related contact.user2. Otherwise, we are going to get the user1. Okay, so now this gives us the contact, and if you hover on this, it could be null. So let's quickly have a check here for cases where it is null. We're just going to say if there is no contact, we're going to throw a new convex error that say contact not found or user not found, anyone. And if we have a contact, then let's go on and return the contact. But here where we are mapping through contacts, we want to come over here and return contact. So we know that the reason why we're doing this is to for each related contact that we have here, for each related contact, we want to go on and get the full information. So now we have this, we are going to come back to our new group, and here in our new group, we can now make use of all that we have defined in our convex. All right, so where we're going to start, let's start by fetching. So here we're going to just going to come here and say const contacts, and contact is going to be equal to use query, and use query should come from convex react, and we're going to bring in API dots, and then we want to access contacts, and then the get that we just defined. Remember that the get doesn't take in any arguments. Okay, so we're not going to be passing any object here. So that gives us the contacts. You can log it to the console to see what you've got. So console.log contacts, you can just log it to the console. And if we open up the console, you see here from the new group, which is this group we have here, line 7, you will see that we have the contact with the full information. Okay, just came on board. That is the profile of the contact. And if we visit our own profile, you will see our own profile is encrypted. So this profile is the profile of this other user just came on board. And if this user updates the profile, it's going to reflect over there. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're fetching the contacts. Let's also have our mutation. So we're going to say const mutation or mutate. Mutate is going to be equal to our use mutation handler, which should come in from our hooks. And I'm just going to separate this, and we know that our use mutation handler takes in the mutation, which is going to be API contacts create group, and create group is referring to this over here. So if you made any errors or your code isn't working as mine, just copy and paste this code from the GitHub. It's going to be made available. So what next? Let's rename mutate. Mutate is going to be renamed to create group. And the next is going to be state, and we can just rename it to create group state. Okay, so we have this, and what next do we want to do? We want to go and have our JSX. So let's have our div, and this div is going to have a dialog. I don't think we have dialog. Let's see. I think we do. So let's import dialog. Dialog should come from @/components UI dialog. Now dialog isn't going to take in any classes, and inside dialog we are going to have our dialog trigger. So please do go on and bring in the dialog trigger. Should come from our components. The only class name this is going to take is going to be with full, like this. And then we close up our dialog trigger. And now we are going to bring in users. Users should come from listed react. And this is going to have a size, but the size here is going to be 20. And then it's going to have a class name, and the class name is going to be cursor pointer. And this is the icon that is going to be displaying right at the top. So if you bring this here, this is the user's icon. So this is what we are currently mapping out, and there is no way where I can try to zoom out or zoom out. It's going to be pretty small, but at least it just gives us a hint on what we are creating. And I'm going to move this import from listed react. Did I take it? Yeah, I'm just going to move it right to the top. Where is it? Listed react. Okay. So now we have our dialog trigger. Now we're going to have our dialog content. So let's do that. Dialog content should come from our components. And here is not going to take in anything, any prop. We just need our form, and our form should come from our components UI form. And this is the form the user would use to create the what is it called, the group. So now if we click here, you just see this empty dialog that we have. And in order for us not to have errors, let's build up our form. So here we're going to have a create group schema, which is going to be equal to Z. So Z should be imported from Zod. Just quickly going to move it to the top. So here we're going to say Z.object, and this object is going to be an object where we're going to pass the name. The name is going to be this. I'm just going to bring everything in. So for the name is going to be a string, but we can also add validation. That's why we're making use of Zod. So minimum of 2, and then we're going to have this object where we can pass an error message. Let's say group name must be at least 2 characters long. And then we're going to have the members. Members is going to be an array of string, and we can also add our validation. Let's say .min, and minimum of words, we're going to say a minimum of 2, the min length. And then we also have a validation message where we're going to say group must have at least 2 members, because only one member must have at least 1 member. Okay. So these are group schema. We need to make use of it in building up our form. So from here we should have our form, and this form is going to be equal to use form. Use form should be brought in from React hook form, which should be moved to the top. Now we have our use form. Let's make use of it to build our form. We know it takes in the schema type, so it knows what sort of form we are building. So right here, as we're building a form that is going to be a type of z.infer, and z is going to be inferring this from a type of create group schema. Now we have provided type. It knows that, hey, if we have a resolver that needs to be brought in from Zod resolver should be brought in from hook form resolvers /Zod. It knows that it's going to be the schema type our create group schema. Now the default values you can see is optional. It's just going to be this object where we're going to pass the name as an empty string, and the members is going to be an empty array. So now we have built out our form. We can now come further down here, and right here we're going to spread our form right in here, and we should not have any errors. So here we're going to have form, which is just a basic HTML form, and this form is going to have some class names. We're going to give this a class name, which is going to be equal to space y8, and this is going to obviously have an onSubmit action that is going to be called. So an onSubmit submit, we are going to call the form.handleSubmit, and we're going to pass it to an onSubmit function, which we don't have yet, or create group function, any name of your choice. I think we already have a create group from the mutation. Let me confirm. Yep, we do. So create group handler. Okay, so this is good so far, and this form is going to have a field set. We're going to see if we need the field set or not, but for now we're just going to make use of it. And this field set is now going to take in the form field, which is going to come from the component. Now we've seen that form field is self-closing, so let's have it as such. It's going to take the control, and the control is going to be equal to the form dot, not from, the form dot control. And it's also going to need a name, and the name is going to be equal to name. And then it's going to need a render function, which is going to be this function that needs to return JSX. Now this function, if you open it up, you see we have the ability to destructure field from it. So I'm just going to bring in field. And inside this render function, explicitly, I'm not going to have the return keyword. So I'm just going to have parentheses here. And so I'm going to be returning a form field. And this form field is going to take the form label. Form label should come from our components. And here we're just going to pass the name. After the form label, we are going to have the form control. So let's do that. Come over here and have the form control, which should come also from our components. Then I'll close this up, and this form control is going to have the input. Now the reason why we're getting the error on the form field, I'm going to check it out, is because do we have 2 form field? Yeah, we do. Now this is meant to be a form item, so let's have a form item which should come in from our components UI form. And also this form item should be what we have here, and we should not have any more errors. If we do, that's because our input component is lacking the self-closing tag. And this should be input, not in out. And then for the placeholder, we are going to give it the name of, let's say, onboarding, just a suggestion. And to avoid the error, we need to spread out everything that we're getting from the field above. So spread out everything here, and the input should be fine. There we still have an error. Input is not defined, so that means we forgot to import it from our components. Let me quickly adjust the import path to come from @/components. And right here, we have the input. Okay, so what else are we missing? After the input, form control, we can have a form description. And the form description should come from our components. And in here, we're going to say this is the name of the group, just to give the user a hint. And after the form description, we're going to have a form message. And this form message is automatically going to help us handle the errors if there's any error, and it doesn't need any prop here, and display the error that we have defined right here in the message. Surely we have an error for the onSubmit. We can just quickly come here and say const create group handler, const create group handler is going to be equal to an async function which we're going to get data, and data is going to be z.infer, and this is going to be coming in from the type of. So here we can have the type of, and this is going to be type of create group schema, and here we can close up our function. Okay, so we no longer have errors, and that means here we can destructure members, and we can also destructure name and save this. So once we save it, we should not have any errors here. And now if we click on this, we can see our form, which is so tiny, but this is our form at 100% zoom. Okay, so after that, what else do we want to display just after this field set? Now this is for the name, but remember we also have for the members, right? So let's do that. I'm going to come right here, but still inside the field set and outside the other form field. We're going to have another form field, which we have seen now is self-closing. And this form field is going to take the control. The control should be equal to form.control. It's also going to take the name, and the name now is going to be members. It's also going to take the render function, and this render function, the first argument is not going to be needed, or the argument here is not going to be needed, so we can just have an underscore. And here we are going to have let's have a return keyword just in case we want to write some logic here. So that means we're going to have our return, and as we have our return, we can now return a form item. I don't think we're going to be needing this though, so explicitly let's have our form item, and the form item is going to be having the form label. The form label is going to be contacts, and then we have our form control, and the form control is going to be what? The form control is going to be a drop-down menu. Okay, so do we have drop-down menu? Let's see. Drop-down menu. No, we don't. So let's come over to Shadcn UI, and here in Shadcn UI we can search for D, and here in D we have the drop-down menu. Copy the installation via npm, and let's head over back to our project. Open this up in the installation. I'm just going to paste this in to have the menu installed. Okay, so we have this drop down menu. Now it should be imported from our components, and quickly just give me a second, let me update this to come from @/components and here, and get rid of this one to main. Okay, so right here we can still have our preview, I think. Let me adjust this, and so we have our preview. So right here we have a drop down menu, and then right here we have our drop down menu trigger, should come from our components, and this trigger is going to be displayed as a child, and then it's going to be disabled. And when is it going to be disabled? We don't have the logic yet, so we're going to say true. Okay, and then when we have the logic, we're going to be updating this drop down menu trigger. Up next, let's bring in our button, and this button should come from our components. So let's bring this from UI button. We're going to be updating that in a second. And here we can say select contacts, and this button is going to have a class name. Let's give it a margin left of 4, and this is going to have a variant, not a value, a variant, which is going to be equal to outline. So we have this for select contacts, which is our trigger. Now if we save this, we should see that, and actually it goes. So let me quickly adjust, and now you see the contacts, and we have this which is currently disabled. Okay, so what do we do next? We are going to have our content. So after the trigger, we're going to have our drop down menu content, should come from our components, and this menu content is going to take in this class name, and the class name is going to be with full, and then we can close this up here, and then this is going to take the label. So drop down menu label should come from our components, and this label we can say contacts like this, and after that we are going to have our drop down menu separator. So drop down menu separator should come from our components, and it's going to be a self-closing, and we can save this. Now for us to have the value to display right here, we need to have the contacts that have not been selected, so more like our unselected contacts. So what's going to happen is, let's come just right below our form, and here let's have our members first, and our members is going to be our form. We can watch the value of members and provide an empty array as a default value. Okay, it's also already at the default value here. So now we can have our const on selected contacts, which is going to be now equal to, let's make use of some optimization. Making use of use memo should come from React, and let me just update the imports that we have here. So use memo and this button. So the button, it should come from add/components/UI button, and use memo from React should come from the top here. Okay, so we have the use memo, and let's have our function in here, and then for our array of dependencies right here. So what we want to do in here, we want to go on and return and have our check. We're going to return contacts. If contacts is true, then we want to go and have our contacts.filter, and in .filter we're going to have each contact, and we just want to remember return any that the members doesn't include the contact ID. Okay, so we have the members that doesn't include the contact._ID. Okay, otherwise we're going to return this. Now we need to include members and also contacts in the array of dependency here. All right, so now we have these two. We can come back to our application, and after this separator, we can now map through the unselected contacts that we can display them. So we're going to say unselected contacts dot map, which we're going to get each contact. We want to go on and return a drop down. So here, let's return a drop down menu checkbox item, and this is going to be taking in some prop. Now inside this checkbox item, we're going to pass the key because we're in a map, and to avoid errors, the key is going to be contact._ID, and after that we're going to also need the class name, and the class name is going to be equal to flex items center, and give it a gap of 2, and give it a width full and the padding of 2. Close it here. Okay, so right inside the drop down menu checkbox item, we want to also have some components. Now before we have the components, let's look for the change uncheck change, and this unchecked change is going to take in the value which we can call checked, and we can say, hey, if you checked, then we want to go and set the value. So say if checked, we want to go and form does set value. We want to set the value of what? Of the members. So we have users members, we want to set for members, and we want to set it to an array. And the variable we're going to keep the current members, and we just want to update the contact.id. So that's what's going on here. Let's save this and see our little preview that we have here. It's still disabled, and to remove the disabled state, we're going to come here where we set it to true, and we're just going to say if the unselected contact.length is equal to 0, then it should be disabled, and we saw for a split second it was actually enabled. Okay, so up next we are going to have an avatar. So just in here, let's have our avatar. Should come from our components. So to also quickly update this to come from @/components UI avatar. Okay, so here in the avatar, let's give it a class name. Just want to give it a smaller height. So height of 8 width /8, and here is going to have the avatar image, and the avatar image should come from our components. The source is going to be the contact.image URL, and then we can close it up here. And how about the fallback? So avatar fallback, the avatar fallback is going to be name. So we're going to say contact.username.splice, because we can go on to take the first two like this, and that could be our fallback. And right after this avatar, we are going to have a h4, which is going to have a class name of truncate, and then the value of this is going to be contact.username. Now this is going to be slice, so if you have an error, just make it to be slice. Sorry about that. And that should be it, and we can close up our field set here, and let's save it and just have a preview, because now we want to show the dialog footer, and we also want to show give the user the ability to remove a contact that has already been selected. So we click here, we can select contact. We just have one contact, which is this contact here. Okay, so that's the contact that we have. Not this contact here. So this contact here is this user, because they are contacts, and that's where you see from the avatar icon here. The name is the same because it's my name, it's the same account, but if you see the avatar icon, you would know the difference. And this other avatar icon that is reddish, if you come here, that is the avatar icon for this user, the user with this account over here and this email. Okay, so now here we want to give the user the ability to unselect one of these contacts that has been selected, right? So what's going to happen is still inside the form, but outside the field set, we are going to map to our members. So members.length, if that is true, we want to display a card component. I don't think we've made use of card. Yes, we have. Otherwise, we want to just go on and render null. So we can save this. And with this saved, the card component is going to take in the class name, and the class name is going to be flex items center. Give it a gap of 3, give it overflow x auto, give this a width full, and give this a height of 24, not 2/4, 24, and give this a padding of 2. I'm not going to save, because if we save, we'll most likely lose what we have here. So now we have this. We want to go on and map to our contacts. So contacts dot filter, and this is going to give us each contact. And what do we want to return? We want to return the members dot includes the contact.id, contact._id, like this, and then we want to map through. So we're going to come here and say dot map, and this is going to give us each friend. And now we can go on to return finally the JSX here. Now we have errors, and that's because we are in a map here, and this is going to need a key, and the key for this is going to be equal to friend._id. If you don't understand the logic, just try to make use of console.logs in between. It's gonna really help you to understand what's going on. And then we're going to have the class name, and the class name is going to be equal to flex, and then flex call, and then we're going to have items center, and then we're going to give it a gap of 1. And in here we are going to have another div. Okay, and this div is to give it a class name, and the class name is going to be relative. And inside this div we're going to have our avatar. So let's quickly copy this that we've used previously and edit it here. So this is going to be this avatar. The height remains the same. The image URL is just going to be updated into friend, and I also updated the fallback, and the same for the fallback. So after this, but still inside this flex that we have here, not inside the flex, inside the relative div, we want to have this X icon, and this X icon is going to be absolute. Okay, and that's why we gave the other one over there relative. So here we're going to have a class name, and let's style it. The class name is going to be text muted foreground. It's going to have a height of 4, a width of 4, position, or is it position or display absolute, not quite sure, bottom 8, and left 7, and then we're going to give it a bg muted and rounded full, and cursor pointer. Okay, so this is the X icon, but now we're going to add the on-click functionality. So on click, we want to just remove the selected user and update the form. So we can have this here, we're going to call we're going to have the function, and now we can call form. I want to call form does set value, and again value for members. And now what value do you want to set it to? We want to call all the members, and then we can call dot filter. We're going to filter by ID, and then we're going to return any ID that is not equal to friend._ID. Okay, so this is what we have here. Please do check the GitHub if I was too fast, and you can copy the notes. Now let's end this by quickly having a footer here, a dialog footer. And dialog footer should come from our components, and this dialog footer is then going to have our button, and this button is the create group button. Yeah, create group, and this button obviously is going to take in some props, and the first type we're going to pass here is submit. You know, a button with type submit in the form goes on to submit the form, and we want to disable this when we are submitting. So it's going to be disabled if the create group state, remember we renamed it to create group states, is equal to, and one state we have is idle, like this. Sorry, not idle. If it's equal to loading, that means we are submitting the form. Okay, so this is all we have here. Let's save this, and if we've done everything correctly, we should now be able to create our form. Not yet, because not quite yet, because we are not making use yet of the function of the create group mutation. So for us to make use of the create group mutation, let's come right here where we have in the members and the name. We're going to just have our try catch block, and here in the catch block, let's handle it first. We're going to console.error or console.log the error, and here we want to have a toast, and toast should come in from Sona, and want to toast.error. First we're going to check if the error instance of convex error, and convex error, not convex error, should come from convex values. Then want to display the error instance of convex error instance of convex error. I don't know why I'm having an error. If that is true, display error.data. Otherwise, we're going to say this. So I am missing this somewhere. Yeah, instance of, and I keep saying instance, and instance of like this, and now everything is okay. So for the try block, we can first await create group, and create group is going to take in the object where it needs the name, and the name is going to be equal to name, and the members is going to be equal to members. So members coming from here, name coming from here, and we can verify. Okay, let's come here and come over to contacts.ts, which is coming in from our Convex contacts.ts. We have the mutation to create group is needs name and members argument. Okay, and so that is the name and members argument we pass in here. And once it's successful, let's just go on and reset our form. Sorry, it should be here. Once it's successful, we can call form.reset, and we can now show a toast. So we're going to call toast.success, and we're going to say group created successfully, or any message of your choice. We have an error, okay, and the error is gone. So let's try this out and create our first group. I'm gonna click here, and we're gonna select a contact, and now we see this where we can deselect the contact, which is super cool. Now this group, let's first of all see if our validation works. We're going to create a group, and the name of this group is going to be Code with Lari. And please do go on and subscribe if you're not subscribed yet. Let's try to create a group, and now you see contacts throws an error. And once we choose contact and create our group now, we don't see anything. Okay, we don't get any hints if it was successful. So first, yeah, so we see our group was actually created, and I'm sure it's also displayed here. So let's come here. So this is our group. It was created, okay. And if we come over here, because we see it in our front end, we know in our conversation, we have a conversation now that this is the name, and it's a group conversation. So this is cool, but our form didn't close, and also our toast notification didn't show up. So this is our form, this is our toast notification, and it didn't show up. So what's going to happen is, for that, the dev server, I'm just going to quickly shut it down. I know the form didn't show because the form didn't close because we are not handling it, but at least the toast notification should have at least popped up if I didn't miss it though. So what's going to happen is, I'm going to come here and save it in state. So this is going to be create group modal, and this is modal, yeah. And I think we need to bring in use state from React, so let's bring it in, and this should be const, and we shouldn't have the parentheses here. Okay, so what's going to happen is we can come to the modal. So where do we have it? Modal, nope, that's not, that is the dialog. Yep. So let's look for our dialog component, and here we have the open state, and the open is going to be equal to the create group model, and the on open state change is going to be equal to this function where we are going to set dialog create dialog model to the inverse of what create dialog create group. Sorry about that. Create group model. Okay, so let's save this and give this another shot. But before we try, we shouldn't forget to come here and set create group model to false. And I think that's the only change we need to do. Set it to false, and if there's an error, we can just give the user another chance to take a look at the form. So now let's create another group. And what name do I give this? I'll say subscribe, please. Oh, we don't need this. Yeah, subscribe, please. We can create a group. We need to select a contact, go on and create a group, and it gets created. But now the dialog didn't still close up, and I still didn't see the toast notification. So where is the toast coming in from? Toast is coming in from Sooner library. Okay, and the card, I can quickly update this to come from /components. And the card, I'm just going to bring it here, and also the convex error, just going to cut you guys and have them right here and save this. Okay, so we're awaiting create group form.reset. I think I'll just bring the form down here and let the toast to be the last. Yeah, so I think I'll just reorder like this. So the modal goes first, and then we reset the form and show our toast. Yeah, I think this is going to work fine. Yep, so now I have created 2 groups. I'm just going to try one more and say works, and select the contact, the only contact I have, create the group, and I still don't see it. Now, I'm not going to spend much time trying to debug why the model doesn't close and we don't see the pop-up. I know it might just be me missing something somewhere. So it's a fix I'll leave for later. Okay, and I don't expect it to be much of an issue for you to fix. If you have a hard time, you can just still let me know. Or maybe I update the GitHub with the final fix. Okay, but successfully, we are creating these contacts here, these conversations. Now, the next thing we're going to do is to make sure that we can now, let's see how it works on our mobile. So here on mobile, how do we get the conversations? On mobile, we need to list the conversations here. Okay, so let's work on that next. Let's make sure that on mobile, we are able to list the conversations and also have the button to create a conversation on mobile devices. So I'm going to bring this like this, and automatically it goes to the mobile view. So let's try that out now. Let's fix the chat display, so the mobile chat content. And for that, we can come right into the app and the chat, and this is the chat page. And this chat page just has the trigger, which for now is just empty fragment. So what we're going to have here is going to be our new group, and this is why it was important for us to have it in its own component. So just come over here and reload this. Now if you get the error, you just need to make this a client component, make use of the use client directive, and now once it's a client component, the page should load up. So just come over here and reload, and be sure you're not having any other issues. And now we see the trigger here. Now if the trigger doesn't show up correctly, that's because we are missing some styling. So let's quickly double check in the layout, and here in the layout we have the chats layout, and here we have the children. Okay, so we are just missing a styling. Let me quickly verify where we're missing the styling, and this is MD hidden. I'm just going to copy this class name, and that's how I do most of the time, just to locate some files. I'm just going to copy the class name and paste it right here, and we see it's from our navigation bar. So navigation bar is flex justify between, but it's missing the items center here. Items center, so please do add the items center, and that should help. Yeah, so now it helps align it over there, and we are totally fine. Okay, so this is one improvement, adding this here. Now we need to also add the content. Now the content is going to be this div. So here let's have a div, and this class name, remember this content is just for the desktop, sorry, for the desktop and not for the mobile screen. So hidden, and it's going to have a display of grid, full, height full, the max width of 56. It's going to have a text center, and because of the max width of 56, let's give it MX auto so that it's going to be aligned on the, and then we have our place content center. So here we have a place content center like this, and this div is going to have the React icon, which we don't have yet. So it's going to be FA signal messenger, and we're going to give it this class name. So let's quickly install React icon. In the installation, npm install react-icons. I'm just going to add -d, and we should have it installed. And once it gets installed, we should be able to import this. We can come right to the top here, and we are going to be importing this from react icons /fa. And if you hover here, it should be fa6, and we don't have any errors. And now we can save. Now this is just going to show on desktop, so we're not going to see anything here. And now we're also going to have a p. This is going to have a size, so quickly let me check this out. No, I'm going to get rid of all these styles here. And for the class names, this is going to have an mx auto, and then it's going to have a text primary main. And lastly, I'm going to give this a size, and the size of this should be equal to 200. Okay, so now once we save this, we will not see it, we'll only see it on desktop. So if we convert to desktop, this is what we have. Okay, and now I want to have a text, and right here, let's have the text. And the text is going to have this class name. The class name is going to be text-sm, and then we're going to give it a margin top of 5, text primary main. And here we're just going to say welcome to Signal Messenger, and start or new chat, start a new chat, or select an existing one to get started. Any text of your choice. And then after this div, we're going to have another div. Now this div is the mobile content, hence it's going to have the class name of hidden from medium devices and above. Give it a display of flex, a flex call, and give it a space y of 2. And here we are going to have our mobile content component. So now if we save this on desktop, we should see our text, which is this text that we see here. And we should also give it a margin top of 5. Yep, we did. Now it's very much well aligned. And we give it a text primary main. Cool. Okay, now for the mobile content, mobile chat content, it's just going to be super straightforward. And that's why over here we have this chat list. Okay, so we have this chat list that displays everything. We don't need to rewrite this component. All that's going to happen now is we're just going to come here in the mobile content, and we're going to create a mobile -chat -content.tsx, and we're going to say export const. The const is going to be mobile chat content, which is going to be equal to this, and all we're returning here is going to be, just come over here and return the chat list component. And that's why the reason why we do like this and we don't just directly place the chat list component here is because we might want to add a text, we might want to add other things that should just show up on mobile. So this, to just prevent this page from growing over time, the content is just going to be right inside here. And to avoid any errors, and make sure that this is used as a React component, we are going to be returning saying this is of type FC, even though it doesn't take any prop. Now we have this. All we need to do is to just come here and display our mobile, what did we call it? Mobile chat content, and save this up. With this now, once we save, we should see all our chats here. Super beautiful. And if we come back on desktop, we see the chats here, and we have this, and you see how our UI now takes shape. We can click here and create a new group, and also on mobile, we can create here, click there, and create our new group. Okay, so now we have come this far. We now going to focus more on the chat ID page, the single chat page, because once we click here, we are redirected to the chat and the chat ID. Now, in case you're wondering where it's coming from, it's coming in from the, we'll come over to the mobile content. We have the chat list, it's coming from the chat list item. So here we have the link, and this link is navigating the user to this page. So I'm going to close everything we have now, and we can come over here in the app chats, and now we're going to come over here and create the new chat page so that we can have some data to display. So currently we have this 404 page, and this 404 page occurs when we try to navigate to the chats and the chat ID page. So what's going to happen is right here in the apps, we have this chat, and we're going to create a new file. And the way nested routing works, we're going to use this brackets, more like an array, square brackets, and we're going to give it a name. So this chat ID name, which is going to be accessible in the params. We're going to see how it works right now. And right inside this chat ID, we are going to come here and have our page.tsx file. Okay, so let's call it chat ID is going to be equal to this functional component. And here we now need to return JSX. And once we save this, we should no longer have an error here. And if we do, you see the error is just because we don't have a default export. So let's have a default export and chat ID, and that's the way Next.js pages work. You always need to have your default export. And now we have it. We no longer have any error, and we see that it works now. Now we don't see our navigation bar. We're going to add it right about now. So what's going to happen is right here, we are going to be returning a div, not actually a div. Right here, we're going to return fragments. Now, as you've seen the layout, we need only this navigation bar to show on the desktop. So what's going to happen is right here, we're going to have a div so we can give it some class names. And right here, we are going to have our navigation bar. Navigation bar, it should come in from our components, and we cover it up here. Now this navigation bar takes a trigger prop, and the trigger we're going to pass is the new group trigger. So here we're going to have our new group, which should also come in from our components. Now if we save it, we're going to see navigation bar also right here on the desktop and also on the mobile. If we have errors, we just need to mark this as a client component, making use of the use client directive, and yeah, we should no longer have an error. So now we see the navigation bar. It actually looks good because of the way we formatted it previously, and you see everything still works here. But this is the chat ID page, and because it is chat ID page, we don't want to see the navigation bar here. We want to see the chat header. So because of that, we are going to be limiting this to only be visible on the desktop devices. So we're going to come here and have a class name, and the class name is going to be hidden, and we're going to give this MD block like this, so it's only visible on desktop. Now it's going to go, and unless we go over to our desktop screen, then we're going to be seeing the navigation bar here. Okay, so I'm going to close this up, and before we continue, we are going to be all the work we're going to be doing now is going to be for now on the Convex side of things, so that we're going to be creating functions to create a conversation, to leave a group, to also get messages and stuff like that. So let's quickly work on that on the back end before we can now proceed to the front end. Let's start with the ability to create a message. So for that, right here in Convex, we are going to have a message.ts file. And let me see if I can adjust this more. No, I can't. So right here, we are going to be needing most functions that we've used previously. So for contacts, I'm just going to copy the get that we have here. Or maybe I'll copy the create. Okay, so do copy the create and come right here and just paste it in here. We're going to be removing most of these. We just need the boilerplate code. So the first thing we are going to bring in here is the mutation. So let's go in and import mutation. And this is not going to be create group. This is just going to be create. It could be create message, but create is just going to be fine. And we also need to bring in v. So let's also bring in v, and v is going to be coming in from convex values. And we also need to bring in convex error. So let's bring in convex error. And lastly, we need to bring in the get user by ID method, which is going to be coming in from our own utility function, utility file. Then we can come on and save this. Okay, because we're not going to be working on the front end for now, I'm just going to maximize the screen so that we can just see fully what's going on in the back end. And once I'm done with the back end, then I'm going to split the screen so that we can see them side by side. So right here, what's going to happen is right here, after the check of the current user, we are just going to let go of every other stuff that we've got here. And what we're going to do is first going to come here and get the membership. So we're going to say const membership, and membership is going to be equal to await ctx.db, and then we have .query. And query, we're going to have the conversation. So here we're going to have the conversation members, and we're going to chain dot with index, and the index here is going to be by member ID conversation ID. And for our query builder, we're going to be returning q.equal the member ID is equal to the current user.id. And we are also going to still inside this q.equal. After this, we are also going to chain another .equal. Okay, and we want to get where the conversation ID is going to be equal to the args.conversation ID. Now we're having errors because we didn't update our args. So let's update our args. We're going to say our args is going to be taken in conversation ID. Conversation ID is going to be v.id conversations. We also need to bring in the type of message that we want to create. And this time around, it's just going to be a string, so v.string. And lastly, we are going to bring the content, which is the actual message. Now, this is going to be an array. Okay, so we're going to have v.array and an array of what? v.string, not object like this. And everything is okay. So right here, args.conversation ID should no longer give us an error because this is conversation ID like this. Okay, and now we have sorted that out. What next do we want to do? We just want to make sure that we call .unique. So right after this, we want to get .unique like this and close this up. So now we're going to have the membership or not. We can have a check. If we don't have a membership, let's throw this error. And now we can go on to get the message. So const message is, to create the message is going to be await ctx.db, and then we can call .insert, not this, we can call .insert, and we're going to insert into messages like this. Now what we want to insert into messages, the sender ID. The sender ID of this message is going to be equal to the current user.id, and then we're going to spread out the args, okay, and everything is okay. Now if in case you're lost, you can always check the schema, and right here in schema you would see what messages take. It takes in the sender ID, it takes in the type, the content, and also conversation ID. Now here in the args, that's what we're receiving, so we're just spreading them out here. And finally, once we have the message, we want to go on and update the last message. So what we're going to do is we're going to await our ctx.db.patch. Then we're going to be updating our args.conversation ID. That conversation, we want to update the last message there. So we're going to set the last message, and the last message is going to be equal to the message we have up here. Okay, so that's it, and this should be await, and everything here is okay. And once we're done, we can now return the message. So this is the single message. Now we need the messages file where we can get the messages. And what's going to happen, this is for create, is right here. We are going to create a new file, and this file we are going to call messages.ts. Okay, so what's going to happen here is most likely like this. So I'm just going to copy this again and paste it in here. Now we're going to change this name from create to get, and get is going to be a query, not a mutation. So let's bring in query, and the args is just going to be ID. So here let's have ID because we want to run a query, and this is going to be v.id for the conversations. So here we're going to conversations like this. Okay, and for the handler, I'm going to get rid of mutation. For the handler, we're going to get rid of everything. We need the membership and this, and what's going to happen is the first thing we're going to do here is change this membership. So this membership is going to query conversation memberships, and with this same index. And first we're going to get rid of this second query builder we have here, and we're going to say q.equal member ID, which is going to be equal to current user.id, and we want to go and chain another .equal. And this time around is going to be equal to conversation ID, which is going to be equal to args.id. Remember, this ID right here we provided is for conversations, which is this. So it knows that, hey, this ID we are checking here is the conversations we are chaining here. Okay, and then we are going to also call .unique. Now, after getting the membership, we can have this check still. This check is still very much okay. And once we are done, we also have the messages. There's no longer going to be message, it's going to be messages. And for that, I'm just going to get rid of everything we have here. Now, this is going to be ctx.db.query, and we are going to query our messages table. Okay, and once we create the messages table, we're going to have .index with index, and this is going to be by conversation ID. And I'm just going to bring everything here. So with index by conversation ID, and we have a query builder where the q is equal to conversation ID, args.id, and then we also want to order, not sort, we want to order by created, order in descending. So I'm just going to remove this created at like this, we're going to order in a descending, and there we are going to come here, and there's no order by, it's just going to be order. And here we're going to say dot collect like this, and collect is just going to be called. So this is going to give us the messages. Now we want to get the messages with users. Okay, so in order for us to do that, we are going to map through the messages, and then we're going to get the message sender ID so that we can return it back with the response. So this is what I mean here. We're going to say const message with users, and message with users is going to be equal to await promise.all, where we're going to map through messages, and messages.map like this, and map is going to get be this async function where we're going to get message, and here we're going to now get the sender of the message, which is going to be equal to await ctx.db.get, and then we're going to get it from the message sender ID. Now we're going to check if we don't have any sender. So if we don't have any sender, we're going to say sender not found. Otherwise, we can now return. We're going to return the messages, and for the sender, we're not just going to return the whole object like this. We're going to return sender image, and sender image is going to be sender.image URL, and we're also going to return the sender name, and the sender name is not username. Our name is going to be sender.username, and we'll also want to check if this is the current user. So we're going to have is current user, and to know if the current user is if the sender dot underscore ID is equal to the current user.id. Now we have all of these. We're just going to return the message with users right here. So come here and return the message with users and save. Okay, so these 4 messages, and over here we have 4 message. Now we have one big one, which is for conversation, and this is going to give us the ability to get a conversation, to delete a group, to leave a group, to mark a conversation as read, and to also get the conversation members. Okay, so it's quite a lot of code we are going to be typing out here. So let's get started. We're going to have conversation. Remember the previous one we had was for conversations.ts, and if you pay this conversation.ts a visit, you see right here we just had the function to get a conversation, and we had some helper functions here. Now we're going to have more functions to run our mutations, to also run queries against the conversation, and for that I'm just quickly going to copy this get function we have here and copy this import. And the reason why I'm copying this is so that we can edit this and at least have a boilerplate starter code. So let's come back to the conversation, and we can paste this in. We obviously have error, and we can start from top. Get rid of the ID. We're not going to make use of the ID in this case. The ax is going to be of type ID, and the ID is going to be of type v.id conversations, and this is v needs to be imported. So sorry about that. What did I do? Yeah, so here let's have v, and v should come in from convex values. Okay, and this is the ID of the conversation. Okay, and what we're going to do next is to define a handler function for the query, which is this handler function. We go on to get the identity, and if the identity isn't found, we throw an unauthorized error. Then we're going to get the current user using their identity, and then we check if there's no current user. We throw this error. Okay, so what's going to happen is all these other boilerplate code, we are going to get rid of them. So I'm just going to remove everything from here up until this current user check, and we should no longer have any errors. For import, we don't need the mutation ctx, we just need mutation, and this mutation will come from the generated server. We also need query, and we don't need the query context. Okay, so this is all that we need, and this is the boilerplate code that you at least need to get started. Okay, so after checking for the current user, we need to retrieve the conversation from the database using the provided ID. We know the provided ID that is going to be coming from the ax. So how do we do that? We're going to have const conversation, and conversation is going to be equal to, we're going to await ctx.db.get, and we're not going to get it from cts ax ID, we're just going to get it from the ax.id. And actually, let's go verify, yeah, ax.id, and the error should be a false alarm. It should go soon. Why do we still have the error, cannot find name ax? Yeah, that's because right here, and that's because right here, we are bringing in only the ctx. So we should also come here and bring in ax, and we should no longer have the error. Or you can just come here and straight up the structure ID, whichever you want. Okay, it's totally fine. So we're going to bring in ax, and now we're going to check if we don't have the conversation. We should throw an error that the conversation wasn't found. So we're going to throw the error that conversation isn't found. Now we're going to check if the current user is a member of the conversation. Now, how do we do that? Let's have the membership. Okay, So we're checking if the current user is a member of the organization. So we're going to say of the conversation. So we're going to say ctx.db.query, and we're going to query by conversation members. And after this, we want to have our index. So right here, we're going to have .with index, and the index here is going to be by member ID, conversation ID, and we're going to have our query builder where we're going to return q.equal, and we're going to return q.equal the member ID, which is going to be the current user.id. So current user._id, and then we want to just come right here and have another .equal. So right here, we're going to change .equal. We are going to check the conversation ID is going to be equal to the conversation, not x, conversation.id, conversation._id. So right here, this is what we're going to be checking to get the membership, and we want to get a unique. So we're going to add .unique right here. Now we could have a membership or we could have null. In that case, we're just going to check if there's no membership, then we're going to throw an error that this user is not a member of this conversation. And if we have a membership, then we want to get all the memberships of that conversation. Okay, all the memberships that belong to this particular conversation. Now, how do we do it? We're going to say const all conversation membership is going to be equal to await ctx.db, and we're going to call .query, and this time around we want to query by conversation members still. So here conversation members, and we're going to have .with index by conversation ID, which we are going to bring in, and we're going to have our query builder where we're going to check the conversation ID. If it matches, this time around we're going to be using the ax.id and not the conversation.id. So if it matches the ax.id, and then we're going to come right here and call .collect like this. So this goes on to give us all the conversation membership. Now we're going to have a check. If this conversation is not a group, then we're going to return the other member details. But if it's a group, then we're going to return all other members details. So let's have a quick check that if this conversation is group, then we want to return other members details. Okay. If this conversation is not a group, then we want to go and return other members details. So let's do it. What we're going to do is const other, just going to bring this down. So const other membership, and this is going to be equal to all conversation memberships, and we're going to filter, and we're going to get each membership, and then we're going to return where the membership.id is not equal to the current user.id like this. And right here, we need to add our membership here and also get rid of this here. Okay, so this is our filter, and filter we know returns an array. So we're just going to take the first response here, and now we're going to have our other membership, and also we can go on and get the other member. So const other member, and other member is going to be equal to await ctx.get. We're going to get other membership dot member ID. Now we have this. Let's have our return still inside of the if check. So we're checking if the conversation is not a group, then we want to return the other member details. So here we're just going to return this object where we're going to spread all the properties of the conversation, and we also want to attach the other member, and the other member is going to be equal to this object. We want to attach the spread everything from the other member, and we also want to go and add the last seen message ID, and this last seen message ID is going to be other membership does last seen message. Why do we have this error here? Because this other member cannot find name other member. That's because right here we have an error. And lastly, we want to then return the other members to null because this is a group conversation. So we're going to say other members is going to be equal to null. And we also want to make sure that we maintain the order of response that we return when it's a one-on-one conversation. So we're going to have the else block, and this else block is for a case where the conversation is a group. Okay, the first case is where it's not a group conversation, it doesn't have all the members, but now we're going to get the one-on-one conversation. So we're going to get const other members. Other members is going to be equal to await promise.all, and we're going to have all conversation membership, and then we can go and call .filter, and you first want to filter the membership. Okay, and we're going to return the membership dot member ID, okay, and which is not equal to the current user dot underscore ID. Okay, so this is the filter, and now in the map we are going to call the ctx. We're going to run the query, so we're going to have dot map, and map is going to be this async function where we're going to get each membership, and then we are going to be returning this where we're going to first get the member, so const member, and member is going to be equal to await the ctx.get membership.member ID, and now we're going to have the check if we don't find a member. Peradventure we don't get a member. If there is no member, we want to throw this error member not found, and if we do, let's go on and return this object. So we're going to return this object with a username, and the username is going to be member.username. We also need to return the last seen message ID. The last seen message ID is going to be membership.last seen message, and lastly we want to also have the underscore ID, which is going to be equal to member.underscore ID. So now outside these other members, let's have our return. So right here we are going to where do we have the so right here we are going to return, where we're going to spread out all the conversation properties, other member to null, and now other members. So you see right here the other member for this, since it's the group conversation, is null, but right here the other member is the other user, okay, but now other members is null because it's a one-on-one conversation, but over here other members is true. Now we're just maintaining this order to make sure that whatever case we find ourselves in one-on-one conversation or in a direct message, we are working with the same structure on the front end. Once we get over to the front end, this is going to make more sense. So this is the get a group. Now we're going to get a conversation. Now we're going to move on to go on and delete a conversation. Okay, so what's going to happen is I'm also going to duplicate this. So I'm going to hold shift alternate and down arrow key so that I can duplicate this. And now I think I can zoom in a bit. So here, rather than call this get, we are going to call this delete group. And this delete group is going to be equal to a mutation. And here we have the args. The args we're going to take is the conversation ID. So conversation ID, and the conversation ID is going to be equal to v.id conversations, the ID of the conversation. Now for the handler, we're going to take in the args and also the ctx. After the check for the current user, we are also going to retrieve the conversation. Now this conversation, I think I'll just zoom out a bit. This conversation we're going to retrieve is going to be not ID. Remember, we just changed the args to conversation ID. So it's going to be args.conversation ID. And if there's no conversation ID, if there is no conversation, we are going to throw this error that conversation is not found. Now we need to get the memberships. And this is going to be equal to memberships, where we're going to await ctx.db.query conversation members. And with index, the index now is going to be by conversation ID. So here we're going to have the conversation ID. And we're going to check where Q is equal to conversation ID. I think we can just get rid of this and just have this here. So we're checking where Q is equal to conversation ID, which is going to be equal to the args.conversation ID. And now we're going to call .collect here. So this is going to give us the memberships. And here we're going to say if there are no, do we have an error? Yeah, so if there are no memberships, or we want to check the length, okay, because this is an array, so memberships.length, if the length is less than or equal to 1, in that case we want to throw a new convex error. Now this convex error is going to differ from this. This is going to say this conversation can delete a group with only one member. Anything like that is going to work. And then we need to ensure that the conversation has more than one member again. So for that, I'm just going to let go of every other thing that we've got right here. And this is the code we have. Okay. So after this check right here, we want to now go on and ensure that the conversation has more than one member. And how do we do that? We're also going to have after this, we are going to get all messages of the conversation. Okay, so const messages, and that's because we also want to delete. Okay, because when you delete a group, we also want to delete the messages, we want to delete the conversation. So now we're going to get all the messages, and we are going to delete the conversation, each the membership, and also the messages. So const messages, and messages is going to be equal to await ctx.db.query, and we're going to query messages. I'm just going to bring everything in. We're going to query messages, and with index by conversation ID, we're going to have queue, where queue.equal conversation ID is going to be equal to ask.conversation ID, and then we run.collect. So totally fine, we don't need to make any change. Now we're going to delete all the conversation, is membership, and also the messages. And for that, we are going to await ctx.db.delete, and we are going to delete the ask.conversation ID. Now this is going to delete the conversation. Now we need to delete its membership. We're going to await promise.all, and we know that promise.all takes in an array. So promise.all, and promise.all, we're going to say memberships, and we're going to say memberships.map, where we're going to have each membership, and then we're going to run the delete. So we're going to have each membership, and we're going to call ctx.db.delete, and we're going to delete the membership ID with the ID. Now the last we're going to have is for messages, and is the same. So we're going to get the map to the messages, and for each message we're going to run the delete operation, where the ID is equal to this ID. So this is the functionality for us to go on and delete a group. Now we need the functionality to go on and also leave a group. So for that, I'm also going to duplicate this delete group function that we have here, and now we can update the naming. Rather than delete group, we can call it leave group. Now to leave a group, it's also a mutation. We need the ask, and the ask also is going to take the conversation, and we also need the handler. And just right after this check, where we have the current user, so this is the current user where we say user not found, and here we're going to retrieve the conversation, ask.conversation ID, and then we throw an error if the conversation isn't found. And now we need membership and not memberships. So we need to update this, and that means from here I'm just going to get rid of everything that we have. So right after the conversation, we're going to check if this current user is a member of this conversation that we want to leave the group. Okay, so const, we're going to check, so const membership, and membership is going to be equal to await ctx.db, and we have .query, and we're going to query conversation members. Now we're going to have our with index. So let me bring it in and see. So we're going to have with index, we're going to index by member ID, conversation ID, and then we have our query builder, and then we're checking where queue.equal member ID .current user.id, which is also equal to conversation ID, conversation.id. Not conversation ID like this, conversation ID like this. Okay, so if we're having this error here for the conversation ID, it should obviously be ask. So ask.conversation ID like this. So this is it, and once we do everything, we're lastly going to call .unique, and this is going to give us the Supabase membership. And if we don't have any membership, we're going to say not a member of this conversation, and if it's a member, then we're going to go and delete. So we're going to say await the ctx.db.delete the membership ID. Now this is the way we can go on to leave a conversation or leave a group. Okay, now we're going to have the functionality for read receipt, and for this read receipt we are also going to duplicate what we have here just to save ourselves some time, and this is going to be mark as read. So mark as read for our read receipt. Now this is going to be a mutation. So here is a mutation. We're going to take the conversation ID, and we also need the message ID. So here we're going to bring the message ID, which is going to be v.id messages. Now we're going to have our handler function, and right here we know the drill for the current user check. And after that we are going to get after the current user check, we are going to be getting the membership. So what's going to happen is I'm just going to delete everything that we have here. Okay, and this is just the boilerplate code for the mark as read functionality. So let's get started first by getting the membership. So const membership, and membership is going to be equal to await ctx.db, and now we're going to have .query. I'm going to bring in everything here. So here we're going to have .query. We're going to have the conversation members with index by member ID, conversation ID, and for our query builder, we're going to get the query that's equal to the member ID, where the member ID matches the current user _ID, and it's also equal to the conversation ID, ask.conversation ID, and we call .unique. Now we're going to check if this user is not a member of this conversation, then we need to throw an error. So we're going to check if not membership, we're going to throw, hey, you're not a member of this conversation. So we're going to throw a new convex error. And now we need to retrieve the last message from the database before we can go on to run the patch operation. Okay, so const the last message, and the last message is going to be equal to await ctx.db.get. We're going to get it by the ags message ID. And now we need to update the last same message for the user membership. And here we're going to say await the ctx.db.patch. And now we're going to get the membership ID. And inside this object, we're going to add or send across the resource that we want to update. So for this membership, we want to update the last seen message, and the last seen message is going to be equal to the last message. Let's quickly have a check. If the last message is available, then we're going to have the last message.id. Otherwise, we are going to have undefined like this. Okay, so this is what we have for the read receipt, updating the last message. Now we need to define the get conversation members. So for that, I'm just going to copy this get because it's very much similar, because it's going to be a query and not a mutation. So I'll just copy this get. Please, if you're lost, just copy and paste the code from the GitHub, spend some time to see how everything works. And once we get over to the front end and we're calling these functions and passing over the arguments, then it's going to make more sense. So right here, just down below, I'm going to paste in everything that we copied. And rather than get this, we're going to change it to get conversation members. And right here after the current user, so we have the current user here. And then we still go on to get the conversation, and this is going to be ags.conversation ID. Now let's quickly check the ags. No, this is going to be conversation. You can call it ID, but I'm going to explicitly call this conversation ID. Now here we are going to update this to be ags.conversation ID, and if there's no conversation, we're going to throw this error. And also we want to get the membership. So we're going to await ctx.db.query conversation members with index. This is the index, and the query builder equal to member ID current and conversation ID is equal to conversation.id, and then we call .unique. So everything here is totally okay. And now we throw the error in case the membership wasn't found. Now we are, in case the user is not a member of this conversation, then we are throwing the error. Then we're going to get all conversation memberships, which is going to be equal to this. And we have the query, which is still the same. We have the index. We're just going to be updating this to be ags.conversation ID. So everything here is still very much okay. And all conversation memberships. Next is going to be us getting rid of this if check here. So I'm going to get rid of this if check. Okay, and with the if check gone, just right here after conversation memberships, we want to get all the details of the conversation. So what we're going to do is right here, we're going to have, of course, members is going to be the details of the members of the conversation. Okay, so promise.all conversation memberships.map, which is going to be this async function. And in here, we're going to have each membership, and now we can get the member. So we're going to say const member, and member is going to be equal to await ctx.db.get membership.memberid. Now we're going to try an error if we don't have a member, say member not found. Then let's have our return. We're going to return not the member. We're going to return this object. Now this object is going to have the username, where we're going to have member.username. We're also going to have the image URL. We're also going to have the email, and the email is going to be member.email, and the underscore ID is member._ID. Now this gives us all conversations, and what we're going to do is now return the conversation and its members. So right here, just outside this member promise, we are going to come here and return, but we're not going to be returning members like this. We are going to be returning this object where we're going to also attach the members and also the conversation. So here we are also going to have the conversation, which we just brought from up here. So this conversation. So this is everything that we need supposedly. I hope I am not missing anything out. I will double check. We have the get members. We also over here have the mark as read. We also over here have the leave group, and we also over here have the delete group, and we also have the function to get a conversation. So we have 5 of these. And that's all we need. So now we are going to be focusing on the front end side of things, and if we have any typos or not, we are going to recheck. So make sure you copy the code, paste the code from GitHub. If you face any bug, please do let me know. Okay, so I'm going to close all. I'm just going to close all, and now we can focus on the front end, and I'm just going to put the two browsers side by side. Right now all our focus is going to be right here, so I'm going to collapse all of these in our source and in our component, not actually our component. It's going to be in our source and in our app. Here we have our chat and we have our chat ID page. Again, we don't see anything because right here you see the navigation bar is hidden on mobile. So if we come over to the desktop, we are definitely going to be seeing our content. So let's build out this. I'm just going to zoom this out so that we can see everything. Zoom out a bit. This is our mobile. I don't know, maybe we have the desktop for preview, and we can always zoom in to come over to the mobile view. So what's going to happen is I'm going to come here and we need a new component. It should be outside this div, obviously, because now this is the chat content, and we're going to have chat content, which we don't have yet. So it's going to give us an error, and already we can pass the chat ID, which is going to be equal to chat ID. Now we surely do have an error. Now let's go on and create this. And before we actually go over to create this, remember I said this is going to be params. So now is the time that we actually need it. So we're going to say this is going to take in an object, and this is going to be this object. Now this object is going to have params key, and this is going to be an object where we're going to have chat ID, and this chat ID is of type string. But we know that this string we have over here is definitely going to be belonging to a conversation ID. Now to make sure we are using the correct types, we are going to use this ID, which is going to come from Convex, our generated data model. And right here, this ID is a generic type, and we're going to say this is going to be a conversation ID. So here we're going to have conversations like this. And that means over here, we can bring in params. And params is going to be equal to this object where we're going to have the chat ID. And now we don't have any errors. So let's come over to the component for this create chat content. And for that, we are going to come into the component and we're going to create a new chat-content.tsx. And I'm going to say const chat content, and chat content is going to be equal to this function. And we are going to export const, and that means right here we can now import the chat content and reorder the imports here and save this. And we're still going to have an error for the chat ID, but fixing the error for the chat ID, we're going to come here and map this as an FC type, and FC should be brought in from React. Now because we just need one prop, I'm just going to write it in line here and say this is going to be of a chat ID, receiving a chat ID prop, which is going to be of type ID. ID would come in from Convex generated data model. And right here we're going to say an ID for conversations to make sure we are passing the correct type from the page over to this page. Now we have an error because we for one are not returning JSX, but we can also destructure the chat ID from the params here. And after that, we can now lay out our JSX. So before we lay out our JSX, we need a couple of things. We need to get messages. We need to get a conversation. So let's start by getting the conversation. So conversation is going to be equal to our use query. And use query needs to come in from Convex React. And the API we are going to be sending this to, the query API is the API, and API needs to be imported from Convex. So this is going to be api.conversation.get, and this needs ag, and the ag it needs is the ID, and the ID is going to be equal to the chat ID. Now in case you can just quickly check, okay, you see that in our Convex we have conversations, conversation, and right here in conversation we have this get, and you see the ags it takes is this ID ag, which is of ID conversations. Okay, and now this is going to do what we defined right here. So now we have the conversation. We can do the same for messages. Const messages is going to be equal to use query, and use query is going to take the api.messages.get, and we are going to have our function ags, and the ags this takes is the ID, and the ID is going to be chat ID. So here we're going to have chat ID, and chat ID is fine, or you can just have the type alias as ID and can say conversations. Okay, So now we have the messages here. We are going to get the members, so const members. And the members is going to be, first we're going to check the conversation is a group conversation. So conversation that we got dot is group. If it's a group, then we want to check again the conversation dot other members. Okay, if it's available, we're going to set the array. Otherwise, we're going to check the conversation dot other member. Okay, if it's there, then we're going to set the conversation dot other member. Otherwise, we're going to set an empty array. So what we're doing here, if this conversation dot is group, if it is true, then we want to do this. Otherwise, we're going to have this, and then we're having on that check here in case this is true. Then we're going to do this. Okay, so that's what is going on here. And now we're going to have our mutate. So const, we're going to have this object which is going to be equal to our use mutation handler. Let's just bring in the function. So this is going to be api.conversation to create a conversation. The conversation dot mark as read, so to mark a conversation as read. So here we're going to get the mutate, which you can say mark as read. And lastly, we are going to take the state and call it mark as read state. We don't usually make it, we're not going to make it of it, so we're just going to set it to an underscore. Okay, so after this, we also want to get the user, so const user, and user is going to be equal to use user hook. Use user hook, that will come from Clerk React, and actually we can just destructure the user from here. Okay, now we're going to focus now on building the chat header, and from the chat header we can now build other aspects. So right here, let's have our div, and this div is going to have this class name. And the class name for this is going to be h-full, and then we're going to give it a display of flex. Now here, we are going to render the chat header component, which we don't have yet. And this chat header is going to take the chat avatar. And this chat avatar is going to be equal to the chat avatar. And it's also going to take the username. And the username is going to be equal to name. And then it's also going to take the, for now we don't have the name, we're going to get in a second. We are going to have the isGroup, and the isGroup is going to be equal to the conversation.isGroup. So here we're going to have conversation.isGroup. And what else? It's also going to take in the chat ID. So chat ID is going to be equal to chat ID, and lastly it's going to take in status, and status is going to be equal to status. Okay, so for the chats, so this is going to be chat avatar. So for the chat avatar and the name, we can quickly handle that here. So const chat avatar, and chat avatar is going to be equal to conversation.other member.image URL. Otherwise, we're going to use an empty string. And why do we have the error here? That's because expected comma. I don't know. I think we're missing something somewhere. Yeah, everything is okay. All right, and next is the name. So the name is going to be equal to conversation.isGroup. Okay, if that is true, then we're going to say conversation.name. Otherwise, we're going to be making it of the username, right? So otherwise, we're going to say conversation.othermember.notname.username. Otherwise, we are going to send it to an empty string. So this is what's going on here. And lastly, we're going to have the status. And status is going to be the other member status, which is definitely going to be there. Okay, so status could be undefined. Okay, I'm just going to set it to an empty string, and everything is okay. And for us to have just better TypeScript, what's going to happen is right here, I'm just going to quickly have this check in case we don't have a conversation. So if there is no conversation, we should just go on and return null. All right, so we're going to have our big error because we don't have the chat header. Now we can focus more on building this chat header. So what's going to happen is right here in the components, we're going to have a chat-header.tsx, and we're going to say export const chat header, which is going to be equal to this function, and we can save this and import the chat header right here. And I'm just quickly going to update this to come from @components/chat header and save this. Now we're going to get errors for the prop. Okay, let's verify. Yeah, and we're not returning JSX as well. Okay, so we're going to mark this as a client component. So right here, we're going to have our use client directive. All right, and we also need some couple of imports. So let's import this should be coming in from Lucid React. So in this case, we need to bring in chevron left. We also need to bring in phone, and we also need to bring in video. And that's for Lucid React. We also need to bring in the link component from NextLink. So we're going to import link, and link is going to be coming in from NextLink. We also need to import FC from React. We need to import our use query. The use query is going to be coming in from our Convex React. We also need to bring in API, which will come in from generated API. Now for our own imports, our own custom files, we're going to need the use sidebar with, which will come in from our hooks. And we also need to import cn. Cn is going to be coming in from our lib, not cn, our lib utils. We also need to bring in avatar and all of that, which will be coming in from our components UI avatar. So from here, /components /UI /avatar. And these are the avatar. So right here, we're going to have our avatar. We're going to have our avatar fallback. And lastly, avatar image. Now lastly for this, but not lastly overall. And after this, we are also going to need the other components which will come from UI sheets. So add from components, UI, and this is going to be sheet for the path. And from here, if we don't have this, I thought we have made use of this. Now, if we don't have it, we can quickly install it. So let's come back to our Shadcn UI documentation. And here, where we have the sheet, we just need to install it. And this is what it does. We're going to be needing a functionality as this. So let's quickly import this with npm and come back to our project. And I'm just going to come back to the installation and paste this in here so that we have the installation. And from here, we want to bring in sheets. We also want to bring in the sheet content. So sheet content. And lastly, we're going to bring in the sheet trigger like this. Okay, so now we brought in the sheet. The sheet is going to need this content, whether for the profile and the group. Now we're going to be coming to that. And let's bring in this hook, use is desktop. And we don't have it yet, so we're going to be defining it. So use is desktop, and it's going to come in from hooks, use is desktop. And lastly, we need to bring in button. So let's bring in button, and button will come from components UI button. Okay, so let's make it go quickly and create this hook, use is desktop. And to create it, we are going to come right here in our hooks, and we're going to create a new file, use -is -desktop.tsx or .ts. Sorry, it's going to be .ts. So right here, I have .ts. So what's going to happen is we're going to export const, use is desktop, use is desktop. I thought I did copy it, and which is going to be equal to this. Now we just need to import use state and use effect from React. So use state, use effect from React. And here we're going to set some states to know if it's a desktop. So const is desktop, set is desktop is going to be a default value of false. And now we're going to have our use effect. And here we're not going to have this yet. So we're going to have a const handle resize. So here we're going to have this const handle resize, which is going to be equal to this function. Now this handle resize is going to set desktop, going to check window.innerWidth if it is greater than 768, and 768 is just a common breakpoint that is used for desktops. Okay, and here we're going to call the handle resize, and we're going to have the window.add event listener. The resize is also going to call handle resize. Now we're just calling this so that it goes on to check for initial render. And for our cleanup, we're going to go on and remove event listener. So here let's have our cleanup, which is going to call window.remove event listener, and we're going to remove the resize event, and we're going to call handle resize function that we defined up here. And after all this, we just want to now return is desktop. So here we're going to return is desktop like this. So now we have the use is desktop. We can now come back to the chat header, and we don't have any errors. So next we're going to do is to define the props. So over here, we're going to say type chat header props is going to be equal to this function. What we're going to take is group, let me see. We're going to need the chat avatar, which is a string. We're also going to need the username, which is a string. Is group is going to be definitely a boolean. The chat ID is a group, is a string, and the status. So that's good. And here we're going to now map FC, and we're going to say this is going to be the type of, chat header props we're going to use here. And we can now destructure the chat avatar, the chat ID, the is group. We can also destructure the status, and we can also destructure the username. And now we want to get the sidebar width, okay, because we know the width is going to be adjusting, and we also want to adjust our header width when the width adjusts. So because of that, we're going to say const, we're going to destructure this, which is going to be coming in from use sidebar width. And here we're going to get our sidebar width. Okay, that's what we need. Now we're going to check also if it's desktop. So const is desktop is going to say uses desktop, and quickly let's get the conversation. Conversations is going to be equal to use query. So here we're going to have use query and api.conversation.get. And now I want to get the groups in common. So const groups in common, and groups is in common is going to be conversation.filter, where we're going to have the conversation. For now, I'm just going to have this. Okay, so we have groups in common, which is the conversations.filter, and here I'm just going to destructure the conversation, and we are going to be returning the conversation that is a group, so we can get the groups in common. So conversation.isGroup, like this. All right, so now finally we can start our JSX. So let's come over here, and we're going to be returning a div. Now this div is going to have a dynamic class name. So here we're going to have the class name, which is going to be equal to cn. And we're going to say it's going to have fixed, a BG white. We're also going to have on dark mode BG gray 800, BG gray 800. We are going to also have a PX of 3, give it on medium devices a PR padding to the right of 10. We're also going to give this a display of flex, items center, justify between, space x3, okay, and give this a Z of 30 and a top of 0. And give this a width full, and give this a height of 20. Now we are using CN, so we can apply some dynamic styles. Let's quickly apply the style, and just outside this class theme we are going to have this style prop here. Now this style is going to be set directly on the div, okay, not inside the CN. Now we know that style takes in an object. Now the object we're going to have, I'm just going to get rid of this inner object, is going to be dynamic. So we're going to say if this is a desktop, in that case we want to calculate the width. So the width is going to be equal to this, okay, otherwise it's going to be an empty object. So the width is going to be equal to the calc function 100% minus the sidebar width. Now I'm going to add 3% because while testing I noticed that the 3% gave me exactly what was needed, and it's not in pixels, it's going to be in percentage. Otherwise it's going to be an empty object like this. And why do we have an error here? Because username string got undefined. So quickly let me fix that. The name, we have conversation.isGroup, if it's true, conversation.name. So here we can have this check .name. Otherwise conversation.othermember.username, otherwise empty string. So all we're just going to do here is to add this exclamation, because we are sure that we are always going to have a name, and we can save this. Okay, so let's continue, and now we have the empty object. Okay, and now inside this div we're going to have the class name. So const class name is going to be equal to flex space x3. And this other div is going to be hidden on medium devices. So here we're going to have this, which is going to have this class name, and the class name is going to be equal to md hidden. And then we are going to have a button that is going to have a link. So here we're going to have this button, and this is going to be as child prop. And here we're going to give it a variant, and the variant we're going to give this is the outline variant. And after that we are also going to give this a size, and the size is going to be icon. Now this is going to be important, what we see for the back icon when we are on mobile, okay? And this size is icon, not icons. And inside this button we are going to have a link. The href of this link is going to be equal to /chats, and we are going to in here have the chevron left. So let's have the chevron left, and this is not going to take any star prop. We can now save this. Now right here outside this div, we're going to have the sheet. So outside this div with the MD hidden, so here we're going to have the sheet, and this sheet is going to have the trigger. So here we're going to have the sheet trigger, and this sheet trigger is going to take in this class name, and the class name for this is going to be, I'm going to come back to that in a second. So here it's going to be flex items center. We're going to give it a cursor pointer, and we are also going to give this a space x of 4 like this. Now in here we are going to have the avatar. So here let's have our avatar component, and this avatar is going to take in the avatar image, and the source is going to be chat avatar, and then it's going to take in the avatar fallback, and the avatar fallback is just going to be the username, but this time around I want to, rather than just take the first, I think it's okay like this. And right after here we're going to have the h2, and this h2 is going to display the username. Okay, so here we're going to give this some class names, and the class name is going to be equal to what? The class name for this is going to be equal to font bold, and then after this we are also going to give it a text hyphen large, and in here we want to display the username. So username like this. And that should be it. Now we're going to have the chat content, the sheet content, and this sheet content is going to take in some class names. So the class name we're going to have here is going to be equal to bg-white. On dark mode we're going to have bg-black, and then on dark mode we're going to have the text white, and then we're going to give this a width of 80. And then on medium devices, we're going to give this a width of 96 like this. And in here, we want to check if it's a group conversation. So we're going to say if it's a group, we want to display some other content. So we're going to, for now, just have this div. Otherwise, we know that it's for the profile. We are going to have this other div. Now, this div is just going to, we're going to give it a default of group sheet. And actually, we're not going to be making use of this. We're going to make use of the question mark here. If it's a group, we want to display this. Otherwise, we're going to be displaying this, which is going to be for the profile. So here, let's have this for the profile, and we can save this. All right, so this is it. Outside this div, so outside this div for the sheet here, we are going to have another flex on that div. And this div, let's give it a class name. We're going to give it a class name which is going to be equal to flex. We're also going to give it a class name of items center. We're going to give it a space x of 4 like this. All right, and here we're just going to display the video icon from Lucid React, and here we're going to display the phone icon from Lucid React. All right, so let's save this and see what we got. We're not making use of the status yet. Now the status is going to be passed to the sheet content, and the chat ID, we don't make use of it yet. We're going to be making use of it while we pass it to the sheet content. So now we try to go to a one-on-one conversation. This is active, but we don't see anything. Okay, I'm just going to zoom in a bit, and both on the desktop and on the mobile we don't see anything. And if we're not seeing the chat header, that is because right here we are not making use of our return keyword. So now we make use of return. We see the chat header component, and here in the chat header component we see everything. Okay, so we can try the chevron left, which is the link that will take us back to /chats, and give this a second. Make sure that the terminal, yep, is still up and running, and now we see /chats, and we see all our content here. Okay, so this is the mobile view, and once we click on this, we have the header here to create a new group, and we also have this for the user profile. We have the system theming, and once we click on this, we can now go over to the one-on-one conversation, and this is the chat header. So once we click on this, this is going to display the, right here in the chat header, we have this sheet trigger here. And this sheet trigger is this avatar that we have here, as well as the H2. So once we click on this, the content is going to be dynamic. Now, based on when we are displaying a group chat, we are going to display the group sheet or when we are on the profile page. And that's why we have this is group, which is passed over from the I'm just going to get rid of all these, which is passed over here from the chat content. And if it's a group conversation, then we're going to know which of these sheets to display. And currently we display profile because we're on the one conversation. But if we come over here to a group conversation, so code with lari, which is a group conversation, you see here we display the group sheet. So it's on us. I think we should get started first with the one-on-one conversation, and then we're going to do the same component for the group sheet. So let's do for the profile sheet first. Let's work on the profile sheet, and for that I'm going to come over here and we need to create a new component, and right here we're going to have profile-sheet.tsx, and we're going to have const or export const. So we're going to call it profile sheet, which is going to be equal to this function where we are going to be returning JSX. Okay, so now let's take this profile sheet and make use of it rather than display this profile here. So here we're going to display the profile sheet, which should be imported from our components. So right here, let's import the profile sheet, which is going to come from @/components, and there we have the profile, not profile dialog, profile hyphen sheet, unless we give it a different name. So let's verify. Yep, so profile sheet. And why do we have the error cannot find module? Let's verify. Yep, where is it? Profile sheet. Now it's inside here, so we need to actually move it. Sorry about that. We need to move it right here in the components folder, and we no longer should have the error, and everything should be fine now. So if we hover on this, I think it can find it. So if we just undo and redo like this, it's totally fine now. Okay, and here we have this error because we're not returning JSX. So we're going to fix it right now. And this profile sheet, we need to bring in some couple of imports. So here, let's import ban, also phone, and we need video, which is going to be coming in from Lucid React. We also need to import link, the link component, which is going to be coming in from next/link, and this should be from. And we also need to import the use query. Now use query is going to be coming in from the Convex React, and we also need to import fc, and we need to import use state, and this is going to be coming in from React. We need to also import API, and API is going to be coming in from Convex generated /API, and this is not at Convex, so this is going to be moving 2 levels up into the Convex, and then they have the generated API. And now we need to import Toast. So Toast is going to be coming in from the Sonar library. So Toast is going to be coming in from Sonar. And then we also need to import the convex error. Now convex error is going to be coming in from convex/values. So convex/values like this. And after the convex error, we also need to import ID. So let's bring in ID, and ID is going to be coming in from one level up, convex, and then we have the underscore generated and not types from the data model like this. So these are the imports we'll need from APIs, external services, and now from our own file, we're going to be importing the sheet title, and we need to bring this in from @/components/UI/sheet, and then the avatar needs to also come in from @/components/avatar/UI and /avatar component. And these are the avatar components, the avatar image, the avatar fallback, and the avatar image. And we also need to import the scroll area and the scroll bar, which will be coming in from @/components/UI/scroll area. And these are the scroll area, and also we need to bring in the scroll bar component. Okay, and this should be uppercase B. And we still need to bring in more. We need to bring in the separator. And the separator is going to be coming in from UI separator. And for the dialog, all this is going to be coming in from @components/UI/dialog. Now here we need to bring in the dialog content. Dialog content. We also need to bring in the dialog header. We need to bring in the title as well as the trigger. So here we're going to have dialog trigger, and here we're also going to have dialog title like this, and this should be separator here. All right, so we need 4 more, and one is button, and then we also need our use mutation handler. So I use mutation handler, which will be coming from our hooks use mutation handler. And then we also need the chat type. So here we're going to import the chat type content, which we don't have yet. So chat type content, and this is going to be coming in from, I don't know yet, we're going to see. And lastly, we need a function that we're going to define. So a pluralize function, which is going to be coming in from our @/libs/utils. Okay, so let's get started with the pluralize function. What's going to happen is, it's pretty much straightforward. Right here in the lib utils, we are going to be creating this new file inside here, not actually a new file. We're going to export const pluralize, and this is going to be taken in the word, which is going to be of type string, and not the count. It's going to take in the length, which is of type number. Now it's just going to return straightforward. Check if the length is less than or equal to 1. In that case, it's going to return the word. Otherwise, it's just going to add an S to it. So that's all we're doing. It's just going to help us to pluralize. So I'm going to save it, and now we should no longer have an error for the pluralize import. I'm going to get rid of this, and we're done. Now for the content chat type, I don't know if we for the content chat type, we're just going to know what to return if we are taking a look at an image file, an audio file, or also a PDF. So for that, right here, we're going to create a new file, which is going to be the chat type content.tsx, and here we're going to export const chat type content, and chat type content is going to be equal to this function, and it's going to be of type fc. Fc should be imported from React, and the type of props this is going to receive is a type, which is a string, so that it knows the type of content to return. And then we're also going to return the content, which is of type string. And now in here we can destructure the type as well as the content, and in the function body we are going to be returning an aspect ratio. I don't know if we have the aspect ratio defined yet, so let's try to import it, and if we don't have it defined, then we're going to install it. So here we're going to have aspect ratio, which is going to come from components UI aspect ratio. Obviously we don't have it, so let's install it. Come over to Shadcn UI, and right here in Shadcn UI we want to look for this aspect ratio, and this is just what is going to give us something like this. Now we're going to copy the installation using npm, and once you copy the installation, you can now come back to your project, or you can just see the installation command you need to run here. So I'm going to paste it in npx Shadcn UI at latest add aspect ratio. This is the installation command, and we should no longer have the error. And we need 2 more things. We also need to import a link, the link component, which will be coming from next link. And the last thing we need to bring in is the next image component. So here, let's bring in image from next image. So what's going to happen right here is we're going to return the aspect ratio. Okay, so here we're going to have the aspect ratio, and this is going to take in a ratio, and the ratio we're going to give it is 1:1. So here we're going to have the ratio, and the ratio is 1. Why do I have this error? So 1/4/1 like this, and I need to get rid of this and this like this, and this as well, and this, and also this. So this is just all we should have here. And now we can check from the type. We can say the type is equal to image. If that is true, then we want to return our next image. And this next image is going to have the source. The source, remember the source, the content we pass back is an array. So here we're going to take the first element of the array, and then we are going to map this to say, hey, you're an array of string. Sorry, we forgot to do that. So this for the image, and now we can have the closing tag here for the image. Now we obviously have an error because this needs an auth, and the auth we are going to be passing right here. We can just say file, okay, and then we need to get rid of this, just file as a string. Okay, and we will still have an error because we need the width, and the width we are going to go with is 450, and the height we are also going to pass here is 253 like this. And that should be it. Else some class names, and the class name here is going to be rounded MD. We're also going to give it object cover like this, and we should close it up here. So this is what we return if we have an image. We can also check if the type is audio type. So type is equal to audio. If the type is equal to audio and that is true, then we are going to be returning the audio, and this audio is going to have the source, which is the content, and it's also going to have the controls. And the last thing we're going to give this is some class names. So here let's also pass some class names, and the class name is going to be width full and also height full here. So this is it for the audio type. And for the PDF, now we're going to have the link. Okay, so here we're going to say if the type is equal to PDF. In that case, we want to display our link component from next link so that it can open up in on that browser tab. And that is the href for this link component is going to be pointing into the content, and then we take in the first element, and the target, to make sure that it opens on another browser, the target is going to be underscore blank. Okay, and then we're going to pass the rel for security purposes. We say no opener, and we're going to say no referral like this, and we are going to give this a class name, and the class name we are going to provide here is going to be bg-purple 500. Okay, and then we're going to have a paragraph tag, which is just going to show that it's a PDF. So here we're going to now display PDF document. And to make sure that this is a link, not really to make sure, but just to give the user a hint that this is clickable, we're going to give it an underline. And that should be all, I think so. And every other thing here is definitely now okay. Now we have this chat type content. We are going to be importing it here. So it's going to come from @components /chat content or chat type -content like this. And why do we have an error here? That's because it needs to be destructured here. All right, so we have everything now that we need to start building out our profile sheet. And now we're going to start by defining the action button. So right here, the first thing we're going to get started with is this type, and this is going to be action button props. And this action button props is going to be needing an icon. The icon is going to be of type FC, and then it's going to take in the label, and the label is going to be of type string. Now we can build the action button component. We can have const action button, and this action button is going to be of type FC, where we're going to pass the action button props, and here we can close it up, and this is going to be equal to this function. Why did it duplicate? It's going to be equal to this function, and in here we can now destructure the properties. So right here, we're going to be destructuring the icon as well as the label. So what's going to happen is in here we are going to be returning a div. So I'm just going to get rid of this, and here we're going to return this div, and this div is going to have some class names. But first, let's render the icon, and after the icon we can close it. We are going to have this paragraph, and this paragraph is going to display the label. So here we are going to have the label like this, and this paragraph we're going to give it a class name, and the class name for this is going to be text extra small, so text XS. Okay, and now we can give this some class names. The class name for this div is going to be flex. Give it a space y of 2, space y2, and give this a flex call. Give this items center, give this a width, and give this a px-4, give this also a py-2, give this rounded xl, give this a bg gray of 100, bg gray of 100, and on the dark mode we have bg gray of 800. Alright, so hopefully everything is okay. Now this is the action button, and we're going to be using this action button right here in the profile sheet. And what we're going to now display next, or what we're going to set next, is the type of props that this profile sheet is going to take. So here we're going to say profile sheet props is going to be equal to this object. So it's going to need the chat ID. The chat ID is going to be a string. And next is going to need the username. The username is also a string. It's going to need the status. The status is going to be a string. And then for the groups in common, this is going to be this object. We're going to have conversation, and I just quickly accepted this, so I'm going to redo this. Yeah, so we're going to have conversation, and conversation is going to be equal to this object. So we're going to have is group, which is a boolean. We're going to have the name. The name is optional, an optional string. We're going to have the underscore creation time, which is going to be of type number. We're going to have the underscore ID, which is going to be of type string. And we are then going to come right here and have the unseen count. The unseen count is going to be of type number. And what else do we need? I think everything is okay. So this is going to be an array. So the groups in common is going to be an array like this, or it could be undefined. So here we're going to map it undefined like this. All right, so lastly, after the groups in common, we are also going to have the chat avatar, and the chat avatar is going to be of type string. Okay, so we will definitely have errors in the chat header because we are not passing in these props. So let's come over to the chat header and make sure that we are passing these props to the profile sheet. Now we can get started by passing in the status. So here, let's pass the status. And the status is going to be equal to status, and we also need to pass the username, and the username is going to be equal to username. We also need to pass the chat ID. The chat ID is going to be of type, or it's going to be equal to chat ID. And what else do we need to pass here? We need groups in common, which is going to be equal to groups in common. And lastly, the chat avatar is going to be equal to chat avatar. Now, why do we have this error? Property status does not exist on type. So let's quickly double check. Here is status. So why do we have the error? So let's come right here. And here we have status. And if we hover on this, we see the status. Profile sheet. Does it not accept status? Let me see. Okay, no. So I think we haven't brought in the profile sheet, and we actually have. Yeah. So why do we have this? Yeah, I think it's because we for now are not returning anything here. So let's quickly double check if that is the case and just return the empty fragment. And once we return the empty fragment, let's see if we still have the error, because now we are returning JSX here. So we're still having the error that username doesn't exist. So in the profile sheet, do we have username? Yes. Oh, we haven't assigned the props. So sorry about that. We maybe you noticed we just had to assign the props and map this as FC, and everything should be fine, and the error should no longer be here. Now we have error in group in common because this should be groups in common. So let's verify if it's groups in common that we use. So yeah, we had a typo there, so that should be groups in common, and now we don't have any other errors here. All right, so what is going to happen right now is in the profile sheet, we can destructure all the types we have mapped out: the chat avatar, the chat ID, the groups in common, the status, as well as the username. Now we have all these types. We can now make use of it to create the scroll area. So here, let's get started. I'm going to get rid of this. We're going to have a scroll area. The scroll area is going to have a class name, and the class name here is going to be hfull. And in here we're going to have our avatar component. So here avatar, and this avatar is going to close up here, and for the class names is going to take in the class name of mxauto, and it's also going to take in a height of 20, and it's going to take in a width of 20, and then it's also going to take a margin top of 10, not a margin right, and empty 10. And this avatar is going to take the avatar image, which is the source is going to be the chat avatar, and we can close it right up here. And after the image is going to take the fallback, which is going to be the username. And after the avatar, we're going to, if we can save this now, we should start seeing the results here. So this is the avatar. Now after the avatar, we can have the sheet title. So here sheet title, which is going to be the username, and we can style this. So class name is going to be equal to text-center, and we're also going to give it a margin top of 2 and give it a text to XL. So now if we save, we should see the username here, which is the username. And after this, we are going to have the status of the user. So I'm going to bring in all of these. So it's a paragraph tag with text center, and that should be all. So we don't need any of these. Just get rid of it and save. We should see the status just came on board. And quickly, if the user decides to update, that is this other user we have here. So let's see, just reload. If this other user here decides to update the status, then it should also update there. So I don't know why I got signed out. I'm quickly going to authenticate on this other account, and once we are signed in, we can try it out. So let's quickly update the status of this user. I'm going to come over here where we have the user profile, and you see just came on board. We can just say free to chat, update the status, and once we're here and we come back here and we view this, we see free to chat. The user has updated the status. So this is going to show us the profile of the user we are currently chatting with. And after this, we are going to have a div so that we can initiate a video conversation and also an audio conversation with this user. So here we can close up the div like this. Now this div is going to have the class name, and the class name we are going to provide here is flex justify center. We're going to give it a space x of 4, so space x of 4 like this, and give it a margin top of 5. Now in here we want to have the action button, and that's why we created the action button. I'm going to get rid of this, we had one too many. It's going to take the phone and the video action buttons. So now if we save this, we're going to see the two icons there for the phone and also for the call, which is this action button component that we created. So after the action button, we are going to have our separator. So here we're going to have a separator, and the separator is going to have a margin to the y-axis of 5. We're also going to give this a border, and we're going to give it a border gray of 100, border gray of 100. And on the dark mode, we want to give it a border gray of 800. So here we're going to give it a border gray of 800. So let's save this. We should see our separator right here. And after the separator, we want to display a dialog component, which is going to help us to block the user in case we want to block the user. So for displaying that, we are going to get started by storing some values in our state. So right here inside the profile sheet, we are going to store this value in state, and this is going to be the block confirmation profile, block confirmation dialog, any name, and then we're going to have set block confirmation dialog. Okay, so what's going to happen is right here, just after the separator, we are going to come here and have the dialog, and this dialog is going to have the open, and the open is going to be equal to the block confirmation dialog, and here we're going to have the on open change. And the open change is going to be the function that is going to set block confirmation dialog and give it a value of false. not really false. It's going to give us the inverse of this block confirmation dialog. So we should update that to the inverse. And right after this, we can now have the dialog trigger. So here, dialog trigger. And the dialog trigger is going to take in a class name. And the class name is going to be equal to with full. And then we're also going to pass the onClick. We're going to set the block transformation, set block confirmation dialog to true. And right here, we're going to cover up the dialog trigger. Okay, so now what's going to trigger this is going to be the ban icon that we brought in. So let's wrap it in a div because we also want to have a text. And this div is going to have a class name, and the class name of this is going to be equal to flex ident center. We're also going to give it justify center, give it a width full, and give it a text red 600 just to highlight its importance, and give this a space x of 3. Now inside this div, we can now have the ban, okay, and then we can have the block. And if we save this, we should see that here. So this is the trigger. Now we have the trigger, but we don't have the content. So let's make sure we have the content. So here we're going to have dialog content, and dialog content is going to close up here. It's going to have the dialog header. It's quite a lot, so let's type it out ourselves. So dialog header, and the dialog header is going to take in the dialog title. And the dialog title is going to just more like a confirmation. So are you absolutely sure you want to block the username? Okay, so that's okay. And for this, we're going to give this a class name. And the class name is going to be MB5. So let's click on the block so that we can preview what we're currently working on. So I'm going to click here. And now we are saying, I wish I want to block a lari right, because that is the username. Okay, and after that, what else are we going to have? So after the title, we are going to have the div, which is going to be right here. So let's have this div, and this div is going to have a class name. I'm going to bring this below the title, and this class name is going to be equal to flex items center and space x of 3. And now this div is going to have a button, and this button is going to have some actions which we haven't defined yet. So for now, we're just going to have cancel, and we are also going to have another button which is going to block. So here we're going to have block, and what we're going to do right inside this button is to give it a variant, and the variant is going to be destructive like this. So now let's save this, and we see cancel, and we see block right here. Super cool. Now what's going to happen next after this is I want this to be centered. Let me double check, just give me a sec. Okay, so it's actually not going to, definitely not going to be in the header. It's going to be here. I think it's okay. All right, so let me see if I can do text center, if it helps center it. It doesn't. All right, so I'm just going to leave it like this. It's okay, so we don't spend too much time. And then I'm going to copy the separator that we use over here, so that after this dialog, we can now have a separator. So the next thing we want to display is the chat files, and we can close this. So we are currently here. After this, we are going to have the div, and this div is going to be closing up here. And inside here, we can have a paragraph, and this paragraph is going to display shared media. We can save this, and we can style this. This is going to have a font bold, and it's also going to have a text LG, and it's going to have an MY of 5. So let's save it, and down below we want to map through the chat files. Now these chat files, we don't have them yet, so we're going to get the chat file so that we can display it here as part of the chat media. Obviously for now we don't have the chat, but it's totally okay. Now to get the chat files, we also need to get the messages, right? So let's query and get the messages. Remember the messages that we mapped out. So we're going to make it our use query. Now this use query is we are going to query our api.messages.get, and here we're going to get by pass the ID, and the ID is going to be equal to chat ID, and we can say as ID an ID for conversations like this, and we can close this up here. We're going to have the messages, but for us to get the chat files, we need to filter the messages and get the message type that is not of type text. And any type that is not of type text is going to be a chat file. So we're going to have the chat files, and we're going to say messages and messages.filter, which we are going to get each message, and we want to return where the type is not equal to text. Now you might be wondering, where am I getting the type from? That's because I'm going to destructure it right about now. So the type is going to be destructured from here, and you see we have the type because we are currently looking at a message. Okay, so now we have the chat files. We are going to be displaying the chat files in this place for our shared media. So down below, just outside our paragraph, we are going to have a map function. So here we're going to say chat files. If it has a length, then we want to go on and show a scroll area. And the scroll area is going to be this. Otherwise, we're just going to say no shared media. So maybe no media shared, anything like this will do. Now, if we save this, we should see no media shared, because obviously we haven't implemented the media sharing. And when we do, we are going to be seeing the media appear here. So let's prepare the component for that. We're going to give this a class name, and the class name we are going to have here is roundedMD. And we are also going to give this a border, and we are going to give this a max width of 80. So here we're going to have a max width of 80 like this, and then we can format this. And here we're going to have a div, and this div is going to, nope, we're not going to have the div yet because we need to map. So I'm going to get rid of this, and then we say chat files dot map. And when we map, we're going to the structure, so we're going to come to that, and here we're going to have to return a div. All right, so what we want to destructure here, we're going to destructure the underscore ID. Sorry. So here we're going to destructure the underscore ID. We also need the type, and we also need the content. Again, if you hover on content, you will see that content here is an array of string. And here, that's why in this chat type content, the content here is a string array. Okay, so what we're going to do in this div is to first give it a key, and the key we're going to pass here is the underscore ID. We're going to give it a class name, and the class name we're going to use here is width 200 pixels, 200 px, and then we're going to give it a rounded XL and an overflow of hidden. And inside this div, we want to now display the chat content type, and we're going to pass the type and the content to this. And we want to display after this div, so outside this div, and actually outside, yeah, this. So I'm going to cut to this because it needs to be in the div. Just going to first have a div here and paste this in. Okay, so this div is going to have some class names, and the class name we're going to use here is flex, and also give it a space x of 4, and lastly give it a padding of 4. So we can save this. We're not going to see them yet until we have the shared media. And just right outside this, we want to show a scroll bar, and the scroll bar is going to have an orientation, and the orientation we're going to pass here, it could be vertical or horizontal. In this case, we are going to pass the horizontal scroll bar, and now we're going to save. We're not going to see it yet again until we implement that. All right, so next we need to display our separator component. I'm going to copy this and come right below, just outside the div, and I'm going to paste in our separator component, and we should see it next. Now we're going to display the groups in common and also the ability to go to the group. So what we're going to do is to have a div, and here we can close up the div component, the div, and now we're going to have a class name, and the class name is going to be equal to flex. We're going to give it flex call, and then we're going to give it a gap y of 2. And what we want to display here, we want to display the groups in common. So we're going to have this paragraph, and this paragraph is going to take in this class name, and the class name for this is going to be equal to font -bold, and then we're going to give it text LG. And in here we can now say group in common, so we're going to say groups. We're going to say groups in common, and we want to check dot length. Okay, otherwise we're going to display 0. So I want to more like display, hey, you have 0 groups in common. If we display this, now we see we have 3 groups because we have 3 groups in common. But now we also want to add some additional text. So I'm just going to use this and give a space here like this. Okay, so this is how you can give a space, and we need it because down below here we want to now map through display the pluralized groups in common just like this. So let's bring it in. Right here we're going to have pluralized and then groups. Pluralized takes in the word, so the word is going to be group, and now after that is going to take in the length, and the length is going to be the group in common dot length like this. So that should be it. Why do we have an error? Argument of type number. Let me see, otherwise we pass 0 as a length. All right, so we have this. Now if we save this, we should see 3 groups in common, and if we had to be 1 group, you would see 1 group in common. This pluralize will help us. All right, so the last layout here is just gonna be sorry, why do we have the error? The last layout is just going to be right after this paragraph. So here we're going to have another div, and this div is going to then display the groups in common. So groups in common, we're going to check dot length if it's true. Then we want to go on and have our groups in common dot map. So groups in common.map, and here we are going to have our function where we need to return that link component. Okay, we are in a map, so quickly let's pass the key, and the key is going to be the conversation ID. Now conversation is what we're going to destructure right about now. So here we need to come here and destructure the conversation, and everything should be okay. Now obviously we still have the error for the href. The href we're going to be passing here is /chat, and then the conversation ID, and this conversation ID needs to be dynamic. So here we're going to have conversation._ID. Now once we click on the group, that's automatically going to take us to the group. Okay, and then we're going to give it some class name, and the class name we're going to be providing here is flex. We're also going to not flex go flex items center. Then we're going to give it a space x of 3, and on hover we're going to give this a bg gray of maybe I bring it in. On hover we're going to give it a bg gray of 400, give it a px of 3, and give this a py of 2, and give this a rounded md. Now inside this link we are going to have our avatar. So yeah, I think we can bring all of this in. So this is our avatar component. It's going to take the avatar image. The avatar image is going to be, it's actually not going to have any image. Okay, and the reason why it doesn't have an image because our group conversation doesn't have the image. And the fallback, we can display the first 2 characters of the name of the group name or one. So here we're going to say conversation dot name, and then we are going to call dot slice, and we are going to take the first 2. Okay, otherwise we can just use G for group. All right, but I'm not sure we'll definitely see this G because we always have the name. All right, so that's it, and here we're going to then display the conversation name. Now if we save this, we should see the 3 groups in common, and this is super beautiful, and we can also try it out on the desktop and we see the same. Now once we click on this, we should automatically be redirected to code with lari group, and if we click here, this is a group and we don't have the group sheet yet. You see how dynamic our application reacts. So please subscribe, please. If we click on this, we also see this group chat, and same here. All right, so we're going to be focusing more on continue working on the one-on-one conversation. Now we have this. Let's make sure that we can go on to block a user, and we don't have the chat body yet. So for now, we can just focus to make sure that we have the ability to block the user. So I'm just going to bring this back to the desktop mobile view. In order for us to block a user, right here we have the dialog, and right here we need to go in and bring in the mutation. So what we're going to do is right here we are going to say const, and we are going to bring in, we already have our use mutation handler, and we don't need this. So our use mutation handler is going to be taking the path, which is .api/.contact.block. And just a quick reminder, let's see if we come right here, and here in our convex we have contacts, and we don't yet have the ability to block. We don't even have the contacts yet. In order for us to go on and block a user, we need to first of all create the mutation for that. Now, in order for us to do that, here we have contacts. So we're going to be creating a new file inside of our convex folder, which we're going to call contact.ts. Now, this contact.ts, we can copy, let's see what we have here. We have get for the conversation, delete, leave. So I'm going to copy this for the leave and paste it right here in the contact. Okay, so we need to first of all import mutation, and mutation needs to come in from the generated server. And for the args, this is going to take the conversation ID, and v also needs to be imported from convex values, and the ID of conversations, and here we have the handler. And after this, our check for convex error, let's bring in the convex error, and then let's also bring in our utility get user by ID function, which is going to give us the current user, and then we have the not current user check, and after which we are going to get the conversation coming from the args. And after getting the conversation, we validate the conversation. Then we're getting the membership. So this is conversation members. Now the index is just going to be by conversation ID like this. And after that, we're going to check where Q is going to be equal to the conversation ID. So we don't need this for the member ID because we are just having the conversation ID. And then rather than .unique, we are going to have .collect right here. Now after that, we are going to check if there is no memberships. So we can rename this to memberships, or there is no memberships .length, or membership.length is not equal to 2. Okay, that means it's not a one-on-one conversation. In that case, we can say this conversation is not between two people. So we're going to say cannot leave a conversation with only one member. Okay, and after that, we are going to get rid of this. We want to get the contact. So we're going to get the contact by saying const contact, and contact is going to be equal to await ctx.db.query, and we're going to query contacts. I'm just going to bring in this, and then we can edit. So we're going to query contacts, and with index is going to be by conversation ID, and then we have our query where the query is going to be equal to conversation. So here we have conversation ID, and then we're going to say args.conversation ID. So args.conversation ID. And after this, we are going to call .unique right here. And then this is going to give us the contact. As you can see here, we have the contact, or we can have null. So we're going to check if and this contact actually is the contact that is associated with this conversation that we are going to get. So we can have a check if there's no contact. We say there's no contact not found. Then we want to go and get all the messages in the DB, because we're going to delete the conversation, also delete the contact associated with the conversation, and then we're going to delete all the membership and delete all the messages in the conversation. So we have some steps to do here. First, let's get started by getting the messages. And messages is going to be equal to await ctx.db.query. We're going to query messages, and with index conversation ID is going to be equal to conversation ID that's coming from args.conversation ID. And after this, we are going to have .collect like this. Now we're going to delete the conversation. We're going to say await ctx.delete ask.conversation ID. This is going to delete the conversation. Now we're going to delete the contact associated with the conversation. So here we're going to ctx.delete the contact.id. And now we're going to delete all the memberships that is associated with this conversation. And that's because to do that, we're going to say await promise.all. We're going to get the not messages. We want to delete the memberships. So here we're going to have the memberships dot map, and we're going to get each membership, and then we're going to return the ctx.delete the membership._id. And lastly, we need to delete all the messages as well in the conversation. And for that, we're going to await promise.all messages.map. We're going to get each message, and we're going to call ctx.db.delete the message ID, which is going to delete all the messages that are in the conversation. So now we have the function to go on and block. Now we can call this function on the front end to make sure that we have the ability to block a user. And in order for us to do that, I'm going to come back to our profile sheet component. And right here, after the messages, let's go on and work with our use mutation handler. Now, this use mutation handler is going to be pointing to API.contact, and then .contact, we have the, did we call it leave group? I thought we called it block. So let's quickly verify. Come back to our convex contact, a single contact, and this should be block and not leave group. So rename this to block, please. And now over here, you can now call block. Now this use mutation handler is going to take the mutate. So here we're going to have the mutate, and this mutate is going to be block contact, and it's also going to take the state, and then this is going to be block contact state. Okay. And now we have this, we're going to have a function that's going to help us to handle the block contact. Handle block contact or block contact handler. I think we should call it block contact handler. And this is going to be equal to this async function. We're going to have our try catch. And right here in our try in the catch block, we're going to call toast.error. And this is going to, first of all, check if the error is an instance of convex error. In that case, we're going to display the error.data. Otherwise, we're going to say an error code. And we always want to log the error to the console. So here we're going to have our console.log so that it helps our debugging. And we're going to console.log error. Now in our try block, let's come over here and await block contact, which is the function that we brought in. And this block contact mutation is going to take in the conversation ID, which is going to be equal to the chat ID. Now, if it's successful, let's give a toast notification and say that the contact has been blocked. All right, so now we have this block contact handler. We need to make sure that we are using it right here when we want to block a contact. And for us to do that, we need to come to this function where we have the dialog content, where we have the block and the cancel. So let's start with the cancel. We're going to have the variant, and the variant of this is just going to be a variant of link. And then we're going to have the disabled, because we want to disable this when we are blocking the contact. So I'm going to disable this if block contact state. If the block constant state is equal to the state of loading, then we want to make sure that this button is disabled. And the last thing we're going to add here is the onClick, which is going to help us to close the modal. So on click, we're going to have the function which we're going to call, that is going to set block confirmation dialog, which is just going to set it to false. So that's for the cancel button. And now if we click on this, it helps us to close the dialog, as well as from here, as well as making use of the escape button, so whichever one you wish. And now for the block, we also want to disable this if we are loading. So I'm going to copy this and we are going to paste it in here. The variant for this is going to be destructive. So here let's have a variant, which, okay, we already have the variant here. And lastly, the onClick is going to be the handler that we just defined. So onClick is going to be the block contact handler. So now let's give this a shot and try to block the contact. I'm going to click here, give this a second, and now you see the contact has been blocked. Now the reason why we're having this error is because once the user got blocked, we remained in this conversation. That's the reason why we got this error. And if you come back here to confirm, you see that the user is gone. So what's going to happen is, to make sure that when we block a user that we don't get to the error, we're going to have a error.tsx page. Okay, and for that we can come right here, not in the convex, we want to come right here in our chat and the chat ID. Now there's error boundary in Next.js, and this is going to catch this for errors like this. So right here we're going to export default, because it has to be a default export function, and this function is going to be called error. Let me quickly go for function error, and here we're going to have the function body, and in here we are going to have this object which is going to be of this type object. Now this is going to be of type error, and this is going to be of type error, and here we're going to have this object. We're going to have digest, and digest is an optional string, and after this we are also going to have reset. So after the error we're also going to have reset, and reset is going to be a function that returns void. That means here we can bring in the error, and we can also bring in reset like this. Now we need to get our router, and also make sure that this is a client component, because this always has to be a client component. So what's going to happen is, right in here we're going to have our router, and router is going to be equal to use router hook. Please make sure that you're bringing in router from Next navigation and not from React or any other library. So next we need to bring in use effect, and use effect should come in from React. And here we're going to console.error, and we're going to console.error the error that will be destructured, and we are also going to router.push, and now we're going to gracefully push the user to the chat page. So here we're going to push the user to the chat page. Now use effect, let's not forget our dependency array. So here we're going to have the error, and we're also going to have the router here. Okay, so we're going to have some bit of JSX here, and let's return a div, and this div is going to have this h2. So here we're going to have the h2. Just close this up. So rather than h1, let's make use of a h2, and then we can say something went wrong. And lastly, we are going to come over here and say have a button, not a paragraph. Here let's have a button, which is going to give the user to try again. So here we're going to say try again, and then we're going to change the on click because of this reset we brought in. So right here on click, we are going to say this is equal to this, where we're going to have the arrow function, and then we're going to call reset like this. So now we're going to save this, and we should be in the chats page. So I'm going to give this a second, and you see now we are redirected to the chats page. Okay, so yeah, so we see something went wrong and we got redirected to the chat page. Super beautiful. Now we have blocked the user, and we are sure that our block functionality works. We no longer see the user here, and if we have blocked the user, that means we can now resend our friend request. So I'm going to come here and send a friend request to the other user, and once we send it, the friend request has been sent. So now if we come over to the other user should come over here and check the friend request. You see, we already see the badge here, and the user can say, hey, let's be friends again, and they are now friends again, and we now see the user here, and you can click here, we can see the user profile. Super cool. And we can go again and block the user, and you see the user has been blocked. We can now send another friend request, and this time around is this other user that is sending the friend request to the other user. So here we're going to send the friend request. The friend request has been sent, and this user on mobile can come here and accept the friend request, and everything now is fine. So I'm going to click here, and I think that's about it for now. We also have these groups in common, and if you click on this group, you are redirected to the group. All right, so that's it for the profile sheet. We're now going to be working on the group sheet. So for that, let's come here and enter in the group conversation and make sure that we have the layout for this as well. Let's go on and lay out the group sheet. So what's going to happen is right here we have the profile sheet. Now we need to do the same for the group. The group is somewhat identical with the profile. So to save us some typing, we're just going to copy everything we have here, and we're going to edit the group sheet to make sure that it fits. So what's going to happen now is in the components, we're going to have the group -sheet like this .tsx. Okay, and where is the one for the profile? This is the profile. Now this is the group. So we're going to export const group sheet, which is going to be equal to the arrow function. So we can save the, I'm just going to paste in everything here. And let's start from the name. So I'm going to update the name rather than profile sheet. Everything here, I'm going to update it to group. And here's the group sheet, and here's the props. So we're going to save it and come back to the chat header. Now this chat header where we just return this div that says group sheet, we're going to return it to the actual group sheet component. And let me quickly adjust the import to come from @/components/group sheet here. All right, so this is just going to be taken into props. So we're not going to need all the props as we do have here. It's going to take in the chat ID, which is going to be equal to chat ID. And lastly, it's going to take in the group name, which is going to be equal to the user name. So we can save this. And why do we have this error? Okay, yeah, group name. And that's part of the differences that we see from the profile. Okay, so we have an error here, and let's fix it. Let's start with the group sheet. So first I'm going to copy this group name and remove every other thing that we have here. Okay, and this is going to be taken in the group name. So this is the group sheet props. It's going to take in the group name, and we no longer have an error here. So that means we can come here and get rid of everything and also bring in the group name here. So this is what we have going so far. And for the action button, we don't need to make any of the changes here. Everything is okay. So the props has been changed. The props is okay. And for the confirmation, this is not going to be blocked because here we're going to be deleting. So here we can just say delete confirmation dialog. And here we have set delete confirmation dialog is equal to useState like this. And by the way, I'm just going to save this so that this shouldn't crash. It's still going to crash because we have tons of errors here, but so that it knows that this, if we come here, yeah, definitely going to crash. Okay. So what's going to happen is maybe we just stay here and not open up the sheet yet so we don't see the error. So what's going to happen first is for us to make sure that we go and also, because we're going to have the delete and we're going to have the leave. So here, let's have the leave confirmation dialog. So leave confirmation dialog, set leave confirmation dialog. And here we need to bring in the two mutation handler, the leave group and also the block group. So here where we have our use mutation, I'm just going to cut this and bring this right here. So our use mutation handler, it needs the path. Now the path here is going to be api.conversation. Remember we worked on this. .leave group, not conversations, is conversation, and there we have .leave group. And now we can update this rather than block contact. We can say leave group, and here we can also update this to leave group state. And I'm going to duplicate this because we're going to need another one for blocking a group. So here is going to be block group, and this is going to be block group state. And this is going to be api.conversation.delete group. Yeah, so that's what we are targeting, these two. And now we are going to have the group messages, so that from the group messages, let's have the group messages. So const, we're going to have the group messages, and the group messages is going to be equal to use query. And this is going to be targeting API, not messages. Sorry, so this is going to be targeting api.conversation.get where is it? .conversation api.conversation. Now we don't see the auto completion, so let's see if we have that yet. So in our Convex conversation, so get conversation members. So this is what we are targeting. And we want to call it here. Now, why do we have this error? Because conversation doesn't exist on type contact. Okay, so I think it's still saying the previous one. I'm just going to get rid of everything here and say const group messages, which is going to be equal to use query. And the use query now, let's see if we still get the error. It's going to go to API dot, and now we want to come into conversation, and now we want to come into get conversation member. So I don't know why it was throwing the error previously, and now we need to pass in the args. It needs the conversation ID, as we can see here, which is going to be chat ID as ID conversations. All right, so these are the group messages. And how about the messages? The messages is going to be use query API.get. We're going to pass the ID conversation. So this is totally okay. And after this, we also need the chat files. So I think we do have it somewhere here. So I'm just going to bring it to the top so we can follow the same order. And for the chat files, it's going to be messages.filter, where the type is not equal to text. So this is going to stay. Now, rather than block contact handler, this is going to be delete group handler. So delete group handler. And here we're going to await the block not contact, and that's going to be block group. And this block group is going to take this conversation ID. We show the toast sources, and we're going to set our delete confirmation dialog to false. All right, and now for the error case, the error is totally okay. We're not going to change anything here. So now let's focus on the other part. This is to delete group. We also have the leave group handler. So let's duplicate this function. And now this is going to be our leave group handler. So leave group handler. This is an async function. We're going to await not block group, leave group. This is going to take in conversation ID like this. We show out those sources. Actually, this shouldn't be conversation blocked. This should be group deleted because it's delete group. So let's update this to be group deleted. Now, rather than conversation blocked, we're going to say group or left group. Okay, I think this is okay. Now, we're going to also set leave confirmation dialog to false, and every other thing here remains the same. All right, so now we're going to focus on the JSX. The first thing we're going to have here is the image, which is not going to be there. So we're going to have this fallback, and this fallback is going to be, I think, is name. Let me confirm the props. Yeah, group name. So here we're going to just have group name. Okay, and take the first. And for the sheet title, it's going to be displaying the group name. Now there's no status, so we can get rid of status. The action buttons, they are going to remain. And here we're going to have the separator. And what is this? We have way more down there. So, but let's focus on this. After the separator, we want to display the group members length. So I think we have something like that here. So here. So after the separator, we can just delete everything that we have here so that we don't confuse ourselves. I'm just going to delete everything here. And now if we save this, at least we should start seeing some things right here. So I'm going to click here, and this is a one-on-one conversation. We want to bring a group conversation, and once we click here, now this is what we see. And actually for the group name, I'm just going to use dot slice. So we can take 0, 2, the first two characters, and we should see CO. All right. So what next do we want to do after the separator? We want to have this paragraph, and this is going to have a class name, and the class name for this is going to be font bold. And after this, we're going to have the text LG. And after this paragraph, we're going to have the group members.length members. So group members if it's correct, then we're going to say the members.length. Okay, otherwise we are just going to show the members, because we don't need to pluralize, because we know that a group will always have two members, right? So here we're just going to show the members.length, and here we're going to have members, and we should see two members here. After this paragraph, we're going to have a div still inside the scroll area, please. So here let's have this div, and this div we are going to display the following. So we're going to have this here, we're going to have this group members, and this group members.members, we are going to say if it is true. Then we're going to have the group members .members.map. We are going to have each member, and then we are going to be returning this div. So why do we have the error? So we're saying group members. What did it say? Cannot find name group members. What did we call it? If it can't find the name group members, that means we forgot to actually query the group members. So let's see after our two mutation. So this is group messages. It should actually be group members. Sorry about that. So this should be group members. Okay, not messages, please. Should be group members. So let's come below here, and now we have our group members dot members dot length, and over here group members dot members. So everything here is okay, and now inside this div we're going to give it a key, and the key here is going to be the member dot underscore id. Okay, and this div is going to have some class names, but for now let's just focus on giving it this div, and this div is also going to have a class name, and the class name of this is going to be flex items center, and then we're also going to give it a space x of 3. Now this outer div, the one with the key, is also going to have a class name, and the class name here is going to be flex items center. It's also going to have a space justify between, and then a space x of 3, so justify between, and then it's going to have space x3, and lastly it's going to have margin y of 3. So now this other div is going to have the avatar and also going to contain the member name. So I'm just going to bring this in. So here we have the avatar, we have the avatar image, which is going to be member.image URL. Okay, and for the fallback, we can just, this is totally okay, and here we'll display the username. So now if we save this, we should see the two members here. So these are the two members with the different avatar icons that belong to this group. So after this, we are going to have a separator. So let's copy the separator over here and just come below this div. So this closing div here, and just have the separator. And now we should have this. Now we also want to display the shared media. So that means we can come to the profile sheet, and we want to just copy the shared media. So the shared media is going to be this. So let's copy this and come back to the group sheet. And just outside this separator, let's paste this in here. So this is going to show the shared media, and for this let's quickly just give it a class name, and the class name we are going to provide here is my of 5. So I have this shared media, and every other thing here should be okay. So now let's save this, and we see no shared media because there's no shared media for now. So again, let's copy our separator component. And with our separator component, just below this, we are going to have it here. And now we should see the separator component here. All right, so after this, we are going to have our dialog to go on and delete a group. Okay, so here, let's have our dialog. I'm going to bring it in here. And this dialog is going to have the open. And this open is going to be equal to the delete confirmation dialog. And the on open change is going to be equal to this function that is going to set the delete confirmation dialog, which is going to be the inverse of the delete confirmation dialog. All right, so what next do we need right inside our dialog? We obviously need the dialog trigger. So let's have the dialog trigger. And the dialog trigger is going to be this, and inside this dialog trigger we're going to have the onClick, and the onClick here is going to be equal to this arrow function, and here we're going to set delete confirmation dialog, and we're going to give it a value of true. So after this, we can give it a class name. I hope we are outside here. Let me confirm. Nope. So just here, we're also going to give this a class name for the trigger. And the class name is with full. Now for us to see the trigger, let's have the trash2 icon from Lucid React here. And we're going to give it also have a paragraph that is going to say delete group. And this should be class name. So let's have a preview. I'm going to save this. And we have an error because we have one too many. So I'm going to get rid of one and now save this. So right here, we should see our delete group and we should see the trash. Now it's not totally aligned, and to fix that, let's have this delete group and this trash right inside of this div. So we're going to impute it here, and this div is going to have a class name, and the class name is going to be flex items center, justify center, a width full, and it's going to have a text red of 600, and it's going to have a space x of 3. So space x of 3. And now we save it. Yeah, it's correctly aligned. Now outside the dialog trigger, we are going to have the dialog content. The dialog content is going to have the dialog header, and here we're going to close the dialog header with the title, and here we're going to close the dialog header like this. So here we have the dialog header, and inside the header we have the dialog title, which is asking the user, are you absolutely sure you want to delete the group name? So if we save this, we are going to not see it yet until we click here. Then we're going to say, are you sure you want to delete code with Larry? And we can just add the group, so code with Larry group. And outside this title, then we're going to have a div for the content. Okay, so this is going to be outside the header, and right here we're going to have the div, and this div is going to have a class name which is going to be equal to flex items center. We're going to give it a space x of 3, and this div is going to have the button, and this is going to have the text cancel, and this button is going to have the on click, and the on click is going to be equal to this function. We're going to set delete confirmation dialog, and it's going to have the value of false. So what else are we going to have inside this button? We're going to have the variant, and the variant here is going to be a variant for link. And what else do we need to have here? We're going to have the disabled, and the disabled is the block group state is equal to loading, then it's going to be disabled. Let's duplicate this button for the delete functionality. So the variant is going to be destructive, and this is still going to be disabled for this. And on click, now we need to call the delete group handler that we defined right at the top. So I'm going to get rid of this, and in here we're going to just call the delete group handler. All right, and this should be the text of delete. Okay, so I'm not going to test it out yet. So that we can still practice, still continue, and then I think we should actually try it out, right? So let's delete it, and before we delete, I'm just going to copy the separator, and this separator is just going to be outside the dialog here. So that's the next thing we have. We should see the separator. So let's delete the code with Larry group. We're going to say delete is disabled, and we see the group has been deleted, and now we are in /chat. Super beautiful. And this user obviously would not see the group anymore. Okay, so because I love code with Larry, I'm going to create the group again. So code with Larry, so we can continue practicing there. And I'm going to select the contact and create the group, and we can continue working inside the code with Larry group. Super beautiful. So the next is to leave the group. I'm going to duplicate this dialog so we don't have to type everything ourselves again from scratch. Let's copy this and come right here and paste it here. So now this is going to have the same open, which is going to be leave. So let's update this. Sorry. So open is going to be leave confirmation dialog. And now we are going to set it to the opposite of leave confirmation dialog. And this is going to be set leave confirmation dialog. And this has been settled. Now for the trigger is going to also set this to true. When we click on it, set the leave confirmation dialog. Now for this is going to be the same, but rather than --2, this is going to have the log out. Come from the seed react, and rather than delete group is going to say leave group. And for the content, we can say, are you sure you want to leave the group? And here we have two buttons. Now this button is going to, for the cancel, is going to set leave confirmation dialog to false, and for the state is going to be the leave group state. And we have handled the on click, everything remains the same. Now for the delete is going to update to leave, and for the on click is going to be handle leave group. So here let's have our handle leave group like this. Are you sure we have this function? We don't, or leave group handler. Yeah, we called it leave group handler. So let's make use of the leave group handler here. So now we can save this. There's no errors. And just down below here, we have the leave group functionality. So let's try it out. I'm going to also take our separator, and that's the last that we needed to write in here. And right here, I'm just going to come down here outside the dialog and have the separator component, which is now here. So this is it. Let's try to leave the group. We're going to click here, and it's asking us if we want to leave the group. I'm going to say leave, and we have left the group. Super cool. All right, this user still sees the code with lari group. Okay, but now the user can just go on and delete the group. And now we see this error, cannot delete group with only one member. Now this makes sense because we should have two users in the group. So let's quickly fuse this search cannot delete group. Cannot delete a conversation with only one member. Okay, so we're gonna remove this additional check here. Okay, we're just gonna remove this additional check here so that we can handle cases like this. Okay, and sorry if I was too fast, that was coming from the conversations. So Convex conversations and the delete group handler. Okay, so that's where it's coming from. And let's double check if it's not duplicate. So search, okay, just it. So let's give this another trial. And before we do, actually, let's be sure that the leave group, where is it? The leave group handler is calling leave group and not delete group. So this is leave group, this is delete group. Okay, so let's try again. Let's try to delete the group. We say delete, and now the group has been successfully deleted. And we can create the code with lari group again, and select the contact and create the group. And now we can navigate into the group. Okay, so now we have the group again. We see the group sheet, and if it's a one-on-one conversation, we see the profile sheet of the user. Super, and we see all the groups that we belong to together. So this is so beautiful. How far we've come. We have completed the chat header. Okay, we have completed the chat header for now, and until we want to work on the video call and audio call, then we are going to be visiting this again. But for now, this is super cool. Now we're going to work on the chat body before we can now focus on the chat footer. So let's work on these next, and you see the application works fine on also desktop and also on mobile and with our responsive sidebar here. Now let's concentrate on working on the chat content after we just finished working on the chat header. So for that, I'm going to go into the one-on-one conversation, and right here where we have the, just going to collapse all of these, where we have the app chat and the chat ID and the page.tsx, right here where we have the chat content, we just finished laying out the chat header. Now we're going to focus on the chat content, and we have all these props here. All these variables that we are not making use of, such as the messages, as well as the members, and also the user. And here for the chat content, just outside this chat header, we are going to have this div. And this div, we are going to give it the class name of, it's going to have a class name of padding of 3. And then it's going to have a display of flex. And then it's going to have a flex 1. And it's going to have a flex call reverse like this. And finally, it's going to have a gap of 2. Now we're going to save this, and this is going to have the message item. So message item component. And for now, we don't have this message item component. So let's go on and map it out. So I'm just going to reload here. And after refreshing, we are seeing the message item component. So let's work on that and make sure we import it here. So right here, we're going to have the message item, because then we want to display the message.tsx. So here, we obviously don't have any message to display yet, but no worries. We are going to be fixing that from the message footer, which is going to contain the input. So here, let's go and import React. And we're also going to be importing this from React. Actually, we don't need to import React from React. We need to bring in React node, and React node is going to be coming in from React. We also need to import format, which is going to be coming in from our datefns library. So this is going to come from datefns. And we also need to bring in cn, which is going to come in from our lib/utils like this. And we also need to bring in some things coming in from our components UI avatar. So we need our /components/UI/avatar like this. Now we need the avatar itself, and then we need the avatar image, and then we need the avatar, all right, which will come from our components UI avatar like this. So with all these, we need 2 more imports. We need to bring these in from the image. So image is going to be coming in from next image, and lastly we need to bring in link, and link is going to be coming in from next link. Now we're going to have our message item. So const message item is going to be equal to this message item here, and message item is going to be equal to this. Did I miss this? Yep, I did. I don't have the const, so here we need to attach const like this. And now we can import this message item right here rather than just have the message item text. So I'm going to remove this, and we're going to have the message item brought in here. So now let's also update this to come from @/components/message-item, and we have an error. The error is because we are not returning JSX. So before we do go on to return JSX, let's map out the type of props that we are expecting this message item to contain. And I also had to bring in FC from React. So right here, we're going to have not chat header props, is going to be the message item props like this. Now, what props are we expecting this message item to have? Let's have the prop type here. This is going to have I'm going to remove all of this. This is going to have from current user, which is going to be of type boolean. We're going to have the sender image because we want to display it. It's going to be a string. We also need the sender name a string, and we also need the last by user. The last by user is going to be a boolean. We're going to need the content, and the content is going to be of string array. Remember, it's always an array of string. We also have our created @, which is going to be of type number. We need the type. The type is going to be of type not this. The type is going to be of type string. And lastly, we need scene to know if this has been seen, and this scene is going to be of type React node. Okay, so now we have all these props. We can quickly just destructure and make sure we bring them in here. So I'm going to bring in all the props that we need and format this. All right, so now we have this. Before we have our JSX, let's have this format time, which is going to make use of the format, and it's going to take in the timestamp, and this timestamp is going to be of type number. And then we're going to have the function body here. So it's not going to come like this. It's going to have format time, which is going to be equal to this function. Yeah, it's going to take the timestamp, and here we need the formats, not over there. So here we're going to have format, and it's going to format the timestamp in this format string. All right, so now we can make use of this format, and here let's return the JSX. I'm just going to have this div, and once we have this div, we can take a moment to pass the required props right here, and we should not forget to have return here like this. And now we should pass the props from the chat content. So we're not just going to have it like this. We're going to map through the messages. So we're going to say messages like this dot map, where we're going to have the message, and we're going to have the index here, and we're going to have the message, we're going to have the index is going to be equal to this. I'm just going to format this quickly. So map is going to take back this callback function here. So here we're going to have the message and the index, and in here, what are we going to return? We are going to be returning our message item component, and we are going to pass the key to this component, and the key is going to be the message._id. we are going to pass here, and we are going to pass the content, and the content is going to be equal to the message.content. And what else do we need to pass here? We also need to pass the created @, and the created @ is going to be equal to the message creation time. So message._creation time. And next, we need to pass the last by user, and this is going to be equal to the messages. We have the index -1. So we're going to check, and then we're going to have the sender ID, which is equal to the message.sender ID like this. And this should not be -q, this should be -1. All right, so after that, we are going to have the from current user, which is going to be equal to message.isCurrentUser. So we're not going to need all of these. So it's just going to be message.isCurrentUser. Here where we have this current user property. And now we need the sender image, which is going to be equal to message.senderImage. We need the sender name, we need the type, and lastly, we need the scene. And it's going to be not like this. We're going to say message.isCurrentUser. If that is true, then we're going to have our get scene messages, which we haven't defined yet. So here we're just going to have get scene message, and then it's going to take the message._ID. Otherwise, it's going to be undefined. So here we're going to have undefined like this. So let's define this. Let's come here and define this get scene message. So right after maybe somewhere here, you can say const get scene message, which is going to be taken in the message ID. The message ID is going to be of type ID of messages. So here we're going to have messages like this. And what we want to do in here, first we're going to have the scene users. So scene users is going to be equal to the members dot filter, not fill, filter. We're going to have each member. I'm going to close this up here, and with each member we are going to return the member dot last scene message ID if it's equal to the message ID that comes in from here. Now after we get that, we want to also map. So here we're going to have dot map, and we're going to get the member, and now we're going to say return member dot username. So like this, we want to go on and split, because the username is going to be like something like a lari, right, like this. So I want to split like this and just take the first, or you can take the second, whichever you like. Now this is going to give us the same message, and it's an array because map returns an array. We're just going to check if scene messages.length is equals to 0. Then we're going to return undefined. And the last thing we want to do is to return the format scene by. So we're going to return a function that we haven't defined. So we're going to return the format scene by like this, and we're going to pass the scene users. Now again, we don't have this function. Let's quickly define it. So this is going to be equal to this function over here, and this function is going to take in the scene users. The scene users is going to be of type string or undefined like this, and then we're going to have our array here. That means in here we can have a switch. We're going to switch by the scene users.length, and here we're going to have our first case, so case 1. Then we're going to return this and say scene. We're going to have our case 2, and we're going to return the scene users and the scene user 1. Then we'll have our default, which we're going to return the scene users index 0, scene users as index 1, and this over here. All right, so now this is all we have to do, but for the read receipt to work, we need to make use of this mark as scene. And for that, we're going to make use of it in the use effect. So here we're going to have our use effect and our dependency array. So in here, we're first going to check if we have messages, and if there is messages.length. So here, and messages.length. If messages.length is greater than 0, I'm going to get rid of everything here. So if messages.length is greater than 0, in that case, we want to go on and call mark as read, and we want to pass the conversation ID, and we want to also pass the message ID, which is going to be equal to the messages at index 0, and over there we have that ID. Now we have an error. Why? Because this effect needs to be imported from React. And here we're just going to bring in the dependency array, which should contain the chat ID, the mark as read, and also the messages. All right, so this about it. I don't think we are missing anything. I'm just quickly going to update the import over here and save this file. And now we can focus on working on the message item component. Now we are passing all the props that the message item component needs. We want to display the chat. So for that, we're going to have the class name, and the class name here is going to be CN, and we're going to give it display of flex call with full, and mx2. And for the dynamic one, we're going to have this object, and we're going to pass the justify end, and justify end is going to be if it's from current user. And now inside this div, we are going to have another div. So here, let's have this other div, and this div is going to have the class name, and the class name here is going to be cn. We're going to give it flex call. We're also going to give it a width full and give it an mx of 2. And for the dynamic classes, we're just going to have a comma here and have our object. I want to have the other one, so other -1, also items end, and items end if it's from current user. Otherwise, we're going to have items stat if it's not from current user, and the other here is going to be other 2. So here, let's have the other 2. And now inside this div, we are going to have another div, and on that div, which is going to have this class name, cn, and here we're going to give it a px of 3 and give it a py of 1, give it a display of flex, give it a flex call, flex-call. We're also going to give it a space x2 and items center, justify between, rounded lg, also max width. Gonna give it a max width of 80%. All right, so this is it. Now we need some dynamic class names, and for that we're going to have a comma, and here we're going to have our object. And the first thing we're going to start with is by giving it a bg blue 700 and give the text primary foreground. The text primary foreground is going to be applied when it is from current user, and also if the type is equal to text. So we're going to have this. All right, so I think we should duplicate this, and the next is going to be bg secondary, and bg secondary, and also text secondary, and the condition if it is not from the current user, and if the type is equal to text. So lastly, we're going to give it this rounded border none, so rounded border right none. And the condition is if it is not last by user, and also if it's not from current user, then it's going to have this. And then we can just duplicate this, and rather than border right, this is going to have a border left, and this, and also this if it's not from the current user. Okay, so now inside this div, we are going to have the to display the content, right? So first we're going to check if the type is equal to audio. So if that's true, then we want to go on, and we're going to come here and display audio and close it up here. So here, actually I think we should start with text. So if type is equal to text, we are going to display a paragraph, and let's give it the class names. So here we're going to give it the class name, and the class name is going to be equal to text wrap, break words, white space pre-wrap, and we're also going to give it break all. Yep, break all like this. And here we just want to go and display the content and remove any dot join like this. Okay, so next is for the audio. So here we're going to have another type if it's equal to audio. Now in that case, we are going to be displaying this component, and this is going to be the audio HTML component like this. And this is going to have the class name, and the class name here is going to be giving it a max width. So I'm going to give it a max width of 44, and on medium devices, we are going to give it a max width of full. So max width of full like this. And we also want to pass the controls and bring it down here. So here, let's have the source, and we're going to have this content. If it's not supported, the source is going to be the content, and the type is going to be this. And the next is for the image. So if the type is equal to image, we're going to display the image component from next image, but actually it's going to be a link so that it can open up. So here we're going to have the link and display this. So we have this image. This link is going to take the href. The href is going to be pointing to content 0. Okay, And the pass href, the reason why we had the content there is because we don't, it's not going to be to our file, so it's going to open up on the new browser, okay, and then we want to display the actual image there. So here we're going to have the pass href, and the target is going to be equal to underscore blank. And lastly, we have the rel, and the rel is going to be no opener, and we're going to add no referrer like this. All right, and now we have the image. It has this source, it has the alt, it has the width. The width we are going to give here is 240, and the height we are going to provide here is going to be a height of 112, and the class name is going to be rendered XL, and we are also going to give it a width of 60, give it the object cover. We are also going to give it a height of 28. All right, and after this we can now check for the next type, which is our PDF, and that is the last type we are supporting in our application. So here we're going to say the type if it's equal to PDF. Now if that is true, then we want to go on and display the link component, and the href is going to be the content index 0. I'm bringing all of these, and let's see what we missed. Content index 0, and here we're going to cover it up. Okay, and here we should cover up our link component. So let's see, this is the href, and here we don't have the pass href. We have the target underscore blank. We have all of these here, and this is going to display a paragraph, and the class name of this paragraph is just going to be on the line. So here let's have the underline, and we're just going to say PDF documents. So here we're going to say PDF document like this. And after this PDF, now we are going to display the created at. So let's do that. So we're going to have this, and this is going to use our format time and take the created at like this and remove scene here. Now this is not just going to show like that, we need to style it, and the class name for this is going to be dynamic. So here we're going to give it a text extra small, and we're going to give it a BG. We're not going to give it a background. It's going to take text extra small. It's going to also have the display of flex with full, and it's also going to have an MY of 1. And in here we are going to have our condition. So inside this object, and the condition, first the value is going to be text primary foreground, is also going to have a justify end, not between, justify end, and this is going to be when it's from the current user. And after this we're also going to have this for the dark mode. Let's see, but the condition is not going to be this. We can work with the condition if it's not for current user, but these are not the styling. It's going to have a text secondary foreground, and it's going to have a justify stat. So here let's have the justify stat like this. Okay, so we need more, and this is going to be if the type is equal to PDF. And for that we are going to have the dark mode, and the dark mode is going to be so dark is going to be text white and text black by default. And this is going to be if the type is equal to audio, and also if the type is equal to image, and lastly if the type is equal to PDF. Okay, we have an error because this should be double pipe. Okay, now this is okay, and after this paragraph and outside this div that holds the type, okay, outside all of this we want to go on and display scene. So here we're just going to have this span, and this span is going to display scene, not seam, is going to display scene. So right here let's give this a class name, and the class name we're going to have here is text sm. It's also going to have italic like this, and we save this. We're not going to see anything for now because we don't have any message. Okay, so after this span and outside this div, let's have our avatar component, okay, which is the last component here. The avatar components, we're going to close it up. We're going to give it also some class names. So class name, and this class name is going to be this CN library. We're going to give it a width of 8 and a height of 8 and relative like this. Now this is going to allow us to come here and have the order 2 if it's from current user, and have the order 1 if it's not from the current user, and give it invisible if it's by the last seen user. And this invisible should be like this. All right, and inside the avatar we're going to have the avatar image, which is going to be the sender image, and the auth is going to be the sender name, and we'll close it here. And for the fallback, we're just going to have the sender name, and we can call dot slice so that we take the first 2, so 0,2, and we are good. All right, so it's quite a lot of typing. Just copy and paste the code, I would advise, and then you can study it to get to the logic. The code is going to be available in the GitHub. So right here we have the chat content, which we don't see yet, and now we have the chat header. Here we have the chat content. Now we are going to focus on making sure that we do have the chat footer. Now that's where all the magic is going to be. So there's a lot of work to be done in the chat footer, which is where the meat of our chat application comes to an end before we can go into the video call and audio call. Let's go ahead and work on our chat footer component. And this chat footer component is just going to be right here. So right outside here, just as we have the chat header. So come here and you're going to have the chat footer component. Now we're definitely going to have an error as we don't have this component yet, but we can already bring it in here. So we're going to pass the chat ID as a prop this component is going to need, which is going to be equal to chat ID. And we're also going to pass the current user ID. And this current user ID is going to be the user. If it's there, we're going to use the ID. We know the user is definitely going to be here. Otherwise, we won't even have the ability to come here. Okay, and we can just try it out. If we come back to the home page and come here in our profile and manage our account, and if we sign out, you see we wouldn't even have the ability to come here. So we're sure that we're always going to have the user ID. So let's come here and authenticate back into the application. And once we are fully authenticated, we can now focus on the chat footer. But before we continue and bootstrap this chat footer, I would like us to quickly come here and already import it. So we're going to be importing the chat footer from components chat-footer like this, which is definitely going to throw errors for now. Okay, so now we are sure that all the work we are going to be doing is going to be on the chat footer. We're going to come here and have the chat footer.tsx file, and we can export const chat footer, which is going to be of type FC. FC should come in from React. So let's quickly import FC from React. We're going to be importing all the props we would need, but for now, let's start from FC. And here, let's define the props. So we're going to say type the chat footer props is going to need the chat ID, which is a string, and is also going to need the current user ID, and the current user ID is also a string. Now we're going to take the props and we're going to pass the props right here like this. And here also we can now destructure the chat ID as well as the current user ID. All right, so now we are going to have a whole lot going on in this component. So we're going to be installing a couple of packages that we're going to be using right in this component. Okay, and why do we have the error? We just have the error because Visual Studio Code, we just undo, then it's going to go, no more errors. So here, for now, to make sure that we don't have any errors, I'm just going to be returning JSX like the empty fragment. And if you still see the error, just reload and you'll be fine. Okay, so let's install everything we're going to need. So I'm going to clear this, and I'm in the installation section. Your Convex, obviously, and your development server should still be up and running. So npm install, we are going to need react-text area. So react-text area. So this is text area -auto size. So This is one. And then we're going to need pusher-js. We're also going to need Nextjs. So let's take it step by step. Let's run the installation for the React text area, auto size, pusher.js, and also Nextjs. Now, after that, we also need to install at emojmat/react. So let's install it. npm install at emoji-mat/react. And let's install it. Then we're going to install UUID. So npm, once the installation is complete, we're going to say npm install UUID. And I think that's about it, at least for now, till we get into the file upload. So let's have this, and if we need more, we are going to see. And now the installation is complete, we can now work here. So what is going to happen is, I'm not going to bring in all the props because we need to import as much as close to 40 props, and we don't need all of them now. So I don't spend so much time typing the props. But to create a message, we can define the schema. So I'm going to say const chat message schema, and the chat message schema is going to be equal to z. Now we're going to import z from Zord. So we're going to say z.object, and here we're going to have the content, and the content is going to be z.string, and we can say, hey, we just want a minimum of one message. And here we're going to have the object where we're going to say the message, and say message must not be empty. So this is our schema, and from the schema, you know that we can use it to create a form. So let's create the form right in here, and we're going to say const form, and the form is going to be equal to useForm. UseForm needs to be imported from React hook form. Now this form needs the type, and this is going to be z.infer, which is coming in from our type of, and then our chat message schema. And that means right here, we can define our resolver. And this resolver is going to be the Zord resolver. So Zord resolver, we should be imported from hook form /resolvers/Zord. And then it's going to take in the schema, and we can also have the default values. So here we're going to have the default values, and content is just going to be an empty string. So this is our form, and we're going to have our handle submit function, which is going to come from a mutation. Remember, for message, if you come over to the messages, we created this. This is the get. Not messages, sorry. Here in message, we have the create. So this is going to help us to create a message. All right, I think we should go on and have it map it out. So const our handle create message, or create message handler. So create message handler is going to be equal to this, and here we're going to return this. So we're going to have our try catch block, and in this try catch block, we are going to console.log the error, and we're going to toast.error. And we're not just going to toast like this. We're going to first of all check the error type. Yeah, if the error is an instance of not error, so if it's an instance of convex error, and convex error needs to be imported, so instance of convex error, then we want to go on and toast the error.data. Otherwise, we're going to say an error code. And in the try block, we need our mutation. So let's bring in our mutation right here. So this is going to be equal to our use mutation handler. And the route for this, as we just saw, is our api.message.create, not messages. And for API as well needs to be brought in. So let's bring in API. And here, what do we need? We need our mutate. And this is going to be renamed to create message. And we also have the state. We're going to say create message state. So create message state like this. All right. So I'm going to quickly update this, our mutation. So I'm just going to update this here. So we have this, and now we can make use of this create message when we are creating a message. So here we're going to await our create message, and to create a message, the Ask it needs is a conversation ID. It also needs the type, and this is a text message. And then it needs a content. Now this content, we just have content here, which is going to be coming in from here automatically. We have the error because this is going to be async. We can map it as async here. And we know this is going to get called to the data. Data is going to be z.infer, which is going to be infer from our type of, and then our chat message schema. And we're going to close it right here and get rid of this extra. And from data, we can just destructure our content and we no longer have the error. And please note here that we are sending content as an array, because even if it's a text, it should always be an array of string. It really helps us to be consistent with that format. Okay, so we have this. The next thing we're going to do now is to continue in our JSX. So let's have our form, and our form needs to come in from our UI form. I'm going to quickly update the import to come from @components/UI/form. And this form needs to spread out all the form values that we built. So here we're going to spread it out. And in here, we're going to have the form. And this form is going to have a class name. So here we're going to have this class name. And the class name is going to be equal to fixed because we want it to be at the bottom. So we're going to give it a display of fixed, px of 3. On medium devices, we're going to give it a padding to the right of 10. Display of flex, items center, justify between, give it a space x of 3. And we're going to give it a z index of 30, just as we gave to the header. Give it a bottom of 0. So bottom of 0, give it a width full, give it a bg white. Dark mode, we are going to give it a bg gray of 800. Give it a height of 20 over here like this. So in here, this is not enough. We are also going to give this a style, just as we gave to the header. So here we're going to have a style, and we need to know if this is on desktop. So we're going to say if it's desktop. I don't think we have brought it in. We haven't. So let's bring in the is desktop. So for us to bring it in, we need to bring it in from our hooks. So right here, let's bring in the use is desktop. And this is going to be coming in from our hooks. And from the hooks, we have use -is -desktop. Okay, so use is desktop. Okay, so we have this, and what we're going to do is to come right here in the chat footer. And here in the chat footer, we are going to have is desktop is going to be equal to use is desktop like this. And now we can make use of the is desktop to style here. So I'm going to say if it's a desktop screen, then we want to give it a width, and the width is going to be this. Otherwise, we are going to pass an empty object here. So if it's on desktop, we are going to use this width, which is this calc. So here we should have the backtick calc where we are saying 100%, and it's not going to be hard-coded 300%. This is 100%, which we are going to subtract from the sidebar width, which we also don't have. So here we're going to replace you from the sidebar width, and I'll add 3 to this, and also add the percentage just outside here. So we should have the percentage here. Now we don't have the sidebar width. Let's go on and bring it in. So what we're going to do is to come right here, and we need to bring in import our use sidebar width, which will come in from our hooks use sidebar width. And right here where we have this other hook, we can come here and say const the sidebar width is going to be equal to the use sidebar width, and after that we should no longer have any errors here. And inside this form we are going to have a popover. Now lastly, before we round up this form, let's also have the onSubmit, and the onSubmit is going to be calling form.handleSubmit, and we're going to pass in our create message handler. Alright, so this form is going to have a popover, and the popover component we haven't installed yet from Shadcn UI. So let's come over to Shadcn UI, and here we are going to be taking the popover And this is the installation, and this is just what it does. It gives us this popover. So we're going to copy the popover, not this, sorry, let's copy the installation. And then we're going to come back to application and open up our installation here. And we're going to paste it in to run the installation. So now let's import popover, which will be coming in from our component UI popover. I will be updating the imports. And now we need the popover, and the popover trigger is going to be coming in from our component. Now the trigger is going to be for the emoji. So right here, we are going to have a button. So here, let's display a button. And this button we are going to have here is going to be of type submit. Remember, we're in a form, so sorry, not of type submit. It's going to have a type button so that it doesn't submit the form. And now we are going to bring in smile, and smile should come from Lucid React. Let's give it a size, and the size of this is going to be 20. And now if we save this, we should now see something right here. And now we see this, but we don't have any popover content. Okay, so let's have the popover content. So after the popover trigger, we're going to have a popover content, which is going to be our emoji picker. So here we're going to have a popover content, which should be imported from our components. And this content is going to have this class name. The class name here is going to be width, and then it's also going to have a padding of 0. Now this popover content is going to display the picker component. I don't think we have that yet. So here we need the picker component. So let's go on and have the picker component right in here. So the picker component, if we come right to the top, it needs to be imported. So we need to import picker, and picker is going to be coming in from @emojimat. So here emojimat /react. Okay, so make sure you have the import here. We installed the package, and now we're going to give this a theme. We are going to come back to that, and then we're also going to give it data. We're also going to come back to that, and on emoji select, we are going to call this function, which is going to take the emoji. So here it's going to take the emoji, and this emoji is going to be of type any. And here we're going to have the function body. So what do we want to do? We want to set or update the content that we have on the form. So we're going to call form.set set value. We want to set the value of the content, and the value we're going to set to the content is with this backtick. And here we're going to say the form.get values, and the values here is going to be the content. And here we shouldn't forget to we need to attach the emoji.native at the end of the content. So emoji.native like this. So this is how it works here. And before we can preview this, let's make sure we have our data, and also make sure that we have our resolved theme. Now the resolved theme is pretty straightforward. We just need to make use of the use theme component. So right here where we have making use of hooks, we are going to say const the resolved theme is going to be coming in from our use theme. Now use theme should be imported from Nextjs. So here we're going to have the resolved theme like this. Just give me a second. Let me update the imports that we have over here, and make sure that this popover is coming from @components like this. So that's about it. And here we pass the resolved theme like this. Now for the data, we're going to pass the data, but this data is going to be coming in from emojimat /data. And then we just get rid of Apple like this. So emojimat /data is going to give us access to the data. Now if you don't have this, you just run the installation. So maybe we haven't installed this. I'm going to come here and npm install @emoji-mat /data. So npm it runs the installation, and now we should have the emoji mats if the installation goes fine, and yes it did. Okay, so let's see. We have data. Data is not a default export. It's not a named export. It's a default export. And now if we save this, we're going to see that the emoji picker should pop up. Super cool, and it looks very much okay on our mobile and also on the desktop like this. All right, so after the emoji picker, we want to make sure that now we have the input here. So we're going to come further down, and right here, just outside the popover, I'm going to collapse this. So this is the first in the form. We are going to have our form field. So here, let's have our form field. And form field should be imported from component UI form, and it's going to be self-closing. This is going to take the control, which is going to be equal to form.control. It's also going to take the name, and the name is going to be equal to content. It's then going to take in the render function, and the render function is going to be this, where we're going to return the form control, and form control should come from our component UI form. And then I'm going to close it up like this. So here, let's come here and destructure the field. And what's going to happen in this control, we're going to have here we're going to have return fragment, and that's because just outside here we're going to have another check to display someone is typing. So here we're just going to have the fragment, and here we want to go and display the actual text area auto size. So here we're going to have our text area auto size. And if we don't get the auto completion, it's going to be self-closing. We can import it ourselves. So this text area auto size is going to be coming in from here. So we're going to import it from React text area auto size like this. So let's continue, and this is going to be taking in some props. The first prop we're going to pass here is on key down. So on key down, and this on key down, this should be text area like this, sorry, auto size. Okay, and this should be fine. So on key down is going to be taken in this function, so async function. We are going to take the event, and here we are going to check if the event.key is equal to enter, and so we're going to have the end like this. There is no e.shift key. In that case, we are going to call e.prevent default, and after calling e.prevent default, we are going to await the form.handle submit, and this is going to call the create message handler. And please notice here that it actually calls a function. Now this on key down should be an uppercase K, so this is what we want to have here, and we should not have any errors. Now if we have this error for e.shift key that it doesn't exist, this should be e.shift key, maybe, yeah, like this. All right, so now we don't have any errors. We are also going to pass, apart from the on key down, we're also going to pass the rows. The rows is going to be equal to 1. So here we're going to have rows, which is equal to 1, and then we're going to have max rows, and the max rows is going to be equal to 2. And now we're going to spread out all the field here. Okay, and then this is going to have a disabled state, disabled, and the disabled state here is going to be state is going to be disabled if the create message state is equal to loading like this. Then we're going to disable it, and the placeholder, I can't wait for us to preview this, is going to be type a message or enter a message, anyone. And lastly, the onChange, I don't think we have that yet. So the onChange is going to be equal to the handle input change, which we are yet to define. So we should go on and define the handle input change. So for now, for the handle input change, we're just going to come right to the top here and say const handle input change is going to be equal to this async function. We're going to take the event, and we are going to have the function body. This event is going to be of type change event, so let's mark it as such. So change event, and change events should come from React, and we're going to say this is for HTML text area element. So HTML text area element like this, and we should no longer have the e here. And for one, we can just come in here, and we're going to destructure value and also selection stats from the event.target. So here we're going to have const. We're going to be destructuring this from event target, not only the value, we are also going to be bringing in the selection stat like this. So do go on and bring in the selection stat. Okay, so this is our handle input change, and now we can save this and we should see our input right here. Now, if you see your input isn't totally or properly styled, that's because we haven't added the class name. So let's do that. Right here, we're going to have the class name, and we're going to give this a class name of FlexGrow, and I will save this, and we already start seeing changes. I'm also going to give this a BG gray of 200. Okay, and on the dark mode, we are going to give this a BG gray of 600. And we are seeing the changes being applied. We're also going to give this rounded to XL. Save this and it becomes round. I'm going to give this resize none. So resize none. Okay. Yep, it's taking shape. I'll give it a PX of 4 and save this. Sorry. Yep, and give this a P of 2. Yeah, it looks way better. And to round this up, I'm just going to give this a ring 0. So here, ring 0 and focus ring 0, focus outline 0, and also give it an outline none like this. So let's save this, and now this is our form input component. We can type something, and we don't see the value of what we type here. And the reason why we are not seeing the value of what we type here is because we are not updating any state with the value. We are just calling the input change handler, and you're not doing anything with these. So we can easily see something. Just gonna have this check for the selection stats. So we're gonna say if selection stats, and if selection stat is not equal to null, in that case we want to call form dot set value content to the value here. Okay, so now we're going to try and type something. We have an error, and let's quickly check why we have the error. We do have the error because comparison. So let me see if selection stats is not equal to null from, so this should be form, sorry, form dot set value, and I'm going to save this. The error is gone. And why do we still have the error? Because this is not meant to be a string. So like this, now we should no longer have the error. So about that, and we can type something, and this is super cool, and we can just have an emoji, and we see the emoji here. Okay, I'm enjoying the way this is coming out, but we should continue. So right here, after the input, the next one I have is the button to send. The enter key sends the message, but also we want to make sure that we also have a button to send. And for that, we have a fragment. Maybe I'm just going to leave this typing here. So it's just going to be for our typing notifier when we want to implement that. Okay, so we're going to be seeing it now, but we're not going to be seeing it all the time. And what we want to do now is to just come right outside this our form field. And outside here, we want to have our send button. So send should be brought in from Lucid React. And this send is going to have the class name, and the class name is going to be cursor pointer. And lastly, on the onClick is going to be equal to this async function. And this async function, we are going to call the form.handle submit. And this is going to call our create message handler like this. And that's not all, because we also need to call it like this, and we no longer have the error. All right, so now if we save this, we should see our send icon here. Okay, so before we continue, we want to have the ability to send messages, which we do. I think we can try that out. And after that, we are going to work on the image upload, for which we are going to be making use of Supabase. So let's not waste any more time, and let's try to have the ability to send a message. All right, so let's test out the ability to send a message, and just the way everything works. If we click on this send button, and this send should be disabled, so we're going to disable this send. We're going to not disable this send. Where is it? Disabled if the message dot create message state is loading, and we also make sure that is disabled or if the form dot get value, okay, I want to get the value of content if it's equal to an empty string. Okay, so in that case, this is going to be disabled like this. So let's test out the functionality to create a message. Now, if we come right here to the create message handler, what we are doing here is we are calling this create message, and we are also logging it here. Now, the first thing I'll just quickly do before we try is to check the content. If there is no content, or we're going to check the length. If the content dot length, if the length is less than 1, then in that case, we are just going to go on and return. Okay, so now we have everything set up, and once we send a message, we should see the message right here. So I'm going to send a message to this other user. Okay, so to this user here, and I'm not going to be right inside the message, and this user just needs to reload the application. And I'm not going to be inside the conversation so that we also try out to see if we have the read receipts here. So I'm just going to say send a hello and hit enter. Now immediately we see the word hello here, so the message gets sent, and we also see the message time. So this is the time the message got sent. Now the other user should now see that he has a message, and he sees the last message here. Super cool. So I'm going to say hello again, and for the message, and we see the message gets sent hello again. And here we see we have 2 unread messages, and once we click here, we see the message. This is super cool. All right, and now we see over here, we get a notification that this user has seen the message. Okay, so this is the functionality we have, and what we're going to be working on now, we see the avatar is somewhat off. I'm going to be fixing that off screen. I'm going to check the style we missed for the avatar, but now we see that the message is conversation is going on fine. The next thing I would like us to focus on now is our image upload, our file upload, audio and stuff like that. So let's get started with that next. Before we head over to Supabase, let's quickly fix the issue that we have over here. Now to fix it, let's come over to the chat content, and here in the chat content, we're going to find it right here in the message item. And the reason why we have that error is because right here, we applied some class names that we don't need. So in order for us to fix it, this should just be flex, and then it should be items and like this. And with this, it should now be fixed. Super cool. Okay, so up next, we are going to head over to Supabase. So open your browser and come over to supabase.com. And I just googled Supabase, and now you should come into your Supabase project. Now we're going to be using Supabase to make sure that we work on the file upload, and also files. Could be image file, could be audio files, could be PDF files. So all the files we're going to be working with in application. Supabase storage is going to be helping us save our files. So come over to start your project. And here you would need to create a project if you don't have a project already. So what's going to happen is come over to Supabase and create a project if you don't. Now you would need to create an organization. In this case, I have this organization, and I also have this organization. So it tells me to navigate into the organization, and here the code with lari organization, I already have the Signal clone that I use for testing. So you might not see anything here. So I'm going to be creating a new project, and it just tells me to choose an organization. I'm going to choose it under this code with lari organization, and this is going to be signal-clone like this. For a database password, I'm just going to generate a password here, and we won't be needing this password, so it's totally okay not to copy it. And up next, we are going to click on create new project. Now the Supabase engine is going to go on and bootstrap our project, and it's a process that could take some time, so we are told to wait. And we get a hint that our project is being spinning up when we see this setting up project, and we see this spin over here. It means that the Supabase engine is setting up our project. Okay, so once it is done, we are going to come back to our project, and we would need to create a Supabase client that we are going to be working with. So while it is still spinning up our project, let's come right here. I'm going to come to the footer and close others except the footer component. And right here, I'm going to be creating a new file right inside the source folder. Now the Supabase engine is done. We're going to come back there in a second. And I want to create a new folder. On this folder, I'll give it the name of Supabase. So this is the folder Supabase, and this folder is going to have a Supabase client. So here we're going to have Supabase client.ts file, and we need to import the create browser client. So here let's bring in the create browser client. We haven't installed the Supabase.js, so let's quickly install it. And actually it's going to be the Supabase SSR package that we are going to be making use of. So open up your browser and come over to the installation and npm install the Supabase SSR package. Now once you have it installed, you can now export const, and we're going to export const Supabase, and Supabase browser client is going to be equal to the create browser client like this. The create browser client, if we hover on this, we're going to see that it needs, we don't actually see what it needs. And why do we have this error? Did you mean create browser client? So I think we have an error. Let's quickly update it. So this should be create browser client. Now, if you hover on this, you'll see that it expects 2 to 3 arguments, and the arguments are our Supabase URL and also our Supabase anon key. So we're going to be storing these values in the env. So here we can say it's going to be Supabase process.env next public Supabase URL, and the next we're going to have is the next public Supabase anon key. Now we're going to open up our .env.local. So .env.local, and right here we can copy this and paste it in here, and we're going to get the value in a second. And the same for the anon key. We're going to save this file, and we can close this file for now, and then we're going to paste it in here. And because we're going to be making changes to our environment variable, we are going to shut down our development server. Now to get the Supabase anon key, right here in your Supabase project, you would come over here to project setup, and here in project setup, let's scroll further down, come over to the API section, and here we see our Supabase, our project URL. So for the dark mode, I'm just going to come here and come over to dark theme, and then copy this URL. Now we have your project URL. You're going to paste it right in here under the section where you have your Supabase URL. And for the anon key, we can come back here, and I'm just going to expand this, and the anon key should be right here. So this is your anon public key. So also copy this anon key and paste it in here and save. Now don't forget to restart your application once you have saved both files. And to set up our Supabase storage, we are going to come right here, and here you would see there's a section for storage. So click on this section. Now you need to create a bucket. Okay, now click on that create bucket, and we need to give this bucket a name. Now the name we're going to give to this bucket is chat files. This could be any name of your choice, but I just advise you to use the same name as mine to avoid confusions, because we're going to be working with this name soon in our Next.js project. And then we can make this project a public project, a public bucket, so that is easy for us to work with. You can set additional configuration like the allowed MIME types, and you can also restrict the file upload size for your bucket. For now, I'm just going to let everything pass and click on save. So now once you have this, for you to make sure that you can now store files here, you need to create a policy. Okay, so how do you create a policy? You can come over to these configuration sections and click on policy. Now this chat files is public and it has no policies created. So let's create a new policy, and we're going to get started quickly. Create a policy from a template, and once we click here, I think it's not here. So let's come back. Sorry about that. We need to come over for full customization. Yes, over here. So for the allowed operation, we're just going to check all the checkboxes here for update and for delete. And here we're going to call it, give it a name. So here we're going to say policy for storage files, any name of choice. And we're going to review this policy and save the policy. Now we see our policy has been successfully saved, and we are now ready to start storing files inside of our Supabase project. So let's come back to our project here and make sure that we have the UI that is ready to interact with Supabase. And before we go, let's see how our chats page looks like on mobile on the dark mode. So I'm going to come back here so that we can have access to our project. And because we shut down our server, please do make sure you just give your page a reload so that it reloads with the latest changes. And once the application reloads, just try to come back to the chat page, and let's go over to the light mode. And here on the light mode, we can click on this, and we see our application looks better, looks good on both on the light mode and also on the dark mode, and also our cheat, our side navigation bar over here, and everything looks cool. So let's continue building out our project and make sure that we have the ability now to attach files while sending a message. Let's make sure that we are able to send files in our project, and for that we are going to be having some state properties that we are going to be storing here. So let's first start with typing. Now this might not be make use of right now, but let's just have it, and we're going to be making use of it shortly. And const, we are also going to have is typing, and is typing is going to also be this a default value of false. And let's bring in use state from React. And after this, we now want to have our image or PDF. So here we want to have the image or PDF, and image or PDF, set image or PDF is not import. Sorry, this should be const. And now image or PDF, and then we're going to have set image or PDF is going to have a default value of false. Now we want to know if the image or PDF modal is open. So here we're going to have image or PDF modal open, and now we're going to have set image or PDF modal open. All right, so what else do we need? We need to know when we are sending a file. So const, here we're going to say sending file, and then set sending file is going to be equal to use state, and then it's going to have a default value of false. Now let's start with making sure that we display the icon for sending up a file. Now what's going to happen is right here, we're going to come down below, and right here, just outside our form, okay, not really outside our form, but after we have this send, we want to have a dialog. Now this dialog is the dialog that's going to show up for the user to choose a PDF or to go on to choose an image. So what's going to happen is just right after the send here, let's have our dialog. And I don't know if we brought it into this component, and if we've not, then let's go on and bring in our dialog. And our dialog, where is it, should come from @/components /UI /dialog. So this dialog is going to have open state, and the open state is going to be equal to the image. So here we're going to have image or PDF modal open, and then we're going to have our on open change. So here on open change, which is going to be equal to this function. So here we're going to have the function, and then we're going to set image or PDF open to be the inverse of image or PDF modal open. Okay, so that's one step. Now we want to have the trigger. Okay, so here we're going to have our dialog trigger, which needs to be imported from components UI dialog. So here let's have our dialog trigger, and the trigger here is going to be the paperclip. Paperclip should come from Lucid React. Now we're going to give this a class name, and the class name we're going to provide here is a cursor pointer. So here we're going to have class name, and the class name here is going to be cursor pointer, so that it gives the user a hint that this paperclip that we are going to be displaying here is clickable. And for now, we should see, if you don't see, just make sure you give this a reload, and you should see this paperclip that tells the user, hey, you have the ability to upload a file. Now this is just for the trigger, and we need to also have for the content. So just right after the trigger, we are going to have our dialog content, and dialog content should also be imported. It's going to have a class name, but it's definitely not this class name that Copilot is recommending. I'm going to be changing it right about now. And then we have the closing tag. Now for the class name for this dialog content, it's going to just take a minimum width. And the minimum width we are going to pass here is 80. And if you hover on 80, you're going to see the value is 20 rem, which is going to be equal to 320 pixels. So now this is our dialog content. Our dialog content is going to have a dialog header. So here let's have our dialog header. And I'm going to close this up. The dialog header is going to have a dialog title and a dialog description. So we're going to have a dialog title and bring it in. And then we're going to say, hey, this dialog title should be upload PDF or IMG. And after the title, we are going to have a description. So let's also bring in dialog description. And dialog description should come in from our components. And the description here is going to have, I'm just going to bring in this file here. And here I'm going to display upload. Now, if you don't have this icon, you can just copy and paste this icon from the GitHub, or you can just, work with a plain text. Let's have a first preview. I'm going to click here, and here, yeah, we see it doesn't make sense. Now, that's because this upload file, I don't think we are working with it nicely. because we are making use of a dialog and I don't know why it shows here. So let's quickly investigate why that works. I've actually given the application a reload, try again, still the same. Yep. All right, so I will double check right now to know why it happens like that. So I did double check, and right here where we have dialog content, if you scroll further up, I had dialog content coming in from Radix UI. So I'm going to update this, get rid of this, and make sure that the content is coming from here. Now I don't know if that's the reason why, but I suspect that should be the reason why we are having that behavior. So now let's double check. We click here. Now we see that we have the main dialog coming up. So this is not all, this is just the steps so far. And for the dialog content, so after we have the description, that is after the header, here we're going to have the content. Now this is going to be a file upload, and for that we are going to make use of filepond. Now if you have not used filepond in the past, no worries, you're going to see how it works. So what's going to happen, let's open up the terminal, come over to the installation, and you can say npm install react-filepond like this. It's one word, so if I zoom out, you see everything in full. That is the full installation, and I'm going to zoom in to bring it back in. All right, so once you have the installation done, what's going to happen is we need to bring in a couple of imports from react-filepond. So here, let's import filepond. Filepond is going to be coming in from react-filepond, but that's not all that we need. We also need to bring in the register plugin. So here we need to bring in register plugin like this. We have these two imports, but still not enough. We need to make sure we bring in the CSS, else we are going to have some unexpected behavior. So here we need to bring in the filepond CSS, which is going to come from the filepond folder. And there we have the dist, there we have the filepond.minified version, so .min.css. All right, so we need two more like extensions or plugins. So let's see if we have them or if we would need to install them separately. Now Copilot gives me a useful suggestion. We need to bring in filepond plugin image preview, and it needs to come in from here. And we don't have this yet. Now we need to also bring in filepond plugin file validation type. I'm going to bring it in, and then we can also have the installation. So come here and bring in the filepond imports. We need to import the filepond plugin validate type, and this type is going to be coming in from filepond plugin file -validate -type. All right, before we continue, let's make sure that we clear these errors. Let's make sure we have these two imports. So open up your installation, npm install filepond -plugin -image -preview. So that's one. And the next, this is the second installation. So copy this and paste it. This is filepond plugin file, filepond -plugin -file -validate -type. So run the installation, and once the installation is done, you should no longer have these two errors. The next thing we need to do is to bring in the preview CSS. So let's also come here, and we need to bring in filepond pond like this -plugin, and then -image -preview /dist. So make sure you don't have any typos, /filepond, and here you have the preview but .css file like this. Okay, so these are the files that we need. Now for us to continue, the next thing we need to do is to register the plugin. So just right outside here, but still inside the chat footer component, right here, before we have the JSX, let's call register plugin. Now I don't think we are bringing in the register plugin yet, and if we are not, okay, I think we have it in. We brought it in from the react-filepond. Okay, so do go on and register the plugin, and here we're going to be registering the two extensions. One is the filepond plugin for the image preview, and the other one is going to be for the validate type. So here, let's bring it in, filepond plugin the validate type. Okay, so now we have this. We can now render this in our dialog content. So let's come over to the dialog content, and here where we have the placeholder for filepond, let's have the filepond here. So here we're going to have filepond, and we are going to, it's going to be a self-closing tag. Well, we could have some errors because we need to provide some props here. So let's start with the class name. The class name is going to be equal to cursor pointer, and after this is going to have files. Okay, now remember we stored two files, the image or PDF. So we're going to say here image or PDF. If that is true, then you're going to be this array that is containing the image or PDF. Otherwise, you're going to be an empty array. Now it's important at this point for us to double check the types that we set for image or PDF, and you see we are setting the value of false. Now that's totally wrong. It should be null. And for generic type, for TypeScript, we're going to say the use state is going to be holding this type of blob, or it's going to be holding the value null. So this is the type that we need to set here, and not false. And now if you see, come further down, you see that the error that we had initially here is totally gone. All right, so to continue, we are going to give this another prop, and the prop is going to be allow multiple, because we just want to allow single upload. So we're going to say allow multiple false. Now, how about the type? Because we want to only allow PDF or image in this file upload. So for that, we are going to say accepted file types, and the accepted file types is going to be this image, and asterisk means any image type, PNG, JPEG, and here we're having application PDF to make sure it accepts PDF. You can also give this label like this. So here we have the label idle, and this is going to be more like a description where we can tell the user to, hey, do go on and drag and drop your files here, or we're not going to, or we can leave this span class, and it's going to have this and then browse. Now these class names are totally defined by the CSS file that comes from `filepond, so this is very much okay. And lastly, we are going to have the on update files. Copilot seems to be giving me helpful hints. So here we have on update files. It's going to be taken in the file items. Then we're going to be updating our set image or PDF to the file items. Since it is a single upload here, we are just going to take the first one. Otherwise, we're going to set it to null. So this is for the `filepond. Let's save this and have a quick preview on how it looks. We're going to click here again, and now you see the drag and drop your files or browse. It gives us a very beautiful preview. Before we get the preview, let's just make sure that we have the dialog footer. So just right outside this `filepond, I'm going to come here and display the dialog footer. And the dialog footer needs to be imported from our component UI dialog. And this footer is going to contain a button. And this button is going to have the text of send. And right inside this button, we are going to give it a disabled prop. We want to disable this button. Are you sure we have the button imported? Let's quickly import it from our components UI button. And right here at the top, I'm going to be updating the import to make sure it comes from @/components UI button. So this is our button component, and here it's disabled. So let's have our condition. Now, I want it to be disabled if we are sending a file. So it's going to be disabled if we are sending a file like this. And what other type? Let's give this button a type. Remember, we are inside of a form, so automatically, if we don't give a type, it might go on and do the browser default, which is reloading the page. So I want to give it a type button to make sure that it doesn't have that behavior. And lastly, on click, we want to handle the image upload. So here we're going to call the handle image upload. I don't know if we've defined it yet, not quite sure. If we haven't, we are going to be defining it in a second. So we haven't, and we have an error. All right, so before we go, I think that's about it. We can just quickly define this for handle image upload. It is going to define the function, and then we're going to work on the functionality once we are sure that this is working fine. So what's going to happen is right here, I'm just going to collapse this for sending message handler. And here, I'm going to have this const the handle image upload, which is going to be equal to this. So now let's save this, and we shouldn't be having any more errors further down. No, we don't. Do we? No, we don't. All right. So I'm going to open here and try to upload an image. So right here, I'm going to click on this AI image and click on upload. And this is my lovely AI image. You see, we have a beautiful preview right here. Okay. And if we send, nothing happens for now. So what we're going to be working next is to make sure that we can now send image files, and the same works for PDF. You can also click on a PDF file and upload, and you're going to get the same functionality. Now we are going to be making use of, all we need to bring in UUID. So let's bring in UUID. And for that, I'm just going to reload so that we lose this preview, or you can cancel it here. Anyone. So what's going to happen is let's bring in UUID. So right here at the top, we are going to be importing v4. v4 is going to come in as UUID. So sorry, not there, as UUID. and it's going to be coming in from the UUID package here. Alright, so now we have UUID. We just need it so that we can go on to make use of it to generate a unique ID, a random unique ID. So here where we have the handle image upload, let's get the unique ID. So here we're going to say const unique ID, and unique ID is going to be equal to UUID. We're going to check if this is not an image or a PDF. That means if it is null, let's go and return. And now we want to set sending file to show that, hey, we are now sending a file, and we're going to set it to true. Now remember, if we are sending a file, then right here we are disabling this button, and this sending file, just a quick reminder, is being stored in state here. So right here where we set the set sending file to true, we are going to have our try catch block. And let's quickly handle the error case. Now in case we have any error, we're going to set sending file to false. Then we're going to also close the modal, so close or set image or PDF modal open to false. We are going to console.log the error, and we want to tell the user by toast. Now this is not going to make use of Convex. Okay, this is Supabase, so I'm just going to get rid of this. So we're going to toast an error that says couldn't send file or failed to send file. Please try again, something like that. Okay, so now let's handle the try block, so the case where everything goes fine. The first thing we want to do inside of the try block is to have the file name. Now this file name is going to help us to keep track if we are sending an image or a PDF, because if we don't have a unique file name, how do we know which file is an image or a PDF when we get back the URL from Supabase? So for that, we're going to have this let file name, and then we're going to check. We're going to check if image or PDF dot type. So we're going to have the type dot starts with. So if it starts with the image / then we know that we are taking a look at an image. And when we know we are taking a look at an image, we can come here and set the file name. So we're going to update the file name, and so the file name is going to be equal to, and then we're going to use backtick. So we're going to say chat / image, and then hyphen, we're going to have our unique ID / JPG. So this was going to be our file name. All right. And this file name, if we come over to Supabase, because we have this chat here, so we're going to have chat files, and right here we're going to have another folder. So in case it's not clear totally, we're going to see how it works when we successfully upload the file. And else, we're going to have another else if, in case we handling the PDF. So I'm going to bring in this helpful suggestion. We're going to check if the, what is this file name? Yeah, if the image or PDF dot type, if it starts with application / PDF, then we know we are taking a look at a PDF file. And the file name is going to be chat / PDF hyphen the unique ID dot PDF. Now, or else when it's not an image or a PDF, then we're going to console.error, invalid file type, and then we're going to set sending file to false, and also we are going to just return. So that's what's going to happen. Now we are sure we're going to be getting the valid file name if all these checks, if it doesn't come in here, and that means we are working with an image or a PDF. So that means we can now have our file. So let's have our file that we're going to store in Supabase. So file is going to be equal to new file, and I'm going to close this up here. And here we are passing the image or PDF, we are passing the file name. And lastly, we are going to pass the type. So here, let's have the type. And the type here is going to be image.pdf.type. So here we're going to have image or pdf.type like this. So now we have the file, we need to store it in our Supabase. Pretty much straightforward if you have been following me quite long now. We're going to have await Supabase. And Supabase needs to come in. So let's import our Supabase browser client. And why do we have an error here? Because we need to install the types. So sorry about that, I just noticed. Let's quickly come over to our installation and install the types, and the error should be gone. Now we have our Supabase client. We can import it as Supabase, and this is coming in from our Supabase client. Now we're going to have an error right here where we use the Supabase browser client. It means we can now make use of Supabase and directly call the storage. And storage from where? So it's asking us which bucket. Now we're going to make use of chat files, and this is where the name of the bucket you create comes into play. Because we're using chat files here, that's because right here we have chat files. So if you call this something else, you should use the name in this place. So here we have chat files. We are going to call .upload. And what do we want to upload? We want to upload then the file name, because the file name is the path. And after that, it takes in the file body, which is this file that we constructed. So I'm just going to bring in the two imports hints here. But that's not all. We can pass some extra objects for configuration, such as the cache control. The cache control, we are just going to pass 3600 and set offsets to false. So 3600, where is it? And set offsets to false. So now we can save this, and here we can get our data and we can get our error. Now for cases where we have our error, that means we shouldn't continue, right? So if we had an error, in that case, we are going to console.log the error uploading file and then the error, and we want to set sending file to false. We also want to go on and we can leave the modal open. It's totally okay, just to maybe the user try again, and then we can go on to return. All right, so after this case, then we know that it is successful. We have uploaded this file. Now we need to send the message. To send the message, we need to get back the file URL from Supabase. Now, how do we get back the file URL? We're going to be getting the data, which is going to be equal to await, and we're going to await our Supabase storage. So we're going to say our Supabase, and then the storage, and from. Now, from the chat files, we want to go on and get public URL. So here we're going to call the get public URL function. Now, get public URL is going to tell us to provide the path. Now, the path is going to be coming from this data, because when we upload the file, we are going to get the path. We are going to get the path. So we're going to say the path is data.path like this. So now this is going to give us the URL, and it's going to be equal to data here. Now from data, we can now destructure the public URL. This public URL is the URL that we can visit in the browser to preview the file that we uploaded. Now, after doing this to get the public URL, now is the time where we create a message. Now, I'm going to bring in this helpful auto completion or suggestion from Copilot, because we have this create message. Now, for remembrance, this create message was, where is it? Where did we bring it in from our handler? I'm just going to look for it. Give me a sec. Yeah. So we have this from our mutation handler, where we have this create message. And again, you see this is api.message.create, which is coming right here in our Convex api.message. And now we have .create, which goes on to create right here by inserting into messages all these args. Now, all these args, it is spreading conversation ID, the type, and the content. Now, you see here that this content is going to be an array of string. We also need the type, and now the type here needs to be an image or a PDF, because that's what we're sending. We're not going to be sending a text when we use here. So let's do that. And if we come further down, you see here that now the conversation ID is a chat ID. Makes sense, the chat ID from the URL. The type is a file, but now we're not going to send the type like this, because we are working with image or we are working with PDF. Remember, we have the display component. So what we're going to say here is image or PDF dot type. If it starts with image, then we know that the type is image, otherwise it's a PDF, because those are the only two types that we're supporting. Now the content is going to be the URL, and remember it's going to be an array of your string. So now we have this. We're going to set sending file to null, to false, and then we're going to close our modal by setting it to false. So this is all we need to do to make sure that we handle file upload in our application. Let's try it out. I'm going to click here, and then I'm going to open my browser, my file picker, to pick an image. Then I'm going to pick my favorite AI image. Then I'm going to click on open. We see the preview instantly, and then we're going to click on send. And if we've done everything correctly, it should be fine. So we're going to give this a second, and now we get errors. Something went wrong, and we are redirected here. Now we see for one, we get the image here, which is super cool. The fact that we see the image here means the upload was definitely successful. And if we come over to our Supabase bucket here and give this reload somewhere, do we have it? I'm just going to give this reload manually. And here we see chat, and here we see our image, which is this image that we just uploaded. So give this a second for it to load up. This is the image. So the image upload was definitely successful. And right here, we see that we have an image file, which was the last. And if we come over here, you see that this user here also has this image file. So we can click in it and we can see, okay, we do have an error. And if we try to enter, we definitely have an error. And let's inspect the error that we have. I'm going to click on this error. And this error is just a Next.js error because we haven't configured the host name. And we are making use of the next image. So it's pretty much straightforward, and it tells us what to even do to store this to solve the problem. So it tells us that the invalid source prop, this our next image host name is not configured. So what we should do now to solve this is that we should take the host name, and the host name is this. So your host name will be different based on your Supabase project URL. All right. So for us to fix it, let's come into our Next.js config. So our next config, and we don't usually need to memorize how to store things like this. I'm just going to paste this in. If you come here, it gives us the URL. So I'm just going to click here and open it up in a new tab. And this is all we need to do. So what's going to happen is I'm going to copy everything we have here from images object and everything we have here and just paste it in here. And this should solve our problem, but we need to change some things. All right. So what's going to happen is first I'm going to copy this. And we are going to make use of it here. The protocol HTTPS is okay. We don't need to change that. And now the host name is what needs changing. So I'm going to replace it with this host name. I'm going to get rid of the path and then get rid of the path name. Now, for us to make changes in our next config, we just need to close our terminal and restart npm run dev. Obviously, we need to make sure we save the file. So once you have your file saved, do go on and restart your project and make sure that you refresh your project here. And now next image is going to be aware of this protocol and this host name, and you should no longer have this error. So now I'm going to exit from here and also close the terminal. And for now, we're just going to leave this open to see if we would need to have some extra configurations here, but I doubt. So now the image upload is successful. We can now the file upload, the image upload, the PDF upload, and the image upload is both successful. Now it reloads and I don't see anything, so I'm just going to give it another trial. And this time around, I see something. So let's click into here, and now we no longer see the error. It takes some time, and we are navigated right into the page. And we don't see our image preview, and I think it's loading up, and here it is. And right now, if we also come over to our desktop, we see our image. Now this image is a link, so if we click on it, we see it open up right here, and this is the public URL. All right, so now we are sure that our image upload is working, our PDF upload is working. We can now move into the next step of our application to make sure that we can also send audio files. So let's work on audio files next. And before we work on it, now you see that we don't get this scene that the user has seen the message. So right here, let's write, we're just going to refresh this so that we can click into the message. So now this loads up and we're going to click here. Then this user can now see the image that was sent to him from the other user. This is the image. And now over here, we see that, hey, lari has seen this message, which is myself over there. All right, so now we are sure that the read receipt is also working for here. We can now go over and work on the audio file. Let's go on and work on our audio file. Now for that, we need to use a package that is going to help us for audio file. Now we're going to say npm install react-audio-voice-recorder like this. So do go on and run the installation. Now with the installation completed, you can now come right to the top. And right here, somewhere about here, we need to import audio recorder. So we're going to import audio recorder, and audio recorder is going to be coming in from react-audio-voice-recorder like this. And we should not have any errors. Let's check. Yep, we don't have any errors, and now we have the audio recorder. Now this audio recorder is going to be displayed right here. So we have our form, which is this file. So I'm just going to close this. We have our popover, which is for our emoji, and we have our dialog over here, and the dialog is for our file upload. Now it's time for us to work on our audio upload. Now the way the audio upload is going to work, here we're going to check if it's desktop. Now if it's on desktop, then we're going to enable the audio. And we're just doing this so we can have some real estate. And in here, we are going to have some props. And here, the first prop we're going to pass is on recording complete, which is going to be equal to add audio element. We're going to work on this soon. And after this, we also need to add the audio track constraints. And this constraints is going to be equal to this object. We're going to add noise suppression, which is going to be true. And we're also going to add echo cancellation, which is also going to be true. Now here, after this, we're going to have our download file extension, which is going to be equal to webm. So here, we're going to have this. So with that, we can now save this and work on our audio file element. And come all the way to the top. Right here, after our handle image upload, we are going to have our const. And we're going to have our add audio element, which is going to be equal to this async function. And this is going to take the audio, and the audio is of type blob. Now we can rename it to blob, because that is what we are going to get. Okay, so let me just double check everything is okay. We also have our handle input change, and we're going to come back to this once we want to make sure that our typing here is working. Okay, for our type notification. So let's go back to our add audio element, and right here in our add audio element, we are going to go on and create a unique ID. So we're going to have our const, and we're going to have our unique ID, and unique ID is going to be equal to UID. Now we're going to have our try catch. So here we're going to have our try catch, and I'm going to move this UID creation right inside the try block. And that's because if we have any errors, then there's no need for us to generate the ID. It just saves us some little performance. So right here, we're going to console.log error, and we're also going to show it those notification that file failed to upload. Please try again. Now for the try block, let's have our file. So const our file, and our file is going to be a new file, just as we did with the images. So file is going to be equal to new file. Let me close this here and go through it. So file is got a new file. We're going to pass the blob, and this is not going to be this. So I'm just going to get rid of this. This is going to be audio. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. So this is going to be audio.webm like this. And after this, we are going to now pass this object, which is going to say, hey, the type is blob.type like this. Now we're going to have the file name. So const file name. And the file name is going to be equal to chat/audio -unique ID. And we're going to remove this extension from it. So this is just going to be our file name. And now we have the file name, we need to make use of our Supabase storage. Now, because we have done this not quite long in the image upload, we're just going to copy everything that we have here. And I think we should even copy from here. And we're going to that to be it. So now let's replicate this in here. I'm going to paste all of these in and make sure that I have my C for const. So what are we doing in here? We have the file name, then we're going to call our Supabase storage, and then from chat files, we want to upload the file name and the file. So everything here doesn't need a change. We're going to get the error and also the data. And if we have an error, we're just going to throw the error audio uploading. We can just change file to audio like this. So audio, and we're going to do what after that? We don't need to set sending file to false. We're just going to go on end return. Or maybe we show it those notification. Let's just show it those notification with the error that please try again. And I'm going to close this here. All right, so in the case where we don't have an error, then we're going to go and get the public URL. And getting the public URL is from Supabase storage chat files get public URL data.path. So this is very much okay. And lastly, we are going to create a message. And you see here, the message type is audio. And here we have the chat ID, the type, and the content. So now with this, we already should have our image, our audio recording up and running. We don't see it here, and we just need to give this a reload to make sure it's starting up with the latest data, with the latest changes. And here, we still don't see our audio. And that's because, remember, we added this check here to make sure that it works on your desktop. So for us to see it, we just need to come over to our desktop layout, and here we see our audio. This time around, let's come over here where we have more space, and let's see the zoom level 100%. Cool. So I'm going to click here, and now we need to give permission to our microphone. It might ask you for permission to your microphone, and you see it is recording. You can also have the ability to pause this recording. You can also have the ability to stop the recording. And you see, you stop the recording and you can start recording afresh. Now, once you're done recording, you can just click here. And once we click here, it is going to send our recording. So I'm going to give this a second and it should send our file here. And super beautiful. We see our file and it has been seen because we were open right here. So we have sent a message. So now we saw our recording. We can go on to play our recording. We can go on to, and you can start recording afresh. So this is the recording. You can adjust the volume if you wish and everything is fine. Now here, you also see the recording and this user from this side, I'm just going to bring down the volume. This user from this side can go on and play this recording and everything is fine. So you will hear myself. I don't know if you heard me hear myself in the background, but everything now works. We can confirm our audio is working, our file is working, and now we just have one final piece to solve, and that is to make sure that we can also send the typing notification once we start typing so that the other user can have a hint that, hey, it's typing. And please don't forget here, you see that the last message updated to audio. And all this is happening because right here, if you come over to messages, let me quickly check. So here where we have our Convex and here where we have messages, not messages, where we have conversation, you would see right here, conversations, and you come further down, you would see right here that we're getting the message content. And if for cases where it's an audio, we are returning this. If it's an image, we return this. And this audio you're seeing here is this audio that is here. All right, so that's why you need to make sure you work with these cases. And for better programming practice, you can just store these constants, store these text in a constant, because any typo here is going to break your entire application. So that's just an aside, a hint that I can give to you. You can copy this text, copy this image, and everywhere we are using them hard-coded, and make sure they are stored in variables where you can access the variables. And if you want to change them, you just change the variables and you don't have magic text going up everywhere in your application. That's aside. Now let's make sure that we have our typing notification once we start typing, and the user should be getting a hint. So we're going to work on that together right now. For us to work on the typing notification, we are going to be making use of a library, a package called pusher.js. So open up your terminal and let's run the installation. So we're going to say npm install pusher-js like this. So run the installation, and once the installation is done, we can now first off import the package right in here. So we're going to import pusher, and this is going to be coming in from pusher.js like this. And we're going to make use of it and also make sure that we configure it. But first, let's come here, and do we have a use effect? No. And now you see we're going to make use of this typing and set typing, which we just stored here. So what's going to happen is I'm just going to collapse all of these so that I see more space. And maybe somewhere around here, we can now make use of our use effect. So let's have use effect. Use effect should be imported from React. And right here, we are going to have our effect and our array of dependency. So first, let's have pusher. So const pusher, and pusher is going to be equal to new pusher. So here we're going to have new pusher, and this is going to be, we need to close this up here. So new pusher, and this is going to be taken from our process.env.pusher key. I'm going to save it here. And after that, we need to pass some configuration. Now, one configuration we need to pass is a cluster, and the cluster will also come in from our process.env. So we're going to bring it from our process.env and then nest public cluster like this, and we're going to say it's going to be there. All right, so that's it. And next we're going to get the channel. No worries, I'm going to show you how you can get these from the process.env. And by the way, I think we should stop our development server until then. And here let's have our channel. So const channel, and channel is going to be equals to pusher.subscribe, and then we're going to make use of the chat ID. So here let's have channel, which is going to be equal to pusher.subscribe like this. And here we're going to have our chat ID. So I'm just going to get rid of all of these that we have here, and we should just have chat ID here. All right, so now we have our channel. We can call our channel.bind. So here we can say channel.bind, and you want to bind to what event name. Now this is going to be the typing event name. And then we are going to have a callback function that we are going to call. Now this callback function automatically takes this to data, and from the data we can destructure set the type of data. Okay, now this is going to take is typing, and this is typing is going to be of type boolean, and it's also going to take the user ID. So here we're going to have the user ID, and the user ID is going to be of type string. The reason why we need this user ID right here is to make sure that the user that is currently typing doesn't also see the typing message. So now that we have this, we are going to check if we have data. So if data.user ID is not equal to the current user.id, in that case, we are going to set typing to data is typing. Okay, and now this is where the magic works, to make sure that the user that is currently typing doesn't see the typing. And once we're done, we can have our cleanup. So after the channel.bind, we want to come here and return. So I'm going to bring this in, and all we want to return here is channel.unsubscribe to chat ID. And then I'm going to get rid of this. Now here we need the chat ID and the current user ID to be part of this dependency array. All right, so now this is the first thing we have done, but right here we have some couple of environment variables that we haven't set yet. So I'm going to copy them and open up the .env.local and come here and paste, and what is this? Next public pusher key, paste it in here, and the next thing we're going to do is to get the next public pusher cluster and paste it in here. Now let's come over to pusher.js and get these keys. So come over to pusher.js. I just googled pusher.js and I'm going to click here and give this a second to load up, and we need to look for the quick start. Let me see. Let's try to authenticate. So we're going to come here, and I'm just quickly going to copy this so that I can use it on this bigger screen here. Now you see here we can get our free API keys, and to do that we need to create an account. So click here, or you can authenticate, sign up or sign in if you don't have an account already. So I'm going to try to sign up with Google, and then I'm going to get my API keys. Okay, so now I have successfully authenticated. You see, this is the cluster, and the cluster is this empty one. I'm going to copy it and come back to the application and paste it in here. And the next thing we need to get is the next public pusher key. Now the next public pusher key is this key that we have over here. So do go on and copy this key. And then we also need the secret. We're going to come back to it. So once you have the key, just paste it in here. Now I'm going to just come back to application since we are no longer making use of that. And here we are going to be creating a new library. So come over here where we have our source folder, and here in the lib folder, we are going to be creating one for pusher. And this is what we are going to be making use of in the backend. So come over to this pusher.ts and let's import pusher. And pusher is going to be coming in from pusher just like this, not the JS, just pusher. We don't have this installed. Let's quickly install it. Come back to the installation section, npm install pusher like this. Now let's have our const pusher, which is going to be equal to new pusher like this. And this is going to be taking in some configurations. The first thing it needs is the app ID. So here we're going to have the app ID, and the app ID is going to be coming in from process.env.nextPublic pusher app ID. Now we're going to get rid of the next public because this is going to be called on the server side, and next public usually exposes it to the client as well. So we're just going to work with pusher app ID. And over here, I'm going to paste it here and get the app ID. Now to get the app ID, this is our app ID. So just copy the app ID here and paste it right in here. The next we're going to be working on is the key. So right after this, we are also going to get the key. Now the key is going to come from next public, the pusher key here. I'm going to copy this and paste it in here. And so the pusher key is going to be equal to this key. Now the naming matters, and the reason why we are copying this key twice is because this is going to be used on the client, the next public, so it's going to be exposed, but this is going to be used on the server side. So after this, we are going to have the secret, and the secret is also press.env next public secret. So we can come here and get rid of the pusher secret, and this is the pusher secret. So let's copy this and use this right in here in our application. So back to the pusher setup, the next thing we need is the cluster. Now this cluster is going to come from process.env.pusher cluster. So let's have it here. And the pusher cluster is this empty one here. So we're going to paste it right in here. And lastly, we're going to use this use TLS and set it to a value of true. And once we are done, we're going to export this as a default and come over here and save this. And this is good to go. And we can now focus on our Next.js application. So come back to the browser, to your terminal, and come over to the development where you have your development server running, and restart your application and just give this a reload, and also give this a reload over here to make sure that everything is up and running. So now the chat footer, we need to work on the, where is it? After this effect, the input, handle input change. So you see here, we are not just doing anything. Now we are going to be working here to make sure that once the user types into the input, the handle input change is called. And once it is called, we are going to be updating the state and to make sure that we are sending a post request. So what's going to happen is just after this, if we are not typing, so if not typing, we are going to come here and set typing to true. And then we're going to make an, I'm going to get rid of this. We are going to send an API request. Now for that, we need to bring in Nextjs. So let's import Nextjs from Nextjs. If the import doesn't come in, let's import it ourselves. So right here at the top, we are going to be importing Nextjs, which is going to be coming in from Nextjs. So let's come back here, and where do we have it? Here. So we're going to await Nextjs.post, and you see we don't have this endpoint yet. We are going to be creating this endpoint. Now we're going to be forwarding the request to /API/type -indicator like this. Now that's not all. We also want to send a body, which is the data. So here we're going to have the channel ID, and the channel ID is going to be called to the chat ID. We also want to have the event, and the event is the typing event. And now we have data. Now data is going to be this object where we set is typing to true, and also the user ID to be the current user.id. Now this is when we are not typing. So after this, we also want to set timeout. Now we're going to set this timeout, set timeout function 2000 milliseconds. You can set to 3000 milliseconds, any time of your choice. And now this is going to set typing to false, Nextjs.post here, and it's going to have the channel ID, the event, and also the data and the user ID. Okay, so this is all we need from the front end to get this done. Now we always see typing here. We need to change that. Now for us to change it, to make sure we don't always see typing, we only want to show this typing or someone is typing when we are actually typing. So what's going to happen? I'm just going to set for typing. I can't find it. So there is it. Where is it? Okay. So here, where we just have typing, is going to change. For one, it's going to be a paragraph, and I'm going to make it a smaller text. So the class name is going to be equal to text, and I'm going to give it a text of extra small. And also, this is going to be shown now conditionally. So I'm going to cut this and put it right in here, or maybe I don't cut it. And then I'm going to say is typing. If it is true, hey, then I only want to show this. So now, once we save this, we're no longer going to see this typing. Give it a second, and it should go. Now, if it doesn't go, maybe we need to reload our application. So let's reload, and while it reloads, I'm just going to slightly give it some margin to the left of 1. And we no longer see it, and to be sure it shows fine, I'm just going to negate this so that I can see it again. And it doesn't show up, so I'm just going to reload it again so that I can see it. And I still don't see it. I don't know why I don't see, especially when I say if I'm not typing, then I want to see it. So let me come over here, and I still don't see it. So I'll say if I am typing, let me see. So I'm going to reload, give this a second, and I still don't see it. All right, so what's going to happen? I'm just going to get rid of the condition. I don't know why it works like that, and save. And now at least I should see it because there's no condition that's been attached to this. So let's try again. Let's reload this. And now I see it. Yeah, I feel it looks better like this. All right, so I'm going to bring back the condition, and it should go. If it doesn't go, then we have to do it manually. I don't know why we have to do it manually. I think it's the fact that we send in the network request. So let's go on and do that. I'm just going to reload this. Let's go on and create the API endpoint where we are going to be sending this. So for that, we can come right here. Remember, the API endpoint we are looking at if we are typing is, where is it? Where is not the audio? Where is the typing? This is the image. yeah, in our use effect, we are sending an API request to /API/type indicator. All right, so let's have that right here in our app. It has to be in the app, and you're going to be creating a new route, which is an API route. So here we're going to have API. Now inside this API, you're going to have a folder, not a file, which is going to be type-indicator. And in here, we're going to have a route. So we're going to create this where we have the route.ts. So inside this route.ts, we're going to be creating a very simple post request handler. So we're going to export const post. It has to be post because it has to be a name of a HTTP method. And then this is going to be taking the request, which is of type request. And then we're going to have the response, which is of type response. You don't need to import next request and response. So we're going to have all of this, which is going to be equal to await request.json like this. Now, what do we want to import? Remember, we are sending the channel. We are also sending in the event, which we sent to typing. We are also sending in data. Now, we need to bring in pusher that we just worked on. So we need to bring in pusher, which will come from our lib pusher. So here, let's bring it in. Pusher is going to be coming in from @lib/pusher. And we also need to bring in next response. So here we're going to bring in next response, and next response is going to be coming in from next/server. Now let's have our try block. We have our try catch. Now in case of error, we're just going to console.error, the error, and let's have some description, error. I'm not going to work with this. I'm going to say error sending pusher event and the error. I think this is more descriptive. Now in the try block, we're just going to await our pusher.trigger, and it's going to trigger with the channel, the event, and the data. Okay, and we should always make sure we send back a next response. So after this, we are going to return a new next response. So we're going to return a new next response, .json. And this is going to take the object where we're going to set success to true. But that's not enough because I also want to set the status. So right here, I'm going to have another object where I set the status to 200. Okay, so now why do we have the error? New expression we don't need a new, we just need to return the next response. Okay, so this is all we need to set it up. We're going to give it a trial. And just before we try it, I'm going to quit the server here, run it, and also do the same over here. Now you give me a second so that I can put the two browsers side by side, and we can see the typing event being emitted once one user starts typing. So I've gone on to put the two browsers side by side, and actually before we try it out, I noticed an error. Now the error is from here. This should be channel and not channel ID. So please, sorry about that. Come back to the chat footer, and here in the input change handler, make sure you update it from channel to channel ID, and I'm going to quickly update. Now, why do we have an error here? Channel, it was a false alarm. So if it's typing, set typing to true, and this should be channel, and also here should be channel. Okay, I don't know if I have some logs. I'm just going to take away these logs that I had for debugging purposes. So everything here is fine and nothing changes here. Okay, so let's try it out together. I'm going to come right here so that we can both be on the desktop version in both. And I'm going to extend this as widely as possible and start to type in here. So now you see that this other user gets the hint for a while that this user is typing. We set it to 2000 milliseconds. And the more I type, this user here sees that, hey, I'm typing. And this other user types, this other user sees that, hey, typing. And it's actually a good feature. So that's how it works, making use of pusher.js. And we can also say, hey, and once we see our message, we can also put this over here and send the message, and this user over here will receive the message, the hey, and it also emits here, and everything works fine and cool. So we can also test it out on the light mode. We can come over here and type something, and we see the typing notification here. So that's it. We're going to continue next in building out our application. The next thing we're going to do now is to focus on the video call and also the audio call. We're going to get started with our video call, and before we can come over here to work on the audio call and to also work on the conversation. Now on the group call. So this is going to be for the group call, and then this is going to be for one-on-one call, and also this is going to be for the video and also for the audio call. Now for this, we're going to be making use of LiveKit. And before we go over there to have the integration, let's have some setup to be done first in our application. And talking about setup, we are going to come right here to the chat header component. And here, that's where we have the video icon and we also have the phone icon. Now I'm going to give this some class names. So the class name that we're going to have here is cursor pointer, so that we can have the mouse effect when we click on this. So this is going to be cursor pointer like this. And after this, we're going to have on click. Now the on click we're going to give to this is going to be the same function, which is going to be video call. We can give it any name you want, but in this case, I'm just going to give the function a name of video call. We obviously don't have this function, so let's define it here. So const video call, and the video call is going to be equal to this function, which is going to push the router to the call page. And for us to push the router, let's get our router hook. So here we are going to bring in router, and router is going to be equal to use router hook, which should be imported from next/navigation. So I'm going to take this right here to the top, and here we are going to now call our router.push, and we're going to push the user to the calls page. So this is going to go to the calls, and we are going to go to the call ID. So now if we save this and we try to click on this, we are definitely going to be having a 404 page. So what happens, we don't see the cursor pointer. So because of that, make sure you have your application up and running. So our application is up and running, and we should give it a reload. And now we see our cursor pointer. Now clicking on this is going to take us to a 404 page, which we haven't defined yet. So you see, we are on a 404 page, and it says this page could not be found. So now let's make sure that we have our room page. And for that, we're going to come right here, and the route is going to be right here in the app. So right here in the app, we are going to create a new folder, and this is going to be the call folder or calls. So localhost 3000/calls, as we do have calls here, is going to be coming right into this folder. So localhost 3000/calls. I'm just going to update this, is going to be coming in here. We have the call ID, which can be dynamic. So here we're going to have our room, and in here we are going to have the page.tsx. Now you see the 404 is still here, but it's going to be updating soon. So const, we're going to call room, and room is going to be equal to this function. We're not going to return anything, at least for now, and we need to export this as the default. So export default, and we're going to export default room. Now once we save this, we should no longer see an error here, and we don't see anything. We do still see the error, so let's give this a reload to be sure we navigated the user to the calls page. We still get this page could not be found, and that's weird because right here in the app we have the calls, and yeah, so this shouldn't be room like this. This should be room with square brackets. So here we are going to have room like this, and now we should no longer have the error. And just give this a reload to save here, and you should be good to go. Now you see, we no longer see the error. This is going to be for the call, and then we're going to mark it with our use client directive. So here, let's have our use client directive like this. And what we want to do in here, we are going to mark this as a FC for function component. It should be imported from React. And for the type, we are going to have this object. We are going to receive params, and params is going to be this object. So we are going to receive rooms. And room, actually, because here we have room, so it has to match the name here. Even name this room ID, this is going to be room ID, and this room is going to be of type string. That means we can come over here, and here we can return params, and from params we can go into params and also the structure and get the room. Okay, so this is what we've got here, and right in here we are going to be returning, we're just going to return this, and now we're going to see the room ID printed here. Now this is the room ID, so room and this ID. So I'm going to get rid of this placeholder we have here, and we're going to be returning an empty fragment. Now what we're going to do now is to have our navigation bar. So right here, let's bring in our navigation bar component. So navigation bar, and which is going to come from our component. Now I'm just going to reorder the imports here. Now this is not going to be taken in the title prop, it's going to be taken in the trigger, and the trigger we're going to pass here is null because we don't want to have any trigger. So here we are going to pass the value of null and save this. Now we're going to not see, or maybe we see, yeah, so we see our navigation bar, which has the value of null. Now the next thing we're going to return here is our meeting room, which we don't have yet. So here, let's have our meeting room, and this meeting room is going to be defined right here in our component. So come right here in the component, and here we're going to have our meeting-room.tsx. So const meeting room, and meeting room is going to be equal to this function, and we're just gonna export const like this. And here we can now import, I'm gonna get rid of this video call. We can now import the meeting room, which is going to come from the component. Now this is going to need the chat ID, and the chat ID is going to be equal to this room that is coming from the params. So the room that we saw here previously. Now we have an error because we are not returning JSX, and because we are not also asking for the props. So let's fix that. What's going to happen is, let's come into the meeting room, and we're going to ask for the prop here by saying this is of type FC. Now FC should be imported from React, and this meeting room, we're going to ask for the chat ID. The chat ID is going to be of type string, and that means we can now destructure the chat ID from here. And one last thing to make sure we're not having errors, we are just going to be returning an empty fragment over here. So we can save this like this, and we don't see any content because we're not returning anything here, and we can just give this a reload. Now we're going to go on and integrate our live kit into the project, which is going to enable us to have a video call and also our audio call. So I've googled live kit here, and once you have that, you can click on the link you have here. Now, if you don't have an account, please go on and create an account. So here, I'm just going to click on try live kit, and then I'm going to close this over here. So this is going to bring you to cloud.livekit.com, and here I have a project that I've already used for testing. So you need to create another project. So what's going to happen is we can click on this drop down and click on create new project. If you don't see this, or if you just get this straight up to create a project, please do go on and create a project. So this is going to be our Signal clone project, and I'm going to click on create, which goes on to create our project. So now our project has been created. We just have some questions to answer. So please do take your time and answer these questions. I'm just going to say these, and now I'm done. I'm going to click on finish. So now I've answered the question. Now it's setting up our project. The next thing we're going to do is to come over to the documentation. So head over to the documentation, and right here in the documentation, you would see the quick stats. So click here to view more, and then you want to choose for Next.js 13 and 14. So come here, and you would see the steps to go. Now we're going to need to install this in our project. So I've switched over to the npm tab to copy the installation command. Now back to our project, we can open up our terminal, and I'm just going to quit the dev server and come over to the installation section. And right here, I'm going to install everything that comes here. Now the next thing we need to do is to add our keys and configurations in our .env.local. Now what we're going to do, we're going to reveal the API keys and secrets. So do click here so that it reveals the API keys and secrets. Now once you have them revealed, you can copy them. Come back to your .env.local, and right here in your .env.local is done installing. I'm just going to paste in everything here. So here we have the LiveKit API URL, the LiveKit API secret, and the next public LiveKit URL. This is all we need to set up in our env. So you can come over here and make sure you save your env, and we can now npm run dev our project to restart our development server. And I'm also going to reload our application. Now we are not done yet. For step 3, we need to create a token endpoint. Now this token endpoint is going to be in our API folder, and there we're going to be creating our file. So to do that, come over to your folder, and here in your folder, in your app, in the API, we had one from the type indicator. Now we need to create another API route. This API route, we are going to give it the name of LiveKit like this. And I have a typo here, so I'm quickly going to be updating this to be LiveKit. Now in this LiveKit, we are going to have our route.ts. And the way it works is going to be taking a HTTP method, but we don't need to type everything for ourselves. We just need to come here and copy all the code that LiveKit gives to us. So once you copy the code, paste it in here. You don't need to change any other thing. Everything here is good to go. So you can inspect it more. You see it takes the room from the search params and also the username. Okay, and Then it has the room. If there is no room, it returns this response, else it does this, and then it takes the API key, and then over here it goes on to create this for us. So we just have to save this, and with this saved, we can now close out of the route.txt and also our env. Now the last thing we need to do now is to make a page in our web app, which is this material page that we just created. Now in here, it's as easy as copying everything that we have here, and we're going to modify it to fit our application. Okay, so I'm just going to highlight everything, actually not everything. I'm going to paste everything here. Okay, so this is what we had previously. This is our own component, and now this is the new import. I'm going to get rid of the use client, and I'm going to move all these imports right to the top here, like this. And I'm going to take this FC import and make use of it right here, and remove the react.js import. Now we have the page content. So what we're going to do is to copy everything that we've got inside the page content. So cut everything here. We can now get rid of their own import, and here we are going to be returning what we copied. So we have an error because we have this here. So let's get rid of this return here, and every other thing is fine and good to go. Now before we finish here, let's see if we're missing any other step. No, we don't need any other step, and now we can focus back on our Next.js application. Okay, so what do we want to do next? First, I'm going to come out of here and come over to the chat page so that we can navigate back into this page when we are ready to test out the video call. So I'm going to click back into here, and because we restarted the application, we can just give this a reload so that it reloads with the latest changes. And I'll click here again. Okay, so we made lots of changes here, and we brought lots of code here. So let's inspect it together. So we have the use effect, and the use effect needs a room. Now the room we are going to be passing here is this chat ID. So this chat ID is going to serve as our room. Now for the username, we are going to be using email, the user's email. We don't have this email yet, so let's define it and get rid of this name. So to define the email, just right here, we're going to say const email, and this email is going to be coming in from the user, which we're going to get from the use user hook. So const user, we're going to destructure it, is going to be equal to use user, and we know use user is what we get from Clerk, so we're going to bring it in. So what's going to happen is right here, where we have the user, we can come here and get the email. So we're going to say const email. Sorry, this email is not equal to use effect. So we're going to say const email, and email is going to be equal to user, and with there from the user we are going to have the email addresses, which is an array. We're going to take the first element, and here we're going to have the email address. If you hover on this, you see it could be undefined, but we're sure that the email is going to be available, so we're going to have the exclamation mark, and this email is what's going to be used as the username here. Okay, so now every other thing here can remain the same, but we need to update this to add the chat ID and to also include the email. I'm going to include both right here and give this a save. Okay, so let's continue, and the next thing we're going to be adding here is we can update this to getting token, or you can just update it to loading. Any loading component of your choice is going to work just fine right here. Now here for the return keyword, from the JSX, we're going to have this live kit. We're going to have video true, audio true. The token is going to be equal to token. We can also have connect, and connect is going to be equal to true. And the server URL is very much okay. And this, we're going to just get rid of this comment, and the style is going to remain the same. Now for this, I'm just going to get rid of this, and also get rid of my video conference, get rid of the text we have here, and get rid of this as well. Also get rid of the control bar. So in here, we're also going to get rid of this. We are just going to have the video conference. So here we're going to have the video conference, and we're lastly going to have the room audio renderer. So here we're going to have room audio renderer like this, and close this up. So that means we can also get rid of this that we have here. Now this is it. Let's get rid of all the imports that we are not making use of, so that this can be lean. And so this is all we need to do. Also get rid of the track, and we can save this already. So now we are ready to try out our video call and see if it works fine. In order for this to work, we actually forgot to do one important change. And that important change is here. So we're targeting /API/get participant token, which is what we got when we copied from the live kit documentation. Now remember, we updated our route to be /live kit to match what we have here in our API live kit. So this is /API/live kit, and in here we are going to be calling this route. And now we have the room, and you also have the username, which this is trying to pull in from the search params. All right, so with that out of the way, we are now ready to test out our clone, our video call, and also our audio call. So I'm going to go into the two users, or maybe I start with one in the call. So I'm just going to click on this, and once this clicks, you see the video call loads. Now the camera is on, and we can come here to adjust the controls. So I'm just going to expand this further, and we see our controls. I'm just going to toggle off the camera and also toggle off the microphone. And you can click here to see everything fully. So I'm going to bring this to the side, and right here, we can now try to join the conversation. So what's going to happen is I'm going to come to this user and click here as well to join the conversation. And over here you see it's connecting, and now the two users can join the call, which is super cool. Okay, so what is going to happen is I'm just going to end the call for this user. This user is going to leave the call, and this other user can as well leave the call. So this is just going to come back here, and here we are going to come back to the chat. So now we have seen that our video call and our audio call is working. We can now proceed to make sure that the group call also works. And this also works in the group. So this is the group. We can try it. So code with Larry is a group, and we can also make the call here. You see it's connecting, and this other user can also make the same call to the same group, and another user can still connect to the call. We now have more users here that is connected to this group call. So the group call also works, and we can leave the conversation. Okay, so what's going to happen now is we are going to come over here and implement this call. So this is going to take us to /calls, which is currently a 404 page, and this here is going to take us to /call, which also is a 404 page. So we're going to making sure that we fix this 404 page right next. Let's go on and implement the calls page. And so for that, I'm just going to reload the browser because I did shut the terminal here. So I'm going to open this up, and this is looking for or trying to go into the calls page, and we don't have that page yet. So quickly, I'm just going to close all these tabs here. And right here in calls, we just have the page for the room. So we need to create a new file right here. Now this file we are going to create is the page like this, the page.tsx. Okay, and now this is going to contain our calls page. So we're going to give it calls, which is going to be equal to this function, and we're going to have this, and we're going to have the return. And inside here, what do we want to return? We're just going to return the fragment for now, and we need to export default, else we're going to have error. So we're going to export default calls, and once we save this, we should now see the calls page rendered here. Now we're going to start, and the first thing we want to have here is the navigation bar. So here let's have our navigation bar, and our navigation bar is going to come straight up from our components, and this is going to take a trigger or maybe not. So but we're going to pass the trigger. Let me quickly authenticate myself here and continue with Google, and not use another account. I'm quickly going to go back, continue with this account, continue, and I should be authenticated. Now for the trigger, it depends on you. If you want to give the user the ability to create a new group from here, it's totally fine. Or if you have some other action that you would want this page to handle, it's totally fine. So it depends on you. And we currently see blank because I haven't saved this. So let's give the ability to the user to create a new group. And here we are just going to render this. And once we save, we should now see the navigation bar. We don't, because we need to mark this as a client component, because currently we are calling this navigation bar, which is a client component. So right here, we are going to make use of our use client, and we can save. Now, once we save this, we see the navigation bar here. It looks good on desktop and also on mobile. So what we're going to do before we continue, we need to make sure that we also have a layout that is going to be working in this. So what's going to happen is we can come right here to the course page. We just have the room, and we're going to create a layout for the course page. So here we're going to have our layout .tsx file. Now inside this layout.tsx file, if we just visit the chart and here in the layout, we can copy all that we have here. So I'm going to copy everything that we've got here. So I'm going to copy this and we're going to use the same layout here, and then I'm going to paste this here. Const layout is going to be equal to this function where we're going to receive children, and we are going to come in here and we're going to return what we copied from the other side. So I'm going to expand this here, and we're not just going to return like this, we are going to wrap it in a fragment and return it here. So here we're not going to make use of this chart layout, okay? We're just going to return the children like that. Hence we can just get rid of the fragment and also get rid of the fragment here, and this is all that we need for here. To make sure we're not having any errors, we're going to mark this as a functional component which should come in from React, and right here, since it's just one prop, we can straight up define the prop that is needs here. We're going to say this is going to take in the children prop, and this children is going to be of type React node, and React node should be brought in from React. And once we save this, we should no longer have our error and everything should be fine. So yeah, we still have the error because we need to export this layout as the default. So we're going to export the default layout, and now once you save, the error should be gone, and it is gone. So we're going to continue right in here, and you see everything works fine. So let's continue in the page, and this page is going to be taking in a call content just after this. So we're going to have a call content, and we don't have this component yet. So saving this file is going to definitely give us an error, and we can duplicate this new group, mark this as a call content, and this is going to come from components, and here we're going to have call-content like this, and then we can come over here and save this file. Now we're definitely having errors for this call content, so let's make sure that we come into the components and we create a new file for the call-content like this .tsx. So we're going to have the const and const call content, and call content is going to be equal to this function, and let's not forget to export as a named export. Now on saving this, we should no longer have an error here. If you do it just VS Code, and you can just add it back and everything should be okay, and you can now save this, and you see the error has gone here. There's still an error here because we are not returning JSX. So here, what do we need? We are going to have some couple of imports. Let's get started first by importing image, and image will come from next image. We also need to import a refresh CW icon, which will be coming in from Lucid React, and we also need to bring in v4 as UUID. So here let's import v4 as UUID, and this is going to be coming in from UUID. We also need to import toast, and toast should come from toast like this. We need to import toast, and toast should come from the Sonar library. So here let's bring it in from Sonar, and we also need to bring in useState from React. So here we're going to import, and we'll be importing useState. useState is going to come in from React. We also need to import the useRouter hook, which will come from Next Navigation. So here we're going to be bringing in useRouter, and useRouter is going to be coming in from Next, not const, sorry, this should be import useRouter, and useRouter would coming from next/navigation. Okay, and what else do we need? We need two more imports. So we need the button and our input. So here let's bring in our input components, which will come in from our components UI input. And lastly, we can now bring in the button component, which will come from @/components/UI/button. So these are all the imports that we need, and we can close it up here. Now let's build up our JSX. We're going to be storing the meeting code in state, and so here we're going to have const, which is going to be equal to useState, and by default it's just going to be an empty string. So in here we're going to store the meeting code. Let's have the meeting code here, and then we're going to have set meeting code, which is going to be equal to useState and an empty string. Now we need our useRouter to navigate the user to the appropriate meeting room. So router is going to be equal to useRouter like this, and we should make sure we call it. Now we're going to need two functions to generate the link and also to start the meeting, but we can start laying out our JSX. So here we're going to have this div, and we're going to close it up here. Now this div is going to have some class names, so let's give it a class name, which is going to be equal to grid. We're also going to give it a padding of 3, and on medium devices we want to give it a padding of 10. We're also going to give it a grid equals to on medium devices. So here we're going to have grid coast 2, and we're going to give this a gap of 10 as well, and we're going to give this a width full, and lastly we're going to give it a place -content -center like this. So once you have all of these, you can format. So we have this div with these class names. So grid, padding of 3, on medium, padding of 10. Medium, we're giving it grid coast 2, gap of 10, width full, place content center like this. So what do we have inside this div? Remember, we gave this div grid coast 2. So here we're going to have 2 more divs, and we can focus on the div which is going to hold an image that is going to be positioned at the right or the bottom on mobile devices. So here we're going to give it a class name, and the class name is going to be width for a -72, and it's also going to have a height of 72 like this. And then on large devices, we are going to give this a width of 96, and also give it on medium devices. Did I give this LG? So this should be, yeah, so this should be LG with 96. And then on medium devices, we are going to give it a width of 300. So here we're going to give it on medium with -300 pixels like this. Give it an MX auto. So here we're going to give it an MX auto. And on large devices, we are going to give this a height of 96. And on medium devices, we are going to give it a height of 300 pixels. Okay, so lastly, we give it a rounded full and overflow hidden like this. So this is a class name for the image container, and right here we are going to have an image. So we have already brought in the import. This image is going to take the source, and the source is going to be equal to an image which we are going to get from Unsplash. It's also going to have a width, and the width is going to be equal to 500, and then it's also going to have a height, and the height of this is going to be equal to 500 as well, and the alt is going to be equal to meet. And lastly, we're going to give you some class names. So this is going to have a class name of object cover. So in here, object cover, it's also going to have a width full and a height full, and on hover we want to scale 110, 110, and transition transform here. So transition transform right here. Okay, so this is a class name, and now for the source we are going to get it from Unsplash. So give me a second, let me go over to Unsplash, and over here I just quickly googled Unsplash, and I'm going to search for Google Meet over here. And you can search. From the search results, we are going to be making use of this image by Rabutul Azud. Okay, so you can click on it and right click, and I'm just going to copy the image address over here, and you can see how many downloads it has, how many views, and just giving credit to the owner of this image. So now I'm going to close here and come right here. So right here I'm just going to paste in the link. So now once we save this, we should see the image display right here in our project, and we don't yet because we haven't configured the domain. So for that, let's come over to our next config.mjs, and then we're just going to duplicate this. And after the duplication, we need to copy the host name. So hostname images.unsplash.com, just copy this host name, or you can type it out manually and paste it right here for the host name. So I'm going to drop this in and save. Whenever you make changes, you see you need to restart your application. So let's restart our application and also reload over here, and it should show up this time around. So now we're going to be focusing on this first div that we have over here. So the Auth div. This Auth div is going to take some class names. Here we're going to give this a class name of flex, and also give it items center like this. And in here we're going to have another div. So let's lay out the div, and this div is going to have a class name. And the class name for this div is going to be on medium devices. We're going to give this a width of 96 and MX auto, and give this a display of flex, and also we are going to give this a flex call, and lastly gap y of 10. All right, so I'm just going to reload this again, and inside this div we are going to be having another div. Now we see our image up here, And this other div is going to have the class name of flex. So I'm going to give it a class name of flex call, not call reverse. So just flex call, and give it a gap y of 7 like this, and we just save this. Now in here, we're going to first of all have a h1, and this h1 is going to prompt the user to start a meeting. So we're just going to have a text here to start a meeting. And this h1 is going to have this class name. So we're going to give it a text 4XL. We're also going to give it a font bold like this. And once we save, we should see our start a meeting text here. Now that isn't all. We are also going to have this div. So this div here is going to have a class name. And the class name for this div is going to be flex. We're also going to give it a gap of 2. We're also going to give it a flex call. So I'm just going to get rid of this. And after the flex call on medium devices, we are going to give it a flex row like this. So flex row. And we can save. So inside here, we're going to have a paragraph, and we're also going to have a button to generate a link. So let's get started with the paragraph. And this paragraph is going to tell the user, create a meeting link to share with your friends, or share this code with others to join the meeting, anyone. And here we're going to give this a class name, and the class name is going to be equal to margin top of 2, and give the text gray 500 here. So text gray 500, and we can save this, and now we see the code, the text. And just right out after this paragraph, let's have a button that is going to help us to generate the link. So here we're going to have a button, and this button is going to have the icon. Now this icon is going to have the class name, and the class name is just going to be a ml of 2, so that it can push it slightly away from the text we are going to have in this button, which is generate code. Now this button is going to take an on click. So here we're going to have an on click, and on click of this button, we are going to call a function that we haven't defined yet, which is the generate link function. So to make sure we don't have any error, let's copy this generate link text and come here and have the const generate link, which is going to be for now just equal to this arrow function that does nothing. And we can save, and we should see our button here. Now this isn't all. Lastly, we are going to have another div. So right here, just outside this div that closes here, so just outside this one. Okay, so outside this div, we are going to have another div. So I think it is, I'll just collapse this. So right outside this div, yeah, so here we're going to have another div. So this div is going to have a class name, and the class name of this div is going to be flex. We're also going to give it a flex call, and give it a gap y of 5 like this. And in here we're going to have an input and self-closing, and then we're also going to have a button which is going to tell the user to start meeting or join meeting. Well, we're going to say start meeting. All right, so here, let's say join meeting, because then the user has the code, right? And this button, before we focus on the inputs, we're just going to give it this class name, and the class name for this button is going to be width full, and also give it a height of 14. Now this height of 14, we also need to give the same height to the input, so it's going to match. We're going to come over to the input and give it a h14. And what else? We're going to give it a type, and the type of this input is going to be text. And we give it a placeholder, so placeholder, and the placeholder for this input is going to be input meeting link. And lastly, we need an onChange. And here do we have the state? Here we have the state to set the meeting code. So onChange, as the user types into this input, we are going to set the meeting code to the event target value. All right, so this is what we have, looking super cool, and it also looks good on our mobile and also on our desktop. This is what we have. Now let's make sure that once the user clicks on this generate code, that we help the user to generate a meeting code. So right here where we have the generate link, we're going to have a code, and this code is going to be equal to UID. And next we're going to copy this code to the clipboard. So we're going to say navigator.clipboard.write text the code, and then we're going to show the user a toast notification. Hey, toast.success, and we're going to say code copied to clipboard. Now we're going to let's just have meeting. So we're going to say meeting code copied to clipboard like this. So this is all we need to do here. And the last thing we need to do, this is the generate link. Last thing we need to do is to make sure that once the user clicks on this button, that the user goes on and starts the meeting. So what's going to happen is, first we're going to disable this, and it's going to be disabled if the meeting code.length is not true. So that means the user hasn't gotten any meeting code. So it's going to be disabled if the meeting code, so here we're going to have the meeting code, and then we're going to check the length. So then it's going to be disabled. But on click of this button, you can see the button is now disabled. So on click on this button, we want to go on and start the meeting. So here we're going to have the on click, and the on click is going to be equal to, let's say, start meeting like this, and we can copy this. All right, so here we're going to define what happens. So we're going to say const start meeting, and start meeting is going to be equal to this function. We are going to call router.push. I want to push the user to /calls/meeting code. So this should be /calls, and the meeting code, which is this meeting code here. Okay, so let's try this out and see it works. So the flow once more is the user is going to type into this input, and once the user types into this input, paste in the meeting code, the set meeting code state is going to be updated, and here we're going to have the meeting code. Now to start meeting, we are going to push the user to /calls and this meeting code, and over here the button is going to help us with that action. Now we're going to save this, and the next thing we're going to see is, once we try this out, if we come over to the app calls, so this is the room that we are pushing the user to, and that's why it's dynamic. So once the user comes here, you see that we take the room from the params, so from the URL, and that room we pass it to this meeting room. This meeting room is going to take the chat ID, so we are passing the room as the chat ID. So the meeting room is going to take the chat ID and forward it over to our URL. Now this is going to come over to our URL, which is our API live kit route, and you can see it takes in the room from the stat params. Now if there's no room, it returns this error, but if there's a room, and this is the check if there's no room and username. Now if there's a room, it goes on to start up our meeting for us. Okay, so let's see our flow and if everything works fine. We have this user over here. Let's reload this other user to be sure that the meeting link works for both users. And I'm also going to quickly authenticate myself over here and make sure that we can try this out. So I'm going to authenticate myself with Google and choose my email and also continue over here. So let's try it out. The first thing we need to do is to copy the meeting code, right? So here, let's come over to the chats page and let's fake over here that, hey, maybe over here, I just wanted to start a meeting. So I copy the meeting code and I come over to my friend over here and I say, hey, let's meet, or maybe you can post this in the group. So here, let's click on this user and we are here. You can now share the meeting code to the user. Okay. So now this user over here sees that there's a meeting code. So this other user comes here and copies the meeting code. So we're going to copy this meeting code. And with this meeting code, we can now come over to the calls section. And here we get a hint to impute a meeting link. So we're going to impute the meeting link and we can join the meeting. Now, while this other user joins meeting, this other user is going to come back here to the calls and also impute the meeting link. So let's see what's happening for this user yet. This user hasn't been navigated, so we're going to give it a second. And now we see that it is loading and the connection is coming up. For some reason, we see disconnected initially. And here you see the user email. And just give it a second and it's going to connect. So now you see that the user has connected to the meeting. You can mute your microphone and mute your microphone. And now it's just one user. Now this other user, on the other hand, is going to join the meeting with this meeting code. And you can see over here, for now it shows disconnected. But then this other user is going to join the meeting and we can see the one-on-one conversation between the two users. So I'm going to give this a second, and once it connects, we can turn off our camera and we can also turn off our microphone. So now you see that the two users, this is the email of the other user and this is the email of this other user. So I'm going to turn off the camera of this user and turn off the camera of this other user. And I'm just going to come in the chat here and enter a message. So hello. So we're going to type a message and forward to this other user. Now the message gets delivered and this other user here sees that he has one unread message and this user can view the message. So this other user can also go on to share the screen or turn off the microphone and any other functionality. And once the user leaves this meeting, is disconnected, this other user is now alone in the meeting and this other user can leave. So this is the core functionality that we have in our application, and which pretty much rounds up all the features that we have worked on so far in our application. So congratulations, if you made it this far. I am super excited to have built out this awesome project with you. Now, something else we're going to do before we round it up, let's try to come here to manage our accounts. And for some weird reason, I don't see the sign here. So I'm just going to reload and come over here to our main browser, come here. And yeah, so manage our accounts. Let's try to sign out. So we're going to sign out of the application, and now we are not authenticated. Yeah, you see that we are just having the sign in link here. So that's the last one, and this is optional. We can style this page together. Let's go on and do it before we go on and deploy our application. To round up our tutorial, let's quickly work on this sign-in page. Let's make it presentable. So for that, I'm going to close all here, and we need to come over to the providers. And here in the providers, we have our Convex client provider. And this Convex client provider, we have the sign-in button. So quickly, I'm going to bring in a couple of imports, which is going to be coming in from our components. So these are just card imports. We're going to import card, import the card content, import the card header, and as well as the card title from component UI card. And this now, well, we have the sign-in button. We are going to be wrapping this inside of a div. So first off, we're going to have a div, and once we save this, we should not see much change here. Now this div, let's start styling it. This div is going to have the class name, and the class name is going to be bg slate of 900 like this. And then we're going to give this a width of WSVW, and then we're also going to give this a height of dvh. So dvh like this. We're going to give this a display of grid, and then we're going to give this a place content center over here, not start center. So with this, once we save this, we should see the sign-in text here. Now we don't see the color yet, but we're going to be improving on that. The next thing we're going to have, I'm also going to cut this, or it's going to be just above here. We're going to have another div. Now this other div, let's style it. We're going to give this a class name of grid, and we're going to give it a place content center. And this is going to also have a margin bottom of 5, just to push it below the card we're going to have and the button. Now here we're going to have the FA. So in here, so inside this div, we're going to display the FA signal messenger, which is going to come from react icons /FA6. So let me update this. Where is it? This should be right at the top here. And this is going to have a size, and the size of this is going to be equal to 100. And the class name we're going to give to this is our color primary main. So this is going to be equal to our text primary, not text pretty, our text primary main color. Now once we save this, we should see the icon right here, which is super cool. Now we are not done, because we still need to style the sign-in button. So now we are going to cut this, and this is going to be inside the card. And here we're going to have a card, the card header. And after the card header, we are going to have the card title inside the card header. So here we're going to have the card title in here. And just outside the card header here, we're going to have our card content. So let's have our card content, and this card content, so card content is going to be containing the sign in button like this. So now we see our card, but we're not done styling. So let's start with the sign in button. We're going to give this sign in button a class name, and we just want to give it a white text. So this is going to have a text -white like this. Now that means we're no longer going to see the text, because it's a white text in a white background, so the text is no longer available. But we're going to improve on that. And next we are going to be working on the card title. Now this card title, we can just give it authenticate like this. And we're also going to start the title by just giving it the same class name. So we can just copy the same class name and use over here and save. So why do we have this error here? Class name doesn't exist on Clerk, so we can't pass the class name. All right, so no worries. Sorry, we need to move this, I'll cut this, and we can use it on the card content rather than on the sign-in button. Okay, now for us to start seeing our content again, let's style the card. We're going to give this a class name of bg slate of 800. We're also going to give this we're going to give it a width, and the width we're going to give to this is 350 px. And then we're going to give this a border none. And lastly, we're going to give this a shadow extra large. And now once we save this, so this is the improvement that we gave to the sign-in page. Now you can definitely customize this to your application needs, but this is totally fine. And now we can go over and authenticate back into our project, and everything should work as it is. So the next step in our application is the deployment stage, where we go on and deploy our application. So thank you so much. Let's deploy the application together. Let's go on and deploy our application. And for that, I'm going to quit this and also quit the Convex server and come over to the development terminal here. Now, the first thing we need to do is to initialize Git in our project. So we're going to run the Git init. Now we see here that we have initialized Git, an empty Git repository here, which is what we needed. And if you see on the sidebar here, you would see that we have 97 changes. Now we can work here, but we're going to do it from the terminal. Next, we're going to do is git add dot, which is going to add all the changes here we have made to staging. Before we go on to commit, we need to configure our username and our email. So we're going to say git config user.email, which is going to be my email address. And the next is git config user.name, which is going to be my username. So here you need to provide your own email address and your own username that is synced to Git. Now here we can go on and git commit -m and provide a commit message. In this case, we're going to say final build. And you see this. Now to make sure that we sync our project to GitHub, we need to come over to your GitHub account. So right here, I'm going to open up my GitHub account. So make sure you locate your GitHub, and here you need to create a new project. So for that, I'm going to come over here and visit my repositories, or you can visit it from here. And here we need to create a new one. So click on new, and we need to give this a name. So I'm going to give the name of Signal clone like this. And here you have an optional description, and obviously I'm going to make this public so that anyone on the internet can see this repository. Now I'm going to click on create commit, and this is going to give us the URL, create repository, sorry. Now we have done all these commands, the git init, git add, and all of these. The next thing is to add a remote origin. So copy this, git remote add origin, and this is going to sync the git remote here, the GitHub remote here, to the git you have locally. So paste in the command and execute it. You don't see any change, but the sync has been done. Now the last thing we need to do is to push. So what we're going to do is to push, and we're going to come here, we're on the master branch. So this is git push origin master like this. And we are unable to push. Now this happens for me, so I'm just going to quickly generate a token. In case it happens for you, you can just watch how I do it. So I'm going to come here and come over to the settings tab. And right here in the settings tab, you can come over to developer settings, and here in developer settings you can come over to personal access token and quickly generate a token. So I had this which has expired. I can quickly delete this token, and I'm going to generate a new token and come here to generate a new token. So in order for me to proceed, I need to provide my password, and once I provided my password, we can give this a name, and I'm also going to give the name of deployment. And I'm going to set the expiration of this expiration to be 7 days. And I'm going to just check quickly all the checkboxes here. So go on and check all these checkboxes. And once you're done, you can now generate your token. Now you see here, if you need to copy your token because you will not be able to see it again. So now you have this, make sure you copy this and come back to your project. You need to store this somewhere, and I'm just going to quickly open the env and so that I can just store it here. So I'm just going to paste in the token here. Now we need to update our remote origin, and for us to do that, I'm just going to scroll up to this origin to the command where we added the origin, and I did that using the arrow keys. And I'm going to come here, and this is going to be git remote, and it's no longer add. This is going to update to be set-URL. Now here we have the origin, and now we are going to put the new origin here. Now the change here is we need to come over here, and over here just outside the double slash you need to paste in the access token. So I'm just going to cut this and save this file, and here I'm going to paste in the access token. And with that you can just come here and add a semicolon, and after this you need to add your username. So here I'm going to add the username, and once you're done you add an @ Okay, so this is the full. So here you have HTTPS, and you have your double forward slash, and over here we have our access token, we have a semicolon, and after the semicolon you have your username. Okay, and I think the username should actually come first, so let's quickly update that. Sorry, so here the username should come first. So here I'm just going to come right here and have my username here and have the semicolon. So this is it, and once you're done you can now hit enter. Okay, so we're going to try to push again. I'm going to come up, and you see the git push origin master. Let's execute this again, and now you see that our changes have been pushed over to GitHub. So come over to your GitHub, and from here we can come back to your repositories, and here you should see the newly created repository, the Signup clone, which was updated just now. So this is the first step in deployment, and make sure that you're in deploying your application that your env.local isn't pushed to GitHub for security reasons. Okay, and I'm also going to remove all these comments that we have here, and I am also going to get rid of the white space that we have here and save this and get rid of all of this. So make sure your .env.local is grayed out. It should automatically be grayed out because in your .gitignore right here you should have your .env.local. You should have this not pushed to GitHub, so you should have this git ignored, so git ignore won't watch this file for changes. So after you have this, the next thing we need to do now is to come over to your Vercel so that we can now publish our application. So for that, you can just Google Vercel, and once you've Google Vercel, you need to log into your project or you need to create an account. So in my case, I'm going to authenticate, and I'm going to authenticate with my GitHub. So I'm going to give this a second for the authentication to be completed. And now I am redirected right into my project. Now we need to add a new one. So I'm going to click here and click on project. And now we need to import a Git repository. So now we see that our Signup clone is already here. We need to click on import, and this is going to import the project right here into our Vercel. Now the project name is going to remain as Signup clone, and we need to update our environment variables. So click here, and once you click there, you just come over to your .env and copy everything you have here. Don't have to do it manually one after the other. Just copy everything you have here and paste it in, and automatically you see the environment variables have been added for you. So now you're sure that you have all your environment variables here. You can now come over here and click on deploy. This is going to trigger the Vercel CLI to deploy our application. Currently we are in a deployment queue, and now the deployment starts. You can visit the build logs to know more on how your application is being deployed. You see over here that it first goes into your GitHub and clones the GitHub repository. And now you see the previous build cache not available, and then it runs the Vercel build command. Then it goes on to install the dependencies. And now we see some warnings, and these warnings can be totally ignored, is fine. And here you see it's running the npm run build command, which runs the next build. Okay, so you can see it is now creating an optimized build, and once it is done, we are going to see the deployment summary, and we can even assign custom domains, even though we're not going to be doing that right here. So I'm going to give this a second for it to optimize our production build, and then I'll be back for us to continue. So our deployment build has been successfully compiled, and now it's checking for linting, and now it is generating our static pages and also finalizing our page optimization and deploying the outputs. And once it is done, it is automatically going to come right here to the deployment summary. So So I'm going to give this a second, and our application has been successfully deployed. All right, so now is the time where we can visit our application. All you need to do is to click right here, and then it's going to open up a new tab where you can visit your deployed application. So here I'm going to quickly authenticate, sign into the application, continue with Google authentication to make sure that everything works fine. And sign in, I'm going to give all the privileges, and we should see our chat application working fine. So here we should be redirected over to the /chats route. And this is all our conversation. You see our application working fine on deployment. We have worked together to build the application, the white mode, the dark mode. You can obviously update your status and update, it gets updated. We see the status here and everything is working fine. We can also come here and test the new group creation. You can select your contact, this contact. You can go on to create your group. You say the group gets created. You have your test group here and you can navigate into the group. We also have our one-on-one conversation. We can also attach our audio call, allow access to the microphone. We have our recording and we can send this and the user sees this right up. Everything is still working as fine. So congratulations if you made it this far, and please don't forget to subscribe. I look forward to building more awesome projects with you. Okay, so we need to make some changes in the production build where we deploy our application so that we can also keep our Convex backend up and running. Now, this is the documentation guide for hosting using Vercel, and we need to just come over to step 3. The first step is to create a Vercel account and link your project to Vercel, which we have done. And now we should just copy this command so that we can use it to override the build command. So here you can see that you just need to come over to your Vercel project. And here in Vercel project, you can come over to your settings. And over here in settings, you see your build and deployment settings. For the build command, let's toggle this override. And here, rather than just running the next build, we are going to run next convex deploy and the command npm run build. So this is one, and then you can come over here and save this. Okay, so we have done that, and what we're going to do is to come back to the documentation, and the next thing we need to do is to set up the convex deploy key environment variable. So let's come over to our Convex dashboard and go to project settings page. So let's come over to our Convex dashboard, and here in our Convex dashboard, we need to click on settings, and here in settings, you can come over to your project settings. And over here in your project settings, we can just scroll further down, and here where we have the deploy keys, this is where we have the generate production deploy key. So click on this, which is going to generate this key, and then you can copy this key. So we can click here, and once the key is copied, the next step is to come back to our Vercel and update the environment variables. And now we need to update it with this key, the convex deploy key. So come back to the Vercel, and here where we have the environment variables. So over here in this section, we need to click on this key to add another key. So this is what we have previously, these keys. So we're going to add the value first, and this is the value. And for the key, come back to your project, the convex documentation, and copy this convex deploy key. And that's the key we are going to be using over here. Now, once you add it, you can click on save, and this is going to be added to the environment variables successfully here. Now, once that is done, we can now redeploy our site. So come back to your Vercel, and what we're going to do now is to redeploy our site. So come over to deployment, and here in deployment, you can just click on this more buttons and redeploy. Now make sure that you don't use the existing build cache, and just click on redeploy to redeploy your application with the latest settings. Now, while this application is redeploying, we can click on these build logs to see the command that is being run. And first you see that it clones the project again because we are not using the build cache. And we just wait for the build command to see the build command that the CLI runs. And we see here that it's running the Vercel build to install our dependencies. And if we scroll further down, let's just check for the build command. Where do I have you? And over here, you see that it's running the npx convex deploys command and then the npm run build. And this is super cool. And we also have the next public convex URL set. Okay, so now it's done. It's going to redeploy our application, And once it's done, we are going to be back. But before we go, let's come back to the documentation in case you have issues with authentication. Now, if you come further down, you would see here for authentication, the authentication section. So we'll need to configure your authentication with your provider. Now you see that once our application gets deployed, just as in this case, we have our domain with .vercel.app. Now over here, Convex, the authentication provider that we use, Clerk, has issues with the .vercel.app. So if you come over here to the authentication section, you would see that here for Clerk, you would see that it doesn't accept doesn't support the site name .vercel.app. So in order for you to override that, you will need to configure a custom domain. So that's how it just works with Clerk. But with that out of the way, we have successfully deployed our application and made sure that we now have the correct and updated settings.